Upon traversing into the realm of the awakened, Fang Ziqing realized that the magic and superpowers depicted in novels of yore were mere trifles that in this world. He chose to become a swordsman, concealing his prowess for millennia. Each day, as he observed various prodigies flaunting their abilities and malevolent beings wreaking havoc, Fang Ziqing remained steadfast, cogitating a singular question: when would he finally wield that fateful sword, the one that could rend the heavens and silence all existence? As calamity descended and despair enveloped humanity, this youth, often misperceived as an ordinary swordsman, would at last draw forth the sword nurtured in its sheath for eons. Chapter 1. The Maiden by the Bedside. On the evening of August 30th, 3017 in the era of destiny, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars, casting its ethereal glow upon the earth. In the Gu family villa, Fang Ziqing lay in bed, his eyes wide open, a torrent of his memories flooding his mind. Having lived cautiously for 17 years, he remained composed, regardless of the circumstances, even in the face of his own transmigration. At that moment, the overwhelming influx of memories rendered his thoughts muddled and his head heavy. He endeavored to control this new body, realizing that its former inhabitant's situation mirrored his own with uncanny precision. They shared a name, appearance, and even stature. As the throbbing in his head subsided slightly, he struggled to rise from the bed. Both he and the former owner of this body, also named Fang Ziqing, were orphans. Yet, unlike his own solitary existence, which was sustained by scavenging, this version of Fang Ziqing had been taken in by the Gu family due to his unique constitution. Thus, escaping a childhood marred by hardship, approaching the mirror by the bedside, he beheld a refined visage, pale under the moonlight. He pinched his cheek, confirming he was not ensnared in a dream. If the name, stature, and appearance could be attributed to mere coincidence, what of the date? Today was indeed August 30th, the eve of the start of senior year. Coincidentally, it was also the very day he had crossed over. Fang Ziqing rubbed his temples in an attempt to maintain clarity. He was now a guest in someone else's home and could not afford to reveal any hints of his true self. He pondered, recalling that Miss Gu Wan of the Gu family suffered from a peculiar ailment that required her to share a bed with someone whose fate was intertwined with hers too. Alleviate her condition. Otherwise, she would endure a day each month of excruciating cold and pain. Fang Ziqing was that fated individual, brought to the Gu family at a tender age, and on the 30th of every month, he would share her bed. Wait, the 30th? He turned sharply to the bedside, holding his breath. Indeed, a young woman lay there, her beauty ethereal yet unervingly pale. This must be Miss Gu Wan. The memories were fragmented, akin to watching a 1-hour film in a mere minute. He grasped the general narrative but faltered on the details. What if someone discovered his secret? He recalled how Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan interacted. Fortunately, while they had lived together since childhood, their exchanges were infrequent, limited to their monthly bed sharing. However, the thought of such proximity made his head spin. What if he inadvertently revealed himself? Just as he was about to delve deeper into his memories, fatigue washed over him, and his vision blurred. Fang Ziqing slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself back in bed. He sensed a gentle breathing on his left, and turned to see a girl curled up, resting her head on her knees, deeply asleep. In a moment of inattention, her head slipped from her knees and rolled to the side. Fang Ziqing instinctively reached out his arms to catch her, gently placing her head back upon the pillow. Just as he prepared to withdraw his arms, her eyes fluttered open. At that instant, he found himself positioned as though he were atop her. He could not discern whether the expression in her eyes was one of indignation tinged with coldness or vice versa. Yet the palpable aura of menace emanating from her was unmistakable. They locked gazes for 3 seconds, both frozen in place, neither daring to move. "Are you done embracing me?" she inquired first, her tone icy. Fang Ziqing sensed the precariousness of the situation and his mind raced. He must not panic. An anxious explanation would be futile. It would be wiser to reverse the narrative. He slowly withdrew his hands, ignoring her question, and instead turned to retrieve the silk quilt from her side, draping it over her. "It's chilly tonight. You should take care not to catch a cold." Gu Wan stared at him in disbelief, having expected him to be flustered and to fumble for a defense. "I have yet to thank you for lifting me from the ground, Gu Wan," he added, deliberately emphasizing the word lift. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the same Fang Ziqing she knew? Seeing her astonished expression, Fang Ziqing inwardly cursed his oversight. What a blunder! Just moments ago, he had resolved to avoid revealing any flaws, and now he had forgotten entirely. His demeanor shifted to one of bewilderment as he offered a sheepish smile, turning to cover himself with his quilt and feigning sleep, only to hear Gu Wan's icy voice. "You never smile at me." His movements faltered, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was not good. He had already exposed too many inconsistencies in such a short time. Feigning ignorance, he turned away, adopting a posture of someone who had fallen asleep, though a few beads of sweat betrayed his anxiety. Surprisingly, Guwan seemed to have lost her drowsiness. Observing Fang Ziqing curled in the corner of the bed, she uncharacteristically reached out to poke him with her finger. When he remained still, she raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, "Ignoring me, are you?" She poked him again, still no response. Infuriated, she lifted her leg and kicked him hard, sending Fang Ziqing tumbling to the floor with a thud. Rubbing his backside, he glared at Guwan. What was her problem? He had just crossed over, only to be kicked once here as well. Even if he were the most patient of souls, it was unreasonable to endure 2 kicks to the same spot in a single day. Guwan, seemingly oblivious to his fury, pointed innocently to the bed, indicating he should return and speak with her. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, acknowledging that under someone else's roof, he must acquiesce. Impulsiveness was the devil. Lying back down, he watched as Guwan sat up. Startled, he sprang to attention, his guard raised. What was she planning? Just as he had covered her with a blanket, she now draped it over him, saying, "It's chilly tonight. You should take care not to catch a cold." Fang Ziqing Guwan, maintaining her composure, instructed, "Turn to face me." Reluctantly, he complied, feeling like an emotionless automaton as he turned. Lying on his side, he caught a glimpse of Guwan, her presence oddly captivating from this angle. With a hint of fragrance wafting towards him, he shifted back slightly, diverting his gaze elsewhere to shake off the disconcerting sensation. Sensing the subtle tension in the air, Guwan pivoted the topic, asking, "Are you prepared for the leap through the Dragon Gate?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing's interest peaked, and a flurry of fragmented memories surged through his mind. In this world, there existed a unique vocation known as the Awakened, and the leap through the Dragon Gate that Guwan mentioned was intrinsically linked to this phenomenon. Yet, he struggled to recall further details about the Awakened and the leap through the Dragon Gate. Perhaps he could glean more from Guwan's words. He imitated Fang Ziqing's nonchalant tone, feigning indifference as he remarked, "Not yet? What's the matter?" Guwan frowned, her irritation flaring at his seemingly indifferent demeanor, which had always vexed her since childhood. 3 precious days in a person's lifetime. Squander them without proper preparation, and you shall regret it for eternity. Fang Ziqing remained unfazed. Have you not always aspired to become an awakened one? Let me be frank with you. This is the first hurdle to overcome. 3 fleeting days in a lifetime, intricately linked to becoming an awakened one. What precisely is the purpose of this leap through the Dragon's Gate? Fang Ziqing tentatively inquired. What exactly is this leap through the Dragon's Gate? My memory of it is a bit hazy. Guwan held her breath, her frustration palpable as she regarded Fang Ziqing with exasperation. Though the Academy has kept this under wraps until before our senior year, it is a well-known secret. With tomorrow upon us, you still remain in the dark about what is to transpire. She turned her head away, lapsing into silence. Fang Ziqing observed her, thinking, I've scolded you. I've mocked you. Now you ought to say something. He reached out, poking her back gently. Guwan remained immobile. He prodded her again, yet she still did not respond. He raised his foot, gesturing toward her with exaggerated movements. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ziqing hesitated, wrestling with himself before ultimately refraining from delivering a kick. Turning away, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. In his drowsiness, he sensed a waft of fragrance drifting into his nostrils. Chapter 2: The Awakening Ceremony of the Otherworld. Fang Zi awakened to find that Guwan had already vanished without a trace. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the dining hall on the first floor of the Gu family villa. Guwan was sipping her rice porridge, not lifting her gaze upon his arrival. Unperturbed, Fang Zi took a seat and began to enjoy the breakfast prepared by the household staff. After a moment of silence, Guwan's voice broke the stillness. The Academy mandates that the Dragon Gate ceremony commences at 9 o'clock. Time is of the essence. Once we finish breakfast, let us share a ride. Fang Zi nodded in acknowledgement at her words. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he caught sight of the day's newspaper resting on the table. The Dragon Gate ceremony in Tianhai City is about to commence. Who will claim this year's top scholar? The 3 major academies vie for supremacy. Can the first elite academy maintain its prestigious position? As they traveled, Fang Zi gazed out the car window and noticed an unusual scarcity of pedestrians on the streets, a stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfares he remembered. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn as they approached the academy, and he observed a contingent of individuals clad in black uniforms stationed along the roadside. Every 50 meters, a guard stood resolute, continuously escorting the students in the vicinity. All private vehicles had been halted at the entrance, where a sign proclaimed, "No vehicles are permitted to pass." Consequently, Fang Zi and Gu Wan, along with their fellow students heading to the academy, proceeded on foot. Ahead lay the renowned Jiazi Stone intersection, a pivotal juncture that separated Tianhai City's three esteemed institutions: the First Elite Academy, the Experimental Elite Academy, and the Sixth Elite Academy. Both Gu Wan and Fang Zi were enrolled in the First Elite Academy, distinguished by their aristocratic uniforms, a testament to their privileged backgrounds or exceptional talents. Casting a glance at Gu Wan to his right, he noted her unwavering composure. "Do not distract yourself. Conserve your energy for the upcoming Dragon Gate," she advised with a measured tone. "What exactly is the purpose of this Dragon Gate?" Fang Zi furrowed his brow. As both the newspaper and his prior online searches yielded vague and ambiguous responses without a precise explanation. "My knowledge is limited," Gu Wan replied hesitantly. "But I have heard that the Dragon Gate, also referred to as the Awakening Ceremony, is the initial step towards becoming an awakened." Seeing her reticence, Fang Zi refrained from pressing further. As they walked the obligatory path to the academy, only the senior students of the First Elite Academy, those poised to participate in the Dragon Gate, were present. The venue could accommodate up to 3,000 individuals. As the clock struck 9, the grand bell of the academy tolled, and the entrance to the venue immediately sealed shut. The entire institution fell into an eerie silence. The principal of the First Elite Academy approached slowly, and all eyes turned toward the elderly gentleman with silver hair standing at the forefront. Curiously, he stood without any amplification device, yet each word he uttered resonated clearly in every student's ear. "I am aware that you little ones have eagerly awaited this day for quite some time. Today marks a pivotal moment in your lives, and every word I utter henceforth will significantly impact your destinies." The atmosphere in the auditorium, filled with over 3,000 individuals, is eerily silent. As if one could hear the heartbeat of their peers, Fang Ziqing surveyed the surrounding students, each one fixated on the podium. Even the most graceful young ladies were gripping their fists, their faces flushed, leaning forward as if wishing for extra ears to hear more. According to Article 27 of the federal law, any individual who privately discloses information related to the awakening ceremony shall have their eligibility revoked. Those who disseminate serious information will face expulsion. However, I trust that the students of our esteemed First Academy are obedient and will not violate this regulation. The elder glanced at the serious faces of the students below and nodded, then picked up a book, stating, "This book is titled Meditation Techniques, a compilation of awakening methodologies developed by countless powerful awakeners and scientists since the founding of our federation." What is awakening? Those with talent commune with the spiritual energy around them, enhancing their own abilities and acquiring great power, thus earning the title of ability user. Upon reaching the pinnacle of enhancement, one may touch the threshold of becoming an awakener. Countless students inhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on the book as if it were a rare treasure. The elder chuckled heartily, then shifted to a serious tone. "However, not everyone can become an ability user. 3 days, only 3 days. These 3 days represent the most accurate awakening period determined by the Federation in nearly a century. They can ascertain whether an individual possesses the potential to become an ability user." Last year, our First Academy proudly retained its title as the foremost institution in the Tianhai district, boasting an impressive tally of 278 ability users. Yet, even our Academy's awakening ratio stands at a mere 10.791, meaning that only 1 out of every 11 individuals may emerge as an ability user. Once the 3 days have elapsed, the opportunity to become an ability user will be lost for a lifetime. The atmosphere in the auditorium intensified. The blood of over 3,000 individuals seemed to ignite within them. Fang Ziqing frowned, realizing that the awakening ratio had reached nearly 11:1, suggesting that only about 300 of the students present might ultimately become ability users. Even more daunting was the fact that this opportunity existed only for a fleeting 3 days, unlike the World's college entrance examination, which allowed for retakes. This awakening ceremony wagered one's entire destiny within this brief span. The elder gently tapped his cane against the floor, prompting silence as all eyes turned to him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the awakening officially commenced. During this period, no one was permitted to enter or exit the campus. The over 3,000 students were guided to a preparation room, where accompanying instructors distributed wristwatch-like devices. This device not only performed all the functions of a mobile phone, but also monitored spiritual energy levels. Once an individual became an ability user, the device would transmit their information to the school's terminal, and the first level of meditation techniques would also be stored within it. Upon hearing this, the 50 students in the lounge eagerly opened their wristwatches to read meditation techniques. To their astonishment, the watch projected a virtual screen into the air, a technology that surpassed external advancements by decades. Observing the astonished classmates, the guiding teacher smiled gently and remarked, after the awakening, "I recommend that each of you practice during the 6 hours when you feel at your best. Do not exceed this duration, for it may yield adverse effects." As the awakening ceremony approached, the guiding teacher reiterated the precautions with the persistence of a homeroom teacher before the college entrance examination, emphasizing the importance of attentiveness. The crowd felt parched, with each minute in the waiting seemingly stretching into an eternity. 2 hours later, the urgent bell resonated. The moment had arrived for the awakening to commence. Fang Ziqing and others followed the procession to the specially constructed venue for the awakening. 50 students were accommodated in each chamber, as they prepared for the ceremony once more. Outside, the principals of the 3 major campuses communicated that they were ready. Simultaneously, a group of masked individuals clad in black emerged from the 3 campuses. A figure in black entered room 23, where Fang Ziqing was present, placing a white stone upon the desk before standing motionless. An overwhelming sense of tension enveloped the room. A resounding noise echoed throughout the Tianhai City area, causing vehicles and pedestrians far from the city center to halt and gaze towards the academy. The annual day of leaping through the Dragon Gate had begun, though the identity of the fortunate individual destined to ascend remained unknown. As the third sound dissipated, the figure in black sprang into action, revealing wisps of spiritual energy, as described in the meditation method. The white stone suddenly illuminated brightly. The figure swiftly shattered it into 50 pieces, directing them towards the 50 students present. Fang Ziqing felt a jolt throughout his body, as if every pore had opened, and the external world became filled with countless imperceptible entities. Just as he intended to harness the meditation method, he found himself abruptly awakening in the classroom. The figure in black had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of equally bewildered classmates. At that moment, the guiding teacher approached. "Classmates, it is now 2:15 in the afternoon. You have successfully awakened. Whether you will become a capable individual and alter your destiny depends on each of you. I will now escort you to the lounge, where the academy will take care of your needs for the next 3 days." Truly, as the premier academy in Tianhai City, it had prepared individual training rooms for everyone, encompassing 10 entire buildings. The students appeared burdened with thoughts as they hastened towards their respective lounges. Guan nodded and bid farewell. Upon entering his lounge, Fang Ziqing received a notification from his wristwatch. Ding. School announcement. Please read immediately. The Tianhai City First Advanced Academy has established the following rewards to motivate students in their diligent practice. First Breakthrough Award, 300,000 Federation coins and an advanced martial skill. Second to 10th Breakthrough Awards, 100,000 Federation coins and a mid-level martial skill. 11th Breakthrough Award and beyond, 10,000 Federation coins and a low-level martial skill. Note, a record-breaking achiever will receive a Star Spirit pill. Feel free to save this. Fang Ziqing was not alone. All students received this information. Some from less affluent backgrounds gazed enviously at the reward of 300,000 Federation coins for the first-place winner. Even in the urban area of Tianhai City, where the cost of living is significantly higher than in the suburbs, 300,000 federal coins can still procure a residence exceeding 100 square meters. Meanwhile, students from affluent backgrounds gaze enviously at the martial arts skills. The Federation prohibits the unauthorized dissemination of martial techniques and cultivation methods, rendering them elusive, regardless of one's wealth. As for the spirit-nourishing pill coveted by record breakers, that is a mere fantasy. It is said that this pill contains an immense amount of spiritual energy, beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. Although it is claimed that 3 days of training are required, in reality, this amounts to only 18 hours of practice. With a mere 6 hours available each day, the wristwatch can calculate your training duration. Even if one begins training ahead of others, if they do not invest more time, they are still considered to have lagged behind those who break through first. Fang Ziqing glanced at his wristwatch, which indicated 6 hours of remaining time for the day. At this moment, nearly all his classmates were meditating, calibrating their physical states to peak condition. A sliver of sunset gradually descended outside the window. Fang Ziqing opened his eyes, and simultaneously, he swiftly activated the meditation method, a technique he had memorized thoroughly. He soon felt a refreshing current flowing into his body, and he exhaled in relief. This sensation of coolness was undoubtedly the experience of sensing spiritual energy. Have I succeeded? As the pace of energy flowing into his body accelerated, his physical state approached its zenith, and Fang Ziqing dared not squander a moment. When he finally opened his eyes again, 6 hours had elapsed. How could this be? Fang Ziqing was astonished to discover that his spiritual energy was gradually dissipating, vanishing into some part of his body. Merely half a minute after exiting the cultivation state, The spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered over the 6 hours was entirely consumed. After a while, Fang Ziqing sat on his bed, a bitter expression on his face. He found no answers in the spiritual energy absorption section of his wristwatch. He had clearly sensed the energy from the outset and had completed a cycle of the meditation method. How could this happen? Looking at the display on his wristwatch that read, "Today as 6 hours are exhausted, please refrain from continuing the cultivation method," he consoled himself. It's all right. There are still 12 hours left, and another opportunity awaits. Just then, a notification chimed on his wristwatch. School announcement. Gu Wan achieved a breakthrough to become an ability wielder at 2149, having sensed spiritual energy in 3 hours and 9 minutes. Shattering our school's record of 8 hours and 23 minutes. Currently, the first senior academy of Tianhai City ranks first. The 3 major academies of Tianhai City rank first. Congratulations, awarded 1 spirit-nourishing pill. We hope other students will continue to strive. A storm of astonishment swept through the entire academy, leaving over 3,000 individuals in shock. 3 hours and 9 minutes? The rumor had it that 3 years ago, the prodigious student Wang Fang took over 8 hours. Is this even human? In contrast, I have yet to see what spiritual energy looks like. How can this be compared? The sudden news delivered a heavy blow. Yet, it was not only the ability wielders of the first senior academy who felt disheartened. A few hours later, the ranking of the Tianhai City Experimental Senior Academy was revealed. Ranking first was Xing Fei, who took 5 hours and 47 minutes. Inside a cultivation room of the Experimental Senior Academy, a graceful girl with short hair gazed at Gu Wan, who held the top position among the 3 major academies. She pondered for a moment and remarked, "Gu Wan? Is that so?" On September 1st, everyone had exhausted their 6 hours of effort. Yet, only Gu Wan and Xing Fei appeared on the leaderboard for the Tianhai district. One was the top student from the first prestigious academy, while the other was the second from the experimental academy. Unfortunately, the third-ranked 6th academy failed to make the list, leaving over 10,000 students filled with envy and melancholy. As night fell, everyone was aware that they needed to rest well in preparation for the next day's 6-hour challenge. However, despite their knowledge, many tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. In the female training room of Building C, Gu Wan hesitated for a long while before deleting a carefully crafted message on her wristwatch. She wondered if anyone would think she was boasting. It was merely that she had not broken through today, but surely she would tomorrow. Just then, her wristwatch vibrated softly. Ding. Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent you a message. Gu Wan pursed her lips and opened it, finding only one sentence. Little Gu Wan, you really make me proud. Gu Wan glanced down, clenching her fist. You're the little one. Yet, a faint smile crept upon her lips. On the morning of September 2nd, the academy opened 5 large cafeterias to cater to over 3,000 students. It was said that renowned chefs from prestigious hotels across the district had been invited to provide diverse culinary options for the students. However, most would not squander their precious 6 hours on breakfast. At this time, only a handful of students ventured out to eat, exchanging insights or complaining about how difficult it was to sense the spiritual energy. The topic of greatest discussion was the top-ranked Gu Wan. The colossal display screen at the center of the academy repeatedly showcased Gu Wan's achievements, even featuring her photograph. Thus, the academy welcomed its genius girl. Were it not for the confiscation of all communication devices by the academy, students would have known that the outside world was abuzz with excitement. Newspapers and magazines had rushed to print overnight, and the internet was flooded with news proclaiming, Gu Wan, the genius girl from Tianhai District's top academy, claims the title. In disbelief, they marveled at the goddess Gu Wan and her unexpected interests, whispering secrets that they could not share outside the academy. Despite the external uncertainty surrounding the awakening ceremony and what it meant for those with abilities, it did not hinder them from admiring Gu Wan, who had leapt across the Dragon Gate to seize the top spot. At that moment, Gu Wan observed her companion voraciously devouring his breakfast. She ruffled her hair in exasperation and said, "Keep it down. If others hear you barging into the girls' dormitory, it will be disastrous." Fang Ziqing, undeterred, continued to munch on his buns, mumbling, "Barge in? Clearly, you said that once you step outside, you're surrounded by onlookers and can't even make it to the cafeteria. I kindly brought you food, and you still blame me." Gu Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. "How was I to know you would come to the girls' dormitory? By the way, how is your meditation practice going? Are there any aspects you find unclear?" Fang Ziqing pondered for a moment and inquired, "What does it feel like when you sense the spiritual energy?" Gu Wan set down her chopsticks and paused for a moment, as if a refreshing sensation coursed through her being, guiding the energy along the pathways of her body according to the principles of meditation. Upon awakening, her watch indicated a breakthrough. Fang Ziqing nodded thoughtfully. It seemed she had indeed sensed the spiritual energy last night, and had successfully completed the meditation process. Yet, she pondered why that energy had not transformed into her own spiritual power, but instead gradually dissipated within her. With a contented belch, Fang Ziqing brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood up. "I'll take my leave. Call me if you need anything." Before Guwan could respond, Fang Ziqing pushed open the door and bolted out. "Ah, there's a rogue. A boy has entered the girls' dormitory." Guwan sat there, shaking her head in bemusement. As evening fell, Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply, determined to once again invoke the meditation technique to sense the spiritual energy. Just as anticipated, the refreshing sensation returned instantaneously, flooding her body and increasing in intensity. Fang Ziqing concentrated intently, following the methods outlined in the meditation text to complete a grand cycle through her meridians. Logically, completing such a cycle should lead to a breakthrough. However, wary of unforeseen circumstances, she remained immersed in her energy-sensing state, repeating the grand cycle multiple times. After 6 hours, Fang Ziqing opened her eyes, only to find that her watch showed no signs of a breakthrough. Indeed, it felt as though the spiritual energy within her had been abruptly siphoned away, vanishing in less than a minute. Furrowing her brow, Fang Ziqing contemplated where the process had faltered. She had diligently adhered to the meditation guidelines, aligning perfectly with the details Guwan had described. As the clock approached midnight on September 3rd, the sky was overcast and heavy with clouds. This day felt markedly different from the previous two. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The anguished cries of those who had failed to sense the spiritual energy echoed in the air as the final 6 hours dwindled. At that moment, those who had not achieved a breakthrough appeared particularly grave. The school was closely monitoring the leaderboard data. Perhaps it was this oppressive atmosphere that compelled the students to unleash greater motivation and potential. Each year, the final day typically witnessed the most significant surge in breakthroughs. After delivering breakfast to Guwan, Fang Ziqing returned to her residence. Upon entering, she was greeted by a fragrant aroma and noticed a small box on the table. Opening it, she was met with a delicate scent, revealing a milky white pill nestled within. A spirit-enhancing pill? Fang Ziqing mused, pocketing the pill as she stepped outside. "Though I appreciate the kindness, I truly cannot accept this." Fang Ziqing set down the elixir, preparing to leave. "Stop," Guwan said, her voice tinged with anger. "I understand your pride. You have always been reluctant to use the Gu family's wealth, and now you refuse this elixir as well. I comprehend." After a brief pause, Guwan's tone softened slightly. "However, this is your final opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for a lifetime." By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Fang Ziqing, taken aback by the stark contrast in her tone, found himself momentarily at a loss. Observing his hesitation, Guwan's frustration escalated. In a swift movement, she lunged forward and executed a shoulder throw, sending Fang Ziqing crashing to the ground like a helpless chick. Towering over him, she coldly inquired, "Why all the unnecessary chatter? Will you take it? If not, be prepared to face the consequences." Fang Ziqing instinctively nodded. Now that is the true demeanor of Miss Gu. The previous impression must have been an illusion. Upon arriving at his residence, Fang Ziqing gazed at the elixir, exhaling softly. He did not consume it immediately. Instead, he first sensed the flow of spiritual energy circulating within him. Finding the situation unchanged, he gradually opened the elixir's box. The moment the pill was placed in his mouth, he felt a surge of spiritual energy emerging within him, rapidly increasing in quantity. He hurriedly attempted to guide it with his meditative technique, yet the energy seemed to disregard his commands, rampaging through his body uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, if no improvement occurred soon, he feared the chaotic energy would shatter his form. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead, and the pain within him intensified incessantly. He was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Enduring the agony, he exited his meditative state. Indeed, the chaotic energy, much like the spiritual essence he had absorbed previously, began to dissipate into a specific area of his body. The elixir continued to exert its effects, generating an abundance of spiritual energy once more. It appeared his body was welcoming it all without reservation. After what felt like an eternity, the elixir was finally depleted. Fang Ziqing sighed in relief, his life preserved. Yet, his gaze dimmed. Was he truly destined never to become a capable individual? Moreover, he had squandered a precious elixir belonging to Guwan. Suddenly, a soft chime resonated in his ears. Ding! Energy absorption has reached the minimum standard. System initializing. Chapter 4. The sword aperture diagram. Before Fang Ziqing could fully comprehend the situation, a few lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Status: unawakened. Please locate the inheritance stone to activate. Inheritance, awaiting activation. What was this? Could it be that the spiritual energy that vanished a couple of days ago, along with the energy from the elixir, had all been absorbed by him? After a moment, Fang Ziqing realized that he alone could see the suddenly materializing text. Attempts to record or detect it with devices revealed nothing in front of him. At present, the only control he had was over the appearance and disappearance of these words, as well as the awaiting activation option for the inheritance. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his thoughts to activate that option. The instant he entertained that notion, Fang Ziqing felt an overwhelming dizziness, succumbing to unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself enveloped in a dim, gray expanse. The pervasive gray mist severely obstructed his vision, rendering the surroundings indistinct. The only discernible feature was a flickering glimmer directly ahead. Upon closer inspection, he observed a broken sword, dark and translucent, thrust into the ground before him. This sword, devoid of a hilt, emanated a faint light that repelled the surrounding mist, creating a small circle of clarity. Fang Ziqing scrutinized his surroundings, realizing the visibility was alarmingly low. He attempted to summon the peculiar system with his mind. In the void, a line of small text materialized, sword path inheritance. Beyond that, no further information was provided. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to approach the broken sword. Yet, as he took a single step, a sudden, immense force manifested in the void, pinning him to the ground in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Ziqing managed to struggle backward by a step, causing the tremendous pressure to dissipate. A voice, indiscernible in gender, echoed in his mind, mocking him. Child, the inheritance of the Sword Palace is not something that can be easily attained. Considering you are the first being to enter this eternal expanse, relinquish your pursuit. Otherwise, once the inheritance commences, it will be too late for you to withdraw. Fang Ziqing gazed at the broken sword and inquired solemnly, "Are you the one speaking?" The sword offered no response, seemingly indifferent to his questions. "How does one obtain the inheritance? And how might I exit this place?" After a lengthy silence, the voice returned, casually stating, "Taking that step will grant you a chance at the inheritance, and through the inheritance, you shall find your way out. And if one fails to acquire the inheritance?" The voice fell silent once more, leaving Fang Ziqing to ponder. Determined, he attempted to step forward again. As anticipated, the unyielding force reemerged. Having prepared for it this time, he managed to resist being completely crushed. However, he still could not bring his other foot forward. Just as he contemplated forcing another step, a jolt akin to a lightning strike rendered his body stiff and immobile. Soon after, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if 1,000 knives were simultaneously stabbing at his innards. He felt his meridians being ruthlessly torn apart. As the agony intensified, his back began to bend, and a heavy fog enveloped his mind, consciousness slipping into obscurity. Desperation washed over him. He feared he could not endure much longer. In that fleeting moment, memories of his 17 years flashed before him, from the orphanage to scavenging for survival, to working tirelessly to fund his education, culminating in the vision of a sword piercing into his mind. Instantaneously, the immense force and pain vanished. As Fang Ziqing regained clarity, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, his other foot had crossed over. I have indeed garnered the sword's recognition. How intriguing. May fortune continue to smile upon you in the days to come." Before Fang Ziqing could utter a word, the broken sword ahead quivered gently. A wisp of black light surged forth with extraordinary speed, darting to one side. From the left of the dark sword emanated a faint glow, which in the haze resembled the silhouette of a majestic palace tower. This tower released a beam of light that swiftly struck Fang Ziqing. He felt an overwhelming influx of memories flooding into his mind. After a brief moment, the beam shot straight into the sky, piercing through 100 zhang, then 1,000. It shattered the final veil of gray mist, revealing 9 colossal, dim stars in the heavens. The broken sword observed the ascending beam, initially intrigued, then gradually appreciative. Only when the beam surpassed 1,000 zhang did it take on a grave demeanor. As the luminous ray broke through the clouds, and the 9 immense stars became visible, the broken sword gasped in disbelief. Impossible. It trembled, murmuring, "How could this be?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the sword fell into a contemplative silence. The memories within began to assimilate, and Fang Ziqing discovered a technique titled sword aperture diagram emerging in his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see the 9 massive stars in the sky, dispelling the gray mist and standing out vividly. The lowest star seemed to flicker with brilliance. Fang Ziqing sensed the sword aperture diagram operating autonomously, transmitting fragments of information into his mind. The sword opens 9 apertures. The 9 apertures unite as one. The genesis of the sword path. The first aperture to be opened, as dictated by the sword aperture diagram, corresponded to the star's Lu Siyuan aperture. Before he could delve deeper, a wave of disorientation swept over him, and he was expelled from that realm. Upon awakening, he found himself unchanged. Save for the additional memory in his mind, system summoned. Status: unawakened. Please locate the heritage stone to activate. Heritage, sword aperture diagram. Fang Ziqing mused that it appeared he had acquired a martial technique. Without delay, he commenced to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it throughout his body, guided by the sword aperture diagram. Moments later, a resounding cry echoed through the air. In the adjacent room, a male student shook his head, lamenting yet another unfortunate soul whose time had expired. Glancing at his remaining timepiece, he gritted his teeth and prepared for another attempt. Fang Ziqing gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Compared to the simplicity of meditation method, the sword aperture diagram was a veritable nightmare, not to mention completing a full cycle. As soon as he drew in the spiritual energy, before he could guide its flow, the tumultuous energy surged through his body like flames, rampaging throughout. His meridians felt as though they might burst under the pressure. After a prolonged struggle, Fang Ziqing finally completed a cautious cycle. Just as he began to relish the accomplishment, a loud bang resounded as the door to his abode was kicked open. Gu Wan rushed in, her complexion pale, eyes slightly reddened, and she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Fang Ziqing was taken aback, his hands at a loss. "I'm sorry. I had no idea that the Ling spirit pill could only be consumed by those with abilities. What it produces is spiritual power, not spiritual energy. And only those with abilities can wield it. Thankfully, you didn't take it, otherwise." He felt the girl in his arms tremble slightly. He had intended to offer her comfort, but after much hesitation, his hands remained still. Just as one found themselves at a loss, a chime resonated from a wristwatch. "Dear Fang Ziqing, congratulations on becoming an empowered one. Please follow the steps below to register your exclusive empowered account, acquire relevant information, and claim your unique benefits." A soft murmur disrupted the silence. Gu Wan emerged from Fang Ziqing's embrace, standing beside him. "Congratulations," Gu Wan said, lowering her head. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, surprised at his sudden breakthrough. Although the sword aperture diagram was indeed torturous to cultivate, Gu Wan had consumed the spirit-nourishing pill he had provided. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. "Are you feeling unwell?" Internally, he mused that it was more than mere discomfort. The experience had nearly been explosive. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "I feel no discomfort. I happen to sense the spiritual energy after consuming it. Perhaps your constitution is unique. Otherwise, how could you suppress my peculiar ailment?" Gu Wan pondered. "Regardless, the important thing is that you are fine and have fortuitously become an empowered one." Nearby, Xia Yingjun, having failed his own trial, sought solace and recalled the unfortunate soul next door. Before he could knock, he noticed the door already ajar. "Hey buddy, don't be disheartened." His words halted as he spotted Gu Wan. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he gasped, "Goddess Gu Wan? What is she doing here?" Xia Yingjun stood there. Mouth agape. "I should take my leave," Gu Wan said, feeling out of place, and promptly exited. After walking for a while, Xia Yingjun gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Even though we are both unfortunate souls who couldn't become empowered ones, you somehow have a girlfriend ranked number 1. His face was a mixture of envy and admiration. Fang Ziqing cleared his throat, inadvertently pressing the play button on his wristwatch. "Dear Fang Ziqing, congratulations on becoming an empowered one." Xia Yingjun's jaw dropped, seemingly petrified. He uttered a hasty farewell and dashed out of the dormitory. Moments later, Fang Ziqing heard a heart-wrenching wail from outside. "Heaven, why is this so unfair?" Fang Ziqing shook his head. The watch displayed, Fang Ziqing, level, LV1 empowered 1, low level. It seemed he had indeed become an empowered one. Feeling the surge of power within, he gently grasped an apple on the table. With a pop, the apple was effortlessly crushed. It appears Gu Wan truly showed restraint. Otherwise, my fate could have mirrored that of this apple. Fang Ziqing then attempted to operate the meditation method, swiftly sensing the spiritual energy. However, no matter how he practiced, he could not nourish himself with it. He tried the sword aperture diagram again, and, indeed, a thread of spiritual energy transformed into his own spiritual power. It seemed that cultivating the sword aperture diagram would yield similar results in the future. Nevertheless, given the differing techniques, he must remain cautious to avoid revealing any clues. Chapter 5. Who can become an awakened one? On September 4th, at the First Advanced Academy in Tianhai City, the immense screen at the heart of the school displayed the names and photographs of 302 empowered ones. The transformative 3 days have elapsed, and the First Advanced Academy has birthed over 300 individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Before them, a gathering of more than 3,000 souls converges. The attendees are delineated into two distinct zones. To the right, the area designated for those with abilities, comprising 302 newly empowered individuals. To the left, the realm of ordinary students, numbering over 2,700. Sometimes, fate can be exceedingly cruel. Those who have not ascended to become empowered can only methodically pursue theoretical knowledge, striving to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a commendable career. Not only will they be relegated to the ordinary zone, barred from any involvement in matters pertaining to the gifted, but even the wristwatches they once possessed have been reclaimed by the institution. Standing here, they feel as though they have been forsaken by the world. Today, all the radiance belongs to those 302 empowered individuals. The students in the left zone gaze enviously toward the area of the empowered, yearning to exchange places. Dear students, the awakening ceremony is officially concluded today. I have observed all your efforts. The First Advanced Academy continues to reign supreme as the foremost institution in Tianhai City, boasting the achievement of 302 newly empowered individuals, with our very own Guwan shattering records across the three major academies of the city. Of course, those who have not become empowered should not diminish their own worth. By diligently studying and gaining admission to a prestigious university, you too can realize your potential. The venerable headmaster, as is tradition, delivers an inaugural address to the new seniors. Yet, amidst these affirmations, all are acutely aware that the fate of those who have become empowered has irrevocably changed. For them, thoughts of awakening are now a thing of the past. They can only focus on mastering theoretical knowledge to once again alter their destinies. Meanwhile, these 300 individuals have soared to unprecedented heights, becoming the favored children of destiny. At this moment, Fang Ziqing furrows his brow slightly. What of these empowered individuals? Previously, whether through the internet or the wristwatches, there had been no introduction to the protocols for the empowered, and even now, he remains uncertain about their impending roles. As he contemplates, Guwan gently nudges him. Let us proceed. Fang Ziqing nods. Unlike their peers hastening toward the various educational buildings designated for the ordinary, the empowered are allocated a separate area. They board vehicles provided by the academy, and after approximately 30 minutes, they arrive at an unfamiliar locale. Simultaneously, the wristwatches of the 300-plus individuals receive a notification. Ding! Your residence has been assigned. Please check and proceed to activate it within the next hour at the comprehensive hall. Fang Ziqing glances at the address indicated on his wristwatch, slightly astonished. He had anticipated a collective dormitory. To his surprise, the academy has allocated over 300 small villas for them. His villa number corresponds to his sequence as an empowered individual, 298. It appears that Guwan's villa is located in Zone 1. The two part ways toward their respective abodes. Following the navigational map, he arrives at villa number 298. He holds his wristwatch against the door. Ding! Account verified. Welcome home, Fang Ziqing. As the door handle ejected 2 room cards, he picked them up and gently waved them before the door, which then opened automatically. He stepped into the villa and took a leisurely tour. The first floor housed the kitchen and dining area. The second floor was reserved for relaxation and entertainment. And the basement featured a training room, while a quaint little garden lay outside. Fang Ziqing sat on the sofa, letting out a faint sigh. Pondering the extraordinary privileges afforded to those with abilities, the disparity between his treatment and that of ordinary students was striking. He activated his wristwatch, logging into his exclusive ability account. This account not only provided relevant information but also dispensed various benefits and hosted a forum for communication among the empowered. The first thing Fang Ziqing did was to check the benefits. A notification chimed, congratulating him on becoming an ability holder, followed by a list of perks he was entitled to. A virtual screen materialized in the air, displaying the following. Fang Ziqing level, LV1, Novice, Benefits, 1. A monthly special allowance of 2,000 federal coins distributed by the Federation. 2. A monthly certification bonus of 1,000 federal coins provided by the Tianhai District. 3. A monthly meal subsidy of 1,000 federal coins from the Academy. 4. Exemption from all tuition and miscellaneous fees during his studies. 5. Free access to all public transportation. Fang Ziqing could not help but nod in approval. Earning 4,000 federal coins each month was comparable to the salaries of high-ranking civil servants in the Tianhai District. It was noteworthy that a meal similar to what he had previously consumed in the world of hamburgers cost only 1 to 2 federal coins. He quietly calculated that this 1,000 federal coins equated to approximately 6 to 7,000 yuan in his former world, and this was merely the monthly meal allowance. After linking his federal bank card number, the previous reward of 10,000 coins along with this month's 4,000 in benefits was promptly credited to his account. For someone who had previously scraped by doing odd jobs to cover tuition, this was a substantial sum. However, recalling that Guwan, that young girl, had received rewards amounting to 300,000 federal coins. Fang Ziqing shook his head, realizing he still had a narrow perspective. In addition to the benefits, there were also the corresponding regulations for ability holders. 1. Ability holders must not disclose any relevant information to non-ability holders. 2. Ability holders are prohibited from taking action against ordinary people unless their lives are in jeopardy. 3. Ability holders are not allowed to leave their designated city without prior approval from the Academy in special circumstances. An hour later, 302 ability holders gathered in the comprehensive hall for empowered individuals. Apart from the students, all school leaders and teachers were conspicuously absent, replaced by the mentors who would guide them over the coming year. A man in black, seemingly in his 30s and exuding an intimidating aura, approached the podium. Children, allow me to introduce myself. I will be your chief instructor from now on. You may call me Master He. The cold-faced Master He addressed the students below. First, congratulations on becoming ability holders. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. A robust male student stood up, sporting a thick beard inappropriate for his age. Master He, when can we become awakened? Master He nodded at this inquiry, a cold smile gracing his lips. Awakened? Next year's grand examination will yield but a mere handful of awakeners among you. Upon hearing this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They were the elite. Having emerged from a pool of 3,000, yet only 10 would awaken the following year? The 7th-ranked student, Jiang Lixin, furrowed her brow and rose to inquire, Lord He, why do you say this? It was evident that this question had been posed by students from previous years, and he countered, do you know how many awakeners there were last year? I do not, Jiang Lixin replied, shaking her head. Lord He raised one hand before the assembly and declared, 7. Last year, even with nearly 700 capable individuals across the entire Tianhai district, only 7 achieved full awakening. This year, with a total of 712 capable individuals, if we estimate based on last year's figures, only those who stand out among 100 will have a chance. Silence enveloped the students. None had anticipated that the path to becoming an awakener would be so arduous. Lord He, I wish to understand why the ratio is so dishearteningly low, Jiang Lixin pressed. Lord He nodded, explaining. The first threshold to becoming an awakener is achieving LV3 cultivation during the grand examination in a year's time, a level most of you will likely not attain. In the Tiannan province, among the 20-plus districts and nearly 15,000 capable individuals, surely no more than 200 will reach the LV3 standard. Once you achieve that level, you will still be competing with all capable individuals in the province until merely 200 remain. The crowd was taken aback, faces etched with shock and bitterness. Just half an hour prior, they had felt triumphant, envisioning their future as awakeners, only to be confronted with the harsh reality of such fierce competition. Gu Wan slowly rose and addressed him. Lord He, is the figure of 200 fixed for awakeners in Tiannan province? For the first time, Lord He displayed a flicker of emotion, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. What you are competing for is not merely those 200 slots, but rather an entity known as the Stone of Heritage. Seated beside Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing's pupils constricted sharply. The words were spoken without intent, yet resonated deeply. Before him appeared several lines of text, the first line revealing the inscription, Status. Unawakened, please locate the Stone of Heritage to activate. What is the Stone of Heritage? Another student inquired. Lord He shook his head. This is something you will come to learn in due time. I cannot divulge too much information. My advice is to devote yourselves to rigorous cultivation this year to excel in the grand examination. At that time, you will possess mysterious powers beyond your current imagination. Clearly reluctant to linger on this topic, Lord He shifted the conversation. However, do not be overly disheartened. After all, awakening is an achievement reserved for a select few. Yet, it is imperative that you elevate your cultivation as much as possible this year. The higher your level, the greater the privileges and benefits you will receive upon entering the inner city. After a morning filled with inquiries, each student appeared gravely contemplative. Fang Ziqing pondered deeply, realizing why he had never encountered any capable individuals before nor could uncover any related information. According to Lord He, after the grand examination, they would all be heading to a place known as the inner city, which was truly the realm of the capable. However, the specifics of the inner city, including its location, remain ambiguous. Subsequently, the 302 individuals were conferred the rank of second lieutenant by the federal military and issued 2 sets of uniforms. The group exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of the reasoning behind this. While it is not surprising for individuals with extraordinary abilities to be granted military ranks, Fang Ziqing found it perplexing that, upon reviewing relevant materials, he discovered that the status of soldiers in this world is exceedingly elevated. although a high status is acceptable. He noted the absence of information regarding wars or formidable adversaries faced by the Federation in recent years. An unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. According to their rankings, the 302 individuals were divided into 10 classes, with Class 1 at the forefront and Class 10 at the end. Based on his ranking, it was evident that Fang Ziqing was placed in Class 10. Initially, he assumed that Class 10 would represent a single classroom. However, the Academy allocated an entire building to them for Class 10. Nearby, there were large training rooms, playgrounds, and even a private cafeteria. In the exclusive theoretical classroom for Class 10, the 32 students were initially quite reserved, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Lianya entered the room, prompting the students to quiet down and curiously gaze at this unique instructor. Lianya, with her long legs, smiled at the crowd and said, "I am Lianya, a level 4 consummate ability user. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chapter 6. The Master of Warmth. Although awakened abilities are diverse and peculiar, awakening is not without its signs. If an individual's power after awakening is strength-related, their prowess will similarly be remarkable during their time as an ability user. For instance, my speed is beyond the ordinary. Lianya stood at the podium, addressing them while gradually imparting fundamental knowledge about ability users. "Do you have any questions?" Fang Ziqing hesitated before speaking. "Teacher Liang, do you know about the Stone of Inheritance?" Lianya glanced at Fang Ziqing and replied, "Although I am not from Tianhai City, the neighboring districts are quite similar. At that time, like several current homeroom teachers, I was also a level 4 ability user ranked around 200, so unfortunately, I did not become an awakened one. However, as far as I know, the Stone of Inheritance is the key to becoming an awakened individual." Fang Ziqing nodded, realizing that Liang Ye's information aligned closely with what Lord He had conveyed. "But Teacher Liang, you were already a level 4 ability user before. Have you not made any breakthroughs over the years?" inquired a petite girl. Liang Ye sighed with a wry smile. "In truth, it's not just me. Nearly all ability users who fail to become awakened in next year's major examination will find their progress significantly hindered. Without a substantial opportunity, it is likely that they will not make significant advancements throughout their lives. Therefore, you little ones must not slack off during this golden year and delay your training." The petite girl nodded. Of course, cultivation is merely a reference standard. Ultimately, it relies on combat power. Lianya shifted her focus, stating, "As I previously mentioned, within the realm of ability users, some possess exceptional strength, while others excel in speed. Only through combat can one ascertain who is superior. If the cultivation levels are comparable, then a martial skill becomes the decisive factor in determining victory. How does one acquire martial skills? It is through merit points. To attain a commendable score is quite simple. One must strive and contend vigorously." Lianya gestured towards the watches on their wrists, indicating a pertinent introduction that could be found in the ability handbook. Fang Ziqing opened the relevant section. In summary, the Academy distributes scores monthly. Moreover, a significant portion of these scores is derived from various competitions. The higher the rank one achieves, the greater the score. Likewise, those who are the first to break through a realm are also rewarded with points. From now on, there will be weekly challenge matches. If you find someone ranked above you unworthy and believe yourself superior, you may challenge them. If you prevail and maintain your position until the end of the month, you will automatically ascend to that rank and enjoy its benefits." Lianya emphatically declared, "There is but one truth. If your fists are not strong, do not expect to gain anything. The Academy is fair. No one cares about your background. What you wish to achieve must be fought for independently." Observing the hesitance among the crowd, Lianya stood tall and asserted, "I understand our Class 10 may currently lag behind, but this is subject to change. I was once ranked beyond 100 as an initial ability user. Yet by the final examination, I ranked 9th in our school, all thanks to the resources acquired through my consistent victories in battle." Lianya surveyed the now silent group and instructed, "Now, open your rewards and claim your martial skill bonuses." Fang Ziqing accessed his rewards section, revealing a low-level martial skill. Cannon Fist. Lianya elucidated, the low-level martial skill Cannon Fist, if purchased with points, requires a total of 160 points for the triple upgrade. It is the most cost-effective martial skill for novice ability users who have just begun to master their strength. Lianya rapped on the podium and continued, "All right. Now everyone follow me to the training room." Class 10's dedicated training room was filled with a myriad of unfamiliar instruments. "I will first assess your strength, speed, and reaction time." Lianya instructed the 32 students to line up, commencing with the strength test. The first tall male student summoned his energy and, with all his might, struck the strength testing device. A resounding thud echoed as the instrument displayed the figure 101G. Lianya nodded, barely surpassing the LV1 minimum standard. Recording a strength grade of D. Next was the previously outspoken short female student, who recorded a mere 89G. Liang Ye frowned and noted AD. The next contestant was Fang Ziqing. Stepping forward, he nodded to Liang Ye and delivered a punch, registering 161G. Liang Ye's eyes lit up. This was the best result thus far. Without prior training or martial enhancement, he had exceeded the standard by 61G, clearly demonstrating potential as a strength type. Liang Ye recorded a D for his strength assessment. Fang Ziqing exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he had tempered his power slightly during the punch, or it could have revealed too much. The moment he mobilized his energy, he felt his arm imbued with tremendous force. The enhancement from Sword Insight chart far surpassed that of others. Upon completing the 3 foundational tests, even in the subsequent 2 assessments, Fang Ziqing skillfully concealed his true capabilities, securing D grades for strength, speed, and reaction time, which garnered Liang Ye's attentive gaze. It is possible that Class 10 indeed lacks a solid foundation, with scarcely any students achieving even a D grade, let alone the 2 subjects in question. How could Liang Ye possibly overlook him? It is evident to everyone that the overall performance is dismal, extremely poor, with nearly half of the class receiving D evaluations. This suggests that, strictly speaking, you cannot be considered level 1 abilities. From this moment forth, I shall grant you but 1 week. All students who do not meet the standards must attain them. Liang Ye spoke expressionlessly to the students of Class 10. Just moments ago, news arrived from Class 1 that Guwan managed to secure a D in reflexes, while excelling with C grades in both strength and speed. Truly deserving of the title of the most outstanding genius from the prestigious Tianhai Advanced Academy in 50 years. Her talent is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, many students clenched their fists. Although they are all ability users, the disparity was evident from the very beginning. If they cannot catch up in a short time, the gap is likely to widen with the passage of time. Let us commence with the first training session, a weighted run of 10,000 meters. Upon hearing this, some girls turned pale. 10,000 meters with added weight. Liang Ye remarked nonchalantly, "What? Are you frightened? If so, I advise you to withdraw promptly and apply for transfer to a regular academy. That environment would be more suitable for you." Upon hearing Liang Ye's words, no one dared to voice dissent, and the weighted run of 10,000 meters was initiated without delay. It was not until evening that the final student completed the task. Liang Ye glanced at the timer in her hand and stated, "As ability users, your physical fitness should far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Yet it took over an hour to complete a mere 10,000 meters. This indicates that your willpower is woefully inadequate. In 1 week, everyone must finish within 20 minutes. Otherwise, I will propose your removal from the academy for ability users. Do you understand?" Seeing her classmates grit their teeth and nod, Liang Ye waved her hand and said, "Go eat. After your meal, make sure to rest well. The running is merely an appetizer. Tomorrow, the formal training begins." The students, upon hearing this, appeared disheartened, realizing that their future would not be easy. At this moment, Fang Ziqing silently assessed her recovery rate. In less than 5 minutes, her fatigue began to dissipate. She wondered if this was due to her own abilities or if everyone experienced the same. Upon arriving at the cafeteria designated for Class 10, designed for the 32 students of the class, she discovered a remarkably diverse menu. After perusing the offerings, Fang Ziqing was taken aback. The prices were exorbitant. A single dish cost several dozen federal coins. In her world, such a meal would amount to 200 or 300, which represented her monthly living expenses. Approaching a window at the side, Fang Ziqing smiled at the chef and inquired, "Chef, is it possible to sell half portions?" The chef was momentarily taken aback. "Dear student, we have never sold them that way." Just as Fang Ziqing was about to respond, she heard a voice beside her. "He is joking, chef. Bring us both of those 2 dishes, and add a soup." Fang Ziqing turned to see Gu Wan had appeared beside her without her noticing. At the dining table, Fang Ziqing chuckled wryly. "Just the 2 of us. This seems rather wasteful." Gu Wan did not even look up, seemingly uninterested in answering. Fang Ziqing scratched her head lightly and asked, "By the way, did you seek me for something?" Gu Wan wiped the corner of her mouth and gestured for him to activate his wristwatch. "Ding. Your friend Gu Wan has gifted you the advanced martial skill tidal wave." Gu Wan looked at Fang Ziqing and remarked, "The school has not prohibited the sharing or gifting of martial skills. This particular skill has limitations on both strength and speed, making it less suitable for practice at this stage. I don't think it's unreasonable to exchange it for your cannon fist, is it?" Fang Ziqing chuckled wryly, thinking that if she wanted to give it, she could just say so instead of concocting such a clumsy excuse. However, he was not one to be coy. After a nod of consent, he shared cannon fist with her. "Why do you think the school doesn't restrict the teaching of martial skills?" Fang Ziqing asked, puzzled. Gu Wan adjusted her hair and replied, if someone were to purchase a martial skill with achievement points and then sell it at half price. The academy would likely prefer for everyone to grow stronger. Fang Ziqing pondered this perspective. After all, in his own world, the top student would receive a test paper as a reward. The school would undoubtedly encourage all its students to excel. I heard you received 2 C's and 1 D on your foundational assessment. Quite impressive, Fang Ziqing remarked with a smile. Oh, are you actually complimenting me? Do you like it? She inquired. Indeed, he replied, intrigued. Fang Ziqing had intended to tease Gu Wan, hoping she would retreat, but she seemed oblivious to the jest. Hand me your room card, she commanded. Huh. Even with Fang Ziqing's thick skin, he was momentarily taken aback by her statement. What do you mean? Are you planning to ambush me? You must know I am not that kind of person. No way. You take care of it, he replied solemnly, pulling out his room's secondary card and placing it in her hand. She nodded and, in turn, handed him her own secondary card. After a brief pause, Guan added, at the end of this month, I may need to trouble you again. Fang Ziqing patted his chest confidently, saying, I am quite skilled at keeping warm at night. Immediately, he noticed Gu Wan's expression darken as she shot him a fierce glare before standing up to leave. Fang Ziqing laughed heartily, feeling victorious. Chapter 7. Martial Skill Cannon Fist. In the training room, Fang Ziqing activated the Martial Skill Cannon Fist. This skill is divided into 3 levels and primarily focuses on enhancing one's control over strength. Mastering it not only allows one to unleash power from within, but also amplifies strength significantly. The first level involves mastering the technique, called hit, where you point. The minimum requirement is to strike 9 targets with both fists in 1 second, with the force not dropping below 95% of peak strength. Utilizing the equipment in the training room, Fang Ziqing unleashed his full power without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. He struck repeatedly. 231G, 245G, 257G, data that far surpassed the dazzling standards of the test, even exceeding the LV2 benchmark. The effectiveness of the sword insight diagram in enhancing strength was evident. However, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. While he could indeed throw 9 punches in a second, maintaining 95% peak strength proved exceedingly challenging. Observing his maximum force of 312G with a single punch, he fell into deep contemplation. Moreover, the greatest difficulty lay in accurately hitting the targets, which compounded the challenge. He could only liken his current efforts to a blind man swinging wildly. Am I akin to a turtle's punch? He mused, growing increasingly despondent. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. He committed to practicing 6 times within a minute. Let us commence with 1,000 repetitions, shall we? 3 hours later, sweat drenched Fang Ziqing's garments. As anticipated, the exertion grew increasingly arduous with each passing moment, and the strain on his body intensified. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath and refreshed himself with a cold shower, striving to regain his composure. He had become quite adept at channeling the spiritual energy of the first aperture of the sword aperture diagram. However, attaining the remarkable state of executing 108 uninterrupted cycles in a single night remained a formidable challenge. Merely mastering the initial aperture's operational pathway granted him an edge over his peers. Occasionally, Fang Ziqing could not help but ponder how formidable his abilities would be should all 9 apertures be fully activated. Upon arriving at the assembly point for Class 10 the following day, Liangye remarked, let us begin with a delightful appetizer before training. The classmates exchanged surprised glances. Food was indeed a rarity. Liangye smiled gently. 2,000 meters with a weight load, commence. The moment the words left her lips, the expressions of Class 10's students fell, reluctantly turning towards their designated running track. Liangye, undeterred, meticulously recorded each student's times and physical data on her clipboard. Once the last student completed the task, Liangye shook her head in dismay. Pathetic, truly pathetic. A random individual who exercises regularly from the outside could outpace you all. To be frank, you are the weakest cohort I have ever taught. Fang Ziqing could not help but chuckle at Liangye's words. Indeed, such sentiments seemed universal across worlds. There would always be the worst class. Liangye's eyes sparkled with recognition. She recalled the student with 2D grades from the previous day. Fang Ziqing, what is so amusing? Do share with the class. Surprised that Liangye had remembered his name in such a short time, Fang Ziqing replied earnestly, report, teacher, I have suffered from a peculiar ailment since childhood. Whenever I am sad, I feel an urge to laugh. Liangye crossed her arms, a slight smirk gracing her lips. She was not swayed by Fang Ziqing's jest. Oh, for today's training, to enhance your resilience, you shall serve as the class's sparring partner. Fang Ziqing grimaced at the thought of being a human sandbag. The assembly time was early, and none had eaten breakfast. Liangye had breakfast delivered to the training room. The enticing aroma of meat buns and pastries wafted through the air, and the famished students of Class 10 could not help but swallow hard, their eyes gleaming with desire. Lianya gestured towards the breakfast with a smile. Would you like some? The students eagerly nodded. To enjoy breakfast, you must first complete the initial phase of your training. Lianya's smile faded as she took a bite of a meat bun, prompting the group to despondently turn towards the training apparatus. The first phase of training she had prescribed involved the first layer of cannon fist, targeting with precision, ensuring that the power of each of the 9 punches did not fall below 75% of their peak strength. Although Lianya's requirements were slightly lower than the minimum standards for the first layer of cannon fist, the group had attempted it yesterday and realized that while they might manage 1 or 2 punches, the challenge of executing 9 consecutive punches proved daunting. Lianya observed her unmotivated classmates and remarked, "Your laziness is the root of your failures. You are unable to harness the enhanced strength of your newly acquired abilities. With diligent training, even the most inept can meet my requirements within an hour." As Lianya delivered her scolding, the students felt compelled to turn their attention to the training equipment, fearing the consequences of idleness. At that moment, Fang Ziqing, who had already met the standards, eagerly awaited someone to step forward and complete the task, thereby attracting Lianya's attention. This would allow him to fulfill the task without being scrutinized, and subsequently enjoy breakfast. Just then, a young woman in white, her long hair flowing gracefully, approached and politely addressed Lianya. "Teacher Liang, I have completed the task." Lianya glanced at the data displayed on the young woman's instrument, nodded, and replied, "Bai, well done. You may go eat." Fang Ziqing silently expressed his gratitude to the girl named Bai, then turned to Lianya and said, "Teacher Liang, I have also completed it." Lianya approached and, upon seeing Fang Ziqing point to the instrument, smiled and said, "Not bad, Fang. Go ahead and eat." Fang Ziqing nodded, just as he was about to head to the dining area when Lianya added, "Make sure to eat well, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with your classmates in practice." Fang Ziqing stumbled slightly. He remembered that Lianya intended to use him as a punching bag. Upon reaching the breakfast area, he noticed that only the girl who had first completed Lianya's task was elegantly seated, taking small bites of her bun. She smiled and nodded as he entered. Fang Ziqing, disregarding his manners, seized a large meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It was much better than his previous experience, where he could only manage a single piece of meat in half a month. Now, he could indulge daily. What a delight! Bai had never witnessed such an appetite, and, observing Fang Ziqing's enjoyment, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Sensing her gaze, Fang Ziqing turned his attention to Bai. However, he was not concerned. If he had ever let embarrassment deter him from working to earn money, he would have starved long ago. He responded to her with a smile. Realizing her breach of etiquette, Bai blushed and quickly looked down, avoiding his gaze. Lianya had indeed kept her word, and Fang Ziqing officially became the designated punching bag for Class 10. It is admirable that classmate Fang has voluntarily chosen to be our sparring partner. The students lined up to take turns practicing their martial skills with him. Fang Ziqing forced a somewhat awkward smile, thinking voluntary? Who would willingly become a punching bag? As he observed the long line of students before him, he promptly raised his hand and said, "Teacher Liang, I suggest we wear protective gear to prevent injuries." Lianya nodded and replied with a smile. "That is a reasonable request, but I must decline." Fang Ziqing bit his lip and asked, "May I inquire about the reason for your refusal, Teacher Liang?" Lianya pondered for a moment and sheepishly admitted, "The academy informed me yesterday to collect the protective gear, but I forgot to bring it today." The other students were aware that they were now capable individuals, with even the weakest possessing a strength of at least 200 pounds. A poorly executed punch could have serious repercussions. Noticing the expressions of concern among her students, Lianya furrowed her brow and commanded, "What are you all waiting for? The first one, step up quickly. Each person will have 1 minute." The first boy timidly approached and cupped his fists towards Fang Ziqing, signaling that he was ready to begin. Fang Ziqing nodded thoughtfully. Lianya had only requested him to serve as a sparring partner, without any stipulation against counterattacking. Suddenly, a classmate in front of him swung his fists and charged at Fang Ziqing. However, even if he were not an adept, anyone with a modicum of combat experience could likely defeat him. Fang Ziqing mused, swiftly deflecting the attack and executing a sweeping kick, sending the classmate crashing to the ground. Lianya covered her face, unable to bear the sight, exclaiming, "Next." The second challenger was also a male, somewhat more competent than the first. Yet he too succumbed within 3 rounds. Witnessing several of their peers effortlessly defeated by Fang Ziqing, the remaining challengers lost their confidence. Lianya interjected, "Remember, Fang Ziqing achieved 2 D ranks just yesterday. Do not underestimate him." After dispatching 10 opponents, Fang Ziqing turned to Lianya and stated, "Teacher, I am fatigued and can no longer continue as a sparring partner. Liang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to rest while summoning another student to take his place. In truth, had they exhibited greater skill, they could have provided him with valuable experience regarding the cannon fist, and he would have gladly remained. Yet, after defeating a mere 10, it was evident they were merely stronger than average individuals, with an understanding of martial arts that approached zero. Fang Ziqing began to wonder if he alone had practiced the cannon fist the previous night. If the other students were aware, they would undoubtedly feel wronged. As many diligent practitioners had trained for quite some time, without grasping even the fundamentals, who could they blame for that? As evening training concluded, Liang Yi signaled for everyone to gather. I have an announcement. In a few days, our school will host its inaugural challenge competition. You all must prepare diligently to secure a commendable rank. This is your first test as aspiring adepts. The students exchanged glances, taken aback by the imminent competition. A palpable sense of tension enveloping them. Chapter 8. The first challenge competition approaches. A week passed in the blink of an eye, leading to the weekly challenge competition. This time, students from 10 classes assembled, each occupying their predetermined ranks. Fang Ziqing, ranked 298th, gazed towards the first-place seat, where Gu Wan sat expressionless, eyes closed in meditation. The imposing figure of He Darren emerged onto the stage. As the name suggests, the challenge competition allowed lower-ranked students to challenge those of higher rank, who were obliged to accept. Competitors could not challenge the same individual consecutively within a short time frame. Each participant was required to engage in combat, either challenging others or being challenged themselves. All right, young ones, the stage is set for you, He Darren proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Peng, ranked 6th, stepped forward and respectfully announced, I wish to challenge the first-ranked Gu Wan. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Gu Wan was a paragon of excellence, and Zhao Peng displayed remarkable audacity. Gu Wan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, ascended the stage. The two exchanged a respectful fist salute. In an instant, Zhao Peng summoned his energy, launching an assault towards Gu Wan's left side. Gu Wan, your prowess stems merely from your superior talent. True strength lies in combat. Clearly, Zhao Peng's speed was extraordinary, beyond that of an average opponent. The head teacher of Class 1, Gao Gu, nodded in approval, remarking to the other instructors, Zhao Peng's speed indeed demonstrates considerable talent. He achieved a C level in his initial assessment. After a week of rigorous training, it is evident that he has made significant progress. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Feng Yiwen, shook his head and remarked, while his speed is indeed impressive, his opponent is Gu Wan, a genius with 2 crankings. One wonders what hidden prowess Zhao Peng possesses. Without it, his chances of victory are exceedingly slim. The other teachers nodded in agreement. In a flash, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through Gu Wan's legs as she deftly sidestepped Zhao Peng's assault. Realizing his attack had failed, Zhao Peng refrained from pursuing further. His once prided speed had faltered, rendering a sneak attack unnecessary. However, did he think these were the only techniques at his disposal? Although the school's intermediate martial arts could only be cultivated at level 2, he had managed to trade for the lower-tier skill, cannon fist, from his classmates. After a week of practice, he had grasped the fundamentals and had successfully reached a minor mastery of the first level, which empowered him to challenge Gu Wan. With a flourish of his hands, Zhao Peng summoned spiritual energy into his arms, unleashing a flurry of fist shadows. Gu Wan, without uttering a word or attempting to evade, countered with the first level of cannon fist, striking with precision. Zhao Peng was swift, yet Gu Wan was swifter, and her strength overwhelmingly subdued him. In an instant, he was sent flying off the arena. His classmates hurried to assist him as he clutched his chest, pallid and breathless, addressing Gu Wan. Indeed, the genius who emerges once in 50 years lives up to her reputation. I, Zhao Peng, concede with utmost respect. Gu Wan nodded graciously and returned to her seat. The expressions of the other students reflected concern. Was Zhao Peng not formidable? On the contrary, he was exceptionally strong. His terrifying speed combined with the first level of cannon fist had even the top 10 students contemplating how they would respond if faced with him. Yet, against Gu Wan, he had barely lasted a minute. This battle invigorated the atmosphere among the students, sparking an unceasing chorus of challenges. Fang Ziqing pondered for a moment before deciding to challenge someone with a moderately ranked position. This would allow him to earn some merit points without drawing too much attention by rapidly ascending the ranks and revealing the nuances of his martial arts. He chose to challenge the robust Qian Jiaxi, who was ranked 49. As both ascended the stage, few held any expectations for Fang Ziqing, a student ranked 297. Daring to challenge one of the top 50 experts, a rather audacious move indeed. During this period, not only was he progressing, but so was everyone else. Feng Yiwen, The homeroom teacher smiled at Liangya, commenting, "Your student seems to be aiming high, challenging the top 50 in one fell swoop. Does he possess some secret technique?" Liangya huffed, dismissing his teasing. "Just watch." Throughout the week, her interest in Fang Ziqing had grown. She noted that, although he often went unnoticed, he consistently ranked among the top in any training session, never faltering to the first, but always remaining near the forefront. Moreover, he completed his training without so much as a flushed face or labored breath, while other students sought her counsel on various cultivation and martial arts queries. She had never observed him asking for help. Although Fang Ziqing was quite inconspicuous in class, Liangya sensed that this young boy harbored a secret, igniting her curiosity. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable nature of a woman's intuition. Despite Fang Ziqing's efforts to remain low-key, he unexpectedly captured Liangya's attention. Yet, she was not the only one intrigued by him. At the front, Guwan had opened her eyes at some point, intently observing the two individuals on the arena. Unbeknownst to Fang Ziqing, he was under the scrutiny of several onlookers. After the two exchanged fist salutes, the burly man let out a thunderous roar, his massive fist descending towards Fang Ziqing. The latter assessed the approaching fist and thought, too slow. As the fist was about to strike him, Fang Ziqing deftly sidestepped, allowing the blow to narrowly miss him. The burly man, noticing this, swiftly swung his arm to the right. However, the anticipated scenario of his opponent being sent flying did not unfold. How could this be? Even the homeroom teacher claimed that if it were solely a matter of strength, he could rank among the top 20. Why was he being blocked? Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow slightly. This strength was rather feeble. He had specifically chosen an opponent who appeared to be a powerhouse, intending to gauge his training progress, only to discover that appearances were deceiving. The burly man let out another furious yell, channeling all his might. The first stage of the cannon fist, which had almost reached a breakthrough, surprisingly reached minor success in this battle. However, being in a combat state, if he unleashed all his strength through the cannon fist, it would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Should Fang Ziqing absorb the brunt of his attack, the burly man risked shattering his own arm. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Ziqing employed the technique of the cannon fist he had just mastered yesterday, the mountain-toppling bull, to dissipate the man's force. The burly man felt as though his colossal power had struck cotton. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sudden force propelled him off the stage. Fang Ziqing clasped his hands together and remarked, "Thank you for the match, brother." The burly man returned the gesture, unable to voice any complaints. Even though being bested by a newcomer was embarrassing, nonetheless, he had inadvertently improved his martial skills and could still challenge others to reclaim his standing. To the classmates, the burly man's defeat was shrouded in mystery, but the teachers perceived it differently. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Feng Yiwen, remarked gravely, "Liangya, your student is quite remarkable. If I am not mistaken, that was the mountain-toppling bull technique from the second stage of the cannon fist, correct?" Liangya maintained a composed exterior, though internally, she was astounded. "Ah, Fang Ziqing, your understanding of martial arts is profound. Given time, if your training progresses even slightly faster, you may have the chance to ascend to greater heights." As Liangya calculated her next moves, Guwan squinted slightly. The second stage of the mountain-toppling bull. I too just broke through last night. By rights, the three stages of the cannon fist correspond to LV1, LV2, and LV3. To grasp such techniques indicates a high innate talent for martial arts. Yet to execute them requires not only ordinary LV2 spiritual energy, but also a body capable of withstanding such immense force. From the very beginning, my strength reached a C rank, and recently, I have even brushed against the threshold of LV2. But what about Fang Ziqing? With such prowess, he could undoubtedly challenge the top 10, or even higher. Yet, after he faced his first opponent, he seemed to enter a state of deep meditation. Even when others sought to challenge him, he declined under the pretext of feeling unwell. He had already fought once today, leaving others unable to criticize him. However, this scoundrel was clearly deliberate in his avoidance. With this thought, Guwan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she stood up. "Fang Ziqing, I challenge you." Chapter 9. How many secrets do you truly possess? The arena fell into a hushed silence, everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Guwan was initiating a challenge against someone, and she had just ranked 49th? While there was no rule preventing a higher-ranked individual from challenging a lower-ranked one, she was Guwan. Wasn't she supposed to be taking on the top 10? Fang Ziqing, equally taken aback, looked at Guwan pointing at him. I just had a fight with that classmate earlier and sustained significant injuries. I'm afraid I won't be able to face you in the short term. My apologies." Guwan. He clutched his chest, feigning severe injury. Guwan regarded Fang Ziqing's poor acting with a slight smile. "No, I insist on challenging you. Perhaps another day, no. I demand today." The onlookers observed the two as if they were engaged in playful banter, their expressions shifting slightly. No wonder Guwon would challenge him. It seemed they were a couple. Some boys turned pale, exclaiming, "My goddess Guwon." As the crowd's attention grew, even the homeroom teacher glanced over. And Fang Ziqing felt a surge of anxiety. He had finally managed to evade attention by feigning illness, only for Guwon to suddenly emerge and draw all eyes to them. Without a second thought, he grasped Guwon's hand and led her away. A gasp rippled through the venue. On the ability forum, the goddess of the First High Academy, Guwon, has unveiled her boyfriend. The goddess Guwon has been wronged and has explicitly called out for a challenge against someone. Fang Ziqing, are you brave enough to face me? Once they exited the challenge area, Fang Ziqing chuckled wryly. What are you playing at, miss? Guwon's response was a flurry of swift punches. Fang Ziqing's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively raised a hand to block. However, Guwon struck mercilessly, her right leg sweeping towards his lower body. Seeing this, Fang Ziqing decided to hold nothing back. It was an excellent opportunity to test his training from today. A flaw. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed the second level of cannon fist, striking with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. After the final punch, Fang Ziqing staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Impressive, Fang Ziqing thought to himself. Having just fought a burly opponent, he had grasped the extent of LV1 power and thus recognized Guwon's strength. During her match with Xiaopeng, she hadn't even exerted herself fully, otherwise a single strike would have guaranteed his defeat. Rubbing his chest, he conceded, "I admit defeat. You truly are formidable, Miss Gu. I am no match for you." Guwon remained silent and turned to leave. On her way, she entered the women's restroom and caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, noticing a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Until now, the vital energy within me continues to surge, refusing to settle, rendering me momentarily speechless. Perhaps even Fang Ziqing is unaware of the true extent of his formidable power. Despite Guwon exerting her utmost strength, she could only force him back by 3 steps, unable to prevent that strange force from recklessly crashing through her body. Observing Fang Ziqing's earlier demeanor, it is evident that he remains largely unscathed. In truth, the defeat lies within herself. Guwon extended her tongue to taste the blood at the corner of her mouth. Fang Ziqing, how many secrets do you truly possess? If the challenge competition merely serves to ascertain rankings and claim associated benefits at the month's end, then the forthcoming gambling duel represents a swifter means of earning merit points. The gambling duel takes 2 forms. The open duel, where both parties voluntarily engage in combat, naming each other explicitly, and with the victor claiming the stakes, which may include merit points or martial arts techniques. And the clandestine duel, utilizing the Academy's newly developed virtual combat apparatus, allowing battles to unfold in a virtual realm. Unlike the open duel, participants in a clandestine duel can choose to conceal their true identities, and during combat, all abilities such as strength and speed are equalized, a splendid opportunity for honing martial skills. For Fang Ziqing, who seeks to mask his prowess, the clandestine duel is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Within the virtual training room, numerous students are gathered, captivated by the projection of a battle. On the central screen, 2 students engage in combat. Fang Ziqing moved closer to observe. Fairy versus the greatest under heaven. The figures on the screen are mere phantoms, their genders indistinguishable. Fang Ziqing watches with keen interest as the duel intensifies. The fairy evidently possesses a superior understanding of the cannon fist, effortlessly leading the greatest under heaven to defeat in a matter of moves. In the virtual training room, participants typically exit through a hidden door, their identities remaining unknown. Fang Ziqing, intrigued, learned that this platform connects to the entire network, allowing interactions not only with peers from the 3 major faculties of the Academy, but also with external experts at higher ranks. He discreetly entered an unoccupied virtual training room, where a device connecting to the virtual network awaited. Fang Ziqing reclined within, feeling the machine enveloping him snugly, a sensory helmet resting upon his brow. As he slowly closed his eyes, the connection initiated. "Would you like to register an account?" Fang Ziqing mentally confirmed, "Yes. Please enter your nickname." Considering the need for anonymity, he chose a name that would not evoke any associations with his true identity, Mighty Gorilla. Nickname available. "Would you like to enter the virtual space?" "Yes." In an instant, he felt a dizzying shift, finding himself amidst a virtual realm populated by identical phantoms moving about. Before he could thoroughly survey his surroundings, a screen materialized before him. Ding. A snowflake has issued a battle challenge to you, with a wager of 50 merit points. Do you accept? 50 merit points? During yesterday's challenge competition, the top-ranked participant received 150 merit points, while those ranked 2 to 10 received 100 points, and those from 11 to 50 received 50 points, with anyone beyond that only earning 30. The individual capable of immediately showcasing 50 points in a competitive duel is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Suddenly, two phantoms materialize on a virtual arena. A prompt appears before both parties, inquiring whether to publicly display the footage, with the points earned from the broadcast going entirely to the victor. Both parties consent, and their attributes are allocated. Level 1, with abilities assigned as follows: Strength D, Speed C, Stamina D. Fang Ziqing nods. The random distribution of abilities by the system seems quite fair. As the battle is about to commence, a countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. At the very moment the countdown concludes, both combatants swiftly launch their attacks towards one another. The advantage of speed in this allocation is markedly pronounced. Whoever seizes this edge can secure victory. In their initial clash, neither fighter gains the upper hand. Both are aware that their opponent possesses a speed capability of C in reality. Should a combatant with a speed lower than C enter the fray, they would inevitably expose themselves to vulnerabilities upon engagement. In the auditorium, students exclaim in astonishment, "Look, it's that snow-colored figure." Since the opening of the virtual training room today, they have achieved an astonishing record of 7 victories. Eyes turn toward the previous battle. In their first encounter, the two displayed both strengths and weaknesses. Goodness, they're incredibly fast. Their control at speed C is remarkable. Indeed, I wonder if they are from our academy. That is hard to say. Although only a few achieved C in last week's assessment, a week has passed, and everyone has progressed. No one can be certain if anyone has made a breakthrough. Amidst the buzz of discussion in the auditorium, the snow-colored figure initiates a second wave of assault, intending to preemptively block her opponent's evasive maneuvers and test her control over strength. Upon noticing this, Fang Ziqing comprehends her intentions and shows no fear, quickly retaliating with a powerful punch. A resounding thud echoes as the strike connects, and both combatants are propelled backward by the force of inertia. In the virtual training room of the Advanced Experimental Academy in Tianhai City, Xingfei lies in a device, furrowing her brow. The powerful figure before her is certainly not from her academy. After the challenge matches yesterday, she had a fair understanding of the abilities of the top 10 ranked individuals within her institution. While there were indeed some with a speed rating of C, none exhibited such exquisite control over strength. Having found herself at a disadvantage after just one direct encounter, could it be that her opponent is Gu Wan from the First Advanced Academy? Yet, even if that were the case, what of it? Chapter 10. I have transformed into a scoundrel. Xingfei dismisses her probing thoughts, casting a glance at her status within the virtual realm. Having launched the initial attack, her spiritual energy is now depleted to 70%. Continuing to prolong the battle would be unfavorable. Thus, she resolves to determine the outcome through martial skills. With unwavering confidence in her recently mastered technique, the mountain-pushing bull, she prepares for the confrontation. Fang Ziqing clenches his fists. His opponent is formidable, demonstrating remarkable control over speed and strength, with quick reflexes to match. He decides against further defense, having gauged his adversary's capabilities through their previous exchanges. It is time to determine the victor. Both warriors channel their spiritual energy, evidently intent on resolving their duel through martial prowess. The students in the hall were engaged in a different kind of battle. One fought with barges of messages. "I want to enjoy some roast chicken," remarked one, bestowing a point of merit. "These two are undoubtedly geniuses of our esteemed academy." Another chimed in, "How audacious. I wager there are definitely members from our experimental academy among them." A third voice interjected, "Hey, what about me? Do I have no say just because I'm from the 6th high school?" Due to the necessity of offering rewards to send messages, students from the 3 prestigious academies, though reluctant, were not shy in their verbal sparring. With a clash of fists, spiritual energy surged forth, the hidden power in their techniques clashing and attempting to penetrate each other's defenses. In a brief moment, a flash of red light erupted, accompanied by a notification sound. Ding. In this contest, the mighty gorilla emerges victorious, earning 78 points of merit. Xingfei slowly removed her helmet, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She had been defeated. In a pure display of martial prowess, that mighty gorilla had utilized the second level of the technique Distant Mountain, Distant Bull, with a mastery that surpassed her own. Her loss was not unjust. Yet, who was this mighty gorilla? Gu Wan. Xingfei furrowed her brow. From her understanding, Gu Wan was a cute girl. How could she possibly have such a robust name? Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing exited the arena, exhilarated. "I've struck it rich." His eyes sparkled with excitement. In less than 3 minutes, his assets had doubled, proving to be even quicker than thievery itself. And someone rewarded me with 28 points of merit. What generous souls. Opening his profile panel, he noted, nickname, Mighty Gorilla Record, 1 win, 0 losses win rate, 100 ding. A request from a flurry of snow to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Fang Ziqing glanced at the friend request, opening the profile card of the sender. Nickname, a flurry of snow record, 7 wins, 1 loss win rate, 87. 5 having completed 7 victories in just 1 day since the virtual training room's opening. It was evident that this individual was highly skilled. Without hesitation, he declined the request. After all, he intended to keep his identity concealed and could not afford to miss any opportunity that might reveal his true self. Quietly exiting the virtual equipment room, he overheard the students in the hall continuing their fervent discussions. Who is this mighty gorilla? How could he possibly defeat a flurry of snow? The consensus was that both were exceptionally formidable. If he was not mistaken, they had both achieved the second level of Distant Mountain, Distant Bull. My goodness, I haven't even grasped the first level. Fang Ziqing thought to himself, feeling a chill. He resolved never to stream live again. The risk of exposure was too great. Yet, without streaming, he would forfeit potential rewards. If he streamed, his identity might be uncovered, leading to the exposure of his cultivation techniques, rendering him vulnerable. But without streaming, he would lose out on earning merit points. It felt a grave injustice to squander such wealth. In that moment of contemplation, a philosophical dilemma arose: to pursue wealth or to preserve one's life. Just then, he caught whispers from nearby. Isn't that Fang the scoundrel from the forums? Indeed, it is he. I encountered him during the competition. It is said that he heartlessly abandoned Gu Wan, even forcing her to terminate her unborn child. What? Do they both have children? Fang Ziqing, coming back to his senses, realized he was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with classmates outside pointing and whispering among themselves. What nonsense is this? I am the scoundrel? I abandoned Gu Wan, and there are children involved? Fang Ziqing's face darkened. The audacity of the rumormonger was utterly shameless. Willing to say anything, he gritted his teeth and pushed his way through the crowd, hastily exiting the virtual training room. Once outside, he opened the ability forum, only to find his post pinned at the top. Shocking. The tale of scoundrel Fang Ziqing abandoning the goddess Gu Wan of the First Advanced Academy. Astonishingly, it had garnered 500 likes. In the Tianhai district, there were only 700 ability users. Had 70% of them seen this? With a grim expression, Fang Ziqing clicked on it. Hello everyone, I am your beloved informant, Xiaoling Tong. This episode brings you explosive news. The first genius goddess of the Tianhai district, Gu Wan, has been heartlessly abandoned by a man. Now, let me recount the events. It is said that before they became ability users, the two were already acquainted. The man employed despicable tactics to win Gu Wan's affection, only to become increasingly cruel, bullying her instead of cherishing her. Not long ago, Gu Wan conceived his child, but that vile man mercilessly forced her to terminate the pregnancy. How utterly disgraceful. Gu Wan, unwilling to let a small life vanish, publicly challenged that man during the competition, stipulating that if she won, she would keep the child. Realizing he could not best Gu Wan, that scoundrel resorted to spreading rumors, leading her to the hospital for an abortion. The man is named Fang Ziqing. Below, there were high-definition images of him dragging Gu Wan out, paired with a close-up of his face, even labeled with the words scoundrel Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, dodging passers-by as he quickly used the room card Gu Wan had given him to enter her residence. Bang! He closed the door as if he were a thief. Gu Wan, hearing the commotion, approached and nodded at Fang Ziqing. He hurriedly said, Gu Wan, something has gone terribly wrong. Unperturbed, Gu Wan picked up a towel from the sofa to wipe the sweat from her forehead and remarked, You seem anxious. This isn't like you. Have you checked the forum lately? I have. Fang Ziqing shook his head. What about your watch? I was looking for it. Gu Wan pointed to her watch on the table. Fang Ziqing picked it up and swiftly located the highlighted post. Read it. You even liked it? At that moment, Gu Wan leaned in to take a look. It's well written, vivid, logical, with images and truth. It's as if the protagonist of the story isn't me, but rather like an onlooker sharing their opinion. Fang Ziqing held his forehead in exasperation. Sister, we are being wronged. Why are you not worried? Do you know who posted this? Fang Ziqing shook his head. That Xiaoling Tong posted anonymously. Who knows who it could be? The urgency of the matter seems futile. Even the desire to confront him is rendered powerless. In time, the truth will reveal itself, and the whispers will fade. Observing Gu Wan's nonchalant demeanor, Fang Ziqing mused that if the leading lady remained unperturbed, perhaps it was best for him to focus on his training. After Fang Ziqing departed, Gu Wan opened the collection of images on her wristwatch, finding the one where Fang Ziqing anxiously pulled her away. After examining it closely, a gentle smile graced her lips. Chapter 11. Concealed Strength, my greatest asset at the prestigious First Advanced Academy in Tianhai City, within the Class 10 of the Ability Zone. Lianyo addressed her peers with the report from the recent competition. Some students performed admirably in this contest. Fang Ziqing secured the 49th position. Bai Yi triumphed over the previously ranked 28th. Mi Xingqing and two others made it into the top 100. She set down the statistics, but continued. However, some of you remain stagnant. It appears this week's training lacked diligence. A male classmate, blushing from the rebuke, protested, Teacher Liang, we are inherently at a disadvantage. It's impossible for us to compete without prior challenges. Liang furrowed her brow, slamming her palm against the desk. What are you afraid of? Are the students from Class 1 invincible? Must my Class 10 be relegated to a position of defeat? If we adhere to your logic, we might as well forego training altogether and let the rankings determine our fates during the examinations. She continued, how could Fang Ziqing surpass the 49th rank? How could Bai Yi defeat the 28th? They are both from Class 10 as well. Is their training not on par with yours? Liang, visibly frustrated, declared, you are not born geniuses like Guwan, yet you do not strive to catch up. What good is this lamenting? From now on, anyone whose ranking stagnates or declines will face double training. I refuse to believe that my Class 10 is beyond redemption. Do you understand? The entire class, including the male student who had complained, responded in unison, we understand. Liang nodded and waved her hand. All right, my little ones. Let us see the level you have attained this week. Assemble in the training room in 10 minutes. In the Class 10 training room, the usual assessments of strength, speed, and reflexes commenced. Notably, Bai Yi, who had previously defeated the 28th rank, not only elevated her strength to a D grade, but also achieved a C grade in reflexes. Moreover, she was on the brink of breaking through the first level of the cannon punch, demonstrating her capability to conquer Mi Xingqing. Next, Fang Ziqing. All eyes turned towards him. Perhaps Bai Yi ranked higher, but in terms of notoriety, who could rival the infamous Fang Ziqing? With an expressionless visage, he approached. Inwardly lamenting the scrutiny, he focused on controlling his strength, feigning an effortful punch. Liang frowned slightly. It was yet another D grade, though she remained silent. Her gaze was sharp as she observed his reflex test. D, identical to the previous results. Fang Ziqing, aware of Liang's disapproving look, dared not conceal his abilities any longer and slightly increased his speed. D, an improvement from his earlier D grade, with all three categories scoring D. This was typically the pinnacle for an ordinary level 1 ability user. In Class 10, such results would indeed place him among the elite. However, it must be acknowledged that individuals endowed with talent invariably possess one or even two remarkably outstanding abilities. Fang Ziqing's performance in defeating his opponent on the arena that day made Liang feel that this young man had not fully unleashed his potential. Once everyone had completed their assessments, Liang announced that prior to training, Class 10 would also hold a competition to vie for the positions of Class Leader and Vice Leader, with the Class Leader earning 100 merit points each month and the Vice Leader 80 merit points. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If one could attain the position of Class Leader, they could effortlessly receive 100 merit points monthly, which equates to the guaranteed monthly merit points for those ranked 2nd to 10th. Although Level 1 practitioners are restricted to cultivating only basic martial techniques and are not permitted to use merit points to purchase martial skills from the ability store. Upon reaching Level 2, individuals can begin training in intermediate martial techniques, each of which can cost over 1,000 merit points. Presently, who could afford such a purchase? Those unable to do so would have no choice but to continue with basic martial techniques, where the second tier of such techniques only holds power comparable to the first tier of intermediate techniques. Even attaining the third tier of basic martial techniques would merely rival the first tier of advanced techniques. If one cannot accumulate the requisite merit points before advancing in level, they may face the awkward predicament of leveling up without any martial skills to cultivate. Similarly, while others utilize intermediate martial techniques at Level 2, you would still be practicing basic techniques, and the time you invest in grasping the second tier of basic techniques would only measure up to the first tier of others. Time is the most precious currency. With the law of the strong growing stronger and the weak growing weaker, the disparities will inevitably widen to a point of irreparability. The classmates of Class 10 turned their gazes towards Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, regardless of the testing data or the rankings in the competition. These two were the most formidable individuals in Class 10. According to the rankings, Bai Yi held the first position, while Fang Ziqing was second, should no one challenge them. They would naturally assume the roles of Class Leader and Vice Leader. Liang remarked nonchalantly that after a while, despite many hesitating, no one stepped forward to challenge them. Liang scoffed. Not even possessing this small measure of courage is truly laughable. It wouldn't be long before someone advanced to Level 2. At that point, everyone would gradually ascend, and I wonder if your merit points would suffice to exchange for an intermediate martial skill? Some might think. Since the Academy hasn't prohibited the gifting of martial skills, I could always plead with others. Liang Ye replied, with calmness. I can clearly inform you that you should abandon such thoughts. To put it nicely, you are classmates. To put it bluntly, you are competitors, who would wish for their rivals to strengthen their abilities. Furthermore, martial skills are a person's trump card. Everyone conceals their exchanges. How could they be easily divulged? If you do not strive and compete, you will surely regret it come examination time, whether you believe it or not. Hearing this, the crowd clenched their fists. Who among those capable of becoming practitioners is not a favored child of destiny? They all emerged from a pool of 3,000. Yet now, do they lack even the courage to challenge? A young man rose to his feet and proclaimed, Teacher, you are indeed correct. A person without dreams is better off never becoming a capable individual. I shall challenge the position of vice-class leader. Firstly, because I refuse to concede defeat, and secondly, Fang Ziqing, you scoundrel, return my goddess Gu Wan. As he spoke, his fervor intensified, his face flushed as he uttered the final declaration. The surrounding classmates cast peculiar glances at Fang Ziqing, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing, filled with ire, found himself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight. Have you been feasting on my family's rice? He retorted, beckoning the young man with a finger to signify his acceptance of the challenge. Liang Ye observed the exchange with a nod. The standing student, Liang Bo, was one of the two individuals from Class 10, alongside Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, who had managed to break into the top 100, showcasing considerable skill, particularly with a strength rating of D. It remained uncertain whether Liang Bo could compel Fang Ziqing to reveal his true prowess. The two contenders ascended the stage, bowing in respect. As the match commenced, before Liang Bo could even react, spiritual energy surged beneath Fang Ziqing's feet, propelling him instantaneously to Liang Bo's side. Before Liang Bo could process the situation, Fang Ziqing landed a punch, executing the strike without employing any martial techniques. A dull thud echoed as Liang Bo felt an overwhelming force, and, before he could retaliate, found himself tumbling off the stage. Fang Ziqing clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Conceding the victory, Liang Bo clutched his chest, his face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, I hadn't even had time to react. This round doesn't count. The onlooking classmates erupted in laughter. Who grants you time on the stage? Chapter 12. The invitation from class leader by Fang Ziqing turned to him with a smile, saying, It wouldn't be unreasonable to grant you another chance, but one must offer something in return, don't you think? Liang Ye, arms crossed, observed the two without intervening, fully endorsing Fang Ziqing's approach to negotiate for benefits. Liang Bo glared at Fang Ziqing, gritting his teeth. Then let's wager 10 academic points. Although he had fought hard to enter the top 100 and earn some rewards, the benefits beyond the 50th place were merely 30 points. Moreover, he had lost some points in a curiosity-driven gamble the previous day. Presently, he was left with only 10 points. Fang Ziqing had no objections. Indeed, 10 points was a considerable sum at this moment. However, he stipulated, if you lose, I shall not return your wager. Liang Bo was no fool. He would not relinquish his points without reason. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, signaling that it was settled. The two competitors returned to the stage, with Liang Bo now fully alert. Before Fang Ziqing could make a move, Liang Bo executed the first level of the cannon fist, striking directly towards him. Following the sparring session the previous day, most had made advancements, and Liang Bo was among the fortunate ones who had fortuitously broken through to the first level of cannon fist. No wonder he had the confidence to wager 10 points. He had a trump card. Liang Bo unleashed a flurry of fist shadows aimed at Fang Ziqing, causing the surrounding classmates to widen their eyes in astonishment. For most had not yet mastered this first level of cannon fist. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing felt a slight disappointment within. The strength displayed was rather mediocre, falling short of that exhibited by the formidable competitor in the challenge. However, he cast a sidelong glance at Liang Ye, who stood with her arms crossed, and did not opt for a swift resolution. It was only when Liang Bo's fist was about to strike him that he barely managed to evade, choosing solely to defend without initiating any offense. After exchanging blows back and forth for several rounds, Liang Ye smirked, contemplating how poorly he was concealing his deliberate restraint. Noticing that Liang Bo had nearly exhausted his strength, Fang Ziqing seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to his rear. The resounding impact sent the unsuspecting Liang Bo tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Fang Ziqing maintained a stoic expression while internally reflecting. Let them call me a scoundrel. And as for my dear Gu Wan, when did she become yours? Liang Ye stepped forward and declared, thus, Fang Ziqing emerges victorious in this match. Is there anyone else willing to challenge him? Although some classmates seemed tempted, the fact that Liang Bo had already suffered 2 defeats at Fang Ziqing's hands dissuaded them from seeking further humiliation. With no one else stepping forward, Liang Ye's attention shifted towards Bai Yi. It was understandable that Liang Bo could not elicit Fang Ziqing's full potential, but Bai Yi was a seasoned competitor, having reached the top 30. Despite her higher ranking, Liang was well aware that Fang Ziqing had mastered the second level of the cannon fist, making the outcome uncertain. Shall you two compete for supremacy? Liang suggested, eyeing the pair. Bai Yi nodded, gracefully stepping forward on her long, fair legs to address Fang Ziqing. Fang, let us have a match as well. Though my rank is higher than yours, it does not necessarily reflect our respective combat abilities. Fang Ziqing was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma, subtle notes of jasmine. He had never been this close to a girl besides Guwan, and the unfamiliar proximity caused him to furrow his brow and take a slight step back. Noticing his retreat, Bai Yi was taken aback. Why are you avoiding me? Suddenly, memories of the post on the forum about his closeness with Guwan flooded her mind. Was it to spare Guwan from jealousy? Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged Guwan's considerable strength and beauty. Yet, as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of rivalry, even with a man she barely knew. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Fang Ziqing interjected, no need, I concede. I recognize that I am no match for you, Bai. He waved his hands dismissively at Bai Yi, his intention being to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Ironically, the more he sought to downplay his presence, the more he became the center of attention. Being a mere vice-class monitor was sufficient for him. He preferred to leave the spotlight of the class president to others. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. She was aware of Fang Ziqing's prowess. In a genuine confrontation, she could not guarantee her victory over him. The position of class president conferred an additional 20 grade points and represented a significant honor. Why would he relinquish such an opportunity? Was it because of her? Or some other reason? Lost in her thoughts, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Fang Ziqing was entirely oblivious to what was occupying her thoughts. Just as he contemplated turning away, he heard Bai Yi's soft voice calling out, Fang, can I invite you to dinner after class? Fang Ziqing glanced at the tall and graceful Bai Yi, who shyly tugged at the hem of her clothing and continued, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your allowing me to take on the role of class monitor. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she resembled a princess raised in a sheltered environment, unaccustomed to making the first move like a boy. Fang Ziqing was about to decline when a sudden realization struck him. Dinner? Could this mean he might save himself a considerable sum of federal currency? Yet, he wondered if she would attempt to back out if he indulged too freely. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Bai, are you certain you're the one treating me? He emphasized the word treat to confirm her intentions once more. Bai Yi, momentarily startled, quickly affirmed, yes, whatever you wish to eat is fine. Seeing Fang Ziqing nod in agreement, she eagerly added, then I shall wait for you after class. Chapter 13. A meal lurking with hidden dangers upon exiting the training room. Fang Ziqing found Bai Yi waiting for him by the entrance. As he approached, Bai Yi stepped away from the wall she had been leaning against. Fang Ziqing nodded in acknowledgement, and Bai Yi, with a radiant smile, asked, is there anything in particular you wish to eat, Fang? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, as long as it suits your taste. Bai Yi pondered for a brief moment before suggesting, while our class cafeteria offers quite a variety, it can become monotonous. Why not explore the cafeteria of another class? Fang Ziqing nodded. He had yet to dine at any other class's cafeteria since the school year began. Bai Yi beamed at his response and suggested, Class 1 is reputed for its culinary excellence. Shall we visit their cafeteria? Sounds good, Fang Ziqing concurred. And together they made their way to the Class 1 cafeteria, engaging in light conversation about training and martial arts along the way. Unbeknownst to them, a lecherous little chubby boy stealthily snapped photos of them walking side by side, his shots creating the illusion that they were holding hands. With swift fingers, the chubby boy tapped away at the virtual screen that appeared on his wristwatch. Given that each cafeteria served only one class, and each class comprised no more than 30 students, the cafeteria was spacious, and it was rare to witness many students dining simultaneously. The pair chose a secluded corner to sit down. At that moment, Guwan and a group of classmates from Class 1 emerged from the training room. In the recent class monitor election, Guwan had undoubtedly secured the top position without any challengers. Conversely, the competition for vice monitor was fierce, with 9 out of the top 10 contenders hailing from their class, each unwilling to concede, resulting in a rather intense battle. Ultimately, a girl named Jiang Lexin managed to edge out the competition, claiming the vice monitor title. Typically, the class monitor and vice monitor would collaborate closely to maintain class order, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Thus, Jiang Lexin extended an invitation to Guwan to join her for a meal to further their acquaintance. Guwan readily agreed, but suddenly, she noticed Jiang Lexin's face shift awkwardly as she glanced to the side. Curiosity piqued, Guwan followed her gaze. Yi and Fang Ziqing were also dining, their laughter and cheerful banter resonating in the air. Gu Wan, with an expressionless demeanor, turned her head and resumed eating the food on her plate. Jiang Lixin cautiously inquired, Gu Wan, do you think the post circulating is false? Gu Wan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Lixin, and asked, and what do you think? Upon meeting Gu Wan's gaze, Jiang Lixin instinctively averted her eyes, aware that prying into others' privacy was an ill-advised habit. Yet it was in a woman's nature to indulge in gossip, especially when faced with someone of such exceptional beauty, stature, and capability as the woman across from her. I believe it must be false. Although Fang Ziqing has secured the 49th position, the distance between you two remains significant. However, I do recall the girl by his side. Jiang Lixin remarked, unable to decipher Gu Wan's emotions and hastily shifting the topic. Gu Wan set down her fork, gesturing for her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lixin said, I have researched the top 50 rankings and the students with significant advancements. If my memory serves me right, that girl is named Bai Yi. Oh, she is also from class 10, the only one from that class to rank in the top 30, currently sitting at 28th. Suddenly struck by a thought, Jiang Lixin quickly added, oh, Fang Ziqing is also from class 10, perhaps they are merely dining together as ordinary classmates. Nonetheless, a tinge of curiosity lingered within her. What could the students of class 10 be doing in their cafeteria? Was it perhaps a display of dominance towards Gu Wan? Bai Yi, facing Gu Wan and her companion, noticed them. Unbeknownst to her, something stirred within her, and as Gu Wan glanced her way, she offered a polite, yet slightly haughty nod. Fang Ziqing, I have heard that you and Gu Wan are a couple. Is that true? Bai Yi inquired nonchalantly. Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively, replying, Gu Wan is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also the brightest talent in Tianhai City. How could I possibly be worthy of her? The posts on the forum are merely the fabrications of bored classmates. He sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to meet Gu Wan in secret from now on, otherwise, the rumors would never dissipate. Ever since the post had been pinned, countless individuals had inquired about this matter, and he was unaware of how many secretly labeled him as a scoundrel. Fang Ziqing felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, having never been in a romantic relationship. He now bore the title of a bad boy. Who could he possibly confide in? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi smiled, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Not at all. I believe you are quite likable, Fang Ziqing. Surely many girls must be fond of you? Fang Ziqing burst into laughter, saying, you are mistaken. Throughout my life, I have never been the object of a girl's affection. Jiang Lixin stole a glance at Gu Wan and whispered, they seem very happy. Gu Wan replied, unhurriedly, are you quite interested in them? Jiang Lixin stuck out her tongue, choosing silence as the only sound that followed was Gu Wan's emotionless statement. We have eaten enough. Let us return. Jiang Lixin nodded in agreement, and the two rose to leave. The cleaning lady noticed that the two had finished their meal and intended to clear the table. Just as she reached for a plate, a sudden muffled crack echoed through the air as Gu Wan's plate unexpectedly developed a fissure, splitting in two. Chapter 14. The bitter taste of jealousy. Fang Ziqing let out a satisfied belch, patting his stomach as he said, thank you for today, Bai. I shall treat you some other day. Sure, I am free any day, just let me know, came the reply. Fang Ziqing awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had merely been offering polite discourse. This girl was rather obtuse. I definitely won't treat you. Earlier, Fang Ziqing had watched Bai Yi order with reckless abandon. Without a second glance at the prices, simply point and choose. Today's meal would surely amount to several hundred federal coins, at the very least. What could he be compelled to do? Spend money? Absolutely not. Upon returning home, Fang Ziqing patted his stomach, elated that he had enjoyed a splendid meal without spending a dime. Joy is best when shared, transforming one delight into two. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ziqing activated his wristwatch and opened Gu Wan's message window. Gu Wan was diligently practicing cannon fist, appearing focused, yet her mind was elsewhere. She was acutely aware that she was far from her usual state, her skills not even close to what they once were, let alone hoping for improvement. Whenever she tried to concentrate on mastering the third level of cannon fist, the laughter of Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi echoed in her mind. Oh, he had never laughed like that when he was with her. A flicker of annoyance surfaced in Gu Wan's heart. She shook her head, deciding to pause her training, and casually picked up her wristwatch to check for updates. To her dismay, her and Fang Ziqing's pinned headline had been eclipsed by other posts. Breaking news, scoundrel Fang Ziqing surfaces with new girlfriend, strolling hand in hand. Is an innocent maiden about to be ruined? Taking a deep breath, Gu Wan tossed her wristwatch onto the bed and turned towards the training room. Bang, bang, bang. A series of striking sounds ensued. However, mere minutes later, Guwan emerged from the training room with an impassive expression and quickly grabbed her wristwatch to revisit the post, silently reminding herself that she was merely curious about the happenings at the academy, not particularly invested in anyone. Greetings, everyone. I am your beloved informant, Little Ling Tong. This episode brings you a shocking twist. As we previously learned, the scoundrel Fang Ziqing has ensnared the goddess of the first advanced academy, Guwan. Initially, it was hoped that upon seeing Little Ling Tong's report, he would mend his ways and reform. However, it seems he remains unrepentant and is poised to ensnare yet another maiden. Please observe the image below. A man and a woman are seen walking along the path of the first advanced academy, hand in hand. The young lady in the white dress is Bai Yi, class leader of class 10, ranked 28th in the academy. She is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses remarkable beauty, truly deserving the title of goddess. Yet, this innocent maiden has fallen prey to Fang Ziqing. Is this a tragic loss of humanity or a moral decline? What thoughts must the abandoned Guwan harbor now? We welcome your perspectives in the comments below. The current report on the Ling Tong has come to an end. We shall see you in the next issue. Guwan meticulously read through the article, unconsciously clenching her fists. What are my thoughts? What does it matter to me that he is holding hands with other girls? How utterly tedious. Yet, has that fellow truly embarked on a romantic liaison with someone named Bai Yi? Bah, why should I care? What relevance does it hold for me? A fierce internal struggle raged within Guwan. She was clearly disinterested, yet the thought proliferated in her mind like an uncontrollable wildfire, multiplying incessantly. Ding! Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent you a message. Haha, Guwan. Today I indulged in a sumptuous feast. You wouldn't believe it. After reading this, Guwan scoffed. Is everyone else's meal so delectable? What a miser. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely typed a response. Oh, congratulations. Our post has been overshadowed. Fang Ziqing was overjoyed upon seeing Guwan's reply. Finally, I am free from the incessant chatter of others. Whoever pushed me down deserves a commendation. He eagerly clicked on the pinned and highlighted post. Breaking news. Scoundrel Fang Ziqing surfaces with a new girlfriend. Strolling hand in hand. Is an innocent young woman about to be doomed? Such a title. With the vastness of Tianhai City, it is quite normal to have namesakes. Upon seeing this headline, Fang Ziqing's heart sank slightly, but he consoled himself. When he clicked to view further, his expression darkened progressively until a particular image caught his eye. From this angle, it indeed appeared that he was walking hand in hand with Bai Yi. Who on earth possesses such a talent for capturing angles? I cursed their grandfather to be incessantly criticized when playing chess. In a certain residence of the first advanced academy, a rather unsavory little chubby fellow suddenly sneezed. Who dares to insult me? He then gazed at the virtual screen projected by his wristwatch, watching the monetary rewards for his posted article accumulate. His eyes gleaming with delight as he emitted a chuckle. Before Fang Ziqing could respond to Guwan, ding. Your friend Bai Yi has sent you a message. Upon opening it, Fang Ziqing read, Classmate Fang, I'm so sorry for the trouble I've caused you. It's all the fault of that rumor monger. How utterly detestable. Don't worry, I will clarify this on the post. Bai Yi, nestled on her sofa in a fluffy pajama set, exhibited no trace of remorse. Grinning as she sent her message. This isn't your fault at all. Rather, I should apologize for involving you. Upon seeing Fang Ziqing's message, Bai Yi smiled slightly, then opened the forum and pondered before posting a comment. I am Bai Yi. Everyone, please do not heed the rumors. Classmate Fang is a wonderful person and is certainly not the individual described. Fang Ziqing, witnessing her comment, couldn't help but smile wryly. Is Bai Yi truly foolish? Such a statement not only fails to clarify matters, but instead complicates them further. As expected, Chapter 15, a monumental good news. Time flew by. In September, a month worth commemorating, was drawing to a close. Fang Ziqing had already spent a month in this world. He was fortunate to have received a legacy, becoming an empowered individual, entitled to glimpse the mysteries of this realm. Although he had acquired the notorious title of scoundrel during this month. However, since the incident involving Bai Yi came to light, coupled with her ambiguous attempts to prove her innocence, he found himself astonished as the number of individuals referring to him as a scoundrel dwindled. Strangely, more and more began to dub him a goddess harvester. Furthermore, the forums gradually filled with posts depicting a rivalry between two women for one man, thus rendering him renowned across the three academies. As none of the three involved had responded, a group of frustrated and confined individuals within the academy resorted to wild speculation regarding the truth of the matter. Many male classmates discreetly inquired with Fang Ziqing about any tips for courting women, to which Fang Ziqing could only offer them the prowess of his martial skills. Lianya entered the theory room of Class 10, smiling as she addressed the eager students. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The students, nearly driven mad from daily training, unanimously responded, the good news. Liangya nodded, saying, the good news is that after the end-of-month assessment, everyone will have the opportunity to return home for a visit. The room erupted in cheers, as those long confined could scarcely believe they were to be granted such freedom. Liangya's lips curled into a slight smile, but she continued, however, not everyone will have this opportunity. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, and they collectively groaned. What conditions does teacher Liang have now? Seeing their reactions, Liangya raised 2 fingers. It's quite simple. First, you must meet the Academy's standards in all 3 assessment categories, achieving at least AD. The students nodded. After a month of intense training, Class 10 had indeed transformed, with 7 students making it into the top 104 into the top 50. Their class leader, Bai Yi, had even defeated the student ranked 9th last week, propelling herself into the top 10. It could be said that Class 10 had surpassed the majority of the ability classes. Though the requirement of achieving 3Ds seemed somewhat stringent, many had indeed made notable progress during this period. The second condition, Liangya continued, is to ascend to the bronze level in the virtual space. Upon hearing this, the students began to frown. Achieving the bronze level in the virtual space was no trivial feat. One must engage in over 30 battles with a win rate exceeding 60% to even be eligible for promotion. Following the application, one must secure at least 1 victory in the subsequent 3 battles, or else the attempt would fail, necessitating a wait until 50 battles had been completed before reapplying. This second condition was the Academy's trump card, and once announced, the virtual training rooms would undoubtedly be inundated by the end of the month, leading to a frenzied enhancement of everyone's martial skills. Fang Ziqing merely shrugged at this. He was in no rush. Having clandestinely achieved the bronze level last week with an impressive win rate of 100%. To advance to the silver level, one must first reach LV2 and engage in 30 battles against bronze-level opponents, maintaining a win rate of 60% to qualify for promotion. Even without the level restrictions, there were not many bronze-level abilities available at present, so he remained unperturbed. Speaking of levels, Fang Ziqing had come perilously close to completing 9 major cycles the previous night. It appeared that his ascension to LV2 was imminent. In the entire Tianhai district, there has yet to be a single individual who has achieved LV2. With merely 3 days remaining until the end of the month, this period is destined to be bustling. To prevent the manipulation of win rates, there are restrictions on repeated participation, which means that some students will inevitably be unable to ascend to the bronze level. In pursuit of this rare opportunity to visit family, everyone is exerting their utmost effort. Fang Ziqing has been diligently practicing the sword diagram at night and comprehending the 3rd level of cannon fist during the day, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Although the name of this 3rd level may not be impressive, its potency far exceeds the first 2. It is said that mastering it could unleash a formidable force, potentially doubling one's peak strength and immense power. Given Fang Ziqing's current capabilities, the prospect of achieving double the punching power in actual combat is exhilarating. His recent diligent research has brought him tantalizingly close to comprehending the 3rd level, prompting him to visit the virtual training room in hopes of fortune while also earning some extra income. Upon entering the virtual space, he was greeted by his astonishing record. Nickname, Mighty Gorilla, level, bronze, record, 37 wins, 0 losses, win rate, 100. Observing the absence of other participants in the virtual space, Fang Ziqing opted for random matchmaking. Meanwhile, Liangya, in her quest to monitor the progress of this group of students, occasionally enters the arena to engage with them. Most importantly, she relishes the opportunity to give them a taste of reality's harshness. With a casual tap, she also initiated random matchmaking. Ding! You have been matched with an opponent. If you like, feel free to save this match. A 5-star rating would be immensely appreciated this evening. Chapter 16. Astonished Liangya opened the opponent's profile card. Her interest piqued by the impressive statistics of a bronze-level combatant with 37 consecutive victories. Let me put an end to his winning streak, she thought gleefully. Nickname, Fairy of the Celestial Realm, level, bronze, record, hidden, win rate, hidden. Oh, Fang Ziqing became intrigued. Both the record and win rate are concealed? Typically, such statistics cannot be hidden. He raised an eyebrow, speculating about his opponent's identity. Mighty Gorilla versus Fairy of the Celestial Realm. A message popped up before them. Would you like to broadcast the match? Rewards from performance points will belong to the victor. Both parties declined. As long as one side disagrees, the battle will not be live-streamed. Assigned level, LV1. Abilities, Strength C, Speed C, Constitution C. Upon promotion to the bronze level, the assigned abilities increase significantly, making these 2 C-level abilities quite formidable. The battle was about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Noticing that his opponent remained still, Fang Ziqing took the initiative to gather his spiritual energy, launching the second level of strike from afar. To his surprise, the opponent exhibited no signs of panic and calmly countered with the first level's technique. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged a flurry of punches, deftly dismantling each other's moves. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but admire the opponent's impressive martial prowess. Merely employing the first level, they skillfully countered his assault. However, that alone would not suffice. Fang Ziqing's right leg surged with spiritual energy as he swiftly aimed a kick at the opponent's chest. Clearly, the opponent had been battle-hardened. Leaning back to evade Fang Ziqing's strike, a trap had been set. Fang Ziqing concentrated his spiritual energy in both hands, executing two distinct techniques simultaneously. His left hand unleashed a powerful strike from a distance, while his right hand targeted with precision. Although he had yet to comprehend the third layer in this month, he had mastered the first two layers to perfection, enabling him to wield different techniques with both hands concurrently. This approach proved effective. While Liang Ye managed to counter the punch from his right hand, her left hand, akin to a striking serpent, was poised to hit her body. Liang Ye's gaze sharpened. If this continued, she might be in peril. Fang Ziqing was slightly taken aback that his aggressive onslaught had not struck her. He witnessed her torso contorting at an exaggerated angle, deftly evading his left punch. Qing Shibu, Liang Ye silently mused, realizing she had underestimated him. How impressive. She was compelled to resort to other martial arts. For a moment, she hesitated, pondering whether to continue the fight. Feeling embarrassed to be forced into such a position given her superior experience as a teacher over her student, Fang Ziqing's fighting spirit surged. The opponent before him was formidable, arguably the strongest adversary he had encountered in the virtual realm. He did not hesitate to channel his spiritual energy, launching himself like a fierce tiger. After exchanging blows for a dozen rounds, Liang Ye gradually found herself on the defensive, momentarily disregarding their teacher-student relationship. With a flicker of spiritual light, the combination of the distant strike and the Qing snake step was unleashed. Fang Ziqing instinctively sensed danger and quickly lowered his head, narrowly avoiding her attack. Liang Ye smirked. It was not that simple. She slipped to Fang Ziqing's left side, channeling a surge of spiritual energy toward him with her right hand. Distant strike. Realizing he had exposed a vulnerability, Fang Ziqing felt a rush of urgency. This punch embodied all of her spiritual energy, and if it connected, defeat was inevitable. There was no time to evade. His only option was to counter. Let my third layer of cannon fist strike you. Fang Ziqing swiftly reacted, driving his right fist toward her. In that instant, he felt the essence of spiritual energy surging violently between their fists. The dark energy emanating from her distant strike slithered into his meridians like venomous serpents. However, before the dark energy could advance further, Liang Ye sensed an explosive surge of power erupting from within him. With a resounding bang, all her dark energy was obliterated, and that force shattered her illusion. Almost simultaneously, both of them glowed red, accompanied by a notification sound. Clearly, Fang Ziqing had successfully unleashed the third layer. But his spiritual energy was entirely expended, his physique insufficient to sustain such power, resulting in the immediate dissolution of his illusion. In this battle, the mighty gorilla emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing let out a long breath, relieved that his collapse occurred only after overcoming his opponent. Liang Ye stood momentarily stunned. Is that the third layer of Cannon Fist? What a terrifying power. No, it should be said, what an extraordinary level of comprehension. Even she has only mastered the second level of the Cannon Fist. This is not indicative of Liang Ye's lack of talent, but rather, unless one possesses extraordinary aptitude, it is unlikely to comprehend such intricacies in a brief span of time. As one's strength increases, the pursuit of more advanced martial arts becomes paramount. No one would squander their efforts on rudimentary techniques. Could it be the teacher? Liang Ye furrowed her brow, realizing that even in her cohort, a genius who could grasp the third level within such a short time frame was indeed a rarity. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Fang Ziqing exited the virtual space and discreetly slipped out of the training room. Absorbed in her own reverie, Liang Ye failed to notice Fang Ziqing in the corridor and accidentally collided with her. My apologies, classmate. I didn't see you there. Are you here for training as well? Fang Ziqing nodded, helping Liang Ye to her feet. Why are you so distracted, Liang Laosher? Liang Ye awkwardly replied. Oh, I encountered a rather peculiar individual. Never mind. After bidding farewell to Liang Ye, Fang Ziqing hurried to her own training quarters. Closing her eyes, she meticulously reflected upon the third level she had just executed. Suddenly, she unleashed a punch. A dull thud resonated through the air. Fang Ziqing nodded, acknowledging the immense power behind it. Logically, A level 1 ability user should not be able to employ the third level of a basic martial art. The lack of spiritual energy and the body's inability to withstand such explosive force would typically limit even a genius to using only the second level of elementary techniques. However, Fang Ziqing's mastery of the sword aperture diagram had fortified her physique to an unparalleled extent, though she had yet to unlock even a single aperture. And any misstep could result in uncontrolled spiritual energy wreaking havoc within her body, causing immense pain. The benefits she reaped were unmatched by others. In every aspect, strength, speed, physique, and reflexes, she had achieved enhancements that far exceeded her peers. Fang Ziqing contemplated the residual spiritual energy within her and her body's capacity. Realizing that this technique could only serve as a trump card, using it repeatedly would surely take its toll on her. As the end of the month approached, only a little over 100 ability users from the first Advanced Academy would qualify by the final day. Currently, these fortunate individuals were listening to the esteemed Lord He impart crucial guidelines regarding their upcoming family visit. The visitation period would span 3 days, with all students required to return by 6 o'clock on October 2nd. No ability users were permitted to reveal their powers in the presence of ordinary people or disclose their identities and related matters. Violators would not only face expulsion, but also the full weight of federal law. Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing, clutching their passes, made their way to the school gate, having changed out of their specialized uniforms. As they passed by the ordinary academy, the earnest sounds of their former classmates studying resonated clearly. They exchanged glances, acknowledging that such a life was now beyond their reach. Upon stepping outside, a warm ray of sunlight enveloped them. Fang Ziqing stretched lazily, feeling invigorated by the fresh air after being confined within the academy for a month. Gu Wan had not informed her family to send a car, so they resolved to walk back. Observing the bustling crowd and vehicles along the street, with a hint of exhaust fumes lingering in the air, they recognized this familiar urban landscape. Suddenly, Gu Wan quickened her pace, and upon closer inspection, Fang Ziqing discovered a stray kitten nestled among the flowers. Although entirely snow-white, it was still stained with considerable dirt. Gu Wan knelt down and gently stroked the little cat's head. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ziqing quietly turned around and made his way to a convenience store to purchase some cat food. Indeed, it was rather expensive. He returned to Gu Wan's side, also kneeling down, and handed the cat food to her. Gu Wan looked at him in surprise. "Do you also like cats?" "Fortunately, yes." "Then you should feed it," she replied. Gu Wan fell silent, pouring the cat food into her palm, slowly bringing her hand to the little cat's mouth. The kitten hesitated and mewed tentatively, but upon realizing that the person before it meant no harm, it began to eat the food from Gu Wan's hand. Eventually, it licked her palm and rubbed against the back of her hand before swiftly leaping into the grass and disappearing from sight. Noting the reluctant look in Gu Wan's eyes, Fang Ziqing suggested, "If you like it, why not take it home?" Gu Wan shook her head, explaining that she often wasn't at home and would worry while at the academy, so it would be better not to take it with her. At the renowned intersection of the 3 prestigious schools, a short-haired woman approached, exuding a sharp and tidy demeanor. She stepped up to the two and addressed Gu Wan. "Gu Wan." Gu Wan nodded expressionlessly. She did not recognize this person, but judging by her uniform, she appeared to be a student from the Experimental High Academy. Xing Fei smiled slightly, saying, "You've taken the lead in the Spirit Awakening ceremony, and I concede to you this time. However, in the upcoming interschool competition, I shall surely best you." Unfazed by Xing Fei's provocation and showing no interest in her identity, Gu Wan turned to leave. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Xing Fei felt a surge of annoyance, but then noticed Fang Ziqing beside Gu Wan. After a moment's reflection, she remarked, "Oh, isn't this the renowned Fang Ziqing from Tianhai City? I was skeptical about what I read on the forum, but it seems there's truth to it." Just as Fang Ziqing was about to respond, Gu Wan turned back and coldly declared, "Whoever you are, see you at the interschool competition." Without waiting for Xing Fei's reaction, she grasped Fang Ziqing's arm and turned to leave, never once inquiring about Xing Fei's name. Watching the pair retreat into the distance, Xing Fei did not feel anger, but instead smiled slightly, albeit with a hint of confusion. Why was it that Gu Wan remained indifferent to her, yet showed such excitement at the mention of Fang Ziqing? Was their relationship indeed genuine, as the forum suggested? Gu Wan continued to hold onto Fang Ziqing's arm without releasing her grip. He moved his arm slightly to signal her, and only then did she realize what she was doing and quickly withdrew her hand. At that moment, a notification chimed from Fang Ziqing's wristwatch. "Ding. Your friend Bai Yi has sent you a message." Gu Wan's ears perked up, and although her expression remained neutral as she walked ahead, her little ears had already perked up attentively. She paused for a moment, not hearing any sound, clenched her fist, suspecting that Fang Ziqing had simply read the text without activating the voice message. After a while, unable to resist, Guwan casually asked, "Is your class monitor by looking for you?" Fang Ziqing shrugged. She asked where my home is, saying she might come to visit if it's not too far. Guwan raised an eyebrow. "That is fine. Let her come." "I declined," he replied. Fang Ziqing shook his head and remarked, "It wouldn't be appropriate for Bai Yi to see us living together. Didn't we previously wish to avoid any mention of it?" Guwan responded with a non-committal "oh." Her emotions inscrutable. Fang Ziqing glanced at the new message from Bai Yi. "Isn't Fang still treating me to a meal? I'm free for the next 3 days." Fang Ziqing inhaled sharply, revealing his teeth in a grin. "Bai Yi still remembers that meal. I'm going to incur some expenses over these 3 days." Guwan paused, turned, and with a slight furrow in her brow asked, "Are you two going out to eat?" Fang Ziqing nodded, but before he could elaborate, he noticed Guwan had already turned to leave. In the Gu family villa, despite being away for a month, the house remained spotless. Fang Ziqing entered his room and touched the bed he had only slept in for 1 day, still shared with Guwan. He pondered that by the end of the month, he would once again share a bed with Guwan. Yet he felt too shy to broach the subject unless she initiated it. Shaking his head, he got up and headed to the basement of the Gu residence, where a small training room had been set up for their practice. Upon entering, he found Guwan practicing the 3rd level of the cannon fist. It appeared she was close to mastering it. 10 minutes later, she exhaled deeply. Without turning, she called out, "Come here. Let me see how well you've grasped your martial skills lately." Fang Ziqing nodded and stepped onto the platform, observing Guwan, whose complexion was slightly flushed. She gestured for him to attack. Fang Ziqing wasted no time. He summoned his spiritual energy and launched into the 1st level of cannon fist, striking with precision. As he approached, Guwan's right foot flickered with energy, and she swiftly aimed a low strike at him. Fang Ziqing evaded her kick with a quick pivot. But Guwan was no novice. She launched a rapid follow-up attack. Recognizing this, he decided against dodging and met her head-on. Although he managed to parry her blow, it disrupted his rhythm. Indeed, just as Fang Ziqing recalibrated for an offensive move, Guwan's punches rained down upon him. Undeterred, he mirrored her assault with his own spiritual energy, causing their strikes to scatter in all directions. Guwan huffed. It's not that simple. The punches were merely a feint. The true threat lay behind them. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but admire Guwan's cleverness. She had ingeniously used the momentum from the 1st level to launch the 2nd level, hitting the cow over the mountain. This not only conserved energy, but enhanced the impact. As the barrage of punches approached, Fang Ziqing appeared still, seemingly unresponsive, while in reality, his gaze was intensely focused on identifying her true strike. Found it. He quickly raised his hand, accurately seizing Guwan's wrist, and instantly, the flurry of punches dissipated. Guwan, curious, asked, "How did you find it?" Fang Ziqing feigned ignorance. "I have no idea. I couldn't see anything clearly just now, so I reached out randomly." "Who would have known that was your real punch?" Guwan rolled her eyes, secretly thinking that if she didn't know his true strength, she would have been deceived. She withdrew her hand from Fang Ziqing's grasp and suddenly asked, "Your strength has reached C, hasn't it?" Fang Ziqing's eyes narrowed, and he quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I only recently broke through to D. How could I possibly compare to you?" Guwan slightly turned away, a cold smile gracing her lips as she replied, "With my C strength, augmented by martial skills, I could effortlessly withstand your D strength with just one hand. So my C strength is indeed quite substantial." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Fang Ziqing feigned a desire to leave. Before departing, he said to Guwan, "Oh, Bai Yi has invited me to dinner, so I won't be back tonight. If you need anything, let me know in advance." Guwan did not lift her head, but merely responded with a nonchalant hum, falling silent thereafter. It was only after she watched Fang Ziqing leave the Gu family's villa that she clenched her fists tightly, her expression gradually turning pale. Chapter 19. Young girl Chai Chai upon exiting the Gu family villa and noticing that the address sent by Bai Yi was not too far away, Fang Ziqing decided against troubling the Gu family's servants. With time still on his side, he intended to walk there, as he had yet to see the entirety of Tianhai City's landscape. Just then, a timid voice called out from the roadside, "Brother, could you spare me some food?" Fang Ziqing turned and saw a ragged little girl squatting at the corner, gazing at him quietly. He hurried over, crouched in front of her, and asked, "Little sister, how old are you? Where are your family? Did you get lost?" Hearing Fang Ziqing's barrage of questions, the girl appeared frightened, lowering her head and refraining from answering. Fang Ziqing, observing her, gently touched his nose and said softly, "Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Are you hungry? I can take you to eat, if that is all right, or I can give you some money." After a moment, the girl shook her head, biting her lip, and said, "Brother, I don't want money. Could you give me some food to take with me?" Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow. She wanted food, not money, and wished to take it away. He leaned in slightly, softening his tone. Little sister, why do you want to take the food with you? The little girl hesitated before responding. My younger siblings and sister Momo are all hungry. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing eagerly asked, could you tell me what happened? The girl raised her reddened eyes to Fang Ziqing and said, I have lived in an orphanage with a group of friends since I was little, and the headmistress was very kind to me. But one day, a group of bad people came. They beat the headmistress and wanted to take us away to another place. I managed to escape and met Sister Momo, who took me in. Besides me, Sister Momo has taken in many other children, but now she is ill, so I wanted to bring back some food. Looking at the girl before him, blooming with youth, Fang Ziqing clenched his right hand tightly, then gently released it. He longed to caress the girl's head, but she flinched slightly, timidly saying, Brother, I'm dirty. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, gently shook his head, and embraced the trembling girl without uttering a word. Before arriving in this world, hadn't he experienced a similarly joyless childhood, enduring discrimination and torment? Composing himself, Fang Ziqing gently released the girl from his embrace and smiled. May I ask what your name is? The shy girl, embraced by him, lowered her gaze to her toes and whispered, Chai Chai. Fang Ziqing nodded, gently brushing the dust from her face. He took her small hand and said, My name is Fang Ziqing. Would you be so kind as to show me your little friends? After a moment's hesitation, Chai Chai replied, All right, big brother. On their way. Fang Ziqing purchased several large bags of ingredients from a shop, the abundance of provisions concealing his figure and drawing the attention of passers-by. Accompanying Yaya to the dwelling she mentioned, Fang Ziqing sighed softly. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a place existed in the city. Some dilapidated earthen houses, which should have vanished decades ago, lined the narrow passageways that barely allowed two people to walk side by side. Ahead, a fetid drainage ditch lay exposed, and the air was permeated with a nauseating stench. The two hurried through this area, finally arriving at a decrepit little house. Despite its age, the cleanliness evident at the entrance suggested that it was frequently tidied. Chai Chai quickly approached and skillfully knocked on the door using a previously established signal. After a few moments, Fang Ziqing heard the jubilant voices of children from within, exclaiming, Sister Chai Chai is back. Open the door. A boy, smaller than Chai Chai, joyfully opened the door, but upon seeing Fang Ziqing standing nearby, he timidly hid behind the door, peeking out. Chai Chai gently patted his head and chided, Hudu, don't be afraid. This big brother is a good person, and he has brought us lots of food. Fang Ziqing nodded kindly, carrying the bags as he slowly entered the house. Upon glancing around, he noted that the room was modest in size and dimly lit. Before him stood 6 or 7 children, aged 4 or 5, who shyly lingered by the wall. Uncertain of what to do, clearly unaccustomed to the presence of strangers, Fang Ziqing promptly set down the bags and began distributing the snacks he had purchased, ensuring each child received something to eat. However, although they stared at their treats and swallowed nervously, none dared to open the packages. Just as he considered that they might be too shy to start, a frail voice called from within, Chai Chai, did you run out again? I told you I could work once I felt a bit better. This was accompanied by a series of coughs. Chai Chai rushed into the inner room, her eyes reddening as she said, Sister Mo, you haven't eaten for 2 days. I wanted to bring you something to eat. Fang Ziqing gently patted the heads of the bewildered children, reassuring them to eat, before stepping into the inner chamber. There, he found a frail woman lying on the bed, her pale face gazing at him weakly. Chapter 20. The Love Handbook. Chai Chai quickly took Fang Ziqing's hand and brought him to her side, saying, Sister Mo, this big brother has bought us a lot of food and wanted to come see you. The woman struggled to sit up, and Fang Ziqing hurriedly supported her, urging her to lie back down comfortably. However, Tian Mo insisted on sitting up and expressed her gratitude to Fang Ziqing, saying, Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding what to do with these children during these days. Fang Ziqing shook her head and inquired, Have you adopted them? She glanced at the children who were peeking curiously at their conversation and smiled gently, saying, It cannot be termed as adoption. I merely provide them a place to sleep. I usually manage to sustain myself by doing some handicrafts, but recently I caught a cold, which is why Chai Chai considered begging. Fang Ziqing remained silent for a considerable time, then suddenly asked, Do you regret it? Tian Mo, clearly taken aback by the question, shook her head and replied, I have never regretted it. Fang Ziqing sighed. Had she not been taken in by a benevolent director to an orphanage back in her day, she might have perished from hunger long ago. The woman before her, though frail, evoked a profound sense of admiration in her heart. Fang Ziqing pressed a sum of 10,000 federal coins into the woman's hand, saying, I have some money here. Take it for now. Additionally, this note contains my contact details. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call me. Tian Mo looked at the money before hastily shaking her head, saying, "Thank you. I would be grateful just to provide some food for these children. I absolutely cannot accept this money. In a few days, once I recover from my illness, I will be able to work again." Fang Ziqing firmly held her hand, stating in a serious tone, "Please accept it. I, too, am an orphan. Let this money improve the children's living conditions." Meanwhile, he discreetly infused a gentle stream of spiritual energy into Tian Mo's body. Though this energy could not cure all ailments, it would suffice to bolster her constitution temporarily to withstand the cold. Before Tian Mo could refuse, Fang Ziqing briskly exited the room, gently patting Chai Chai's head and whispering, "You are the eldest sister now that your sister Mo is unwell. Take good care of them." Chai Chai nodded vigorously, watching Fang Ziqing depart. Strolling slowly down the street, Fang Ziqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. Why, in this world, did such circumstances still exist? He gazed up at the sky, a cerulean expanse unmarred by clouds. It was already time for their appointment, yet Fang Ziqing had not yet arrived. However, Bai Yi, who had meticulously dressed for their meeting, displayed no signs of impatience as she waited at the designated spot. Suddenly, her eyes lit up upon seeing Fang Ziqing sprinting towards her, perspiration glistening on his brow. Bai Yi stood on her toes and waved at him. "Phew. I'm so sorry, by classmate, I'm late." Fang Ziqing, feeling quite embarrassed, responded, "I apologize for keeping you waiting while treating you to a meal." "Not at all. I just arrived as well." "Here you go," Bai Yi said, shaking her head with a smile as she pulled out a handkerchief from her bag. "A handkerchief?" Fang Ziqing took it, wiping the sweat from his forehead, awkwardly saying, I'll return it to you after I wash it." Bai Yi nodded with a smile and asked, "So, where does Fang classmate intend to take me for some fun?" Wasn't he just for a meal? You want to have fun too?" Fang Ziqing felt a jolt of surprise and stiffly replied, how about watching a movie?" Bai Yi rested her delicate hand on her chin, pondering thoughtfully before exclaiming, "Sounds great. I've never seen a movie outside before. I agree." Fang Ziqing gestured for her to lead the way, and then he began to fervently contemplate whether any similar group buying apps existed in this world. Having just spent nearly all his money on those children, only a handful of coins remained in Fang Ziqing's possession. He let out a sigh of relief upon discovering the software, grateful that it was available. "What movie would you like to watch, my classmate?" Bai Yi turned around, approached him, and glanced at the films displayed on his phone, blinking her eyes in curiosity. As the heiress of the Bai Consortium, she had never watched a movie in a public setting throughout her life. Today was her first clandestine escape for such an experience. Tentatively, she pointed to a title, awkwardly suggesting, "How about this one? The Guide to Love?" Fang Ziqing nodded. It mattered little to him what they watched, for in that world, he could barely afford a meal, let alone the luxury of a film. Upon arriving at the cinema, with some time before the show commenced, Fang Ziqing approached Bai Yi, offering her a handful of popcorn and juice. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled. "Aren't we here to watch a movie?" Fang Ziqing was taken aback. Was it not customary to eat popcorn while watching a film? Yet, he observed that many around them were indeed indulging in it. "Do you not like it?" Bai Yi hesitated, noticing that numerous patrons were holding popcorn. Was this a rule? Having grown up in the secluded estate, she was not well versed in such public customs. Her cheeks flushing slightly. Chapter 21. The date in progress. Bai Yi clumsily accepted the popcorn, feeling embarrassed as she explained, No. It's just that I don't often watch movies outside." Fang Ziqing nodded, pondering that this Bai classmate was likely a reclusive girl, seldom venturing beyond her home. Observing that he had only purchased one serving of popcorn, Bai Yi asked, "What about yours, Fang classmate?" Me? I've never liked it since childhood," he replied, scratching his head, privately reflecting on the exorbitant price of a small box of popcorn, vowing never to return to such a cinema. "Oh, the movie is about to start. Let us go to the ticket check." Bai Yi nodded, curiously following him as they queued. Due to the nature of this film, the audience predominantly consisted of couples, with many young women affectionately linking arms with their boyfriends. Bai Yi hesitated, wondering if this too was some unspoken expectation, much like attending a ball where one must either link arms with their father or their partner. She looked down at her popcorn, feeling slightly embarrassed from her earlier faux pas. Would Fang Ziqing think her uncouth for not adhering to proper decorum? Suddenly, she felt her right hand gently grasped, causing Fang Ziqing to pause in surprise. As the film began, the surroundings darkened, leaving only the screen illuminated. Fang Ziqing found himself utterly disinterested in the romantic plot, even feeling the urge to doze off. In contrast, Bai Yi appeared captivated, sitting upright with wide eyes, fixated on the screen, forgetting to eat the popcorn in her hands. Fang Ziqing turned to see the female lead kissing the male lead on screen, an electrifying moment for the couples present. However, for the two of them, the scene felt exceedingly awkward. Why did I choose this movie? Oh wait, it wasn't my choice. Fang Ziqing pressed his forehead and cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi. Discovering that she was shyly stealing a glance at him, her cheeks flushed. He quickly turned away, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. At long last, when the film concluded, the two of them gradually exited the screening hall along with the crowd. Bai Yi, her head bowed, delicately clutching her skirt, obediently followed behind Fang Ziqing. At that moment, a staff member from the cinema blocked their path, smiling. Good day, sir. We are currently hosting a couple-s challenge. As long as there are 2 participants who have watched the Love Manual, you may join and stand a chance to win numerous prizes. Fang Ziqing replied to the staff member, Oh, we are not a couple. That's perfectly fine, sir. As long as there are 2 people, you can participate, the staff member responded with an understanding gaze. He turned to look at Bai Yi, who appeared quite curious, and nodded. They then followed the instructions to the game area. The staff member pointed towards the course ahead, explaining, The rules are simple. The male partner must carry the female partner through our obstacle course. The first team to cross the final checkpoint will receive a mysterious prize. Carrying her? Fang Ziqing felt a bit embarrassed. Upon noticing his flustered expression, Bai Yi chuckled. Fang, during our training, we often engaged in physical competition. What? Are you shy now? Fang Ziqing cleared his throat, feeling slightly defeated. All right, let us welcome the next team. There were 8 teams in total, and they were among those in the 6th lane. Ready, set. Fang Ziqing bent slightly, feeling a soft touch on his back. He quickly shook off the distraction and focused. Feeling the weight on his back, he realized that even after becoming an ability user, his physical prowess had significantly improved, and carrying Bai Yi was effortless. Bai Yi hooked her fair legs around his waist, her arms draped around his neck, her entire being pressed against him. Go, with the referee's command. All 8 teams commenced the obstacle course. The first challenge was a speed belt. As the pace quickened, and with one person on their back, 2 couples faltered and tumbled into a pit of foam balls. The eliminated girls expressed mild grievances, while the boys sheepishly scratched their heads. The second challenge involved a swinging pendulum. Only a narrow beam allowed passage. This test required not only speed, but also reflexes. All teams halted at this stage. The longer the delay, the faster their stamina diminished, prompting the boys to grit their teeth and charge forward. Bai Yi clung tightly to Fang Ziqing. Her body pressed against him. Although this speed was nothing extraordinary in their usual training, the sensation of being carried was exhilarating. Even without the use of spiritual energy, Fang Ziqing adeptly navigated the obstacles, relying on his remarkable reflexes. At this juncture, only 3 teams remained. Now, for the final challenge, at my signal. The first to reach the gong and strike it will win the mysterious grand prize. The referee announced loudly. The remaining 3 teams were clearly determined to succeed. Begin. With a signal given, the 3 of them began to sprint towards the opposite side. Go, Fang. Bai Yi cheered. Her cheeks flushed as she called out to Fang Ziqing. Not only she, but the other 2 girls also fervently encouraged their male partners. Fang Ziqing nodded slightly, increasing his pace, quickly distancing himself from the other 2. Soon, he arrived at the gong. The rest is up to you, he said, glancing back at Bai Yi. All right, Bai Yi exclaimed, reaching for the mallet and striking the gong above. Yay, we won, we won. She appeared overjoyed, wrapping her arms around Fang Ziqing's neck and whispering in his ear. Let's congratulate this couple. Please follow us to the podium to receive a mysterious prize. The 2 ascended the podium, where the mysterious prize turned out to be a necklace called the Heart of the Ocean. The judge, smiling brightly, said, You may put it on your partner. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, picking up the Heart of the Ocean and attempting to drape it around Bai Yi's neck, only to notice she was already wearing a necklace that was undoubtedly more exquisite, even to someone like him, who knew little about jewelry. Before he could speak, Bai Yi swiftly removed her original necklace, tossing it into her bag with a cheerful smile directed at him. Fang Ziqing chuckled as he adorned her with the Heart of the Ocean. It truly suited her remarkably well. As the sky began to darken, Fang Ziqing inquired, Bai, are you hungry? Bai Yi, in a particularly good mood, replied, Oh, don't call me Bai anymore. Just call me Yi, okay? Fang Ziqing nodded, and she bit her lip, saying, Then can I call you Ziqing? After a brief cough, Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. What do you feel like eating? Bai Yi raised a finger to her lips, saying, Last time, you said the one who invites should decide, so now I want you to decide. Fang Ziqing silently calculated how much money he had left. If it were just a simple meal, it would be sufficient, but after spending half a day with her, he sensed that Bai Yi's family background was undoubtedly affluent. What if she couldn't adapt to ordinary food? He pondered for a moment and confessed, How do you feel about street food? Fang Ziqing felt his face heat up at the thought of taking a young lady from a wealthy family to a street stall. It seemed quite impolite. It wasn't that he was stingy, It was simply that he truly had no money left. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to dine at a fancy restaurant and end up unable to pay? Sure. I've never tried it before. Take me there. Bai Yi's eyes lit up as she spoke. By the time they reached a snack street, night had fully fallen. The street stretched about 100 meters, adorned with colorful lanterns for illumination. Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi settled at a small stall where the table was laden with barbecued items and seafood. After meticulous calculations, Fang Ziqing spent every last cent he had, leaving not a penny behind. They indulged in their meal for about 2 hours, and Bai Yi, patting her full belly, remarked, "Why am I only getting to enjoy such delicious food now?" Fang Ziqing smiled slightly. Despite being a young lady of privilege, she was remarkably easy to get along with and possessed a genuine innocence. Due to having consumed a bit of alcohol, the atmosphere was even more relaxed. Bai Yi's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she gazed at Fang Ziqing, saying, "I had a delightful day today. Thank you." Fang Ziqing shook his head, about to respond when the roar of an automobile interrupted from the street. An elderly gentleman, his hair styled in braids and clad in a black tie suit, hastily approached Bai Yi, chiding, "Miss, I finally found you. Why did you not inform me before stepping out?" Bai Yi adjusted her hair and offered an apologetic smile to Fang Ziqing, saying, "I must take my leave now, Ziqing." Fang Ziqing also stood, nodding and smiling farewell. As the convoy that came to fetch Bai Yi vanished down the street, a vendor peered over and remarked, "Brother, you truly are fortunate." Fang Ziqing merely shook his head in silence, settled the bill, and returned home to the Gu residence, where he found the maid, Shaoqing, anxiously awaiting him. "Young Master Gu, something terrible has happened. The young lady is unwell." Chapter 23. Gu Wan's affliction. Let us rewind time slightly. Just as Fang Ziqing departed, Gu Wan exhaled, her complexion ashen. Today marked the anniversary of her affliction, and signs were already manifesting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling energy surged within her. Furrowing her brow, she wondered why the onset occurred before nightfall this time. She employed her meditation technique, attempting to fend off the frigid sensation, but to her astonishment, the energy merely circulated within her, exacerbating her condition. An agonizing pain then enveloped her. Gu Wan's face drained of color, her body trembling slightly. It seemed, indeed, that this episode was more severe than the last. This peculiar ailment was truly terrifying. Despite her enhanced physical resilience as an empowered individual, she could not avert its onset. Gritting her teeth, she leaned against the wall, unsteadily making her way back to her room. She knew this was merely the prelude to her affliction. True torment awaited with the appearance of the moon. Shaoqing, carrying a tray, was about to descend the stairs when she beheld Gu Wan's condition. She dropped the tray in alarm and rushed to support her, exclaiming, "Miss, what is the matter? Are you unwell again?" Gu Wan's lips had begun to pale, and though she struggled against her discomfort, she merely shook her head in silence. "Miss, I shall fetch young Master Fang immediately." Shaoqing hastily turned to leave. Shaoqing, Gu Wan called after her, and Shaoqing turned back. Gu Wan, her body quivering slightly, insisted, "I am fine. He is busy at present. Do not disturb him." Shaoqing bit her lip, but, "Miss," Gu Wan forced a faint smile, "do not worry. I am well. Please go. Keep everyone away from the second floor." Seeing Gu Wan's resolute demeanor, Shaoqing had no choice but to comply. Once Shaoqing departed, Gu Wan let out a soft laugh, uncertain whether she was mocking others or herself. Previously, with Fang Ziqing present, her affliction was subdued upon its onset, sparing her from experiencing such agony. Now, in his absence, was she to endure it alone? As a child, her father was perpetually occupied, and her mother's health deteriorated after her birth, passing away when she was merely 3. From that point onward, she lived alone in the cold, vast house. Despite being surrounded by numerous servants attending to her needs, she found herself devoid of companions to play with, her childhood overshadowed by an interminable gloom. Growing up in such a desolate environment molded her into a reclusive individual. To compound her solitude, she soon fell victim to a peculiar ailment that rendered her nights excruciatingly cold, a torment that made life feel unbearable. Her father, exhausting the family fortune, tirelessly sought out medical help, and that year, her existence was virtually a never-ending journey. She witnessed her father shedding tears in secret, often pondering whether she was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity to her mother and guilt to her father. It was not until the day her father introduced her to a boy hidden behind him, exuberantly declaring that she had found salvation, that her world transformed from one of solitude. He gently caressed the boy's head with one hand, while with the other, he reassured them both to nurture a harmonious relationship, thus altering her reality of isolation. Gu Wan lay on her bed, eyes shut tightly, her body trembling slightly as she delved into her memories. Although he was not fond of conversation nor inclined to play with her during their childhood, she still found joy in his presence. On yet another day marked by her ailment, her father led her to his room. Initially anxious, she felt an unexpected sense of calm upon seeing the boy curled up in a corner. That entire night, she leaned against him, enveloped in a warmth she had never known, and remarkably, her dreadful affliction did not resurface. As time flowed on, however, Guwan's tremors intensified, and she sat huddled in a corner of her bed, hugging her knees. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she had returned to her childhood. The room was dim and devoid of life. An overwhelming fear gripped her as she called out into the void, but only echoes and the vast, unrelenting darkness responded. Gradually, she sensed shadows encroaching upon her, bringing with them a chilling dread. Just as the darkness threatened to consume her, a familiar voice broke through the silence. Guwan. She strained to open her eyes, and the darkness ahead seemed to be torn apart by a sliver of light, revealing the boy from her memories. Guwan shook her head, striving to remain conscious. No, it was not the boy. It was the grown-up Fang Ziqing. Chapter 24. Suppressing the ailment upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, Fang Ziqing rushed to Guwan's room with utmost urgency. As he opened the door, he was met with an alarming chill, and he found Guwan curled up in a corner, her body completely rigid. Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped her in his arms and called her name loudly, noting the pallor that had drained her face of color. Fang Ziqing bit his lip, suddenly recalling his earlier inquiry about her well-being before he left that day. She had not even looked up, casually dismissing his concern with a simple nothing, leaving him to wonder why she hadn't informed him that it was a day of affliction. Did she wish to spare him the burden? Or was she simply reluctant to trouble him? Fang Ziqing rubbed her frostbitten back, hoping to restore a modicum of warmth. It is indeed peculiar. The frigid temperature that had been so oppressive dissipated at an astonishing speed the moment Fang Ziqing embraced Guwan, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Before long, the chill within the room gradually receded. Furrowing his brow, Fang Ziqing meticulously pondered how he had previously aided Guwan in suppressing her affliction. A sharp pang of pain surged through his mind. Evidently, the memories had not only become increasingly nebulous, but each time he attempted to recall them, it felt as though he was being sliced by a knife. Gazing at the still unconscious Guwan in his arms, Fang Ziqing vigorously shook his head to maintain his alertness. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to remember. A multitude of fragmented memories erupted in his mind like shrapnel. No matter how ardently he tried to recollect or seize them, those memories eluded him like fleeting reflections in a dream. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. But before he could focus, he felt the world spin and lost consciousness. Guwan's delicate fingers stirred slightly as her consciousness gradually returned, though her body remained temporarily unresponsive. She felt a profound embarrassment and indignation, realizing that her last thought had been of Fang Ziqing. If he were to discover this, he would surely find it laughable. As her awareness sharpened, her body began to regain sensation. It was as though her ailment had never occurred. The cold and pain had vanished, replaced by warmth. Feeling a weight upon her, Guwan slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself cradled in Fang Ziqing's arms, his head nestled against her chest, sound asleep. The once vacant expression in her eyes widened in shock, and her heart raced. What had transpired? She could only recall succumbing to her illness, feeling cold and pain. The last image in her mind had been Fang Ziqing, illuminating her world and dispelling the overwhelming cold and darkness. Was it you who saved me, Fang Ziqing? Unable to resist, Guwan reached out to stroke his hair. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted from his nose, unmistakably reminiscent of a girl. Remembering he had just returned from a meal with Bai Yi, Guwan couldn't help but clench her small fist and give his hair a sharp tug. How infuriating. Fang Ziqing. Suddenly, Fang Ziqing stirred, rubbing against her chest. Feeling an unusual sensation, Guwan's face flushed. Just as she was about to slap the insufferable man in front of her, Fang Ziqing, in a state of semi-consciousness, moved his nose, remarking on the extraordinary softness of today's pillow, accompanied by a lingering fragrance. Abruptly realizing something, he shot up his head only to find Guwan glaring at him. Her right hand raised high. Wait, I know nothing. Fang Ziqing hastily explained, fearing the weight of her slap would leave him bruised for half the day. As he spoke, he unconsciously raised both hands. However, he forgot that he was currently cradling Guwan. With a startled exclamation, Guwan toppled back onto the bed, instinctively grasping Fang Ziqing. A muffled thud resonated as she fell, with Fang Ziqing landing atop her, their heads colliding with a resounding impact. Fang Ziqing felt as though his nose had brushed against Guwan's. The two locked eyes, each staring intently at the other. Fang Ziqing thought to himself, this is it. I'm doomed. Guwan pondered, what should I do? Should I slap him or kick him? But it seems I was the one who knocked him down. Just then, Sheathed entered the room, her eyes widening at the sight of the two. Instinctively, she uttered the unfinished words she had been holding back before hastily covering her eyes, leaving two small gaps. I didn't see anything. Sheathed quickly turned to leave, but in her flustered state, she bumped into the door with a loud thud. Ouch! She exclaimed, hurriedly exiting while kindly closing the door behind her. The moon had fully risen, and two little birds chirped softly on a tree outside, their sounds resonating distinctly in the quiet of the night. In Guwan's room, the two sat at opposite corners of the bed, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Fang Ziqing cleared his throat and asked, "Do you feel any better?" Guwan nodded. Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose and inquired, "So, shall we just sit here?" Guwan nodded and then shook her head. He shrugged, "Then let us just sit." Suddenly, Guwan picked up a pillow and hurled it at Fang Ziqing. With a soft thud, the pillow struck him unawares. Covering his head, Fang Ziqing looked at Guwan and asked, "Why did you throw a pillow at me?" Guwan, with a calm expression, responded with a question of her own. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Fang Ziqing was taken aback and then sighed, "Let us not talk about it. I've truly become penniless. I've got not a single cent left." "Well, you certainly were generous with Dai," Guwan teased. Fang Ziqing pretended not to hear her sarcasm and shifted the topic. "What exactly is this strange illness of yours? Why does it seem to worsen since you became an ability user?" Guwan lowered her head, remaining silent. Indeed, since becoming an ability user, her strange ailment had become increasingly uncontrollable. Perhaps one day she might. "Why don't we cultivate together?" he suggested, eager for her 5-star rating and comments. "Thank you." Chapter 25. A shortcut to cultivation. Guwan lifted her head, looking at him with confusion. Fang Ziqing spoke earnestly. "If you're unsure where this strange illness is hiding in your body, why not let me take a look?" Guwan furrowed her brows, hesitating. "Are you suggesting that we infuse our spiritual power into each other?" "Precisely," Fang Ziqing nodded. "Just be cautious, and there won't be any mishaps." He was quite confident in his ability to control spiritual power. During the practice of the sword aperture diagram, any small mistake would result in volatile spiritual energy that could be excruciating, thus honing his absolute mastery over it over time. Guwan nodded, and they both crossed their legs to sit facing each other. Before infusing spiritual energy, it was essential to synchronize, ensuring equal amounts, and most importantly, the other must not resist. Otherwise, it could lead to a troublesome clash of energies. Fang Ziqing stated seriously, "Although I am very confident, it is still our first time cultivating together, so it's better to proceed with caution." Guwan furrowed her brows and remarked, "Synchronizing time is one thing, but achieving an equal flow is far from simple." Fang Ziqing smiled gently and replied, "Feel free to channel your energy to me, no matter the amount. I shall promptly return in equal measure." Guwan nodded, and the two joined their palms together, a stream of spiritual energy emanating from her hands. "Ready? I shall commence now." Fang Ziqing nodded, and he soon felt a surge of unfamiliar energy within him, which he swiftly released into Guwan's body, matching her flow. The moment the energy entered Fang Ziqing, Guwan sensed her spiritual energy slipping from her control, replaced by this strange force. She bit her lip, realizing how domineering the energy was. Not only could she not wield it, but her own energy was also being guided. The two energies circulated within their bodies, gradually establishing a remarkable equilibrium. How infuriating! Her own spiritual energy was being commandeered, running rampant within her, as though exposed to that scoundrel. Guwan's face flushed, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Fang Ziqing inhaled sharply, aware that although he was directing their energies, each full cycle they performed generated immense feedback. By sheer happenstance, they discovered a shortcut to cultivation. Half an hour later, both bodies trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, only to be evaporated by the overwhelming heat. In merely 30 minutes, Guwan felt her cultivation progress immensely, reaching the peak of LV1 in the blink of an eye. Fang Ziqing hesitated briefly, then cautiously infused a strand of special energy from the sword aperture diagram into the merging spiritual energies. Suddenly, Guwan felt a surge of energy swell within her, the immense force swirling chaotically. Oh no, the energy was out of control. She attempted to suppress it forcefully, but soon realized that the reins of control had slipped entirely from her grasp, as Fang Ziqing had fully commandeered her energy. There was no time left. The Academy had warned of the catastrophic consequences of an energy riot. If not halted swiftly, the overwhelming force could tear the body apart. Gritting her teeth, Guwan decided to channel all the energy into her body, hoping to lessen the impact on Fang Ziqing. Before she could act, the previously turbulent energy suddenly calmed, transforming from a tempest into a gentle lamb. She then sensed the vast energy entering her body like a well-drilled army, breaking through the final barrier of her cultivation with ease. The powerful feedback made Gu-won involuntarily exclaim softly, "LV2." To her astonishment, she had broken through at this moment. Fang Ziqing smiled slightly. He had trained countless unruly energies, so this was nothing. Watching Gu-won achieve a breakthrough, he nodded in approval. Despite his assistance, it was uncertain whether she could have succeeded without already being at the peak of LV1. Just as he intended to retract his energy, an explosive feedback surged back toward Fang Ziqing's own body. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the sword aperture diagram. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 8 cycles. Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply. Having previously been stuck on the 9th cycle, now feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body. The 9th cycle, broken. He successfully completed the first stage by continuously cycling through the 9 rounds. The two slowly opened their eyes. This training session truly exceeded their expectations. Gu-won hesitantly remarked, I believe I have broken through to LV2. Chapter 26. Go to your own room to sleep. Feigning ignorance, Fang Ziqing expressed surprise. Really? Observing Fang Ziqing's astonishment, Gu-won sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. She nodded, saying, during the training, I felt a tremendous feedback with each cycle. Not only achieving perfection in LV1, but also successfully breaking through to LV2. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too sensed a significant feedback, and my cultivation has improved considerably. Silently channeling his spiritual energy, the realm achieved through the 9 cycles of the first aperture, in terms of capability, was certainly not inferior to LV2 and might even be stronger. Typically, people gauge the cultivation level of practitioners through their spiritual energy halo. When a practitioner utilizes their spiritual energy, a faint halo appears around those at LV1. If LV1 is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection levels, as one ascends through the minor realms, that halo becomes increasingly distinct. Before training, Gu-won had already reached the perfection level of LV1. Previously, after studying relevant materials, Fang Ziqing had painstakingly concealed his cultivation. Otherwise, each time he exerted his powers, his spiritual energy halo would be revealed. After much contemplation, he discovered that operating the sword aperture diagram allowed him to sense and control that halo. Of course, this was contingent on using spiritual energy not exceeding 30. If he disguised himself as an advanced LV1 while wielding the power of perfection, he would undoubtedly be exposed. He secretly employed the techniques he had devised to conceal his cultivation, projecting his spiritual energy to the perfection level of LV1. Observing the 2 halos of spiritual energy manifesting beside him, Gu-won sighed. Was it you who helped me? Fang Ziqing responded with a puzzled hum. Gu-won raised an eyebrow. Isn't that so? Fang Ziqing decisively shook his head, refusing to acknowledge it. I was merely on the verge of LV1 perfection. How could I possibly break through so quickly? Even the seniors in the last cohort took over 2 months to be the first to reach LV2, yet here I am, breaking through to LV2 in just a month. A peculiar smile flickered across Gu-won's lips as she inquired, what do you think is the reason? Fang Ziqing snapped his fingers. You are undoubtedly the top talent in the Tianhai City District. Isn't it only natural for you to surpass others? Even I, a waste, have reached LV1 perfection. What is so remarkable about your breakthrough to LV2? Nevertheless, achieving LV2 in such a short span undoubtedly shattered numerous long-standing records. Gu-won gazed curiously at the halo of spiritual energy surrounding Fang Ziqing, signaling his LV1 perfection level. During the recent training session, I found myself being led astray, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy I sensed were undoubtedly no weaker than my own post-breakthrough power, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, the aura of spiritual energy does not deceive. Could it truly not be his doing? No, that domineering spiritual force from the last challenge was something I could not overcome even when exerting my utmost effort. Fang Ziqing must be concealing something from me. Fang Ziqing observed Gu-won deep in thought, but chose not to interrupt, instead slipping into bed like a slippery eel. Feeling quite fatigued after a night of turmoil, savoring the fragrant scent of the covers, Fang Ziqing could not resist rubbing against them with delight. Gu-won, witnessing this, could not help but feel irritated, exclaiming, this is my room, you should return to your own. Fang Ziqing lazily replied, can you guarantee that I won't disturb you in the latter half of the night if I leave? Gu-won was momentarily speechless, recalling that when he had visited her room earlier, he hadn't returned to his own either. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she replied, then go fetch another blanket. I only have this one. With a chuckle, Fang Ziqing retorted, I can't be bothered to do that. You go instead. He then buried his head beneath the covers, ignoring Gu-won. Annoyed, Gu-won shot back, when I went to your room, I brought my own blanket. Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively. I came to save you. Do you think I wanted to come? Gu Wan clenched her fists, taking a moment before fiercely declaring. Then don't even think about sleeping. With that, she yanked the blanket off Fang Ziqing, leaving him exposed. Fang Ziqing widened his eyes at her. Hey you. This woman is simply ruthless. Gu Wan, maintaining a poker face, replied nonchalantly. Sorry, I didn't mean to reveal that. Folding his arms defiantly, Fang Ziqing huffed. Fine. Let us see who gives in first. As October ushered in winter, the night wind was not only cold but also biting. The two sat on opposite sides of the bed. Fang Ziqing hugged his knees, occasionally rubbing his arms and thighs to stave off the chill. He glanced furtively at Gu Wan, who, despite feigning calmness with an air of arrogance, betrayed her condition through her subtly trembling body. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 1 in the morning, cold and weary. Observing Gu Wan with her eyes closed in meditation, Fang Ziqing could no longer restrain himself and stealthily tugged at the corner of the blanket towards himself. Heh, you wish to challenge me? Seeing Gu Wan oblivious to his antics, he felt a swell of pride and hastened to pull the blanket, only to find it wouldn't budge halfway through. Raising his strength slightly, he still found it immovable. Turning to Gu Wan, he realized she had opened her eyes at some point, coldly fixing her gaze upon him. Fang Ziqing forced a smile, sheepishly releasing the blanket, which now lay between them, creating a barrier. As time passed, a gust of cold wind jolted Fang Ziqing awake, and glancing at the clock, he saw it was already past 3 in the morning. Just as he contemplated moving, he noticed Gu Wan, across from him, wide awake and glaring to prevent him from stealing the blanket. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that they were in for a long night. Each unwilling to yield, sitting in silence on the cold bed, staring at one another. Chapter 27. The Orphanage of Youth. Achoo. Almost simultaneously, both individuals sneezed. Exhausted and chilled, it became unbearable. Fang Ziqing, disregarding any semblance of dignity, shouted, I concede, I concede. He swiftly burrowed into the quilt, emitting a sound of relief. Gu Wan scoffed, what a shameless display. After a while, feeling the coldness of her body, she gritted her teeth and climbed into the covers as well. Although the bed was spacious and there was no physical contact, it was their first time sharing a quilt, and she could distinctly sense the warmth emanating from him. As the temperature gradually rose, Gu Wan, who should have drifted into slumber, found herself unable to sleep, maintaining her position for half an hour without daring to move. Suddenly, she felt the quilt slowly shifting away from her. How infuriating. Even in sleep, he was stealing the covers. Gu Wan fiercely grasped the quilt and yanked it back, causing it to return to her side in an instant. Observing Fang Ziqing shivering from the cold with his exposed skin, Gu Wan exhaled and returned a portion of the quilt to him. Somehow, she eventually fell into a dream. As the midday sun rose steadily into the sky, 2 individuals in the Gu residence had yet to awaken. Gu Wan rubbed her eyes and glanced at the clock. It was nearly noon. She attempted to move her legs, but found them immobile. Turning her head, she was greeted by Fang Ziqing's large face. Lifting the quilt revealed that she had entangled herself around him like an octopus throughout the night, even cradling his head against her chest, as if he were a treasured doll. Fang Ziqing let out a sound, gradually awakening. Gu Wan hurriedly pulled and tugged, trying to free his leg that was pinned beneath her. As he roused, he rubbed his sore neck and murmured, Good morning. Gu Wan turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed and offered no reply. Fang Ziqing winced slightly and muttered to himself, Did I sleep wrong? My neck feels so stiff. Gu Wan clutched the quilt tightly, her face growing even redder, realizing that her unconscious embrace had been rather intimate. A shadow loomed over her, and she discovered it was Fang Ziqing approaching to check on her, extending a hand to her forehead, murmuring, Considering how flushed your face is, you aren't coming down with a fever, are you? I suppose it's my fault for a big man like me competing with a girl for the covers, resulting in you catching a cold. Listening to Fang Ziqing ramble, Gu Wan swatted his hand from her forehead. He paid no mind, rising to stretch and yawn. Well, I suppose I'll head back then. Wait a moment, Gu Wan called out to him. Fang Ziqing turned to ask, What is it? Do you wish to keep me here for another nap? Ignoring his remark, Gu Wan stated, In a bit, pack your things and come with me to a place. As they strolled along the street, observing Gu Wan ahead of him, Fang Ziqing sighed in resignation. Where exactly are you taking me? Shopping, Gu Wan replied. As they continued, Fang Ziqing noticed they were heading into an increasingly deserted area. Isn't shopping typically done at a mall? He questioned. Gu Wan halted, causing Fang Ziqing to nearly bump into her. She turned back and said, You can spend half a day playing with Bai Yi without complaint, but you grow impatient accompanying me for just a while. Fang Ziqing rubbed his forehead, bemused at how Gu Wan seemed to be at odds with Bai Yi. How could it be? It is truly my honor to accompany you, Miss Gu. How could I possibly be impatient? Gu Wan disregarded Fang Ziqing's words and turned to leave, prompting him to hastily follow her. As they gradually exited the city and entered the outskirts, he couldn't help but wonder where Gu Wan was taking him. Upon arriving, Gu Wan pointed towards several time-worn houses ahead. Fang Ziqing raised his gaze. The plaque on the gate still faintly displayed the old inscriptions, Hope Orphanage. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brows and looked at Gu Wan, who nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this is the orphanage where you resided previously." Fang Ziqing nodded, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he could not pinpoint its origin. They continued walking as Gu Wan elaborated. "This is a privately established orphanage that has not received federal accreditation, thus lacking funding. My father, in gratitude to the director for adopting you, once offered a substantial donation to support this orphanage, but it was declined. Subsequently, I heard that the director passed away and the orphanage fell into disrepair." Fang Ziqing nodded. The memories of his past were growing increasingly hazy with the passage of time, leaving him unable to recall any traces of his life here. Suddenly, Gu Wan expressed her confusion. Fang Ziqing turned to her, inquiring, "What is it?" Gu Wan pointed towards a door, and upon turning to look, Fang Ziqing noticed that the door, which should have been covered in dust, was remarkably clean, as if someone had recently polished it. Could there still be someone residing here? "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 28. Is this my handwriting? Fang Ziqing turned back to see a little girl holding a basin of water, looking at him with delight. "Chai Chai, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, equally astonished, recognizing the little girl he had encountered begging previously. Chai Chai set down the basin and pulled Fang Ziqing towards the house, shouting as she walked, "Hudu, hurry and tell Sister Tian Tian that Big Brother is here." Fang Ziqing was led into the house by Chai Chai, with Gu Wan following curiously behind. Inside, several children, whom he had seen the day before, were diligently cleaning the room with rags and brushes. Upon spotting the big brother who had brought them food, they excitedly gathered around him. Fang Ziqing smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the hair of one child and then another. Gu Wan observed from behind, intrigued by the apparent familiarity between them. He noticed Tian Mo, looking much better, being led outside by Hutu, who nodded in his direction. Fang Ziqing returned the gesture with a smile, asking, "What brings you here to live?" Tian Mo led him and Gu Wan to a freshly cleaned room, pouring them cups of water. She then directed the group of lively children outside, saying, "Go help Sister Chai Chai with the cleaning. I'll prepare fish for you this afternoon." Upon hearing that there would be fish for lunch, the children cheered and dashed off to help. Turning back to Fang Ziqing, Tian Mo smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" Fang Ziqing gestured for her to sit, touching his nose as he said, "Well, I was once a resident of this orphanage, so I thought I would come to visit. By the way, have you recovered from your illness?" Tian Mo was taken aback. "I'm almost completely better." "You mean you were also from this orphanage?" Fang Ziqing nodded and recounted. "In my childhood, I was adopted by a family, and this is their daughter." He gestured towards Gu Wan, who acknowledged him with a nod. Tian Mo sighed, reflecting on the serendipity of it all. "How so?" Fang Ziqing inquired with curiosity. Tian Mo smiled softly and pointed to the building. "This orphanage was established by my mother. Back then, while I worked elsewhere, I had little time to visit her, and by the time I returned, she was nearing the end of her life." Fang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tian Mo was indeed the child of the orphanage's director. "How poignant," he remarked. Tian Mo continued, "Her only wish was for me to care for these children, and I have endeavored to honor that wish. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the government seized the orphanage, and we were forced to leave. Thus, I took it upon myself to rent this house with the generous funds you left behind, providing the children with a spacious place to reside, rather than being cramped together as before." Fang Ziqing shook his head. "Please do not refer to me as a benefactor. Were it not for the director's kindness, I might have perished from hunger long ago." Tian Mo chuckled lightly. "It is indeed fortuitous, during the most desperate times, you came to save these children." Fang Ziqing scratched his head. "Perhaps this is karma. The director took me in, and thus it was destined that I would return here one day." "Did you know each other before?" Gu Wan asked, perplexed by their conversation. Tian Mo smiled gently at her and recounted the events of the previous day. Gu Wan was taken aback, realizing that Fang Ziqing had selflessly bequeathed his meager fortune to these unfamiliar children. Was this truly the same miserly Fang Ziqing she had known? No wonder he claimed to have spent all his money. She had mistakenly thought he squandered it all on Bai Yi. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Gu Wan's gaze, Fang Ziqing shifted the topic. "Tian Mo, what are your plans for the future?" Tian Mo contemplated for a moment. "I initially cared for these children to fulfill my mother's last wish, but after spending so much time with them, I find it difficult to part from them. Once everything is settled, I will seek employment to support them. If I gain the means in the future, I may even consider adopting more children." Fang Ziqing remained silent for a long while. You are as remarkable as your mother. I may not have the strength to forsake everything as she did, but I will do my utmost to assist you. With that, he produced a bank card and placed it in Tian Mo's hands. There will be a sum transferred monthly. Consider it my contribution to these children. Tian Mo persistently refused. Mr. Fang, truly, it is unnecessary. I will soon be able to work. And the eldest among the children has already started school. Just the other day, he called to share that he received several scholarships and can lend a hand to his younger siblings. The money you provided yesterday is already quite sufficient. I cannot accept more. Fang Ziqing firmly grasped her hand, shaking his head. How long can you bear this burden alone? This money is not for you. It is for these little ones. In a few years, they will be attending school, and the expenses will increase significantly. At this, Tian Mo hesitated, her hand faltering as she held the bank card, uncertain of how to respond. Moreover, my daily sustenance and accommodation at school are fully covered, which scarcely requires any expenditure on my part. There is no need for you to decline. The children are at a critical stage of growth and must not suffer from nutritional deficiencies. With reddened eyes, Tian Mo expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Fang, I am at a loss as to how to thank you. Guwan remained silently by the side, her hands involuntarily clenching slightly. She never anticipated that bringing Fang Ziqing here would lead to such an array of events, nor had she ever witnessed him display such seriousness. It seemed this was his true self. Soon, the three of them joined the cleaning brigade, and the 3 rooms were swiftly tidied up. During this time, Guwan discreetly instructed the Gu family servants to procure numerous daily necessities and bedding, transforming the small abode into a refreshing space within half a day. As dusk approached, everyone gathered together in anticipation of the meal. Dinner is served. Fang Ziqing appeared in an apron, carrying a platter of sweet and sour fish, while Guwan and Tian Mo followed with accompanying dishes. The little one's eyes sparkled as they beheld the sumptuous spread. Once all the dishes were laid out, Fang Ziqing took his seat and gazed at the others in surprise, saying, Why aren't you eating? Has my culinary skill diminished? Chai picked up his bowl and chopsticks, delicately offering 2 pieces of the most tender fish to Fang Ziqing and Guwan. Big brother Fang, big sister, you eat first. The nearby children echoed his sentiment, encircling the two. Fang Ziqing quickly shook his head, insisting that such formalities were unnecessary. Guwan had never encountered such a scene before. Her cheeks flushed as she found herself at a loss. Tian Mo smiled gently and remarked, It is the children's kind gesture. You too should indulge. They exchanged glances and nodded. After they finished their meal, Tian Mo clapped her hands and declared, Everyone, let us feast. The little ones eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Chai smacked his lips and exclaimed, Sister Tian, your cooking has improved. This fish is delicious. Tian Mo patted Chai's head and replied, This is not my handiwork. It is your big brother Fang who prepared it. Chai's eyes widened with delight. Big brother Fang, you can cook? That is amazing. Fang Ziqing smiled faintly, revealing that he had honed his culinary skills during his solitary days when he could not afford takeout. Guwan cast a discreet glance at Fang Ziqing, pondering when he had acquired the ability to cook. Since arriving at the Gu household, it had always been the servants preparing the meals. Could it be that he had known how to cook even before? But that didn't seem right. He was merely 6 or 7 years old when he came to the Gu family. Noticing Guwan's gaze, Fang Ziqing asked, Is it to your liking? Without hesitation, Guwan replied, It is delicious. Fang Ziqing chuckled, If you wish for more, I shall prepare it for you. Guwan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Realizing her lapse, she feigned indifference and continued to eat. By the way, Mr. Fang, before you leave, there is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. Fang Ziqing turned back, inquiring, Of course, what is it? Tian Mo interjected with a smile. Today marks the re-establishment of the orphanage. My mother mentioned that the plaque of the orphanage is a cherished antique, but it has recently corroded. I would like to ask if you could create another inscription. What do you think? Fang Ziqing nodded without hesitation, saying, No problem. After dining, the group gathered at the entrance where a plaque faintly inscribed with Hope Orphanage caught their attention. Guwan handed over the paint she had purchased, and Fang Ziqing nodded in acknowledgement, dipping the brush. Just as he was about to write, he paused, puzzled. The familiar characters on the old plaque stirred a sense of recognition, yet he could not recall where he had seen them before. With meticulous strokes, Fang Ziqing inscribed Hope Orphanage. Guwan and Tian Mo exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Your handwriting resembles that on the plaque, Guwan remarked, unable to restrain herself. Suddenly, the brush slipped from Fang Ziqing's grasp, clattering to the ground. My handwriting? Chapter 29. This is not a dream. A tempest of emotions surged within Fang Ziqing. Indeed, it was his handwriting, which explained the familiarity. According to Tian Mo, this was an old relic from the past, Yet despite scouring all accessible records, he found no trace of his previous world. Moreover, he had never written on this plaque prior to his journey. Shaking his head, he thought perhaps he was overthinking it. Guwan noticed Fang Ziqing lost in thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Snapping back to reality, Fang Ziqing forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." After bidding farewell to the others, they returned just as the sun began to set. "Thank you for today, Guwan," Fang Ziqing expressed sincerely. "If you hadn't brought me here, I might never have encountered them again, nor would I have known that Tian Mo is the daughter of the former director. I truly appreciate it." Such seriousness was rare between them. Guwan observed the earnestness in Fang Ziqing's demeanor, nodding and then shaking her head. "There's no need for thanks. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who must thank the director for adopting you. Without her, you wouldn't exist. But without you, I wouldn't be here either." Guwan seemed uncomfortable in such an atmosphere and swiftly changed the subject. "The name Hope Orphanage is quite fitting." Fang Ziqing halted abruptly, a tremor coursing through him. Guwan turned back, puzzled. "What's the matter? What did you just say?" he inquired eagerly. "I said the name of the orphanage is wonderful. The word hope carries significant meaning," Guwan continued, but before she could finish, Fang Ziqing's heart raced. "Hope Orphanage. This is the name of the orphanage from my previous world." Perplexed by Fang Ziqing's stunned expression, Guwan furrowed her brow and asked, "Is something amiss?" Fang Ziqing shook his head, falling silent. They continued their journey back to the Gu residence, yet Guwan sensed that Fang Ziqing was preoccupied, remaining unusually quiet throughout their walk. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's mind raced. What connections existed between his former world and the present? Why were there so many coincidences? And why was it he who had crossed over? The series of events from that day caused him to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it all be a dream? Perhaps he would awaken to find it was merely a fleeting slumber. Abruptly, Fang Ziqing called out to Guwan, "Hey Guwan, give me a punch." Guwan turned back, bewildered by his strange request. "Are you sure?" Fang Ziqing nodded vigorously. "I'm sure. Go ahead, hit me harder." Guwan clenched her fist, confirming once more, "Have I begun?" Just as Fang Ziqing was about to nod, a sudden thought struck him. What if she were to awaken from the dream, and he would no longer see Guwan? In that fleeting moment, as Guwan remained oblivious, he embraced her tightly, inhaling her scent deeply. Then he stepped back 3 paces, exhaling with a declaration, "All right, I'm prepared." Guwan's eyes widened as she observed Fang Ziqing's recent series of actions. "Why did you hug me? After hugging, you want me to hit you? Shouldn't you announce your intentions before embracing a girl?" Watching Guwan hesitate to act, Fang Ziqing urged, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Guwan tightened her fist, irate, and retorted, "Go to hell." With a thud, dust erupted behind Fang Ziqing as Guwan retracted her fist. With a resounding slap, Fang Ziqing fell to his knees. His face pressed against the ground. Gazing up at Guwan from below, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Wonderful, it's not a dream. Seeing Fang Ziqing's smile sent a chill down Guwan's spine. This guy was smiling after being hit. Had he lost his mind? Guwan looked at her own fist, pondering whether she had struck his head. Had her abilities awakened prematurely? Fang Ziqing sprang up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Let us go, let us go. What are you standing around for? It's almost dark." Chapter 30. Return to School Assessment. September 2nd marked the return to school, with all capable individuals who had visited their families required to return to the academy by 6 in the evening, or else they would be deemed as defectors. The distance from the Gu family villa to the academy was not far, and neither Guwan nor Fang Ziqing favored taking a vehicle, opting instead to walk leisurely down the street. "Ziqing?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Fang Ziqing turned to see a girl in a white dress waving at her. Fang Ziqing glanced at Guwan, noticing that she showed no intention of moving. The girl, jogged over, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, Ziqing, it's really you." Fang Ziqing nodded, saying, "Yes, what a coincidence. By the way, this is my friend Guwan." Smiled brightly at Guwan, saying, "Who doesn't know the first genius of our first advanced academy?" "Hello, I'm and I'm in the same class as Ziqing." Guwan, maintaining her expressionless demeanor, replied, "From your address, it seems you're quite familiar with Fang Ziqing. Have you known each other for long?" Glanced at Fang Ziqing and shyly replied, "Oh, we just went on a date together the other day, so we're quite familiar now." "Date?" Guwan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just mention having a meal?" "Ziqing, such an affectionate way of addressing her," she remarked, then turned her gaze to Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing, feeling the scrutiny of both girls, one slightly shy, the other with a piercing gaze, wondered, "What the heck? Why are you looking at me?" Clearing his throat, he said, "Oh, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your chat. Bye." Before either girl could respond, he hurriedly made his way toward the school gate. As he picked up his room card and had yet to unlock the door, he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Liang Bo, the classmate who had previously challenged him, waving with a flushed face. "What's up, Liang?" Fang Ziqing asked, puzzled by his demeanor. Liang Bo lifted his lowered head, his eyes slightly red, and declared, "From now on, whether it's climbing mountains or traversing fire, as long as you command, I, Liang Bo, shall not flinch." Fang Ziqing looked at him in confusion, wondering why he suddenly brought up these topics. He invited Liang Bo into the room and poured some tea, handing it to him. It turned out that Liang Bo was the eldest among the group of children adopted by Tian Mo due to not meeting the requirements during this family visit. He was unable to obtain the opportunity to reconnect. He learned during their conversation that Fang Ziqing had assisted them in their most urgent time of need and had helped to rebuild the orphanage, which prompted Liang Bo's earlier actions. Liang Bo, being the eldest of these children, had excelled academically and gained admission to the prestigious First High Academy. Later fortunate enough to become an ability wielder, he had anticipated being able to share the burden with Tian Mo, only to discover that Tian Mo had fallen ill and had no income, while he remained unaware of the lack of visitation opportunities. Had he not encountered Fang Ziqing, he shuddered to think of what might have happened. If Tian Mo or his younger siblings had perished from starvation, Liang Bo would bear the guilt for a lifetime. He tightly grasped the teacup, feeling somewhat awkward, especially since he had previously offended Fang Ziqing, which now filled him with shame. "I was the one who upset you before. Feel free to hit me a few times to vent your anger," he said. Fang Ziqing sighed at this and patted Liang Bo's shoulder, saying, "We are all family here. There's no need for such talk. And you, a grown man, why act so coy? I didn't help them because of you. Liang Bo, I truly regard them as my own family." Liang Bo nodded, his eyes reddening. The only home the children who emerged from the orphanage knew was the orphanage itself, and their only relatives were their companions. "Regardless, if it hadn't been for you that day, my younger siblings would likely have starved. In the future, if you ever need me, Liang Bo, just speak up. I will not hesitate to assist you." Seeing his determination, Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. "No problem, I will let you know if I need anything in the future." After Liang Bo left, Fang Ziqing let out a quiet sigh. No one knew the immense effort Liang Bo had exerted to gain admission to the First High Academy. And compared to them, he considered himself fortunate. Ding! A message popped up on Fang Ziqing's watch. "All ability students, please proceed to the comprehensive training room within half an hour." It was said that after each family visit, to prevent the students who had secured visitation opportunities from becoming lax in their training, the return day was designated as an assessment day to prompt students to practice. Upon arriving at the comprehensive training room, seating was arranged according to the rankings from the challenge competition, with Guwon sitting at the top, towering over the rest. Below were the 2nd to 10th ranks, including Bai Yi, who ranked 9th. The next group consisted of the 11th to 50th ranks, with Fang Ziqing seated in the 3rd row, while the 4th row comprised the 51st to 100th ranks. The subsequent row was positioned 100 meters away, forming a pyramid structure in the seating arrangement. Only those seated in the top 2 rows held hope of becoming awakened during the grade examination. The formidable Black Boss stood at the forefront, with the class instructors behind him. "Little ones, you have been training for a month since enrollment. Today is the day to test your skills. Let me see if any of you have been slacking." Some students, whose progress was lacking, dared not meet the Black Boss's gaze. In contrast, others stood tall, clearly confident in their current abilities. Though all were at level 1, there were distinctions between beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfected stages. Starting from the last student in the 5th row, a frail boy approached the center where the testing apparatus was situated. He focused his spiritual energy and directed it into the device. The boy nodded, placing his right palm upon it, and a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The teachers shook their heads. It was evident from the aura that he had yet to transcend to the intermediate level, rendering his chances of passing the first hurdle in the upcoming examination quite bleak. As expected, the apparatus indicated a result of LV1 novice. The head instructor nodded, signaling for the next participant. The boy, embarrassed, returned to his seat. The testing continued until all the top 100 students had been assessed, and none had managed to reach the intermediate level. The head instructor frowned slightly. Next, he called. Liang Bo stepped forward, and the apparatus displayed LV1 intermediate. The head instructor acknowledged him with a nod. Ranked 98th, he had achieved an intermediate breakthrough. Indeed, a diligent student. The atmosphere grew tense as the subsequent tests unfolded. Previously, most students had been at the novice level, but now, with an intermediate achievement in their midst, the pressure escalated. The boy ranked 97th completed his test, revealing LV1 novice. Hearing the murmurs from his peers nearby, his face turned pale. Being ranked higher, yet failing to surpass the LV1 intermediate level was indeed embarrassing. Yet, he was not alone in his humiliation. Up to the 50th position, only a handful had reached the intermediate level, while the majority remained novices. It was only at the 50th place that intermediate cultivators began to appear consistently. Next, Fang Ziqing called the instructor. The top-ranked Guwan opened her eyes, while Bai Yi, ranked 9th in the second row, also leaned forward eagerly. In the 4th row, the jubilant Liang Bo clenched his fists, silently cheering for Fang Ziqing. As Fang Ziqing approached the apparatus, he nodded at the head instructor and smiled gently at Liang Ya, who was encouraging him from the side. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand on the device. The results were projected onto the large screen for all to see, and as the scores were revealed, "What? My goodness! What do I see?" Chapter 31. The first day, the students below stared in astonishment at the results displayed on the screen. Witnessing a score that had never before been achieved, LV1 advanced. Bai Yi clapped her hands in delight, estimating that only about 10 students would reach the advanced level. To her surprise, Fang Ziqing, who was not among the top 10, had attained LV1 advanced. Truly remarkable. Soon, however, Bai Yi felt elated. Indeed, Ziqing's talent was on par with hers. Liang Yu was also slightly taken aback. This young man was impressive, although she had always believed in Fang Ziqing from the beginning. Listening to the praises and discussions from the surrounding teachers, Liang Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. As for Gu Wan, she merely rested her forehead in her hand. As expected, this guy was once again concealing his true capabilities. After their dual cultivation, she had advanced to LV2, while Fang Ziqing had reached the pinnacle of LV1. Although she was unsure how he had manipulated the surrounding aura to reflect an advanced realm, it did beg the question, was it truly necessary for him to consistently hide his cultivation level? This was indeed a matter that could not be entirely blamed on Fang Ziqing. In his original conception, he believed that achieving a ranking around the 10th position would suffice. It was a score neither too low to forfeit decent rewards nor too high to be deemed unattainable. However, he miscalculated his peers' progress, as the current atmosphere indicated that even the top 10 were merely at the LV1 advanced level. Should he reveal his unparalleled mastery, it would undoubtedly draw attention. Fang Ziqing cast a fleeting glance at Gu Wan. Had he anticipated this outcome during their dual cultivation, he would have intentionally lowered his displayed prowess. Fortunately, the sole flaw in this scenario lay with Gu Wan, not anyone else. The students who had initially relaxed upon securing their positions now found their anxiety rekindled. Indeed, up until the 10th rank, no other advanced cultivators emerged. Without exception, they were all of intermediate level. It was not until Bai Yi, ranked 9th, took the stage that a second advanced level appeared. From that point onward, all the way to Jiang Lixin, ranked 2nd, were undeniably advanced, solidifying their dominance within the top 10. What level of mastery would the much-anticipated Gu Wan reveal? Could she attain the realm of perfection and continue to write her legend as the foremost genius? Black Boss paused momentarily and said, "I just received news from the Advanced Experimental Academy that my old comrade boasted that Xing Fei from their academy has broken through to the LV1 realm of perfection." He inquired about our school standings. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. They hadn't anticipated that Xing Fei had achieved such a monumental breakthrough. And yet, Gu Wan had yet to be tested. Who would ultimately claim the title of the top genius? Xing Fei, from the Tianhai District Experimental Advanced Academy, paid no heed to the envy of her classmates, her gaze fixated on the constantly updating Tianhai District ability ranking. Currently, she held the top position, though the name of the first advanced academy had yet to be listed. The outcome remained uncertain. A slight smirk graced Xing Fei's lips. Even if Gu Wan achieved the realm of perfection, it mattered little. The future would no longer be dominated solely by her. When people spoke of greatness, they would have to include me, Xing Fei. Amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, Gu Wan gracefully descended the steps, approaching the apparatus. Spiritual energy gradually coalesced around her, forming an almost tangible halo of power. Witnessing this, the teachers exhaled in relief, for it appeared Gu Wan had indeed reached the realm of perfection. This implied that the first advanced academy would not be overshadowed by the experimental advanced academy. However, the spectacle was far from over. To everyone's astonishment, a second halo of spiritual energy began to materialize beside Gu Wan. Even the teachers from the first advanced academy gasped in disbelief, not to mention the students who were left utterly dumbfounded. They hastily turned their attention to the large screen displaying the results. LV2 beginner. The succinct phrase seemed to possess an enchantment that captivated all present, even causing the teachers to widen their eyes in astonishment. The room fell silent, as if time itself had paused at that moment. Fang Ziqing smiled faintly. "Well done, Gu Wan. Now all eyes are upon you, and no one will notice me." he thought with a chuckle. He then raised his hands in applause, igniting a wave of cheers throughout the comprehensive training room. In the prestigious academy of Tianhai City, Xing Fei was intently gazing at the leaderboard when, unexpectedly, a change occurred. The top rank, previously held by Gu Wan, now displayed her as LV2, a novice level. Staring in disbelief as her own position slipped to second, Xing Fei widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 32, C-Class Medal. How could Gu Wan possibly have reached LV2? It seemed unfathomable. Despite her relentless training, she had only just managed to break through to the peak of the Great Perfection realm. No one understood the challenges of such a breakthrough better than Xing Fei, yet the evidence lay starkly before her. With a bitter expression, she pondered. Is my talent truly inferior to yours, Gu Wan? Meanwhile, in the first advanced academy, the notorious leader laughed heartily and picked up his phone to call someone. Hello? Oh, weren't you just inquiring about the situation at our first advanced academy? Well, it's rather lackluster. Only an LV2 has emerged. What was the best result from your experimental academy again? Oh, don't hang up. As if all of this were of no concern to her. Gu Wan casually walked toward her designated seat, momentarily pausing as she passed Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing felt a chill run down her spine at Gu Wan's approach. Wondering what she intended. Please, don't let the spotlight shift back to me, she thought. Observing Fang Ziqing's pleading expression brought a slight amusement to Gu Wan, who then proceeded to her seat. Relieved that Gu Wan did not seek trouble with her, Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply. The moment for distributing rewards soon arrived. According to the Academy's reward system, the top scorer would receive 200 points, those ranking 2nd to 11th would earn 100 points. Those from 11th to 50th would receive 50 points, and those ranked 50 to 100 would get 30 points, with the remaining participants receiving 10 points. The disparity between the highest and lowest rewards was a staggering 20-fold. Furthermore, the top 10 would receive a special reward, a piece of C-Class metal. This C-Class metal was not available in the outside world, and once enough was accumulated, one could use their points to commission the Federation to forge a weapon. Weapons crafted from C-Class metal not only surpassed all conventional melee weapons, but also significantly enhanced one's spiritual power, serving as an invaluable ally for those with abilities. Upon hearing about this reward, the audience cast envious glances at the top 10. The leader remarked to the highest-ranking 10 individuals, selecting the right metal is crucial. If you intend to forge defensive weapons, you should choose the left side metal. If you seek offensive weapons, opt for the right side metal. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for one student with exceptional physical attributes who chose the left side metal. The leader continued, regardless of the metal, the best choice is the one that suits you best. In the competitions to come, I hope you all strive diligently to accumulate enough metal and points to exchange for a C-Class weapon. At that time, your strength will witness a remarkable enhancement. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. The leader then proclaimed, the province has just sent a congratulatory message. Gu Wan has become the first to break through to LV2 in Tiannan province, and as such, she is awarded 500,000 Federation coins, a 2-star spirit-nourishing pill, and 2 pieces of C-Class metal. The audience was left in astonishment. Among the 20 or so districts in Tiannan province, Gu Wan was the first to achieve this milestone. It seemed that the title of the top talent in Tianhai City would soon be replaced by the title of the top talent in Tiannan province. The students within the top 10 looked at Gu Wan with envy, having just received their weapon lists. The requirements for different weapons vary with the metals needed. Yet now Gu Wan has already acquired 3 types of metal, sufficient to forge a pocket dagger, not to mention the 2-star spirit-nourishing pill, a potion that would undoubtedly accelerate Gu Wan's cultivation, allowing her to surpass them all in due course. Upon hearing the mention of 500,000 Federation coins, Fang Ziqing nearly leapt up, exclaiming that he too was a level 2 abilities user. Had he known the rewards were so substantial, he would have concealed his true cultivation level. One can only imagine how swiftly Gu Wan's information would attract the attention of the province. Even contemplating it for himself sent a shiver down his spine. Gu Wan cast a sideways glance at Fang Ziqing, only to find him wearing a sullen expression, hesitating to speak, which made her stifle a chuckle. This money-loving fellow was surely tempted by the prospect of the reward. After all, Fang Ziqing was currently a veritable pauper, having shamelessly borrowed 1,000 Federation coins from her before returning to school, claiming it was for meals. Thus, his current financial status stood at -1,000. This thought buoyed Gu Wan's spirits immensely. At that moment, the head teacher of Class 1 approached Fang Ziqing, addressing him directly. Classmate Fang, with your current capabilities, you would fit perfectly in our Class 1. It is well known that Class 1 boasts the strongest talents. Before he could finish his sentence, a furious Liangya stormed over. You, Lu Jia, have the audacity to poach my Liangya students? Do you take me for clay to be molded at your whim? Lu Jie sheepishly scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be caught in the act of poaching, and promptly slinked over to Gu Wan's side. Liang Ye took a deep breath, wrapping an arm around Bai Yi and another around Fang Ziqing, bursting into laughter. You two have truly brought me pride. Did you not see how sour their faces looked just now? Ha! Tonight, Teacher Liang is treating you both, and you must come. Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a gentle smile. Suddenly, Fang Ziqing felt a sharp pain in his back and turned to see Gu Wan squinting at him. He discreetly extricated himself from Liang Ye's grip and approached Gu Wan, giving her a thumbs up. The number one genius of Tianhai District, or rather now, the number one genius of Tiannan Province. What a splendid title, truly impressive. Gu Wan replied with a cold smile. Is that a sincere congratulations? Fang Ziqing nodded eagerly, resembling a little chick. Absolutely. Gu Wan, with a mysterious smile, countered. Then treat me to a meal? Chapter 33. Joining the gathering, Fang Ziqing's expression stiffened at this, mentally cursing himself, for the 1,000 coins he had borrowed were still owed. And the academy subsidy would not arrive until mid-month. How could I possibly have money? Gu Wan's voice broke through his thoughts. What? Is classmate Fang merely speaking for effect? Of course not. Fang Ziqing regretted approaching Gu Wan, but a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Actually, I had intended to invite you to dinner today, but unexpectedly. There was a class matter that arose. Teacher Liang is hosting a gathering for the students of Class 10. What do you think? Gu Wan, unfazed, replied, no worries. I can join you at your Class 10 gathering. Consider it as your treat to me. Fang Ziqing was taken aback. You want to attend our Class 10 gathering? This seems inappropriate. I suspect Teacher Liang would not approve. Gu Wan directly approached Liang Ye, who was addressing Class 10, and with a slight smile, inquired, Teacher Liang, I heard there is a gathering in your class today. Would it be possible for me to attend? Liang Ye was momentarily taken aback by this, glancing at Fang Ziqing, who was awkwardly scratching his head, as if she understood something. She responded with a smile, no problem at all. Xiao Gu Wan, you are most welcome. She then turned to Bai Yi and said, Yi, as the class monitor, the arrangements for Gu Wan are in your capable hands. Bai Yi nodded and smiled lightly at Gu Wan, who returned the gesture. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing covered his face, resigned to the fact that the two had once again gravitated towards each other. Although abilities restricted them from venturing outside, the academy offered ample spaces for gatherings. Liang Ye, while being the organizer, entrusted the entirety of the arrangements to class monitor Bai Yi. In less than an hour, the classmates transformed the conference room into a lively party setting. They had agreed to commence the dinner at 6 in the evening, with still half an hour to spare. Ziqing, are you quite familiar with Gu Wan? Bai Yi asked, observing Fang Ziqing, who was busy arranging tables and chairs. Fang Ziqing replied while setting things up, yes. We are quite familiar. Why do you ask? Bai Yi shook her head, it's nothing. Teacher Liang has assigned me to organize this event. I will go pick up Gu Wan. Would you like to join me? Fang Ziqing promptly waved his hand, jokingly stating he preferred not to be caught between two women, and quickly made an excuse. I still need to arrange the food order, so I think I will pass. Bai Yi nodded, glancing at her watch. Realizing the gathering time was drawing near, she then stated, please inform the other classmates and Teacher Liang. I will go fetch Gu Wan. Fang Ziqing agreed, no problem. Bai Yi then exited the conference room. Upon arriving at Gu Wan's residence, Bai Yi deliberately returned to change into her favorite white dress. While selecting jewelry, she chose to wear the treasured heart of the ocean pendant she kept in an exquisite box. Bai Yi, already possessing an elegant and ethereal beauty, appeared even more striking after her meticulous preparations. She rang the doorbell of Gu Wan's villa and patiently awaited at the entrance. When the door opened, Gu Wan appeared, evidently just finished with training. Bai Yi smiled and said, Gu Wan, the gathering is about to commence. I thought you might not be familiar with the route to our Class 10, so I plan to accompany you. Gu Wan nodded, subtly surveying Bai Yi, who was elegantly adorned. Please, come in, my classmate. Bai Yi entered Gu Wan's abode, and Gu Wan handed her a bottle of beverage, saying, let me tidy up a bit, we'll leave shortly. Please bear with me. Bai Yi nodded. 5 minutes later, Gu Wan emerged, causing Bai Yi to pause. Captivated by Gu Wan's appearance in a black spaghetti strap evening gown, with a hint of makeup enhancing her already enchanting features. Chapter 34. The Clash of Black and White. Bai Yi regained her composure and remarked, Gu Wan, you are truly naturally beautiful. Gu Wan offered a polite smile, exuding confidence and grace in every movement. The two walked down the street, one in black and the other in white, drawing the attention of classmates along the roadside. The gathering awaited only the arrival of Bai Yi and Gu Wan. After a month of companionship, everyone had already become familiar with one another. Some girls had formed a close bond with Liang Ye, sharing laughter and conversation. The boys engaged in friendly banter and drinking games. With Fang Ziqing and Liang Bo seated together, their arms locked in a wrist wrestling match. Liang Bo employed both hands in an attempt to overpower Fang Ziqing's single hand. His face flushed with exertion, while Fang Ziqing appeared entirely at ease, even raising his other hand to sip from a glass on the table. A number of boys gathered around, eagerly watching the contest. Fang Ziqing was undoubtedly a top contender, ranking among the top 10 in the school. A proud representative of Class 10, alongside Bai Yi, forming a formidable duo. Apart from Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing, Liang Bo had also emerged as a prominent figure in this assessment, claiming the title of the third most significant person in Class 10. It was curious how Liang Bo and Fang Ziqing had developed such a close relationship. Just yesterday, when some boys jested about Fang Ziqing's forum incident, Liang Bo had overheard and promptly dealt with them. Come on, Liang Bo. If you can't win with both hands, that would be quite embarrassing. Indeed, Liang Bo. Defeat Fang Ziqing, and you shall be the foremost boy in our class. The onlookers, reveling in the excitement, made light-hearted jests. After a prolonged struggle, Liang Bo released his grip, shrugging his shoulders. I'm not aspiring to be the top boy. If anyone wants that title, come and take it. He gestured as if to relinquish his position, but the surrounding boys quickly waved their hands in refusal. Come on, Liang Bo is already a mid-level LV1 ability user. If he cannot best Fang Ziqing, what chance do we low-level ones have? The nearby girls stifled giggles at the sight of the boys conceding, glancing furtively at Fang Ziqing. In the Academy of Ability Users, one's prowess was the most direct means of gaining favor. Rumor had it that since Liang Bo's impressive performance in the assessment, several girls had expressed interest in getting to know him. Fang Ziqing nudged Liang Bo and teased, "Look at the third girl to your left. She has been stealing glances at you. Tell me honestly, are you in a relationship?" Liang Bo chuckled wryly, his face reddening. "Boss Fang, you know my situation. I'm just a poor kid, and most of those at the First Advanced Academy come from affluent backgrounds. How could I dare to pursue romance?" Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow and playfully punched him. "You're such a coward. With your potential as an ability user, your future is boundless. Besides, your ranking is sure to soar into the top 50 or higher. Who would dare look down on you?" Liang Bo shook his head. "Even though our monthly stipends are considerable, I have younger siblings who require support. How could I feel at ease spending money meant for their betterment on romance?" Fang Ziqing nodded. He understood that, like Liang Bo, he too had refrained from pursuing affection for years, too self-conscious to even glance at girls he admired. Insecurity had plagued him, making even his own life a challenge, let alone seeking a romantic partner. But Boss Fang, your monthly allowance also goes to your siblings, which surely affects your love life. I guess it's my fault for dragging you down, Liang Bo lamented. Fang Ziqing shot him a disapproving look. Nonsense. Just because you, Liang Bo, are noble and know how to repay kindness, does that mean I, Fang Ziqing, am a heartless wolf? Apologies, Liang Bo said, Boss Fang. Was that really my intention? He then chuckled. Just now, I noticed that the girls were glancing at you far more than they were at me. Have you taken a page from the sages? Nevertheless, I believe you are right. Only a goddess like Bai Yi deserves you. Fang Ziqing rolled his eyes, too disinterested to respond. Liang Bo nudged him with his elbow, saying, Bai Yi and the others are here. The door to the conference room swung open, and Bai Yi, donned in a flowing white dress, entered the venue. Although they were aware that their class leader was a beauty, her allure had been obscured by the training uniforms they typically wore, much like students in school uniforms fail to showcase their true essence. Today, however, Bai Yi's white dress accentuated her feminine charm flawlessly, and upon entering, she rendered all the female students self-conscious, averting their gazes. With a smile, Bai Yi regarded her classmates. While several male students could be heard swallowing nervously, during their usual training, Bai Yi's true beauty had gone unnoticed, but illuminated under the lights. She sparkled like the gleam of a bracelet. Liang Bo leaned closer to Fang Ziqing and remarked, Boss Fang is indeed fortunate. Fang Ziqing chose not to engage with him. He had seen Bai Yi in a dress before when they dined out. Though the styles differed, to him, they were both just white dresses. Today, perhaps due to her accessories and makeup, he found himself stealing a couple more glances. He noticed Bai Yi smiling at him, seemingly asking for his opinion on her appearance. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing shifted his gaze away. Allow me to introduce the genius of Class 1, our academy's top talent, Gu Wan. Bai Yi stepped aside, gesturing for Gu Wan outside to enter. Fang Ziqing took a sip of water, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of black high-heeled shoes, leading up to her pristine thighs, which created a striking contrast against her black spaghetti-strap gown. The most astonishing aspect was the sensual curve of her collarbone, captivating everyone's attention, while her straight hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and a hint of blush adorned her cheeks. The entire Class 10 was enveloped in silence. Both boys and girls quietly observing Gu Wan as she walked in, unsure of how to react. While Bai Yi was familiar to them, Gu Wan was the Academy's most sought-after star, someone they had only seen from a distance at events. Never before had they encountered her in person like this. Even more shocking was the sight of Gu Wan, who usually donned training attire, now dazzling in her black gown, eclipsing all the females in the room. In this moment, even Bai Yi found herself overshadowed by Gu Wan's brilliance. The atmosphere was hushed, with not a single person daring to speak. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a soft puff, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out that Fang Ziqing, who had been drinking water, had inadvertently spat it out. Coughing and patting his chest, he shattered the tranquil ambience. Bai Yi stepped forward, smiling. Are we not welcoming our classmate Gu Wan? Welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor to have Gu Wan join our Class 10. All the students rose to express their warm welcome. Liang Yi stood up and walked over to Gu Wan, saying, Welcome, Gu Wan. You look absolutely stunning today. Gu Wan smiled gently and replied, Thank you, Teacher Liang. You look beautiful as well. Liang Yi laughed heartily and said, Now that everyone is here, let us take our seats. The dilemma arose when it became evident that there was only one available seat beside Fang Ziqing, which was typically reserved for Bai Yi, the class monitor. However, Gu Wan was still entangled in rumors of being Fang Ziqing's girlfriend, a topic that remained pinned at the top of the forum. Subsequently, rumors emerged of a rivalry between Bai Yi and Gu Wan over Fang Ziqing's affections. The students' interest peaked, and the atmosphere was charged with gossip, as everyone wondered who would ultimately claim the role of the primary partner. Yet, neither of the girls made a move. They stood there smiling at Fang Ziqing, seemingly allowing him to make the decision. Fang Ziqing felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, unable to meet the gaze of either girl. Observing this, Liang Yi squinted at the trio, as if she understood the underlying tension, and with a sly smile, she settled into her own seat, prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. She had always advocated for pursuing one's desires, including matters of the heart, thus she had no intentions of favoring either party. Bai Yi was the first to speak. Gu Wan, your seat is here. I've placed you next to Teacher Liang. Does that work for you? Gu Wan replied with a slight smile, as the class monitor. I should ideally sit beside the head teacher, so I believe I will take this seat instead, as she pointed to the spot on Fang Ziqing's left. Liang Yi's expression darkened. She thought, why are you two dragging me into your squabble, using me as a shield? Upon hearing Gu Wan's words, Bai Yi subtly furrowed her brow, taken aback by Gu Wan's forthrightness in claiming the seat next to Fang Ziqing. The other classmates exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Even the most oblivious among them could sense the tension in the air, watching the clash between the two goddesses unfold. Some male students couldn't help but cast envious glances at Fang Ziqing. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing appeared unfazed as he sipped his drink, though internally, he felt increasingly anxious. He knew that the convergence of the two girls could only spell trouble. At that moment, Liang Bo, a bystander, suddenly felt as though he could come to Fang Ziqing's rescue. He thought to himself, this is my chance to repay the favor. He promptly stood up and declared, Teacher Liang, I have some questions about my studies that I would like to discuss with you. May I join you at your desk? Liang Yi smiled and nodded, as the two standing girls took their seats beside Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing clenched his straw tightly, cursing Liang Bo inwardly, thinking, one is already enough to handle. Why did you have to bring in another? The atmosphere in the room became increasingly peculiar. The male students felt constrained, a stark contrast to their earlier boisterousness. Now adopting a gentlemanly demeanor while casting furtive glances at Bai Yi and Gu Wan. Meanwhile, the female students discreetly divided into two factions, one supporting Gu Wan and the other backing Bai Yi. Caught between the two, Fang Ziqing sensed an overwhelming tension, as though he were ensnared in a tempest. Gu Wan took a sip of her drink and inquired, Did you just witness me spray water? Do you find me unappealing today? Fang Ziqing, understanding that she was questioning him, replied, Not at all. I find you quite stunning today. I'm merely surprised as I have never seen you in this light. Gu Wan raised an eyebrow. You truly appreciate this outfit? Listening to their conversation, Bai Yi couldn't help but tighten her grip on her drink. Gu Wan was already beautiful, but with a little embellishment today, she was utterly captivating. Before Fang Ziqing could respond, Bai Yi smiled and turned to him. Ziqing, do you think this ocean heart necklace complements today's dress? I spent quite a while selecting this dress, believing it pairs perfectly with the ocean heart. Upon hearing Bai Yi's reference, Gu Wan arched an eyebrow. Does my classmate have a fondness for this necklace? Bai Yi smiled shyly, holding the hem of her dress. Yes. It was a gift from Ziqing during our date, so I cherish it dearly. Gu Wan offered a smile that did not reach her eyes as she looked at Fang Ziqing. Oh, is that so? It seems Fang classmate has quite the knack for selecting gifts. Chapter 36. I am saddened that I could not earn your affection. Fang Ziqing felt beads of sweat forming on his brow and found himself at a loss for words. Bai Yi chimed in, oh. He may seem a bit daft at times, but he is actually quite observant. Gu Wan nodded and turned to Bai Yi. It appears my classmate holds Fang classmate in high regard. Bai Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stood a bit taller. Ziqing is indeed remarkable. Many girls admire him. He has caused quite a bit of trouble for Gu classmate in the past, and as the class monitor, I owe her an apology. This did not directly answer the question, but rather used the previous incident to apologize to Gu Wan, thus asserting her position while distancing Gu Wan from Fang Ziqing. Impressive. Indeed. Liang Yamen feigned indifference as she sampled her meal, yet her ears were finely attuned to the conversation unfolding before her. It seemed our esteemed class monitor held the upper hand at present. Gu Wan shook her head. In truth, it's not a big deal. Though the details may have been somewhat exaggerated, the essence remains accurate. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. What did she mean by remains accurate? Did they truly share something in the past? Nevertheless, she replied with a smile. Indeed, those editors lack integrity, fabricating tales from thin air. Thankfully, we were not spotted during our date the other day. Who knows what they would have concocted? Hearing Bai Yi mention their date repeatedly, Gu Wan felt a flicker of irritation, uncertain whether it was directed at Bai Yi or Fang Ziqing. Is that so? I wonder what you two engaged in during your date. Gu Wan asked leisurely. Bai Yi covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Oh. We didn't do much. We simply watched a film and played a couples game. The necklace was actually won by Ziqing during that game. And in the end, he took me to the best meal I've ever had. Gu Wan raised an eyebrow, smiling. What was this exquisite meal that you so highly praise? Fang Ziqing felt increasingly overwhelmed, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, it was nothing special, just some street-side barbecue. Yes, but I have never tasted anything so delicious. Bai Yi added. Bai Yi interjected, and Gu Wan nodded slightly, glancing at Fang Ziqing with a hint of reproach. Before we set off, I told you to bring more money, but you wouldn't listen. When you go out with Bai, you should at least treat her to some barbecue. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi furrowed her brow. What do you mean by telling him to bring more money before departure? From Gu's words, does it imply that Ziqing still lives together with him? A slight smirk graced Gu Wan's lips as she remained silent, casually taking a piece of salad from the plate and leisurely placing it in her mouth. With a feigned look of surprise, she turned to Bai Yi and asked, What's wrong? Didn't Fang Ziqing tell you? Bai Yi's expression stiffened, and biting her lip, she asked, Are you two living together? Her gaze then shifted to Fang Ziqing. He felt as if a sharp sword had struck him before he could respond. A hand seized his waist and spun him around several times. Gu Wan. He managed to smile through the pain. I suppose so. He quickly lowered his head, as though something delectable on the plate had captured his attention. Lianya couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. What a masterstroke, Gu Wan, truly impressive. Observing her class monitor's distracted demeanor, Lianya stood up, raising her glass. Let us toast to our first gathering of Class 10, and to welcome Gu Wan. Cheers. Upon seeing this, everyone stood up, raising their glasses in unison. Lianya removed her wristwatch, placed it in front of them, and prepared to take a photograph. 3, 2, 1, click. The moment of their inaugural gathering was captured. After the gathering concluded, as they were about to leave, Liang Bo patted Fang Ziqing's shoulder, indicating that he should take care of himself. As classmates departed one by one, only Bai Yi, Fang Ziqing, and Gu Wan remained. Sensing the sudden quietude in the atmosphere, Fang Ziqing quickly stood up and said, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Ziqing, I live nearby, and I have some questions for you. Why don't we go back together? Bai Yi said, lowering her head. Fang Ziqing scratched his head and glanced at Gu Wan. Gu Wan stood up and said, Sure, I'll accompany you both. Let us go together. Thus, Fang Ziqing found himself sandwiched between them, nervously heading towards his residence. Along the way, many classmates paused to gossip. 3 top-tier stars in our class, and I've heard rumors of a love triangle. What could be more sensational than this? After a long journey, they finally arrived at Fang Ziqing's residence. He awkwardly asked, Do you two want to come in for a bit? In truth, he secretly hoped they would decline. However, to his surprise, Gu Wan readily agreed, sure. Bai Yi, unwilling to be outdone, added, Then I'll trouble you, Ziqing. Just as Fang Ziqing was about to retrieve the room card to unlock the door, Gu Wan preemptively produced the spare card they had exchanged earlier and opened the door first. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi's face paled, and biting her lip, she said, Gu, I just remembered something I need to do, so I want to go in. I'll leave first. Without waiting for them to respond, she quickly dashed out. Back in her own residence, Bai Yi buried her head beneath the blankets, tears pooling in her eyes. After a while, she sat up and took the ocean heart pendant from around her neck examining it closely. She murmured, "I'm so happy to have met you. But it saddens me that I couldn't make you like me." Chapter 37. 2 Intermediate Martial Techniques Within Fang Ziqing's Residence. He observed the unusually peculiar demeanor of Gu Wan today. "What is amiss with you? Your attire does not resemble your usual style, and you are uttering strange remarks," he inquired. Gu Wan cast a languid glance in his direction, reclining on the sofa with her eyes closed, and replied, "You wouldn't understand." Fang Ziqing shrugged, indifferent to her words, and remarked, "It is getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back?" Suddenly, Gu Wan opened her eyes and lunged at Fang Ziqing. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to counter, only to find that she had deftly sidestepped. After the initial exchange, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow and queried, "Is this a new martial technique?" Gu Wan nodded and explained, "Upon reaching level 2, one can exchange for 2 low-level martial techniques and 1 intermediate martial technique. This is the intermediate movement technique I have chosen, butterfly dance technique." Fang Ziqing acknowledged her choice, noting that martial techniques are categorized into 3 types: attack, defense, and movement. The butterfly dance technique is, evidently, an intermediate movement technique. Previously, during her battle within the virtual realm against the entity known as Fairy Benxian, she had employed a technique that resembled movement, ultimately overcoming her adversary with the 3rd strike of Cannon Fist. Upon advancing to level 2, one can cultivate intermediate martial techniques. Gu Wan's advanced technique layered waves requires a minimum of level 3 to utilize. Both Cannon Fist and layered waves belong to the attack category. So choosing a movement technique at this juncture is indeed the most prudent decision, especially considering the scarcity of merit points. Gu Wan bestowed the butterfly dance technique upon Fang Ziqing, stating, "After exchanging for this intermediate martial technique, my merit points are quite limited. Do you possess enough points to exchange for another intermediate technique?" Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, noting that typically, an ordinary level 1 practitioner can only execute the first tier of low-level martial techniques, with the second tier becoming accessible only at level 2. However, this world is never devoid of prodigies. Individuals with exceptional spiritual power can often perform techniques beyond their level. Individuals like Gu Wan and Xing Fei are capable of employing the second tier at level 1, as their strength is comparable to that of an ordinary level 2 practitioner. Conversely, due to the overwhelming prowess of Sword Aperture Diagram, Fang Ziqing can forcibly execute the 3rd tier, even at level 1. For an ordinary level 2 practitioner, low-level martial techniques offer the greatest value, as intermediate techniques are both costly and only the 1st tier can be executed at level 2, rendering them less necessary. However, for talents like Gu Wan, the scenario is different. She can wield the 2nd tier of intermediate techniques at level 2, providing far greater utility than low-level techniques. What martial technique should we exchange for? Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing perused the martial technique exchange list. After deliberation, they resolved to acquire a defensive martial technique. As time passed, Gu Wan would be able to execute the 3rd tier of low-level techniques. With attack techniques no longer in shortage and movement techniques secured, only a defensive technique remained. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to exchange for the intermediate martial technique Mystic Armor Shield. Fang Ziqing watched in dismay as a significant portion of his merit points vanished, subsequently gifting the Mystic Armor Shield to Gu Wan. Gu Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Although they still had remaining merit points, neither intended to exchange for further techniques. In truth, ordinarily, possessing 2 low-level martial techniques at level 2 would already demand a considerable amount of time for cultivation. They currently possess 3 distinct martial arts techniques, 2 of which are classified as intermediate. Even with an extraordinary capacity for comprehension, their training in these techniques has reached its limits. In fact, for a considerable duration, there has been no necessity for further exchanges of martial arts techniques. Quality trumps quantity, as Liang Yu once remarked. Ultimately, during the grand examination, the highest level of martial arts most individuals can master does not exceed that of advanced techniques. Generally speaking, a level 1 practitioner employs the 1st tier of a basic technique, while a level 2 practitioner can execute the 2nd tier of a basic technique and the 1st tier of an intermediate one. A level 3 practitioner is capable of employing the 3rd tier of a basic technique, the 2nd tier of an intermediate technique, and the 1st tier of an advanced technique. Even at level 5, one can barely manage to utilize the 3rd tier of an advanced technique. And this requires not only the appropriate level to ensure the body meets the training criteria, but also exceptional comprehension abilities and diligent effort. The aforementioned is merely theoretical. How many can truly surpass level 5 before the grand examination? It is quite common for none to achieve this, as even the most formidable comprehension abilities cannot compensate for insufficient levels that fail to meet the physical standards required for usage. Thus, advanced techniques are entirely sufficient for practitioners at this stage. After Gu Wan departed, Fang Ziqing opened 2 intermediate martial arts techniques. Chapter 38. The terrifying Xuanjia Shield. Generally, the average proficiency at level 2 is graded as C. Achieving a C grade across all metrics is the sole requirement for training in intermediate techniques. Although different practices often impose varying criteria. For instance, the first tier of Yudai body technique demands not only strength and physical conditioning at C level, but also agility and perception at the same standard. In contrast, the first tier of Xuanjia Shield necessitates a speed rating of C, with both perception and physical conditioning also reaching C. Furthermore, there are specific requirements regarding spiritual energy. Only those with spiritual power and intensity at level 2 can manifest the first tier of the stone shield. Fang Ziqing, having reached level 1, can already execute the third tier of Pao Quan, and now, having broken through to operate 9 cycles, his attributes have surpassed B level, rivaling those of an average level 3 practitioner. Thus, training in 2 intermediate techniques poses no challenge for him. It is likely that Guwan never considered the possibility of his inability to practice intermediate martial arts. Or perhaps, unconsciously, Guwan regarded Fang Ziqing as an equal. The Yudai body technique emphasizes not only speed, but, more importantly, the element of unpredictability, ensuring that one's opponent is perpetually unaware of their next position. Speed is merely the foundation. One must also cultivate the body's flexibility, judgment, and possess a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy. The most effective initial training method for body techniques is through obstacles. However, lacking the requisite equipment in his training room, Fang Ziqing intends to set this technique aside for the time being. The Xuanjia Shield is arguably the most costly among intermediate techniques, yet it is highly regarded. It is not easily mastered, and once perfected, its defense can be deemed the most formidable among techniques of its kind. While other techniques may have 3 tiers, it contains only 2, the first tier, Stone Shield, and the second tier, Iron Shield. The third tier is uniquely categorized as a separate technique available in the Advanced Martial Arts Sales section, underscoring the distinctive nature of this technique. Regarding the requirements, the first level of the Mystic Armored Shield imposes exceedingly stringent demands on nearly every aspect, with the sole exception of speed. This first level entails an all-encompassing defense, employing exceptionally precise spiritual energy to form a stone-like barrier around the skin. Regardless of the angle from which an adversary strikes, they must first breach this layer of protection. Otherwise, the practitioner remains unscathed. For Fang Ziqing, whose comprehension exceeds expectations and meets all prerequisites with remarkable prowess, manifesting the first level poses no challenge. Within mere hours, he successfully condensed the first level of the stone armor shield. Observing the ethereal barrier adorned with stone-like patterns surrounding his body, he felt compelled to test its efficacy. Channeling the first level of the cannon fist, he struck himself with a punch. Although he did not exert his full strength, the results astonished him. The barrier remained utterly immovable, and the recoil from his strike was unexpectedly repelled. Truly worthy of the title of the most formidable defensive technique, it exhibited immense power. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was indeed alarming. Even Fang Ziqing, endowed with a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, could not sustain it for an extended duration. How then might others wield such a technique? He resolved to continue practicing the Mystic Armored Shield, aspiring to perfect the first level, achieving not only effortless execution but also the capability for localized defense. This implies that upon attaining remarkable control, one could anticipate an opponent's strike and, in an instant, petrify only the chest, thereby resisting the attack while significantly conserving spiritual energy. Presently, Fang Ziqing could at best achieve a full body coverage, requiring 2 breaths to manifest. In the context of battle, 2 breaths proved excessively lengthy. The path to mastering the first level of the stone armor shield remained arduous. As dusk approached, Fang Ziqing took a cold shower before returning to his room. System, he murmured, and suddenly, 2 lines of text materialized before him. Status: unawakened. Please expedite your search for the inheritance stone to activate. Inheritance, sword aperture diagram still the same as before, with not a trace of change. It appears that to truly activate this so-called system, he must secure an inheritance stone during the grand examination. Perhaps then he might uncover the secrets of his transmigration. Fang Ziqing could not help but recall the inscription on the plaque of the Hope Orphanage, as well as the orphanage's name, which was identical to that before his crossing. He clenched his hands tightly, then gradually relaxed them. Chapter 39. Anxious waiting nevertheless. Pondering such matters proved futile. There was nothing he could do. Merely taking one step at a time. Speaking of the system, Fang Ziqing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards it. Without it, he would not possess his inheritance. The sword aperture diagram. He also would not have attained a level of cultivation and physical enhancement far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Now, with the first aperture of his sword aperture diagram, he had already reached the first stage of operating 9 cycles, with the next milestone being 36 cycles. Ever since reaching this initial phase, he felt that his internal spiritual energy had diverged increasingly from that of others. While others cultivating the meditation method possessed a tranquil spiritual energy, his was sharp and tempestuous, akin to a fierce sword. Another reason Fang Ziqing hesitated to unleash his full power against adversaries was, he discovered that his unique spiritual power seemed extraordinarily sharp. Even when encountering an equal amount of spiritual energy, the opponent's essence would shatter instantaneously. Fortunately, the virtual space was randomly generated. Had he employed his own spiritual force, he would have indeed hesitated to unleash his full potential. As he gazed at the moonlight illuminating the sky, Fang Ziqing relaxed his body, acknowledging that this was the most opportune moment for cultivation. Ever since achieving the 9th reincarnation, the manner in which his spiritual energy flowed had undergone a transformation. Previously, it circulated in a clockwise direction throughout his body, but now it had completely reversed. During his initial attempts at cultivation, Fang Ziqing felt as if he were driving in reverse, awkward and requiring utmost caution. Not only was his progress significantly slower than in the clockwise flow, but he also frequently encountered errors that caused his energy to become chaotic. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ziqing commenced the first cycle. In the clockwise mode, he had been capable of performing 9 cycles in a single night. However, since switching to counterclockwise, his best achievement had only been 3.5 cycles before he could no longer contain his spiritual energy. Determined, he silently vowed to surpass 4 cycles today. As waves of spiritual energy began to materialize around him, Fang Ziqing immersed himself in his practice. The sky gradually lightened, and the morning sun streamed through the window. Sitting on his bed, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Over the past month, he had become accustomed to replacing sleep with cultivation, transitioning from the initial discomfort of sleep deprivation to now feeling invigorated after a night of practice. Fang Ziqing activated his wristwatch, revealing a virtual screen that indicated there were no classes scheduled for that morning. He then intended to head to the comprehensive training room to practice the floating disc technique. Just as he was about to close the screen, he suddenly noticed an unread message. Bai Ziqing, I hope it's still appropriate to call you that. I was unaware that you and Gu Wan were already together, so I asked for your forgiveness regarding previous matters. However, I still wish to keep the heart of the ocean. Of course, I promise not to take it out and make Gu Wan uncomfortable. I just want to keep it as a memento. What do you think? Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. Me and Gu Wan together? Where did this girl hear such news? Surely, no one is spreading rumors on the forum again? He opened the forum, only to find no new gossip about himself. He casually replied to Bai Yi's message. Meanwhile, in her residence, Bai Yi sat on her bed, lost in thought. It had been half an hour since she sent the message to Fang Ziqing, and still, there was no reply. Does he dislike me? She pondered anxiously, her face paling as she stared at the heart of the ocean she had clutched all night. Lost in reverie. Ding. Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent a message. Bai Yi's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation as she reached out to open the message. Just as she was about to tap on it, hesitation crept in. What if he rejected her? Her heart raced wildly in her chest. She looked at the heart of the ocean in her hand, murmuring to herself, I hope it's not bad news. No, it absolutely cannot be bad news. With a sudden resolve, she tapped to open the message, using her other hand to cover her face, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Ziqing, please don't reject me. I beg you. Slowly, she lowered her hand from her eyes, and with a tear-streaked face, she gradually widened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of surprise. Chapter 40. The Heartbreaking Training of Body Techniques. Fang Ziqing. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I merely reside at Gu Wan's home due to special circumstances. As for that heart of the ocean, I have no objections if you wish to keep it. Yi Bai suddenly leaped up, her exuberance causing her to forget that she was an ability user. With a resounding thud, she collided with the ceiling. Clutching her head, she chuckled foolishly, tears of either pain or joy glimmering in the corners of her eyes. In the Comprehensive Training Facility's Body Techniques Zone, there exists an array of automated plum blossom stakes, a 100-meter obstacle course, and a chaotic rock formation, among other dedicated training areas for body techniques. The automated plum blossom stakes allow for difficulty adjustments. At the beginner level, one must traverse 36 stakes within 3 minutes, without retreating or stepping on any stake a second time, while ensuring the entire array moves at a speed of c. At the intermediate level, the requirement escalates to 64 stakes under the same constraints, maintaining the speed of c. To progress further, one must even submit performance points. How outrageous. Fang Ziqing gazed at the screen, where advanced and hellish difficulties were displayed in gray, alongside a few alarming red words. Please recharge. He selected the beginner difficulty. And upon doing so, 36 stakes of varying heights emerged on the flat ground ahead, with a red button at both the start and finish. According to the rules, pressing the button would activate the entire plum blossom array, requiring one to navigate all 36 stakes within 3 minutes. Not a single extra step nor a missed one could be permitted. Only upon reaching the opposite end and pressing the button would one be deemed successful. A reward of 20 performance points awaited for the first successful attempt. Monetary rewards? Why not mention it sooner? Although the reward is only for the first attempt. If I can clear all the challenges in the training room, I shall accumulate performance points effortlessly. However, a minute later, Fang Ziqing's enthusiasm waned. As he pressed the button, determined to conquer all 36 stakes in one go, they began to spin at an astonishing speed. Not only did they move up and down, but they also shifted positions in all directions. One would discover that the stake initially at the front could suddenly be at the back. And the rules state that each stake can only be stepped on once. This implies that one must not only be swift, but also remember the shifting locations of each stake. On his initial attempt, Fang Ziqing fell before reaching that stage. The violent oscillation of the stakes had caused him to tumble. Rubbing his arm, he pondered, wasn't the speed only supposed to be C? Surely my speed must be at least B. How could I be so clumsy against this formation? Indeed, without a solid foundation in body techniques, even the fastest speed is rendered ineffective. The first level of the Yudai body technique, which speaks of unpredictability, is now evident. Upon attempting again, as soon as he stepped onto the first stake, it plummeted rapidly. Fang Ziqing quickly exerted force through his toes to land on the second stake. It felt as if he had stepped onto a paper-thin stake, which instantly collapsed beneath him. Had he not been prepared from his previous attempt, he would surely have fallen to the ground. With a surge of energy through his toes, Fang Ziqing leaped to the third stake, only to be met with a chime. Stepping on the same stake twice resulted in failure. All the plum blossom stakes swiftly retracted into the ground. Fang Ziqing wore a gloomy expression. Having narrowly evaded 2 of them, I failed to memorize their shifting positions in time. Compared to the training of the Xuanjia shield I undertook last night, the Yudai body technique felt utterly toxic. Clearly, Guwan had successfully executed it yesterday. Meanwhile, in her training room, Guwan appeared equally disheartened, having failed for the 324th time in her practice of the Xuanjia shield. Since her return the previous night, she had devoted herself to mastering the technique, sacrificing a full night of sleep only to encounter failure after failure, leaving her visibly fatigued. She gazed out the window at the sun, pondering how Fang Ziqing was faring, whether he was struggling like herself or making progress. Given his temperament, he was likely training in the body technique room, honing the Yudai body technique. Remembering her own hardships and envisioning Fang Ziqing's likely exasperation, Guwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 41. The Peril of Hidden Arrows in the Body Technique Training Room. Fang Ziqing's feet danced amid a flurry of illusions, weaving through the plum blossom formation with an uncanny mobility. After a morning filled with failures, he finally began to grasp a hint of the first layer of the Yudai body technique. The art of body techniques encompasses various forms. For instance, the Yudai body technique emphasizes unpredictable movement, while others may focus primarily on speed, significantly enhancing one's velocity post-training. For Fang Ziqing, who was practicing the Yudai body technique, the ever-changing plum blossom stakes served as an excellent means of cultivation. As he deftly responded to the shifting plum blossom stakes, his mind raced to memorize their new positions. Having traversed more than half the distance, only 4 stakes remained before reaching the button across the way, marking the path to success. After a relentless morning of training, bolstered by the Yudai body technique, Fang Ziqing felt he could adeptly navigate this challenge. Though the positions of the plum blossom stakes varied with each iteration, his formidable reflexes and speed allowed the first layer of illusions to gradually manifest beneath his feet, indicating significant progress in his training. With only 1 plum blossom stake remaining, Fang Ziqing grew increasingly composed, resolute not to let his guard down. He glanced at the timer ahead. 10 seconds left, ample time. His mind swiftly calculated the positions of the stakes he had memorized, systematically eliminating possibilities. A glimmer of realization struck him. There it was. With a surge of spiritual energy at his toes, illusions sprang forth beneath him, and he pivoted toward the final plum blossom stake. Previous lessons had taught him that these stakes not only moved, but could also suddenly soften and drop. Thus, he needed to maintain unwavering concentration, whether they shifted or softened. All he needed was to step on it once, and he could then propel himself to the button across to complete the challenge. As Fang Ziqing's left foot landed on the last plum blossom stake, it indeed softened instantaneously. Fang Ziqing chuckled softly, realizing that the tactics previously employed against him would no longer be effective. Just as he was about to leap towards the button, he suddenly spotted a catapult ahead. At the moment he nearly stepped onto the last plum blossom stake, 7 miniature wooden arrows shot toward him, instinctively bending to evade the first wave of hidden weapons. He soon found a second wave approaching from his left. Channeling his spiritual energy, he seemed to create countless afterimages beneath his feet, narrowly dodging the concealed projectiles. With a chime, time expired, marking the challenge as a failure. Fang Ziqing gazed at the glaring red letters on the timer, his face clouded with frustration. Wasn't this simply a basic plum blossom challenge? Who could possibly overcome such a daunting task? This was also a reflection of his ignorance regarding the training experiences of others. Taking the plum blossom stakes as an example. To endure on them for just a minute would signify one as a master of agility, let alone passing through them entirely. Observing the time displayed on his wristwatch, Lianya announced that the entire class would gather in the conference room at 6 o'clock in the afternoon to discuss an important matter. With only 12 o'clock at present, nearly 6 hours remained for training. Fang Ziqing gritted his teeth, determined to conquer the wretched plum blossom formation today. He resolved to master the first level of Yu-Dai body technique to a satisfactory degree. Otherwise, he would find it embarrassing to face Gu Wan. Fang Ziqing had always believed that Gu Wan effortlessly reached a minor mastery of her skills, which made him increasingly dissatisfied with his own training progress. Meanwhile, at Gu Wan's residence, a crisp sound echoed. Chapter 42. The final challenge. Gu Wan exhaled deeply after a night of diligent practice. She finally grasped a hint of the Xuanjia shield technique. Although the petrification lasted less than 3 seconds before collapsing due to an imbalance in spiritual energy distribution, the fact that she could comprehend an aspect of Xuanjia shield in a single night spoke volumes about her exceptional martial arts talent. This was no ordinary technique. It was said that many capable individuals, despite their efforts over several months, failed to even scratch the surface. Gu Wan momentarily drifted into thought, wondering how Fang Ziqing was faring and whether he had gleaned any insight into the elusive shadows. She soon shook her head. Even if he had caught a glimpse of a clue, mere entry-level understanding would not suffice to navigate the basic agility training room, especially considering the imminent threat of hidden weapons. Only by reaching a minor mastery could one evade the projectiles in a brief span of time, an insight she had gained from her countless failures. Just as Gu Wan was lost in contemplation, the agility training room broadcasted an announcement. Ding. The automated plum blossom stakes basic level has been cleared, with a current record of 2 minutes and 52 seconds. A reward of 100 merit points has been granted. We hope all students will continue to strive diligently. The students in the agility training room widened their eyes in astonishment. Who had managed to clear the challenge? Many who believed in their speed had attempted the automated plum blossom stakes, only to have their confidence shattered. All eyes were fixed on the door of the automated plum blossom training room, eager to discover who had succeeded in surpassing this level. With 8 training rooms yet to be opened, the individual who cleared the challenge must be among those 8. Inside the automated plum blossom training room, Fang Ziqing stifled a chuckle, amused by the merit points awarded for passing the challenge. It was quite satisfactory, but a reward in federal currency would have been even better. If others were to discover Fang Ziqing's thoughts, he would likely be met with scorn. Do you truly believe that achieving such exceptional grades is commonplace? Not everyone possesses a friend like Gu Wan, nor does everyone aspire to the same affluent lifestyle as Fang Ziqing. In the future, as everyone strives to ascend to level 2, a significant number will be forced to resort to lower-level martial arts due to inadequate grades, unable to practice intermediate techniques. Most who gain entry into the prestigious First Advanced Academy hail from privileged backgrounds, apart from a select few like Fang Ziqing and Liang Bo, who would truly care about the Federation currency. That said, Fang Ziqing does receive a fair amount of pocket money from the Gu family, as Gu's father has always treated him well. Nevertheless, whether in the past or present, he remains a stubborn individual, resolutely refusing to spend the Gu family's money. Fang Ziqing glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, with an hour remaining until Liang Yu's designated time. He thought it prudent to solidify his recent breakthrough in the first layer of the Yu-Dai body technique, where he had just attained a minor accomplishment. The difference between Fang Ziqing after his breakthrough and before it was significant. Now, completing the automatic plum blossom post in under 3 minutes felt effortless. Yet, he aimed to shatter his previous record of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The initial record he had seen upon finishing was not his own. Someone had surpassed him by a mere second, claiming first place at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. It was easy to guess that it was Gu Wan, and the thought of her returning to the training room to find her record broken brought a smirk to Fang Ziqing's lips. In under 3 minutes, Fang Ziqing had once again set a new record, 2 minutes and 49 seconds, a full 2 seconds ahead of Gu Wan. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking it was time for her to eat dust behind him. Meanwhile, in another training room, Zhao Peng, buoyed by completing 1/3 of his journey without faltering, confidently pushed open the door. Students in the hall, keenly observing the 8 training rooms, quickly gathered around him, for doors had already opened. But all those who emerged were at the bottom of the rankings, their dejected expressions making it abundantly clear. Zhao Peng, however, was different. The moment he stepped out, his expression and demeanor radiated triumph. Moreover, he ranked among the top 10, excelling particularly in speed. As Zhao Peng noticed the throng of classmates approaching, he felt a sense of confusion. Zhao, you're incredible. Indeed, you are the foremost master of movement in the first advanced academy. What nonsense. He is the top in Tianhai City. Hearing the accolades from his peers, Zhao Peng straightened his posture, feeling a swell of pride. Yet, he pondered how they knew he had completed 1/3 of the route. The title of the foremost master of movement in Tianhai City brought a grin to his face. At that moment, Fang Ziqing opened the door to the training room, only to find a crowd surrounding a classmate. He glanced at the automatic Plum Blossom Post leaderboard. First place, anonymous, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Second place, anonymous, 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Hey, Gu Wan, I wonder how you'll feel when you see this. Fang Ziqing, brimming with confidence, strode into the meeting room of Class 10 with an air of indifference towards familial ties. Meanwhile, those languishing in the hall were left to watch him slip past them, their eyes downcast. Upon entering the meeting room, Fang Ziqing immediately spotted Bai Yi waving at him, gesturing for him to take a seat beside her. He nodded in acknowledgement and settled down next to her. For the students of Class 10, such an occurrence was hardly remarkable, setting aside the fact that the class president and vice president were seated together. Both individuals ranked among the top 10 in terms of ability, making them the pride of Class 10. Even the envious girls and the boys infatuated with Bai Yi could not help but acknowledge their striking compatibility. Bai Yi appeared somewhat bashful, unable to meet Fang Ziqing's gaze as she fidgeted and said, Ziqing, I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding yesterday. I must have made you feel awkward. Fang Ziqing chuckled lightly and replied, There's no need to feel embarrassed. Are we not friends? Bai Yi nodded eagerly, affirming, Yes, you are my best friend. Just then, Lianya emerged from outside, glancing at the students to confirm their presence before announcing, I have some exciting news for you all. The students perked up at the mention of good news, recalling the last time it had been about a family visit. They were curious about what this news entailed. Lianya smiled and continued, To assess the capabilities of our district's practitioners over the past month, we will, as per tradition, hold a tri-school competition in October. The students exchanged puzzled glances. They were unsure how this could be deemed good news. Lianya rapped on the table and added, Have you forgotten what I told you? Large competitions are the best opportunities for you to vie for resources and gain an advantage. She enumerated federal currency, grade points, martial arts techniques, Class C medals, and even elixirs. Anyone who participates will be eligible for rewards. At this, the students could not help but swallow hard. The incentives were indeed extravagant. Liang Bo, his eyes sparkling, stood up and inquired, Teacher Liang, what are the specifics of these rewards? Lianya replied with a slight smile, Well, the rules remain the same as before. Not everyone will have the chance to compete. The students' faces fell. The previous opportunity for family visits had only allowed about 30 to 40 individuals from the entire First Senior Academy to qualify, which was quite stringent. They wondered what the criteria for this competition would entail. Lianya cleared her throat and explained, as is customary. Each of the 3 schools will select the 50 most outstanding individuals to compete in both individual and team events. Your first task is to advance through the school competition. As long as you rank within the top 50, even if your performance isn't stellar, you will still receive rewards. If you excel, I can assure you, the rewards will be plentiful. Our district is investing significantly this time. With 50 spots available for selection across the entire school, that averages to about 5 students per class. Though in reality, classes that performed better would likely have more representatives. Lianya then turned her gaze towards Fang Ziqing and his peers, stating, As it stands, our class is certain to have Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo among the selected. Other students gazed at the trio with envy. Lianya paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, after the selection process, no one can predict what dark horse may emerge, as the selection relies not on cultivation but on combat prowess. Moreover, there may be capable individuals who achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation or martial skills during this period. Therefore, do not lose heart. Everyone possesses the potential for success. The top 50 selections are set to occur in 3 days, so I urge you all to rest well tonight and prepare diligently, striving for as many of you as possible to qualify. All right, everyone is dismissed. Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi walked side by side out of the conference room. Do you feel confident for tomorrow? Fang Ziqing asked, tilting her head slightly. After all, the selection would hinge on combat strength rather than cultivation. While Bai Yi ranked in the top 10 in terms of cultivation, Fang Ziqing was uncertain about her combat capabilities. Bai Yi smiled gently. Do not worry. Although I may not possess the extraordinary talent of Gu Wan, I have been working hard these past few days. Fang Ziqing nodded. Due to the upcoming competition, many students had exchanged their performance points for a basic martial skill, resulting in the training rooms being filled to capacity as they diligently practiced. After bidding farewell and returning to her residence, Fang Ziqing inquired about Gu Wan's progress with her martial skill. How is your Xianjia shield coming along? Shortly thereafter, Gu Wan's message arrived. And what about your Yu Dai Shen Fa? Fang Ziqing smiled slightly. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? She replied, this skill is exceedingly difficult to master. Even now, I have yet to grasp the foundational techniques. Fang Ziqing chuckled, hoping to extract some interesting information from Gu Wan. Gu Wan, upon reading Fang Ziqing's message, furrowed her brow slightly. Did she truly think I was unaware that the record in the martial skill training room had been broken? This fellow always keeps things under wraps, she mused, a subtle smile curving her lips. Perhaps I lack the aptitude for defensive martial skills. Even now, I have not made any progress with Xianjia shield. Fang Ziqing smirked at Gu Wan's message. If understanding were the measure, Gu Wan might not know herself as well as Fang Ziqing did. After their dual cultivation session, Fang Ziqing had become thoroughly acquainted with Gu Wan's circumstances. Were it not for the uniqueness of his own cultivation method, Gu Wan would undoubtedly be recognized as the foremost prodigy in the true sense. Her understanding of spiritual energy and martial techniques far surpassed that of her peers, and her diligence in training was relentless, leaving no room for others to catch up. Initially, both Gu Wan and Xing Fei were rewarded with a 1-star spirit-enhancing pill for breaking the academy record. Undoubtedly, Xing Fei, as the first prodigy of the Advanced Experimental Academy, possessed exceptional talent. Yet, even with the pill, she barely reached the perfected realm. In contrast, Gu Wan, having chosen to forego the pill for herself, was on the verge of breaking through to perfection during their dual cultivation period. It could be said that Gu Wan's talent was truly unparalleled. A whole day without making progress in Xianjia shield? That is quite the deception. Chapter 45. Pre-competition rules. Fang Ziqing set down her watch and entered a state of meditation. After a while, feeling her body restored to its peak condition, she commenced her practice of Xianjia shield. This morning, her Yu Dai Shen Fa had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. As the first to embark on the journey of cultivating the intermediate technique, the Xuanjia shield could not be overlooked. In but 2 breaths, a barrier of spiritual power, resembling a circle of stone patterns, materialized around Fang Ziqing. Observing the stone armor shield that would typically take approximately 2 breaths to form, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow slightly. Though this martial skill possesses formidable defensive capabilities, its utility diminishes significantly until one reaches a minor accomplishment. During these 2 breaths, no other martial skills may be activated. One must concentrate solely on supplying spiritual power to the Xuanjia shield. However, one must consider that in actual combat, a single breath can determine victory or defeat. What more can be said for 2 breaths? No, it is imperative to swiftly achieve a minor accomplishment, approaching the level of instantaneous activation. Yet, the Xuanjia shield is not akin to the Yu Dai body technique. Even Gu Wan failed nearly 400 times before barely grasping it. And even Fang Ziqing could not hope to cultivate the Xuanjia shield to a minor accomplishment within a single night. 3 hours later, Fang Ziqing took a refreshing shower and donned a clean outfit, then settled cross-legged on his bed. If innate talent may elevate one's starting line above others, then winning the entire contest relies on relentless effort and perseverance. Be it Gu Wan, Bai Yi, or even Liang Bo, who initially lagged behind. They spent nearly the entire day either practicing the meditation technique or delving into martial skills, thus enabling them to far surpass their peers in cultivation. Conversely, those who seek pleasure and shy away from hardship, finding the process of cultivation tedious, cannot fault others for their stagnation in progress. To achieve a minor accomplishment in the sword aperture diagram, one must traverse 36 cycles counterclockwise. Even with unwavering diligence, Fang Ziqing could only manage a speed that barely approached clockwise movement, managing a meager 9 cycles. 3 days later, as the morning sun gradually ascended, the first advanced academy buzzed with anticipation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the talented individuals from the 3 prestigious institutions within the Tianhai City district had gathered their energies, eagerly awaiting this day. Within the comprehensive training hall of the First Advanced Academy, the seating arrangements had shifted since the commencement of the school year. Aside from Guwan, who firmly retained his position at the top, other students had experienced varying degrees of change. For instance, Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi now occupied the second row with comprehensive rankings of 9th and 5th, respectively, positioned beneath Guwan. Liang Bo from Class 10 had also surged into the top 30, marking a new milestone for their class. It could be said that each occasion in the comprehensive hall served as a source of motivation for the students. Witnessing classmates, once on equal footing, now seated above him, stirred a complex array of emotions within Fang Ziqing. At that moment, the imposing figure of the head instructor entered, followed by 10 class instructors. He raised his hand to signal for silence among the students and announced, "I trust that everyone is prepared to vie for one of the 50 positions today. Allow me to elucidate the rules." Extending a hand, he continued, "The competition for the 50 positions is quite straightforward. The current top 50 may challenge anyone they deem unworthy. Should you succeed, you shall take their place. If no challenges arise, the top 50 will compete." The students nodded in agreement. The First Advanced Academy had always upheld a straightforward and unyielding approach. Here, one must strive and contend for what they desire. The weak have no voice. There exists no democracy, only the might of the fist. The formidable leader observed the silence among the crowd and continued. This year's tri-school competition consists of 2 segments, the individual contest and the team event. The individual contest will determine the top 10 participants from Tianhai City, while the team event will crown the premier team. The standard team comprises 6 members. Thus, the representatives from our esteemed First Senior Academy will be selected from the top 10 contenders following the conclusion of today's preliminary matches. Listening intently to the leader's extensive explanation of the rules, the gathered individuals instinctively clenched their fists. The prospect of being among the top 10 in Tianhai City stirred a fervor within them. The intensity of the team event would undoubtedly impose considerable pressure on those vying for the top positions. The capabilities of the top 10 were somewhat discernible to each other. Except for Guwan, whose dominance seemed unassailable, the outcome for others remained uncertain. All participants were of the LV1 advanced realm, and just days prior, an opportunity to exchange for lower-tier martial techniques had been presented. None could ascertain what hidden trump cards their opponents might possess. Today was solely dedicated to determining the 50 competitors. 10 platforms were available for their battles. For the time being, no one dared to challenge the top 10, given the disparity in levels. However, the fracas among those ranked 11 to 50 was palpable. Fang Ziqing caught sight of Liang Bo standing on the second platform. Upon meeting Fang Ziqing's gaze, Liang Bo flashed a grin, and Fang Ziqing responded with a thumbs up. As the battle commenced, Liang Bo found himself challenged by a female opponent. Previously, she had also been among the 50 competitors, but had fallen just short due to her cultivation level during the assessments. Witnessing Liang Bo's ascent from the 100th to the 20th rank, she felt a pang of discontent. The two exchanged respectful bows, and without further ado, they dashed towards each other. It was evident that Liang Bo excelled in strength while the young woman was swift in her movements. Recognizing this, Liang Bo paused, opting to wait for her to strike first in order to exploit any weaknesses. After days of diligent training, he had mastered the first level of the cannon fist technique and was eager to test his skills. Suddenly, the girl lunged at Liang Bo from behind, employing a newly acquired martial technique rather than the commonly practiced cannon fist. It appeared she had unveiled her trump card from the outset. However, Liang Bo remained unfazed. He had chosen a defensive technique that enhanced his resilience. A faint golden aura enveloped him. The girl, transforming her fists into claws, struck with her chosen low-level attack technique, Eagle Claw. Despite being a novice in this skill, the impact was still formidable enough to incapacitate his right arm. Before she could react, a low growl echoed. Too late. With no defensive technique at her disposal, and facing an opponent of a higher cultivation level, the disparity in spiritual power proved insurmountable. Within 3 rounds, she succumbed to defeat. The other competitors, who had previously considered targeting Liang Bo, were compelled to reassess their strategies. Liang Bo demonstrated through his prowess that he was not to be underestimated. Observing this, Liang Yan nodded slightly. The golden aura he had exhibited was indeed the low-level defensive technique, Golden Shield. Liang Bo, alongside Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, emerged as one of the most promising students, garnering high expectations from Liang Ya. After defeating his opponent, Liang Bo clasped his fists and returned to his seat to meditate. He intended to challenge students of higher ranks, for greater rankings yielded greater rewards. At last, those ranked within the top 10 faced challengers. The 11th ranked student, In Feiyue, approached Fang Ziqing, ranked 9th, and signaled his intention to challenge him. Given that Fang Ziqing was from Class 10, he ultimately decided to accept the challenge. Yin Feiyue was on the verge of reaching the advanced level of LV1, and through diligent training in recent days, he had finally made a breakthrough. This was one of the reasons for his confidence in breaking into the top 10. Bai Yi straightened up, her hands slightly clenched, silently urging Ziqing to triumph. Meanwhile, Gu Wan, seated at the top, appeared bored, closing her eyes in quiet contemplation. She no longer felt assured of victory against Fang Ziqing, let alone the others. Chapter 47. Who is the soft persimmon? After both took the stage and clasped their fists, neither made a move. Fang Ziqing contemplated and reached a conclusion. Previously, Lianya had analyzed the top 30 ability users, and Yin Feiyue was particularly unique. His physique was exceptionally robust, making him notably resilient. It was reasonable to anticipate that he would choose a defensive martial technique for this duel. Fang Ziqing's cannon fist had already attained perfection at its 3rd level. However, deploying it in such a setting would be excessively astonishing, especially since even Gu Wan had not managed to utilize this 3rd level. He could not employ the other 2 intermediate martial techniques either, as it would explicitly reveal his status as an LV2 ability user, contradicting his previous concealment of his prowess. In truth, with Fang Ziqing's current strength, he could defeat Yin Feiyue without employing any martial techniques, relying solely on his formidable power. Yet, the crux lay in the fact that he could not do so. If an 11th-ranked ability user exerted all his efforts and was easily vanquished by a 9th-ranked opponent who didn't even utilize martial techniques, it would be evident to all that something was amiss. Fang Ziqing found himself in a dilemma, regretting not having chosen a lower-tier martial technique to disguise his abilities. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as his frugal nature made it unlikely he would expend performance points on a martial technique of little use. Seeing Fang Ziqing remain idle, Yin Feiyue furrowed his brow. For someone with exceptional defensive capabilities, taking the initiative would only expose his weaknesses, placing him at a disadvantage. Upon regaining his focus, Fang Ziqing began to stretch, unable to refrain from using martial techniques altogether while also avoiding excessive display. He decided to conclude the battle using the first 2 levels of cannon fist. However, he needed to prolong the fight, aiming for several exchanges. Channeling spiritual energy beneath his feet, Fang Ziqing did not utilize flexing body technique, but instead relied purely on his speed to swiftly approach Yin Feiyue. Yin Feiyue thought to himself. Although he perceived Fang Ziqing as a soft persimmon, none of the top 10 were to be underestimated. Even with confidence in his abilities, he dared not be overly presumptuous. He manifested spiritual energy in his right arm, and with the recent breakthrough to the 2nd level of cannon fist, he unleashed a strike with formidable force. With his formidable physique and the martial prowess of Fang Ziqing, even when faced with the formidable technique of striking from afar, he remained undaunted, even seizing the opportunity to gain an advantage. Having engaged in numerous battles within the virtual realm, Fang Ziqing had long discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities. The adversary's grasp of striking from afar was superficial, allowing Fang to turn his own force against him. However, since he needed to maintain the facade, Fang decided to indulge him for a time. A faint smile graced Fang Ziqing's lips as he refrained from employing the 2nd level of striking from afar, opting instead for the 1st level, point and strike. Observing Fang Ziqing unleashing his martial skills at the critical moment, Yin Feiyue dared not slacken his focus. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion. His opponent had not utilized the 2nd level, contrary to his expectations. Could it be that this individual had yet to comprehend the 2nd level? This thought elicited a surge of joy in Yin Feiyue, who secretly praised his own wisdom in selecting such a seemingly soft target. However, what Yin Feiyue did not anticipate was that the anticipated scenario of striking from afar shattering the multitude of fists did not materialize. Instead, he found himself completely misjudging his opponent, launching a fully powered punch that met with nothing but air. Quickly, he attempted to pivot for another strike, only to find Fang Ziqing had already positioned himself behind him, delivering a light tap to his rear. Yin Feiyue felt a sudden force propel him forward, nearly causing him to stumble embarrassingly. Although this blow inflicted no real harm, it left him feeling humiliated. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed Fang Ziqing's attack as rather trivial. Perhaps it was due to his own robust defense that he had sustained no injury. Little did he realize that Fang Ziqing had merely been toying with him. Meanwhile, on the stands, Bai Yi stood up, cheering, "Ziqing is amazing. Go, Ziqing." Fang Ziqing noticed Bai Yi waving her small hand in his direction and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Gu Wan scoffed at the display, finding it tedious. Chapter 48. Is it acceptable for me to surrender? She could see through this fellow's facade of concealed strength. Only someone as naive as Bai Yi would believe he was truly formidable and worry for him. This thought caused Gu Wan to frown. Bai Yi's demeanor today was markedly different from the day of the gathering, when she had been disheartened. Was Fang Ziqing engaging in something unbeknownst to her? Unaware of Gu Wan's fervent musings about him, Fang Ziqing observed Yin Feiyue, who appeared to be brimming with confidence, and offered him a benign smile, appreciating his blind self-assurance. Yet, Yin Feiyue felt a shiver run down his spine at Fang Ziqing's smile. His rear still ached slightly, and he recalled discussions on a forum suggesting that Fang Ziqing was equally adept in dealing with both genders. Previously, he had dismissed it with a chuckle, but now he found himself pondering it seriously. Indeed, he had just had the opportunity to strike various other points. So why had Fang Ziqing chosen a location that posed minimal risk to himself? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of his suspicions, hastily shaking his head and resolving to conclude the battle. Suddenly, a golden glow began to emanate from him, reminiscent of Liang Bo's golden barrier, yet deeper in hue and reflective of a more profound level of mastery. Meanwhile, he expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, intending to swiftly conclude the battle. Fang Ziqing, observing his desperate demeanor, could not help but feel perplexed. Why was he so frantic when the fight was going well? However, while you may wish for a hasty defeat, I have no intention of conceding. Just as Yin Feiyue launched his attack, Fang Ziqing summoned a surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet, pivoting gracefully to evade the assault, and subsequently aimed a swift kick at Yin Feiyue's rear. Yin Feiyue turned around, a dark expression clouding his face as he thought to himself, "What a disaster. Could it be that he fancies my behind?" Cursing under his breath, he resolved to fight back. Yet, Yin Feiyue was not particularly adept at speed, and his repeated attempts were deftly sidestepped by Fang Ziqing. Rather than retaliate, Fang Ziqing merely delivered a playful kick each time, signifying his respect. Realizing that Fang Ziqing's strength far surpassed his own, Yin Feiyue understood that their previous exchanges had been mere teasing. It was one thing to be toyed with by a delicate girl, but to be mocked by another man was a profound humiliation. "I cannot defeat you. But surely I can concede?" He glanced at the referee, but Fang Ziqing, noticing his sudden desire to surrender, rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey there, my friend. We have yet to reach the pinnacle of our contest. How can you simply retreat without a fight?" As Fang Ziqing approached, Yin Feiyue felt a chill run down his spine. Without waiting for the referee's approval, he leapt off the stage, not looking back, declaring, "I concede, I concede." Fang Ziqing sighed slightly at his resolute attitude. Although their exchanges had not reached his expectations, they had been sufficient to pass muster. After a day of competition, the rankings underwent a significant transformation. Following his victory, Fang Ziqing refrained from challenging others, maintaining his position at 9th place. Bai Yi had successfully challenged Zhao Peng, who was ranked 4th, thereby ascending the ranks. Liang Bo, too, had not been idle, managing to squeeze into the 18th position. As the day's contest drew to a close, Lord He approached the 50 individuals who had emerged victorious and spoke. "Well done. You are the finest 50 from my esteemed advanced academy. In a week, you shall fight on behalf of our institution. I hope you take the time to rest well today. For tomorrow we will select 2 teams, a primary team of 6 and a reserve team of 6. Rewards will be distributed accordingly." Chapter 49. The cruel rules. The crowd nodded in agreement, though those not selected felt a tumult of emotions within. Having begun their training just over a month ago, the gap in abilities had widened considerably in such a short time. If this disparity continued, they would inevitably find themselves excluded from the legendary awakeners during the grand examination. The students possessed access to recreational facilities, yet Fang Ziqing and his companions found their training schedules too demanding to allow for leisure. Success, after all, is never achieved without sacrifice. As Fang Ziqing observed the sky darkening, he made his way to the agility training room. Upon arrival, he noticed that his record had been surpassed. Ranked 1st, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Ranked 2nd, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. There were no new competitors on the leaderboard, so it must be that Gu Wan, that little girl, has snatched the 1st place back again. Fang Ziqing chuckled to himself. "Let us see how I can push you off the pedestal once more." At this moment, Gu Wan's lips curled slightly, as if to suppress a sense of superiority. There was no chance for that. The two had not informed each other about their traversal through the automatic plum blossom stakes, yet they began to compete, exhibiting an undeniable synergy. Their diligent training was not solitary. All their classmates tirelessly commenced their preparations, particularly those who had recently secured a position among the top 50. The selection for tomorrow's team competition was destined to be more brutal than today's, as the strongest 18 would be selected from these 50 to form the main and reserve teams. As dawn broke, the grassy expanse of the first advanced academy was filled with the top 50 abilities. Mr. Hay stepped forward and declared, "Our team competition emphasizes collaboration. Thus, Today's selection process is somewhat unique. First, you shall form your own teams, consisting of 6 members each. Those who fail to assemble a team will be immediately eliminated. Upon hearing this, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. What kind of rule was this? 50 individuals, 6 per team, meant that 2 unfortunate souls would inevitably face elimination. The teachers exchanged knowing smiles. This phase was deceptively simple. Team competitions hinge on cooperation. So one's social skills must not be lacking. Otherwise, no one would entrust their backs to you during the contest. You have 3 minutes to form your teams and come to me for your numbers. Those who fail will be eliminated, Mr. Hay stated sternly. This caused widespread distress. Some girls, unfamiliar with those around them, were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the pressure. Everyone instinctively looked towards their own classes. Class 10 had 3 representatives in the top 50, Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo, which was only half the required number. If they could not find partners within 3 minutes, they would be eliminated. Typically, everyone had been focused on training, with limited interaction with other classes. The only exception being Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan. Gu Wan nodded in acknowledgement and approached. Following her were Jiang Lixin, the vice-class leader, and Zhao Peng, who had been defeated by Bai Yi the previous day. As time dwindled, the 6 exchanged determined nods. Gu Wan approached Mr. Hay to claim her number, Team 1. To everyone's astonishment, the number of eliminations far exceeded 2. A total of 14 individuals were disqualified, including one ranked within the top 10. The disgruntled young man from the top 10 protested, Mr. Hay, our class has few representatives in the top 50, which hindered our ability to form a team in the allotted time. However, my strength surpasses that of most of them. Mr. Hay interrupted him, stating, those of you who have been eliminated should reflect on why you failed to form a team within 3 minutes. Do not claim it was unfair due to unfamiliarity. If any of you had set aside your pride to invite others to team up, you would not have faced such a fate. Pride is permissible, but no one will bear the consequences of your actions. The 14 individuals who faced elimination stood dejectedly when a flicker of mirth appeared in Mr. Hay's eyes. Of course, I will give you another opportunity. You may now form a special team of 14, if you perform well later. It is not impossible to replace those who have succeeded. Do you agree? A glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they nodded eagerly. Apart from the special team, there exist numbered squads from 1 to 6. Each individual will be issued 5 scorecards, and once the battle commences, each team will fight independently. They may choose to disperse or band together in search of the concealed scorecards around them. Additionally, teams are permitted to raid one another. Upon defeating a member of another team, one may only seize a single scorecard. After 3 hours, the team with the highest score will ascend to the position of the main team, while the second highest will become the auxiliary team. To prevent any member from becoming superfluous, the composition of the teams will be adjusted based on the scorecards held. In essence, focusing solely on personal gain may lead to one's team's defeat, whereas neglecting one's own interests could result in expulsion from the team. The unique special team, however, can only acquire scorecards through raiding. With 14 members, they may prove formidable when united. This scenario also intertwines the dynamics of cooperation and competition between teams. The assessment will take place in an artificial forest. The 6 members of Team 1 gathered to strategize. Zhao Peng spoke first. I have observed all the teams, and our collective strength appears to be the most formidable, with 5 out of 6 of us ranked in the top 10. Our sole vulnerability lies with our teammate. Liang Bo nodded in agreement. Each of us possesses 5 scorecards, making me the weakest link should other teams choose to target us. This is but one aspect to consider. More crucial is whether we should search for scorecards together or separately. While searching separately increases our chances of discovery, it also makes us susceptible to raids. Bai Yi pondered aloud, while Jiang Lixin, gravely fiddling with a stone, remarked, I fear other teams may unite against us. We are unafraid of single combat, but if 2 or even 3 teams join forces, our odds diminish significantly. Let us not forget that the special team outnumbers us 2 to 1, relying solely on raids, which will likely make them more aggressive. Gu Wan turned to Fang Ziqing. What is your perspective? Fang Ziqing, leisurely chewing on a piece of grass, glanced around and replied, if it were up to me, we should raid other teams. Our strength is unmatched. There is no need to split up. Zhao Peng furrowed his brow. However, I fear that might provoke them to unite against us. Should we not also seek the hidden scorecards? Fang Ziqing smiled slightly. Of course we will seek them. We shall simply allow them to assist us in the search. Since one can only claim a single scorecard per defeat, a team must engage at least 5 times, which grants sufficient time for them to uncover some scorecards, for there is no restriction on the number of hidden scorecards found. As for uniting, simple. Defeat them to the point where they dare not collaborate. The group nodded in contemplative agreement. Proactive engagement is indeed more advantageous than aimless defense. Jiang Lixin inquired, how shall we distribute the scorecards? Gu Wan stood, declaring, the cards claimed through personal defeat belong to the individual, while those acquired from hidden sources will be evenly divided among the team. The group assented, recognizing this as a fair approach that ensures everyone contributes while also considering those less fortunate in luck. Jiang Lixin exclaimed with excitement, shall we begin capturing people? Chapter 51. The Trap Team 4 chose not to split up, primarily out of fear of being robbed. However, as fate would have it, 3 ability users appeared ahead, Gu Wan, Zhao Peng, and Jiang Lixin. The 6 members exchanged glances, their expressions sour, cursed be their luck. For these were all top 10 experts. They quickly turned to look behind them, where 3 figures emerged from behind a large tree, Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo. The 6 exchanged glances, realizing that a confrontation was inevitable. A tall boy lowered his voice and said, when the opportunity arises, we should break through as much as we can to minimize the loss of our scorecards. The 3 behind us possess relatively weaker overall strength. We will primarily focus on breaking through from the rear. The remaining 5 nodded in agreement. Retreat, the tall boy shouted, and the bystanders swiftly made their way toward Fang Ziqing and his companions. Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing exchanged faint smiles. Bang, bang, before they could reach their adversaries. They tumbled into a trap that had been carefully laid out in advance. The onlookers gathered around, watching as the unfortunate souls in the pit struggled to regain their composure. This clever strategy was proposed by Liang Bo, who had a knack for crafting traps from his childhood experiences of catching rabbits. Using leaves from the forest as camouflage, they managed to obliterate Team 4 without losing a single soldier. Fang Ziqing and his team had prepared vines to pull their captured foes back up. Reluctantly, the 6 members produced their scorecards. In a matter of moments, they suffered significant losses, yet they accepted their defeat with a sense of resignation. After the 2 teams parted ways, the scoreboard on each team's wrist displayed new rankings. The previously equal teams transformed into Rank 1, Team 1. 36 points, Rank 6, Team 4, 24 points. A wave of tension swept over the other teams. In a short time, one team had been completely annihilated. Team 1 was proving to be ferocious. However, Team 1 had also become a thorn in the side of the other teams. When Fang Ziqing's group encountered Team 2, they found themselves encircled. Team 2 had deliberately sent 3 members as bait, while 9 others lay in ambush. The 6 members surrounded the 3 from Team 2, while the 9 ambushers surrounded the 6. For a moment, neither side dared to act rashly. The 6 were unfazed, having anticipated the possibility of being targeted in collaboration. Gu Wan spoke calmly, let us execute Plan 1. First, Fang Ziqing and I will swiftly break through the encircled 3. The remaining 3 were tasked with holding off the 9 for a brief moment. Once they had the opportunity, Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing would join the fray. Though they were at a numerical disadvantage, their overall prowess was far superior, as they boasted 5 advanced ability users. As Gu Wan's words fell, she and Fang Ziqing charged toward the 3 trapped individuals. Perhaps as a tactic to serve as bait, 2 of the 3 were girls, accompanied by a frail boy. They exchanged a glance, both eager to secure the 2 girls before the other. Almost simultaneously, before the 2 unsuspecting girls could react, Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing struck them down. In the ensuing rush, neither was willing to yield, both racing toward the frail boy. The young man's pallor was striking. I could hardly withstand 1, let alone 2. Hastily, I declared, I'll handle it myself, and promptly lay down, conceding defeat. The remaining 9, witnessing their comrades' swift downfall, wasted no time and targeted the weakest among us, Liang Bo. Yet, Liang Bo's weakness was merely comparative to the other 5. He still ranked 18th among the capable. Moreover, he had cultivated a defensive technique, the Golden Shield, which would sustain him for a while. After several exchanges, it became evident that none from our side had been taken down. The formidable Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing had already begun to engage in the fray. The 9 seemed to reach a consensus and instantaneously opted for retreat. However, advancing was easy, but retreating proved challenging. In Chapter 52, the focal point of the conflict, Bai Yi and Zhao Peng, although unable to single-handedly contain 3 adversaries, found no difficulty in subduing 1. Both were advanced-level capable individuals and dispatched their opponents in less than 3 rounds. This encounter yielded 5 scorecards for our team, 3 for the second team, and 2 for the third. Jiang Lixin, momentarily careless, allowed an enemy to escape and lamented, it's a pity they got away. Gu Wan reassured her, no worries. There will be plenty of opportunities. With over 2 hours remaining until the deadline, the rankings were as follows. First place, Team 1, 41 points. Second place, Teams 5 and 6, 30 points. Third place, Team 3, 28 points. 4th place. Team 2, 25 points. 5th place. Team 4, 24 points. In an instant, we had accumulated 40 scorecards, just one shy of theirs. The 6 exchanged glances and promptly decided to target Team 5. The saying goes, a commoner without sin bears the burden of wealth, and with such fortune, one must possess commensurate strength. While our group sought Team 5, the members of the special team unexpectedly approached us first, encircling our 6. The captain of Team 5 was none other than Yin Feiyue, who had previously fallen to Fang Ziqing. He had since challenged other top 10 capable individuals, leveraging his exceptional defense to win matches. Yin Feiyue smiled at Xiang Qi, the sole top 10 expert from the special team, who he had previously defeated. Although Xiang Qi had since found opportunities to advance, their meeting remained somewhat awkward. Yin Feiyue remarked, brother, though you outnumber us, we have 3 top 10 experts among us. You know, the disparity between advanced and intermediate levels is indisputable. Aren't you afraid of being outmaneuvered? Evidently, the special team was undeterred by his words. While high cultivation posed considerable pressure, it did not encompass everything. Battle prowess was paramount. Furthermore, our side significantly outnumbered them and had just emerged victorious, rendering Yin Feiyue's words ineffective. Exchanging glances with the others, the 14 simultaneously advanced towards Team 5. Observing the special team's resolute intent to overpower us, Yin Feiyue signaled to a girl nearby. She retreated to the center of the group, evidently concealing the 10 scorecards she had just acquired. Upon realizing she was a crucial figure, Xiang Qi and the others immediately understood her importance. A slight confusion lingered. Why, when Team 5 possessed 3 top 10 experts, did they choose to protect her? 14 individuals faced 6, with 2 of Team 5's top 10 experts standing resolutely at the forefront, while the last guarded the girl. Xiang Qi furrowed his brow. Despite their numerical advantage, the 3 top 10 experts were not to be underestimated. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. Xiang Qi then suggested, Yin Feiyue, perhaps it would be prudent for you to concede. Losing merely a single point card per person is hardly a significant loss. Yin Feiyue paused, internally scoffing at the suggestion. Surrendering would disrupt their formation, and the 10-point cards they had just acquired would undoubtedly be seized by their adversaries. Stepping forward, he declared loudly, dream on. Do you truly believe that a single advanced ability user, alongside a few intermediate ones, can best our 3 advanced ability users? Hearing this, the other intermediate ability users exchanged glances, realizing that in a head-to-head bout, they would likely be swiftly overwhelmed. Chapter 53. The Heist. Xiang Qi chuckled. Why defeat you when we can simply ensnare you? With a wave of his hand, it became evident that the special squad had already been assigned their tasks. 6 individuals engaged the 2 advanced ability users in front, while 2 faced off against 2 intermediate ability users from Team 5. Meanwhile, Xiang Qi led the remaining 5 to confront the last advanced ability user and the girl. A flicker of urgency crossed Yin Feiyue's brow as he called out to the girl and the advanced ability user at the rear, they are targeting you. Proceed with the original retreat plan and ensure the point cards are safeguarded. Upon hearing Yin Feiyue's voice, the advanced ability user and the girl exchanged glances before fleeing towards the back. Xiang Qi, witnessing this, could not suppress his delight and signaled accordingly. Indeed, Yin Feiyue and his team found themselves obstructed by the 8 remaining individuals, while Xiang Qi pursued the 2 retreating ability users with his 5 companions. Gu Wan and the others lay in ambush, and as Liang Bo attempted to move, Fang Ziqing restrained him, saying, stay still, the real spectacle is just beginning. Zhao Peng glanced back at Fang Ziqing, questioning, why do you say that? Our target is clearly that girl. Shouldn't we pursue? Gu Wan cast a calm glance at Fang Ziqing and replied, if even you can discern that the target lies with her, do you truly believe that Yin Feiyue and his team are so naive? Zhao Peng scratched his head in silence, while Bai Yi nodded and remarked, earlier, Yin Feiyue deliberately mentioned the point cards to bait Xiang Qi. If I am not mistaken, the point cards should still be here. The 6 members of Team 1 lay concealed behind a thicket, closely observing the unfolding events. The 4 individuals surrounded found themselves watching Xiang Qi and his group gradually distance themselves, nodding to one another in silent agreement. In an instant, the tension on the faces of the 8 surrounding them dissipated, as if sheep had transformed into wolves. Yin Feiyue, flipping his hair with pride, proclaimed, did you truly believe you could stop us? The nearby top 10 expert chuckled, in reality, you are the prey. The dynamics of the situation shifted abruptly. As the 4 encircled the 8, it seemed ludicrous. How could 4 possibly encircle 8? However, it should not be forgotten that the only top 10 expert of the special team, Xiang Qi, has long departed, leaving behind merely 8 intermediate ability users. Despite the fact that Team 5 consists of only 4 individuals, Half of the top 10 advanced ability users are within their ranks. In a mere 3 minutes, the battle was resolved. Indeed, in the face of advanced ability users, the intermediate ones possessed no means of retaliation. In Feiyue, clutching 8 scorecards, remarked, even if the 2 of them are captured, we would only lose 2 scorecards, while we have acquired 8. Moreover, those 10 scorecards are not even in Mao Shuyu's possession. I can already envision Xiang Qi's exasperation. Beside him, the top 10 expert Sun Hong noted, it is a pity that Xiang Qi did not remain. One must understand that aside from the initial 5 scorecards, all others, whether obtained through theft or discovery, can be seized in their entirety. The 6 scorecards pilfered from Team 6 are certainly in Xiang Qi's hands. In Feiyue nodded in agreement, stating, there is no rush. Once Xiang Qi realizes he has been deceived, he will undoubtedly choose to return. At that moment, we shall conceal ourselves and deliver a surprise from above. Sun Hong raised an eyebrow and responded, indeed, when we declare a robbery, they will surely be left bewildered. Robbery. Gu Wan and her companions burst forth from the thicket, surrounding the 4 individuals. For a moment, the 4 were left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could a team be present here? Chapter 54. Who is the Yellow Bird? The 8 members of the special team, crouched on the ground, shrugged and relished the unfolding drama, exclaiming, haha, Team 5 has now found themselves ensnared, just like a mantis capturing a cicada, with the yellow bird lurking behind. The 8 were in no hurry. After being defeated and surrendering their scorecards, they could refuse combat for a time, making it preferable to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Liang Bo was the first to step forward, saying, haha, wise up and surrender all your scorecards to avoid physical suffering. In Feiyue frowned deeply. How could they have encountered a team? Guwan did not mention it. But there were even 4 individuals among them who were level 1 advanced ability users from the top 10. Their own team was not only outnumbered, but also vastly inferior in quality. Furthermore, there was that man. In Feiyue caught sight of Fang Ziqing and felt a tightening sensation. Upon seeing this familiar face, Fang Ziqing waved amiably. In Feiyue quickly turned away, pretending not to see. Guwan stepped forward, declaring, let us settle this swiftly. Once we have dealt with them, a grand feast awaits. She charged ahead, and even Fang Ziqing refrained from intervening. In less than a minute, the number of individuals seated on the ground transformed from 8 to 12. In Feiyue, with a wry smile, surrendered 4 basic cards, and then reluctantly produced the 8 cards they had seized, along with the 10 cards he had fortuitously acquired. Liang Bo and the others displayed expressions of delight. The spoils of this encounter were bountiful. At that moment, Xiang Qi, upon catching up to Mao Shuya and her companion, observed them calmly draw 2 basic scorecards. Having not even engaged in battle, Xiang Qi's heart sank as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He quickly called out to his 5 companions, hurry back. We must return immediately. This is dire. The 5 promptly turned and sped away, while Mao Shuya and her companion exchanged a knowing glance and a faint smile, evidently having devised this plan long in advance. When Xiang Qi returned to the previous location, panting heavily, he was utterly dumbfounded. On his way, he had contemplated the worst-case scenario, his team of 8 being defeated by In Feiyue and his companions, resulting in the loss of 8 scorecards. However, before his eyes sat 12 individuals on the ground. What was going on? One of the boys among the 8 forced a wry smile and said, Boss Xiang, you've been duped. Before he could inquire further, he noticed that Fang Ziqing and others had surrounded their 6 remaining team members. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Qi's expression darkened. How could it be a whole team? Not only had they exhausted their spiritual energy in their haste to return, but even at their peak, they would not stand a chance against an entire team. Liang Bo stepped forward with a grin and said, save your strength, just hand over the scorecards. Xiang Qi glanced at his wheezing companions, gritted his teeth, and could only nod in reluctant acknowledgement. The 6 team members reluctantly surrendered their basic cards. Xiang Qi also produced the scorecards of Mao Shuya and her companion from Team 5, as well as the 6 scorecards taken from Team 6. After handing over the cards, the members of Team 5 felt somewhat uplifted. At least there were others in a worse predicament. Once the special team and Team 5 departed, the 6 of them formed a circle around the small mountain of scorecards piled on the ground. In addition to each person's basic 5 cards, totaling 30, they had captured 6 cards from Team 6, 5 from Team 2, 22 from Team 5, and 14 from the special team. At this moment, the rankings underwent a significant shift. First place, Team 1, with 77 points. Second place, Team 3, with 28 points. Third place, Team 2, with 27 points. Fourth place, Teams 4, 5, and 6, each with 24 points. Fifth place, the special team, with 14 points. They had established a considerable lead. With less than an hour remaining until the competition's conclusion, The outcome of the competition was essentially determined. It now hinged solely on which team could secure the second position within the limited time left. Guwan stood up and said, "However, we must not become complacent. Some teams may still uncover hidden scorecards." Jiang Lixin nodded in agreement. "So shall we continue our raids?" Chapter 55. The first. Upon hearing this, the group brightened with enthusiasm. Clearly, the series of raids had invigorated everyone. Guwan hesitated briefly before stating, "Let's see how lucky they are. If we encounter them, we shall take them down. But we shouldn't deliberately target any specific team." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had already bullied several teams, some of whom were even classmates, making future classes awkward. As the final time approached, all participants returned to the pre-designated assembly point. This competition had proven to be immensely rewarding for everyone involved. Once removed from the arena-style competition, success hinged not solely on strength, but significantly on strategy. Hilo observed the dejected expressions of the majority and smiled faintly. As if to say, "Consider this a foretaste of adversity." He pointed to the score situation displayed on the screen. Undoubtedly, Team 1 remained firmly in first place. Surprisingly, Team 5 had claimed the second position. It seemed that in the last hour, Team 5 had not been idle. They had either raided other teams or discovered hidden scorecards. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Team 5 possesses the most formidable overall strength, second only to Team 1, and such an outcome is not difficult to accept. The leader, often referred to as the Black Boss, spoke. With the conclusion of the match, the top two teams will be selected as substitutes for the main competition team. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite various shortcomings in today's contest, both teams had earned their rankings through merit, leaving no room for dissent. However, while two teams had indeed been chosen, Team 1 still included a Level 1 intermediate ability user. According to the principle of maximizing combat prowess, it would be preferable to replace this individual with a higher level ability user, especially since they would be competing against other academies. Prior to the match, it was stated that adjustments would be made based on personal point card standings, yet Team 1 ultimately decided to evenly distribute the points, resulting in each member possessing several point cards, far exceeding the totals of their competitors. The Black Boss contemplated this situation, recognizing that the established rules could not be retracted. Yet, this competition was not a trivial matter. It concerned the honor and resource allocation of the entire academy. Logically, it would be necessary to exclude the academy's weakest combatant. But combat capability is but one aspect. The synergy among team members is equally significant. The Black Boss allowed them to make their own decision. All 5 members shook their heads, indicating they did not wish to replace anyone. Over the course of their training, the 6 had forged friendships and established their own small circle. Liang Bo glanced at his teammates, who were expressing their determination to the Black Boss on his behalf, and felt a pang of guilt. He stepped forward and said, "Thank you all, truly, for your trust. However, considering this is a competition among the 3 major academies, I fear I may become a burden to everyone." Fang Ziqing frowned at this and patted Liang Bo's shoulder, saying, "What are you talking about? Even if our team is not composed entirely of high-level ability users, we can still triumph over the 2 other academies." Liang Bo looked gratefully at Fang Ziqing, shaking his head as he replied, "Thank you, Fang Boss, but my strength is indeed insufficient. It would be more appropriate to allow someone with higher cultivation to take my place. There will be other competitions, next time. I believe I will definitely represent the academy in battle." Seeing Liang Bo's resolute demeanor, Fang Ziqing ceased further argument and merely gave Liang Bo a gentle pat on the shoulder. The Black Boss approached Liang Bo and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Classmate Liang, your actions demonstrate commendable consideration for the collective. However, the rules were set by me. To compensate you, how about I gift you an intermediate martial skill when you reach level 2? Upon hearing this, not only Liang Bo, but also the other students brightened with excitement. An intermediate martial skill was worth thousands of points. They gazed at Liang Bo with envy, and he scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by such an unexpected windfall. Acknowledging his acceptance, the Black Boss nodded and declared, "Then we shall select a level 1 high-level ability user from the second-ranking team to replace classmate Liang." Chapter 56. The pot falls from the sky. Upon hearing this, Yin Feiyue and the other 2 felt their breaths quicken. After all, their team boasted 3 level 1 high-level ability users, giving them a 1/3 chance. According to the rules, the individual with the most point cards would prevail. The Black Boss turned his gaze towards the trio. Yin Feiyue exhaled deeply. He had contributed the most within the team, thus earning the highest number of point cards. Though the other 2 advanced practitioners felt reluctant, it was undeniable that Yin Feiyue had demonstrated the greatest strength, thus there were no objections. Consequently, the primary team from the first advanced academy was established, comprising Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, Zhao Peng, Jiang Lixin, and Yin Feiyue. The substitute team saw Yin Feiyue swap places with Liang Bo, who joined the ranks of Liang Bo, Sun Hong, and Mao Shuya. Those who were not selected could only return to their residences with a sense of regret, although they could not participate in the team competition. Achieving commendable results in the individual matches would still be worthwhile. The remaining 12 would serve as seeds for the team competition a week later. The leader, He Laoda, addressed them. The team competition differs significantly from the individual matches. Relying solely on personal strength is insufficient. Just like in this recent battle, Team 5 cleverly utilized strategy to easily overcome Team 1, serving as an excellent example. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing that if Team 1 had not been cautious, they might have faced dire consequences. If Team 5 could seize Team 1's scorecard while avoiding direct confrontation, they might still contend for the top position. Every team requires a core, a decisive figure who shapes the ultimate strategy and direction. I shall give you 3 minutes to elect a captain and vice-captain. He Laoda stated nonchalantly. The 6 glanced at one another, none daring to speak first. Gu Wan, being the most skilled and quick-witted, was undoubtedly the frontrunner for captaincy. However, determining the vice-captain proved more complex. Each of the other 5 was a top-tier expert, proud and unwilling to concede to one another. Fang Ziqing was indifferent to who assumed the role, as long as it was not herself. Stepping forward, Gu Wan suggested, "Let us vote. It is the most equitable method." The others nodded in agreement, and Gu Wan was elected captain by unanimous vote. When it came time to select the vice-captain, however, no one stepped forward to contest. Yin Feiyue, having only recently joined the team and lacking familiar acquaintances, save for Fang Ziqing, whom he barely knew, recognized the improbability of his own selection and opted to observe instead. Although Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng were acquainted and shared a class, they felt they lacked the qualities of a leader. As for Bai Yi, she frequently cast glances at Fang Ziqing, clearly uninterested in the captaincy. Witnessing the indecision, Yin Feiyue, as an outsider, felt no need to regard social niceties. He candidly stated, "I support classmate Fang Ziqing." To him, she was the only familiar face. Despite her peculiar interests, he had sensed Fang Ziqing's formidable prowess during the matches. And even though his current ranking was below hers, he believed that if she truly desired it, she would have no rivals aside from Gu Wan. A strong leader could naturally guide the team. Upon hearing Yin Feiyue's endorsement, Bai Yi eagerly raised her hands, exclaiming, "I too support her." Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng nodded in agreement, their performances in the competition having been widely acknowledged. Although Fang Ziqing seldom spoke, her every word bore significant weight, and her actions were decisive and fierce, rivaling even Gu Wan's. Therefore, there were no objections from the group. Gu Wan nodded slightly. "All right, then it's settled." Chapter 57. Wilderness Training. Everyone witnessed Fang Ziqing step forward, speaking with unwavering conviction. To be honest, he had been momentarily distracted, pondering when he would find time to visit the Hope Orphanage and see the children again. It took him a moment to comprehend how the vice-captain had suddenly appeared above him. He cast a resentful glance at Yin Feiyue, who was so startled that he pretended to gaze at the sky. Bai Yi tugged at Fang Ziqing's sleeve, saying, "Ziqing, just accept it. After all, you still have a captain above you. It's merely a nominal position." Yin Feiyue quickly interjected, "Yes, exactly. Just like a vice monitor assists the monitor." Just as Fang Ziqing was about to decline, he noticed Gu Wan approaching the black boss to report the situation, effectively denying him the opportunity to argue. With the candidates for the captains and vice-captains of both teams already decided, the black boss nodded and remarked, though referred to as the main and substitute forces, they can also be designated as Team 1 and Team 2. Team 1's captain is Gu Wan, and the vice-captain is Fang Ziqing. Team 2's captain is Sun Hong, and the vice-captain is Liang Bo. After all, being part of Team 1, transitioning to Team 2 would still allow one to secure a vice-captain role. Fang Ziqing, observing Liang Bo's lack of ambition, gave him a nudge to rouse him from his stupor. The black boss raised his hand to silence the chatter. "All right. Now I shall outline your training tasks for this week. First and foremost, I will be your instructor, and the teachers behind me will assist in your training." Everyone nodded, acknowledging that the black boss was evidently the highest-ranking individual at the first advanced academy. Lianya had mentioned that his prowess far exceeded hers. The 12 were blindfolded and transported to the training grounds. Upon removing their blindfolds, they exchanged astonished glances, for they found themselves not in a training room as expected, but rather in a primordial forest. Looking up, they saw towering trees nearly 100 meters high, their expansive canopies blocking out the sun completely. The black boss spoke leisurely. "The subject of your training today is survival." "Survival? What does that entail?" "From this moment forward, no one will provide you with any supplies or resting areas. Your watches will also be confiscated. Everything must be accomplished by your own efforts. Everyone nodded. Despite being pampered young ladies and gentlemen, their abilities as capable individuals made survival seem entirely feasible. Noticing their nonchalant expressions, the black boss smirked. Oh, I forgot to mention. There is a possibility that some may attempt to disrupt your efforts. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged worried glances towards Liang Ye and the other teachers accompanying the black boss, realizing that the upcoming days would be anything but peaceful. Accompanying the black boss were Liang Ye, the instructor for Class 10, Gao Gu, the instructor for Class 1, and Feng Yuan, the instructor for Class 2. They were chosen because the majority of these 12 individuals hailed from Classes 1, 2, and 10. The instructors knew them best, hence their presence to assist in training. Good luck, little ones. With that, the black boss and the teachers vanished, leaving the 12 students bewildered in the wind. It was evident that Team 1 and Team 2 would train separately. After bidding farewell to their friends, they set off in opposite directions. Gu Wan and her companions traversed a side path, diligently searching for a source of water. Fang Ziqing, while walking, unconsciously marked his trail. Bai Yi, who followed closely behind, noticed this and quickly approached with a smile, saying, Ziqing, you are truly attentive. Naturally, Gu Wan, with her keen ears, also heard this and nodded in agreement upon seeing the marks left by Fang Ziqing. In such a forest, it is exceedingly easy to lose one's way, especially since their watches had been confiscated. However, the incessant laughter from the two at the back was rather exasperating. Chapter 58. I want to touch your head. Gu Wan halted and gestured for them to gather around. Observing that dusk was approaching, she proposed, let us deliberate on our course of action. Jiang Lixin raised her hand and suggested, how about we first find a place to rest? Otherwise, sleeping at night will be quite unsettling. If it rains, it could be disastrous. Bai Yi nodded in agreement, adding, since everything was confiscated upon our arrival, we cannot survive long without a water source. I recommend we prioritize finding both water and shelter. The group reached a consensus, although there were some differing opinions. Zhao Peng remarked, in such a gamble, splitting the team might increase our chances. What do you all think? Jiang Lixin furrowed her brow and surveyed their surroundings, saying, but what if we get lost? The forest at night can be quite terrifying. Fang Ziqing rose from his leaning position against a tree and stated, it is simple. We shall divide into 2 teams. Even if we lose our way, 3 individuals can look out for one another. He further suggested, to prevent disorientation, we should mark our path at intervals for easy reference. Let us agree on a time to reconvene here, regardless of whether we find what we seek. Gu Wan approached and nodded. All right, then let us return to this spot in 3 hours, regardless of our findings. The final decision was made. Gu Wan would lead one team, comprising herself, Jiang Lixin, and Zhao Peng, while Fang Ziqing would lead another, consisting of Bai Yi and Yin Feiyue. Fang Ziqing knocked down some smaller trees around them to create a formation. The forest-esque landscape was largely uniform, and missing the rendezvous point would lead to complications. Observing this, the others nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Ziqing's meticulousness. Listening to his explanation, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Fang Ziqing's primary objective was to locate a suitable place for shelter, while Gu Wan's group sought water and food. Just before departing, Fang Ziqing leaned in close to Gu Wan and whispered softly, be cautious. There may be wild beasts in the forest. The warmth of his breath made Gu Wan's ears flush momentarily, and feigning impatience, she replied, I know. Seeing her reaction, Fang Ziqing smiled and turned to leave. Wait, he said, turning back with a puzzled look at Gu Wan, who was staring down at the ground. She quietly added, you should also take care. Had Fang Ziqing not been so close, he might have missed her words. Observing Gu Wan's clumsiness, he felt a playful urge rise within him. Before she could react, he gently patted her head and swiftly made his exit. Gu Wan clenched her fists in silence. After the 2 teams parted ways, Fang Ziqing walked alongside Bai Yi, while Yin Feiyue, wishing to avoid awkwardness, claimed he would scout ahead. As Bai Yi walked with her head bowed in silence, Fang Ziqing turned slightly and inquired, what's the matter? She glanced up at him, pouted, and then lowered her head once more. After a considerable pause, a sour voice emerged. I haven't even had my head patted. Fang Ziqing, unable to suppress a smile at her aggrieved expression, realized she must have witnessed him patting Gu Wan's head earlier. Affectedly feigning ignorance, he cleared his throat and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Yin Feiyue, who was ahead, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but wonder if Fang Ziqing truly lacked interest in women. After all, even a fool could discern Bai Yi's meaning. How could he remain oblivious? With this thought, Yin Feiyue quickened his pace, distancing himself from Fang Ziqing. Bai Yi furtively cast a glance at Fang Ziqing. Noticing he seemed disinclined to act, instead adopting a demeanor of feigned ignorance, which only fueled her irritation. She hastily stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Fang Ziqing, surprised by her sudden advance, wondered what she intended to do. Bai Yi, with an endearing expression, raised both hands and placed his right hand atop her head. Fang Ziqing, bemused by her antics, gently ruffled her hair. Bai Yi let out a soft, kitten-like sound, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 59, Shortage of Water and Food. Bai Yi. I have an unreasonable request, she said, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing sensed trouble and quickly brushed past her, urging her forward. Since it's an unreasonable request, perhaps you shouldn't voice it. Look, In Feiyue is almost leaving us behind. We should hurry and catch up. Bai Yi, watching Fang Ziqing walk away, stomped her foot in frustration and hurried to follow him. Meanwhile, Gu Wan's group was in dire straits. After nearly an hour of searching, they had yet to find a single water source. Their only meager find was a cluster of mushrooms of uncertain edibility. Whether it was the psychological pressure or the loss of moisture from walking, Jiang Lisin felt her lips parched. She licked her lips and wondered, what will we do if we can't find water? Zhao Peng grimaced and replied, Sister, could you please refrain from your ominous predictions? You're making me anxious. A group of pampered young masters and misses, accustomed to comfort in the academy, never imagined they would face a day without water. In the shadows, the gang leader observed with a smirk, thinking, you little ones have a long way to go. Noticing Fang Ziqing making marks earlier, the gang leader nodded appreciatively and remarked, Is this your student? He possesses keen awareness. Lianya smiled, but shook her head. They still have much to learn. The gang leader reflected, indeed. They have no idea what lies ahead. Enduring hardship now is far better than facing death later. Lianya solemnly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those with abilities are not merely the glamorous figures they seem. They bear responsibilities beyond ordinary comprehension. The two then parted ways, with the gang leader heading toward Gu Wan's group, while Lianya followed Fang Ziqing's, oblivious to her presence. Lianya possessed exceptional concealment skills, so much so that even those of the same caliber might fail to detect her, let alone these inexperienced novices. Over an hour passed, and all that greeted their eyes were towering trees and dense underbrush, making it nearly impossible to find a place to take refuge. Bai Yi rubbed her calves, relieved that she had changed into the standardized combat uniform beforehand. Otherwise, her bare thighs would likely bear numerous scratches. In Feiyue sighed and remarked, What exactly constitutes a suitable place to hide? After searching for so long, all we see are trees. Fang Ziqing shifted slightly and replied, The best outcome would be to find a cave, or, at the very least, a spot that offers shelter from the wind and rain, where we can create a resting area. Bai Yi nodded, aware that the weather in the forest could change unexpectedly. Should it rain, they might become drenched. Worse still, any markers they had made could be washed away, leading to complications. Fang Ziqing stood up and said, Let us keep moving. We have over an hour until the designated time. We need to continue searching. In Feiyue nodded, sighing as he licked his cracked lips. I just wonder if they have found food and water. Bai Yi's expression darkened as she replied, Indeed, food is one thing, but if we don't find water, our combat effectiveness may plummet by half by tomorrow. If this were a competition, Fang Ziqing nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Bai Yi was right. If they were competing, it would indeed be troublesome. Gu Wan and her group spent 3 exhausting hours without locating a water source, although they managed to gather a fair amount of mushrooms and even caught a few rabbits. Estimating that they had used enough time, she made a mark and declared, It's nearly time to meet them. Let us head back and hope they bring good news. Chapter 60. The precious roast relying on their instincts. They inevitably miscalculated the time. By the time Gu Wan and her companions arrived at the agreed-upon location, night had fallen, and a distant campfire flickered in the darkness. Upon seeing the three return, Fang Ziqing and the others stood up and inquired, How did it go? Did you find a water source? Gu Wan shook her head, lifting the rabbits she had caught, and replied, We only found these. What about you? Fang Ziqing also shook his head and said, We didn't find a natural cave, but we did discover some edible fruits. The group placed their findings beside the campfire, 2 gray rabbits, a dozen thumb-sized red fruits, and some mushrooms of uncertain edibility. They each touched their stomachs and exchanged glances. Jiang Liqin plopped down and sighed. Looks like we'll be sleeping under the stars tonight. Fang Ziqing tossed a red fruit toward Jiang Liqin, who caught it with gleaming eyes and exclaimed, Perfect timing. Even without water, this fruit should quench my thirst. Fang Ziqing reached out to stop her, but before he could speak, he watched as she took a big bite. Yuck, this is both sour and astringent. Fang Ziqing and the others shook their heads in exasperation. Gu Wan smacked Jiang Liqin on the head and said, Having something to eat is already fortunate. Why are you being so picky? Jiang Lixin covered her head and stuck out her tongue. I was just a little thirsty, that's all. Gu Wan furrowed her brows. While the lack of food was not critical, the absence of water was certainly distressing. Fang Ziqing stepped forward, stating, "It's not as if there's nothing to drink." The crowd turned to him, observing as he brandished the rabbit that Gu Wan had knocked unconscious. Gu Wan frowned and remarked, "You cannot possibly mean." Fang Ziqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there is moisture in the rabbit's blood." Jiang Lixin quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I believe I can endure a little longer. I shall abstain from drinking." Fang Ziqing, noticing Jiang Lixin's refusal, shifted his gaze towards Bai Yi, who had been parched. Suddenly, her face turned pale, clearly unwilling and too fearful to drink. Fang Ziqing shrugged and set the rabbit down. As the group gathered around the campfire, Zhao Peng suddenly inquired, "How did this fire come to life? Wasn't it forbidden to bring anything?" Bai Yi chuckled, "You should ask Ziqing. He merely prodded it with a small stick, and voila, fire appeared." The group looked at him, and Fang Ziqing smirked inwardly, thinking, a bunch of uncultured folks, unaware of the method of friction fire. To divert their curiosity regarding the fire's origin, he redirected the conversation. "We cannot consume mushrooms until we ascertain their toxicity. Thus, we are left with a few fruits. Albeit slightly sour and bitter, they are safe to eat. Each of us shall have two." He suggested preserving the blood of the rabbit before roasting it. For if water remained elusive for an extended period, it could prove life-saving. Upon hearing this, the group had no objections and began to organize themselves. Bai Yi stood to distribute the red fruits, while Fang Ziqing climbed to procure several large leaves from a tree, crafting them into makeshift vessels resembling cups. He then gestured for Yin Feiyue to make an incision in the rabbit. Yin Feiyue swallowed hard. Having never taken a life before, even a rabbit felt significant. The blood from the two rabbits yielded barely enough for 2 small cups. After skinning them, they skewered the meat onto branches and placed them over the fire to roast. The group encircled the 2 small rabbits, the sound of saliva swallowing echoing as they awaited their meal. Having expended considerable energy during the competition, they were ravenous by now. Once Fang Ziqing prodded the meat with a stick and observed that it was nearly cooked, he declared, "It should be ready to eat." However, given her character, it is unlikely she would ever express such thoughts openly. Eventually, the group was divided, Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing by the campfire, while the others, Jiang Lixin, Yin Feiyue, Zhao Peng, and the rest, found a large tree nearby to rest against. As the hour approached 11 or 12, Fang Ziqing, observing the excited Bai Yi who showed no signs of weariness, teased, "Are you a night owl? So energetic?" Noticing their companions had settled down, Bai Yi leaned closer to Fang Ziqing and whispered, "We have yet to spend a night together." Fang Ziqing felt a tickling sensation in his ear and slightly turned away from her face, saying, "All right, come lie down on me for a bit." Initially hesitant, Bai Yi felt a rush of shyness and compliance at his invitation. Nodding her head, cautiously, she shifted her body, moving closer to Fang Ziqing, who was tending to the campfire across from her. Her heart raced, and she took a deep breath, glancing furtively at him. The flames illuminated his face, revealing a gentle yet slightly austere expression. The night forest was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional animal call and the crackling of burning branches. Bai Yi tilted her head slightly, resting it on Fang Ziqing's left shoulder. Meanwhile, the observant He Laoda and Liangye were sipping beer and enjoying prepared snacks nearby. Liangye remarked, "Isn't this a bit cruel to them?" He Laoda, patting his belly, shook his head. "This is precisely the training they need. Besides, didn't we endure the same in our time? An old bone like me won't join in their revelry." He raised the beer bottle to his lips. Liangye cautioned, "Don't drink too much. It could lead to trouble if something happens." He Laoda shrugged and set the bottle down. They had designated 3 teams for the night watch, each responsible for 2 hours before waking the next team. However, Bai Yi, eager for time to linger, suggested, "Ziqing, I'm not tired. I can keep watch while you rest on me. No need to wake the next group. They look exhausted. I can handle it." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted from behind. "Thank you for your kindness, Bai, but rules are rules." Turning to face the source of the voice, they found Gu Wan, her expression stern, standing behind them. Though she was addressing Bai Yi, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Ziqing. Behind her, Jiang Lixin, still groggy, yawned and said, "That was quick. It's already our turn. Gu Wan, are you tired?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stood up, ready to respond, but was met with a slap from Gu Wan to Jiang Lixin's head. "Are you still tired?" Jiang Lixin covered her head, tears welling in her eyes as she quickly exclaimed, "Not tired, not tired. I feel particularly awake now." Fang Ziqing set down the stick he had been using to tend the fire and nodded to Gu Wan and Jiang Lixin, saying, "Then we'll leave the rest to you." Bai Yi, understanding the situation, had nothing further to say, and the two of them found a large tree nearby to lean against and rest. Before 10 minutes had elapsed, Jiang Lixin began to feel drowsy, prompting Gu Wan to gently shake her head and carry her aside for a brief rest. As she gazed into the flickering flames, a memory of Bai Yi leaning against Fang Ziqing's shoulder surfaced, causing her to frown involuntarily. Lately, Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing had grown increasingly close, which was quite vexing. With impatience, she took a stick and struck the flames fiercely. A shadow flickered amidst the dancing fire, and Gu Wan rose, entering a state of alertness, calling out, "Who is there?" As the firelight illuminated the figure stepping out of the shadows, it was none other than Fang Ziqing, smiling as he approached. "Shall we chat?" he inquired. Seeing this, Gu Wan relaxed her clenched fists, turned away to sit down, and replied with an expressionless face, "What is there to talk about?" Fang Ziqing sat beside her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, kneading them softly. "It's not good to be so tense all the time," he remarked. Gu Wan felt an unusual sensation on her shoulders and instinctively shifted, casting a furtive glance at their companions. "No need to look around. Apart from us, everyone else is asleep. Your image as Miss Gu will remain untarnished." Gu Wan spat in annoyance, shaking her shoulders vigorously to express her dissatisfaction. Yet, ultimately, she did not shake off Fang Ziqing's hands, which carried a hint of playful intimacy. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but smile. After spending these days together, no one understood Gu Wan better than he did. Despite frequently presenting an aloof demeanor, she yearned for care more than anyone else. He subtly channeled his spiritual energy, perhaps due to their shared cultivation experiences. When Fang Ziqing's energy entered Gu Wan's body, it met no resistance. In fact, it felt as if her own energy joyfully welcomed him in. Gu Wan gritted her teeth, muttering about the unworthy fellows. Fang Ziqing's energy swiftly coursed through her body, adeptly navigating the seldom-used meridians and obscure corners. In an instant, Gu Wan felt a wave of comfort wash over her, even sensing a slight enhancement in her cultivation. It must be said that in terms of mastery over spiritual energy, Gu Wan was acutely aware that she fell far short of Fang Ziqing. After a complete cycle, she felt her previously tense body begin to relax. Fang Ziqing retracted his energy and released her shoulders, leaving Gu Wan with an inexplicable sense of loss. Perhaps this feeling stemmed from the energy within her, from her own heart, or perhaps from both. Fang Ziqing settled beside Gu Wan, and they sat in silence, gazing at the bonfire without uttering a word. After a considerable time, Gu Wan could no longer resist turning her head slightly. "Honestly, tell me, what level have you reached now?" Fang Ziqing squinted playfully, grinning as he responded, "Guess." Gu Wan scoffed, turning away to ignore him, instead fiddling with the fire using the stick in her hand. Fang Ziqing smiled slightly, feeling mischievous. After a moment's thought, he shifted a bit closer to her. Without looking, Gu Wan queried, "What are you doing?" Just then, she felt Fang Ziqing's head unceremoniously rest on her lap, as if declaring his intention to sleep. Gu Wan's fist clenched tightly, raised high. "If you don't get up, do you believe I will turn you into a pig's head?" Chapter 63. A new day begins with thirst. Seeing this, Fang Ziqing immediately buried his head deeper. Gu Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Lowering the fist she had raised high, as she felt the waves of warmth emanating from her stomach, a hint of unease washed over her. At that moment, Fang Ziqing was perplexed, wondering why he had not been punished. It defied logic. He slightly turned his head and caught a glimpse of Gu Wan, who seemed lost in thought, staring into the distance. Fang Ziqing inhaled the faint, subtle fragrance emanating from her, reluctantly lifting his head from her thigh. A playful jest was fine, but prolonged indulgence would be inappropriate. Just as he raised his head, he felt a powerful force pressing it back down. Fang Ziqing pondered with curiosity what Gu Wan intended to do. If she enjoyed his presence, it wouldn't be a problem to linger a while longer. He heard her voice, soft yet hesitant, say something. Fang Ziqing quickly shook his head, trying to rise, but once again, a strong force pushed him down, accompanied by an irritable voice instructing him to stay put without any further nonsense. This was indeed the esteemed Miss Gu. He felt a sense of relief. He was unsure how much time had passed when he gradually succumbed to sleep, enveloped by Gu Wan's lingering warmth and the delicate scent at his nose. Upon awakening again, he discovered a faint light breaking on the horizon, finding himself leaning against a large tree. His companions were stirring, waking from their slumber in twos and threes. Bai Yi rubbed her shoulders and remarked, "That night's sleep was utterly exhausting. It was both hard and cold." Jiang Lixin sneezed several times in agreement. "Indeed. We are fortunate that our abilities grant us resilience. Otherwise, in such damp and chilly conditions, we would surely catch a cold." October had ushered in winter, with temperatures steadily declining. Prior to their expedition, they had donned uniform training attire, which was adequate within the confines of the academy, but proved insufficient in the forest. Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue, who had kept watch through the night, stretched their stiff limbs, their faces etched with concern, lamenting, "A new day begins with hunger." Upon hearing this, the group sighed in unison. Indeed, the most pressing issue was not merely shelter but the lack of sustenance. None among the six possessed expertise in wilderness survival skills, nor did they know where to find a water source. Gu Wan held up 2 small cups of rabbit blood she had collected the previous day and offered, "For those who can't hold out any longer, you may take a sip." Even Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue shook their heads vigorously, let alone the 2 girls. The thought of drinking rabbit blood was something they would have never dared to consider before, not to mention the taste. Who knew if it might harbor parasites? Gu Wan turned to Fang Ziqing and inquired, "What about you?" Fang Ziqing approached her directly. Accepting a cup of rabbit blood and allowing a faint surge of spiritual energy to envelop it, as there were no filtration devices available. Under their incredulous gazes, he took a few tentative sips. Observing the remnants of hair that had fallen into the cup during the collection, a shiver ran through the group. To be honest, he was not like these pampered young masters and mistresses. As a child, he would scavenge through garbage heaps for food, and simply finding something edible was a source of joy, regardless of whether it was spoiled. The current situation was evident. Everyone had expended considerable energy before entering the forest. After yesterday's arduous journey, everyone found themselves in a state of dehydration, their combat readiness severely diminished. Bai Yi was right. If this were a competition, they would undoubtedly struggle to persevere. At this moment, it was imperative for someone to take the lead and consume the rabbit's blood. Only once the first person did, so would the others follow suit. Yin Feiyue swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Fang, how are you feeling?" Zhao Peng and the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of their past perceptions of Fang Ziqing, it was clear that he was truly a man of valor in this moment. Fang Ziqing smacked his lips and declared, "Not bad. The flavor is exquisite. Are you all drinking, or shall I finish it all myself?" Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue licked their parched lips, exchanging glances before steeling themselves to step forward. Fang Ziqing extended a leaf-made cup, and after a moment's hesitation, Yin Feiyue accepted it. He gazed at the dark red rabbit's blood within, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and downed it in one gulp. Seeing this, Zhao Peng immediately exclaimed, "Hey, slow down. Save some for me." Gu Wan glanced at the rabbit's blood in her hand, approached by Yi and Jiang Lixin, and suggested, "Shall we have a sip as well?" She promptly lifted the leaf cup and took a drink. Witnessing Gu Wan's decisiveness, Bai Yi reluctantly took the cup from her. For someone accustomed to a life of luxury, this was indeed a significant challenge. After taking a sip, she swallowed quickly, the metallic taste flooding her senses. Looking towards Fang Ziqing, who nodded encouragingly, Bai Yi forced a smile despite her revulsion. Jiang Lixin observed that all but herself had consumed the blood. After struggling for a while, her face pale, she waved her hands and said, "I think I'll pass. I believe I can still hold on." Before she could finish, Gu Wan playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "This isn't about whether you're thirsty. It's about whether you can maintain your combat effectiveness if this were a competition." With a quivering voice, Jiang Lixin replied, "I understand now. It's just rabbit's blood, so I'll drink it." She then adopted an expression of resignation and gulped down the remaining rabbit's blood. "Hey!" Jiang Lixin blinked in surprise. "It doesn't seem as bad as I imagined." This elicited a chorus of good-natured laughter from the group. Meanwhile, Black Boss and Liang Ye, observing from a distance, exchanged glances filled with admiration. If one could not overcome such a minor obstacle, they were unworthy of representing the first advanced academy in the team competition. Liang Ye nodded, knowing they could not foresee that the trial was ongoing, with each individual's performance being meticulously recorded. Had Jiang Lixin hesitated any longer before consuming the rabbit's blood, her significant decline in combat effectiveness would have jeopardized the team. At this juncture, the second team had evidently produced an exceptional member who would undoubtedly be favored for replacement. Black Boss remarked to Liang Ye, "Your classmate is quite impressive. What's his name again?" "Fang Ziqing." Without turning her head, Liang Ye replied, "Indeed." The 6 individuals then established their plan for the day. Both teams would fervently search for a water source or alternatives, followed by food, and finally, shelter. They agreed to split into 2 groups and reconvene at this location at noon. Fang Ziqing and his companions continued their search along the markings established yesterday. The red fruits were discovered at the final location, but the late hour had hindered a thorough search. Now, they sought to explore once more in hopes of uncovering additional treasures. Meanwhile, Gu Wan and her group pursued a newly charted path, hoping it might lead to some fortuitous findings. Upon reaching the spot where the red fruits had been found, Fang Ziqing mused that this area, capable of nurturing plants beyond mere trees, must possess some unique qualities. However, their utility remained uncertain. Yinfiyu prodded the wild grasses below with a stick, recalling that the red fruits had been nestled among them. Suddenly elated, he exclaimed, "Look!" Chapter 65. A bounty. Yinfiyu turned to call out to Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, urging them to join him as he pointed to an open area ahead, where numerous small red fruits were scattered, just as he intended to rise and gather them. Fang Ziqing pressed him back down. Puzzled, Yinfiyu then heard Fang Ziqing inquire, "Do you hear any peculiar sounds?" Bai Yi, covering her mouth, whispered, "It's coming from above. Look." Yinfiyu quickly glanced upwards to see dozens of sparrow-like birds swirling in the sky, seemingly on high alert for threats. The trio held their tongues, waiting quietly for the birds to descend. It became evident that these red fruits were the very sustenance for the avian creatures. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled. The birds, each the size of a couple of rabbits, presented an opportunity if they could be captured. Yinfiyu shared her thoughts, awaiting a signal from Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing gestured for them to come closer, observing the birds that resembled sparrows from his world, albeit larger in size. "Do you know what kind of creatures these are? What are their behavioral traits?" he inquired. Bai Yi and Yinfiyu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Bai Yi, having lived in a manor since childhood and never having watched movies with others, was unfamiliar with wild birds. Similarly, Yinfiyu, raised in affluence, had never taken an interest in such matters, having either received a noble education or indulged in extravagant pursuits before becoming an empowered individual. Seeing their ignorance, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow, realizing that understanding these creatures' characteristics would be crucial. From their behavior, it was clear they were cautious, circling the feeding area rather than descending. Rushing towards them might alarm them and thwart their efforts. Bai Yi raised her hand, puzzled. "Ziqing, aren't we trying to catch these birds? Why mention startling snakes?" Yinfiyu nodded in agreement, seeking clarification. Fang Ziqing facepalmed. Did this world lack that idiom? Rubbing his nose, he clarified, "What I mean is we mustn't disturb them. We need to devise a clever strategy, otherwise, if they take flight, it could be troublesome." Bai Yi pouted, wishing for a net. Fang Ziqing's eyes lit up as he playfully patted her head, exclaiming, "You're absolutely right. A net would make things much easier. Well done, indeed, worthy of a reward." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Yinfiyu pretended not to notice the two individuals before him, clearing his throat as he spoke. "But do we even have a net?" Fang Ziqing chuckled and pointed to the side. The two turned in the indicated direction, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the vines on the tree. The trio quietly retreated to gather vines and appropriately sized stones from a distance. "I shall search for the thick vines," Yinfiyu said, while he sought about 10 stones of suitable size. "You take care of the smaller vines. We shall need them to connect the vines and stones later." The two nodded in agreement, hastening their movements, as these birds likely would not linger long for their meal. Whether they could enjoy a feast today depended on their current efforts. Encouraged by this thought, their hands moved with renewed urgency. Once Fang Ziqing crafted a rudimentary net measuring approximately 3 by 3 meters from the gathered materials, with several stones tied at the connections and corners. The three slowly approached the birds. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the birds were evenly dispersed, and their opportunity was fleeting. They aimed to capture as many as possible. Observing 7 or 8 birds moving in a single direction, Fang Ziqing made a subtle gesture. Together, they hurled the net in that direction, and in an instant, they lunged toward the net with remarkable speed. The startled birds, frightened by the commotion, ascended into the sky, emitting shrill cries of alarm. Fang Ziqing swiftly struck down the birds caught beneath the vine net, rendering them unconscious. Rising, he proclaimed, "Count how many we have caught." Bai Yi exclaimed joyfully, "There are 7. We have struck it rich." Yinfiyu added with excitement, "And there's still one more." The two shifted their gaze and discovered another bird, just a few meters away, having been struck by the net and stones. The trio gathered the 8 birds within the net and made their way to the designated meeting point. However, due to their time spent executing the capture plan, they found that Gu Wan and the others had already returned upon arriving at the predetermined location. Fang Ziqing approached and inquired, "How was your haul?" Jiang Lixin pouted. "It was worse than yesterday. We spotted 2 rabbits yesterday, but today not even a hare in sight. By the way, what did you manage to catch?" Bai Yi and Yinfiyu, standing behind Fang Ziqing, exchanged mischievous smiles before tossing the net toward Jiang Lixin. Jiang Lixin hastily opened the net, exclaiming in amazement, "My goodness. So many? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gu Wan and Zhao Peng, drawn by her excitement, gathered around, their eyes widening at the sight of the birds within the net. The 2 rabbits from the previous day had barely sufficed for everyone. Yet it seemed today's meal was assured. Following tradition, They decided to collect the blood for storage and roast the remainder for consumption. The group quickly sprang into action, preparing containers for the blood and searching for suitable branches. Naturally, the honorable task of igniting the fire fell to Fang Ziqing. Once the others completed their respective tasks, they gathered around to watch Fang Ziqing conjure flames, for the ability to create fire seemingly from thin air was nothing short of miraculous to them. Fang Ziqing, feeling somewhat like a spectacle under their scrutiny, smirked as a thought crossed his mind. The technology of this world was not only on par with his own but, in some aspects, even surpassed it. For instance, the virtual reality technology of wristwatches had yet to be developed in his world. Thus, a question arises. In a world governed by the laws of physics, how is it that such a fundamental phenomenon as friction-generating heat remains unacknowledged? This is rudimentary knowledge of physics. Moreover, the matter of idioms presents a conundrum as well. Previously, it was stated that idioms from one's own world exist here. Yet the recent incident of startling the snake in the grass reveals their ignorance. Logically, they should be oblivious to all idioms. For instance, the phrase pointing at a deer and calling it a horse was originally coined by Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the Qin dynasty in my world. However, this world has not undergone the same historical transitions, so how could such an idiom exist here? Fang Ziqing recalled the name and handwriting from the orphanage, a chill running down his spine as he pondered the underlying connections. Taking into account the existence of certain idioms alongside the lack of foundational physics knowledge, it seems as though there is a disjunction. Some elements from his world are present, yet incomplete. Yet, despite scouring all historical records, Fang Ziqing found no trace of his world. How does one explain this? Wow, it's really on fire. Fang Ziqing, how did you manage that? Fang Ziqing was roused from his reverie by Jiang Lixin's exclamation, noticing sparks igniting the dry grass beside him, which soon flared into flames. He smiled faintly. This is a unique secret. If you wish to know, there will be a fee. To his surprise, Jiang Lixin nodded without hesitation. No problem. How much do you want? Money or grade points? For money, name your price. As for grade points, could you possibly take a little less? I haven't accumulated enough for an intermediate martial skill yet. Fang Ziqing, disregarding her latter comment about money, quickly stepped forward and grasped Jiang Lixin's hand, asserting earnestly, as classmates, how could I bear to take your grade points? Our friendship only requires federal currency. Upon hearing that grade points were off the table, Jiang Lixin's eyes sparkled. She wasn't too short on money. She joyfully replied, Fang Ziqing, you are truly a good person. Unable to watch Jiang Lixin fall into his trap, Guwan attempted to intervene and jolt her back to reality, lest she be sold off by Fang Ziqing. However, someone was quicker than her. Bai Yi, puffing up her cheeks, separated Jiang Lixin and Fang Ziqing. Then, with a huff, addressed Fang Ziqing, if you need money, just tell me. I wouldn't dare claim too much, but I still have tens of millions in federal currency as pocket money. I can transfer it to you when we return. Fang Ziqing's eyes widened at the mention of tens of millions. Pocket money? Oh, heavens, let me die in bliss. Before he could revel in his delight, Guwan, unable to contain herself any longer, kicked him away. Looking at the stunned crowd, she declared, roast meat, time to eat. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, He Darren turned to Liang Ye and inquired, did you teach him the trick to starting a fire? Liang Ye shook her head in denial, asserting that it was premature to impart battlefield techniques to them, though perhaps he had deduced it himself. He Darren nodded, saying nothing more. Each person held half a fowl in hand, which was equivalent to an entire rabbit from the previous day. Of the 5 fowls, 3 were saved for dinner, while the remaining 2 were dried into jerky to prevent spoilage. Once everyone had finished their meal and taken a moment to rest, they set forth once more in pursuit of supplies. However, upon their return in the afternoon, the sky was pierced by a mournful wail. What has become of our meat? Chapter 67, Jiang Lixin injured. A few individuals gathered around, recalling that the remaining poultry had been stored in a hollowed-out tree trunk. Yet now, the poultry had inexplicably vanished. Come and see, said Bai Yi, prompting the group to turn their gaze toward another direction. Yin Feiyue stepped forward with a sigh. Not only has the poultry disappeared, but so too has the dried meat. The 6 formed a somber circle, enveloped in silence. After finally accumulating a small stockpile to stave off hunger during the night, they were dealt such a crushing blow that no one could bear it. Guwan furrowed her brow and remarked, if animals had come to consume the dried meat, it would be somewhat understandable, as it was left out to dry. However, the poultry hidden in the tree trunk was covered with leaves. How could it simply vanish? Fang Ziqing nodded, snapping his fingers as he declared, there can be but one truth. The culprit is Lord He. The group turned to Fang Ziqing in confusion. Do you not remember? Before we departed, Lord He remarked that he would not allow us to rest easy, but would come to disrupt our efforts. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. It was indeed stated by Lord He. However, they had assumed it would be a mere ambush, never anticipating that their food would be stolen. Yin Feiyue grimaced and lamented, "What shall we do now? We finally had a bit of rations, and now it's all gone." Bai Yi nodded gravely, adding, "Moreover, when we went to capture poultry earlier, we discovered that those birds no longer frequented that area for food. It seems our luck in catching them has run out." Jiang Lexin smacked her lips, seemingly reminiscing about the taste of the poultry. Gu Wan lifted the leaves that covered their stored blood, stating, "The situation is not entirely dire. At least our blood has not been stolen, which is a small blessing amidst this misfortune." The others nodded in understanding. Losing 100 coins and losing 80 coins, while both unfortunate, are not equivalent. Losing 100 initially and recovering 20, though still disheartening, does not evoke the same sense of despair as the initial loss. Meanwhile, at a distance, Lord He and Liang Ye were enjoying a leisurely barbecue, content in their indulgence. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were feasting upon the poultry stolen from Fang Ziqing and his companions. "Lord He, why not destroy their stored blood?" Liang Ye inquired, wiping grease from her mouth. Lord He chuckled and replied, "You shall soon see. I have left them a surprise." With the looming food crisis, the group visibly displayed signs of anxiety. In the afternoon, as they prepared to search anew, Fang Ziqing's team also chose to carve out a new path. Hours passed, and twilight approached. Fang Ziqing's expedition yielded only a few fresh bamboo shoots. In contrast, Gu Wan's group fared even worse. Not only did they find no food, but Jiang Lexin also accidentally stepped into a trap, injuring her calf. As Gu Wan carried Jiang Lexin back, Fang Ziqing and the others hurried to assess her condition. Bai Yi assisted in supporting her, examining the wound on her left leg by the firelight, which appeared to be inflicted by a sharp object. Jiang Lexin, with her eyes reddened, apologized, "I am sorry for the trouble I caused everyone." Gu Wan shook her head, gently patting Jiang Lexin's head. "You mustn't blame yourself. One should remain vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings. It is a lesson we have learned over the past 2 days, as none of us paid heed to the signs." Zhao Peng nodded gravely. The trap was well concealed, camouflaged with fresh leaves over a gaping hole, beneath which lay several sharpened wooden spears. Had Gu Wan not reacted swiftly to pull Jiang Lexin back, just as she was about to fall, the injury could have been far more severe than merely a leg wound. Chapter 68. Confusion. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did anyone retrieve samples of the spears and leaves?" Zhao Peng nodded and produced a fragment of the spear and some of the covering leaves from his pocket. Fang Ziqing examined them closely, running his fingers over the materials. "Both the wood and leaves are fresh. They cannot possibly be remnants from the past." Bai Yi stepped forward, taking the leaves from Fang Ziqing's hand, and asked, "Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately targeting us?" Fang Ziqing nodded. "It appears we have fallen into a misconception, believing this to be merely a wilderness survival training. In truth, we have not taken it seriously enough. The Black Master intends to convey that this training is no trifling matter. If we continue to treat it lightly, there may be further injuries." The group nodded solemnly, none having anticipated the Black Master's ruthlessness. They had assumed it was merely a trivial exercise, never considering its potential cruelty. Yin Feiyue expressed his doubt. Could it not be the Black Master and his associates? With the competition approaching, any injuries among us would surely affect the outcome, and he wouldn't want that, would he? Fang Ziqing replied, "If it were not the Black Master targeting us, why would traps be laid on the path that Gu Wan and the others must traverse? It is worth noting that apart from the Black Master and his formidable companions, any ordinary individuals tailing us would have been discovered long ago. As for the abilities outside the academy, we have yet to encounter any, and if they truly intended to harm us, why resort to wooden traps? This suggests we can rule out the involvement of others." Yin Feiyue nodded in agreement, lamenting, "The Black Master is indeed merciless, offering us no preparation whatsoever." In truth, Fang Ziqing harbored some unvoiced doubts. If the intention was to train them for the competition, it would have been far more efficient to impart essential knowledge rather than leaving them to figure it out on their own, especially with the competition looming less than a week away. Yet, the Black Master had evidently chosen not to do so, raising the question of his true motives. What was he aiming to achieve? More perplexing to Fang Ziqing was the consideration of their abilities. Having been bestowed with such privileges, what did the Federation require of them? In his world, scientists held a prominent status due to their capacity to advance societal development and enhance military prowess. What, then, could these individuals with abilities offer the Federation? Merely nurturing a cadre of powerful individuals? However, one could argue that if stability in society were the goal, this very group represented a ticking time bomb. The potential destruction they can wreak far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. The federal government is certainly aware of this, should they fail to rein in those with abilities. It would undoubtedly spell disaster. Yet, the Federation still expends nearly all its efforts to cultivate these individuals. What future do they foresee? This brings us to another puzzling point. The military status is disproportionately elevated. Such a phenomenon typically arises only during times of war. Yet Fang Ziqing has found no evidence of any recent conflicts within the Federation. This contradiction is striking. Guwan nodded, her right hand gently emanating spiritual power to envelop Jiang Lixin's wound. Here, there were no anti-inflammatory medications, no bandages, and even a simple rinse with clean water was impossible. She could only utilize her spiritual energy to gently traverse the wound, slightly hastening its healing process. By the way, have you found anything of value? Bai Yi nodded, presenting a bamboo shoot to Guwan. What is this? Chapter 69, The Embarrassment of an Upset Stomach. Guwan frowned at the bamboo shoot before her, while Zhao Peng and Jiang Lixin looked at Bai Yi with curiosity. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Zhao Peng and pointed towards Fang Ziqing. We passed through a rather small grove, and Ziqing mentioned that this is bamboo. Moreover, at this time of year, one might find edible bamboo shoots, and indeed, we unearthed this from beneath the bamboo. Fang Ziqing nodded. This bamboo shoot is indeed consumable. The bamboo grove is substantial. We have gathered enough for everyone to eat tonight, so as to prevent it from being pilfered by the ominous Lord He. Bai Yi and Zhao Peng distributed the bamboo shoots among the group. They exchanged glances, none daring to take the first bite. Observing this, Fang Ziqing took a large bite. It was bitter bamboo shoot, a stroke of misfortune. He had only heard of bamboo shoots being classified as sweet or bitter, and it was evident that he held the latter in his hand. Everyone grimaced upon tasting it. It was both bitter and astringent, decidedly unpalatable. However, the mere availability of food was a blessing, and no one was inclined to be choosy in such circumstances. Jiang Lixin turned to Fang Ziqing, inquiring, "How did you know this was edible? Have you eaten it before?" Fang Ziqing lied without a hint of embarrassment. "I had it when I was a child." Guwan smirked at this. "You claim to have eaten it, yet I have never had the pleasure? I am so thirsty." After finishing the bamboo shoot, Jiang Lixin, finding it bitter and having labored throughout the day, felt an insatiable thirst. Bai Yi distributed the blood they had previously stored among the group. Fang Ziqing swallowed the cup of blood, stating, "Setting aside the fact that our supply of blood is nearly exhausted, even if we had more, we cannot continue to consume it, as the moisture content in blood is minimal. Tomorrow, we must find water or a suitable substitute." The group nodded in agreement. As 2 consecutive days of subsisting on blood had left them with an indescribable discomfort, this is merely a stopgap. It cannot suffice for prolonged sustenance. Yin Feiyue sighed towards the sky. When will this ordeal end? What do you think of the situation with Team 2? Zhao Peng shrugged. Their plight is likely similar to ours. Even if they are fortunate enough to find some supplies, they will be thwarted by Lord He's minions. Suddenly, Yin Feiyue clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh no, I might have upset my stomach. I must find a restroom. Does anyone have paper I could borrow?" The others shook their heads. All the provisions they had brought were confiscated, leaving no paper in their possession. Fang Ziqing approached, offering Yin Feiyue several small leaves. Patting his shoulder as he said, "Make do with these." Yin Feiyue, with a sorrowful expression, accepted the leaves. Suddenly, Zhao Peng, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, "Oh dear. My stomach hurts terribly too. Fang Ziqing, could you spare me some leaves?" Yet, the situation escalated. Jiang Lixin, seated on the ground, pale-faced, remarked, "I think I'm feeling it too. 1 instance may be coincidental, 2 is perhaps mere chance, but 3 definitely suggests a problem." Guwan and Fang Ziqing exchanged glances, only to notice Bai Yi also turning pale, pressing her abdomen tightly and gritting her teeth. Next was Guwan, who, although it took a bit longer, succumbed as well. Fang Ziqing, feeling no discomfort himself, furrowed his brow at the sight of their distress, pondering what could possibly be amiss. "Fang Ziqing, you should fetch more leaves," Guwan urged, suppressing her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, though silent, conveyed her desire for Fang Ziqing's assistance through her eyes. With their stomachs in turmoil, they dared not move recklessly. Fang Ziqing hurriedly sought out additional leaves, brushing off the dirt before handing them to the group. Guwan pointed in a direction, struggling against her protesting stomach. "You boys go that way, and we girls will head this way." Jiang Lixin, her face drawn in despair, was at a loss. Watching Guwan and Bai Yi in such a state, she felt incapable of supporting herself, let alone helping them. Fang Ziqing, feeling a headache coming on, said, "Come on. I'll carry you over there." Jiang Lixin's face flushed crimson, wishing for a hole to hide in. She bit her lip and nodded in consent. Chapter 70. The despicable Dark Lord Liangya, holding her head in exasperation, remarked, "Dark Lord, it's one thing to set a trap, but to drug them as well? What can I possibly say?" The Dark Lord coughed lightly and replied, "It is imperative that these young ones understand the harsh realities of society. Besides, these are merely digestive aids. Given their constitutions, they should be fine by morning." Lianya shook her head, choosing not to respond further. The Dark Lord stroked his chin and mused. However, Fang Ziqing seems to possess a remarkable immunity to these substances. What are your thoughts? Lianya pondered for a moment before shaking her head in disbelief. Fang Ziqing had indeed surprised her many times during this experience. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Jiang Lixin, nursing an injury on her back, was in search of a suitable place, feeling as if her stomach were waging war, emitting a cacophony of distress. In that moment, she realized she had never felt so helpless. Having to rely on a boy to find a restroom was humiliating, yet the excruciating pain in her abdomen rendered her unable to refuse. Seeing Bai Yi and Gu Wan visibly on the verge of collapse, Fang Ziqing promptly set Jiang Lixin down, intending to flee. Fang, wait. Jiang Lixin called softly. Her head bowed, body trembling slightly, her voice tinged with tears. "Oh no, I've lost my leaves. Do you have any left?" Upon finishing her plea, despair washed over her. Fang Ziqing quickly retrieved the remaining leaves from his pocket and placed them beside Jiang Lixin before hastily departing the scene. Upon returning to the campfire, Fang Ziqing gently placed a hand on his abdomen, pondering why he alone remained unscathed. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to sense the subtle currents of spiritual energy swirling within him, ultimately converging in his belly. A frown creased his brow. He had never experienced such an automatic defense of his spirit before, and he found himself at a loss to comprehend the phenomenon. What was certain, however, was that the absence of discomfort in his stomach was attributable to the unique spiritual energy of the sword aperture diagram. Fang Ziqing picked up the remnants of the bamboo shoots and gently released a pulse of spiritual energy. Yet, the unidentified substance within him, nearly cleansed of spiritual energy, responded not at all, indicating that the issue did not lie with the food. What could it be then? Swiftly, he grasped the remaining small cup of blood and held it before him. This blood appeared identical to what he had consumed earlier, which had posed no problems at that time. Could it be? A frown deepened as he released his spiritual energy to sense it. Immediately, the mysterious substance within him reacted, albeit faintly. It was evident that the abdominal pain experienced by Gu Wan and the others stemmed from this blood being tainted. Although it had been safe before, it was now compromised. It seemed that during the theft of the fowl, Lord He had not merely overlooked the blood but had, in fact, orchestrated their predicament. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but mutter, "This Lord He truly employs every trick in the book." However, he soon furrowed his brow again, reflecting on the fortunate circumstance that this was merely training. Had their vigilance been so lacking during an actual competition, they might have paid dearly for it. As dawn began to break, Fang Ziqing noticed the weary figures of his companions returning, each face pale and drawn after a night of intense torment, nearly devoid of strength to walk. Yin Feiyue lamented, "Goodness, what kind of devilish training is this? It is nothing short of hell." Gu Wan and Bai Yi, supporting Jiang Lixin, approached, their expressions equally as pallid. Observing the five of them, Fang Ziqing sighed. "This time, we were careless. I suspect that Lord He tampered with the blood during yesterday's theft of the fowl." Chapter 71. A storm approaches. Gu Wan, struggling to suppress her discomfort, turned to Fang Ziqing and inquired, "Are you suggesting that we were poisoned?" Fang Ziqing nodded, explaining afterward, "I examined the leftover bamboo shoots and the remaining blood to see if I could uncover any clues. The bamboo shoots posed no issues, but I discovered some unidentified substances in the blood. I believe those were the drugs Lord He administered to us." A collective sigh of resignation escaped the group. As events unfolded, nearly everyone, save for Fang Ziqing, had lost their combat effectiveness. In a competition, this would have resulted in immediate disqualification. Bai Yi, clutching her abdomen, approached Fang Ziqing with concern. "Ziqing, do you feel any discomfort?" Fully aware that he could not reveal the secrets of his cultivation, Fang Ziqing opted for a vague response. "Strangely enough, I feel perfectly fine. Perhaps Lord He was careless and underdosed me, and I happened to be fortunate." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the only plausible explanation for why he remained unharmed while they suffered. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing added, "In truth, this works to our advantage. My immunity allows me to seek out food. Had all 6 of us lost our ability to act, it would have been dire. Perhaps Lord He considered this as well." Jiang Lixin nodded. Indeed, the Dark Lord would surely be reluctant, as they were all rendered immobile and famished. In truth, the Dark Lord far away was not so benevolent. Fang Ziqing assisted them to lean against a great tree, when suddenly, a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. The group looked up to see the midday sun obscured by ominous clouds, casting a shadowy gloom over the landscape. The 6 of them were both startled and elated. Startled at the prospect of being drenched like drowned rats, yet elated at the thought of fresh water. Fang Ziqing quickly instructed them to craft vessels from leaves to collect rainwater while he ventured back to the bamboo grove to dig up some bamboo shoots. They nodded in agreement, even in their weakened state. Rain was a matter of chance, and such occurrences were rare, so they supported one another in their task of vessel making. After giving his instructions, Fang Ziqing turned toward the direction of the bamboo grove. Wait! Bai Yi and Gu Wan called out almost simultaneously, halting Fang Ziqing in his tracks. He turned back, puzzled by their urgency. The two exchanged glances, and Bai Yi stepped forward, saying, Ziqing, this time you're going alone. So please be cautious and meticulous. What if the Dark Lord has set a trap? Also, make sure to leave markers to prevent getting lost. Especially since it's getting dark and visibility is poor. Observing the young girl before him counting off precautions on her fingers, Fang Ziqing smiled gently, assuring her, Do not worry, I shall return swiftly. Bai Yi nodded and moved aside, glancing back at Gu Wan, ultimately deciding to give them space. Fang Ziqing approached Gu Wan and asked, What is it? Do you need something? Gu Wan bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Bai Yi's concerned inquiries. She did not want to seem overly deliberate nor repeat herself unnecessarily. Be careful, she finally managed to say before hastily departing to gather leaves for crafting vessels. Fang Ziqing rubbed his head with a light smile and turned to leave. Having visited the bamboo grove previously, he reached it in almost no time. Observing the increasingly darkening sky, it seemed highly likely that rain would soon fall. Yet, considering Gu Wan and the others' frail condition, who could predict how a downpour might exacerbate their plight? As he dug for bamboo shoots, he contemplated the idea of constructing a rudimentary shelter to shield them from the rain. Would that not spare them the drenching? Chapter 72. The cave for shelter from wind and rain. After pondering for a while, he realized he lacked the skills to build a house. Fang Ziqing shook his head with a wry smile. Even if he attempted to replicate a structure, the substantial timber required was unattainable. They had no tools. Felling trees was simply not feasible. Although they possessed great strength, capable of delivering blows that could lift hundreds of kilograms, the towering trees were far beyond their capacity to move. Looking at his own fists, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, a small squirrel chattered insistently at him. Fang Ziqing looked up, noting the tiny creature was hardly sizable enough for a meal, so he decided to spare its life. To his surprise, the squirrel tossed its food at Fang Ziqing's head, accompanied by a cacophony of mocking squeaks. Feeling the impact of the squirrel's projectile, Fang Ziqing, irritated, dropped the bamboo shoots in his arms and strode toward the mischievous creature, thinking, Just wait and see how I deal with you. Little did they know, the small squirrel darted away with astonishing speed, while Fang Ziqing closely pursued it without hesitation. Due to the inclement weather, visibility was poor, and he stumbled over an unseen object, causing him to fall. Ouch! Fang Ziqing rubbed his head and stood up, realizing he had collided with a stone. As he looked ahead, he was surprised to find a small cave. A cave? Raising his gaze to the increasingly dark clouds above, a spark of realization ignited within him. Was this not a natural shelter from the rain? With a quick slap to his forehead, he hurried towards Gu Wan and the others. Halfway there, he reconsidered and headed towards the bamboo grove, retrieving the bamboo shoots he had discarded earlier and placing them in front of the cave. Upon reaching his companions, he discovered they had already fashioned various vessels to hold water. They were lounging against a large tree, idly waiting for his return to provide sustenance. As soon as they spotted Fang Ziqing, their spirits lifted slightly. Noticing he returned empty-handed, they exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Yi approached Fang Ziqing, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and asked, How is it, Ziqing? Did you encounter any danger? Fang Ziqing shook his head and smiled. Not only did I avoid any peril, but I also discovered a splendid location. Jiang Lixin and the others' eyes brightened, eagerly inquiring, A natural cave? Let's move there today. It seems we won't be drenched like drowned rats after all. Fang Ziqing jested, Hooray! Long life. Jiang Lixin, in her excitement, momentarily forgot her injuries, jumping up in celebration. Ah, my leg. Laughter erupted among the group. With a collection of vessels in hand and torches ready, they prepared to relocate. Naturally, the only one fully capable of movement, Fang Ziqing, took on the role of Jiang Lixin's steed. Following the awkwardness of the previous day, coupled with Jiang Lixin's carefree nature, she had long abandoned any shyness. Wielding a torch, she danced around, exclaiming, Charge! Feeling her twist and turn upon him, Fang Ziqing playfully smacked her backside, saying, If you keep squirming, I shall toss you aside for the beasts to feast upon. Glancing at the darkening sky and hearing peculiar sounds, Jiang Lixin quickly withdrew her head, focusing intently on the torch to light their path, no longer daring to move restlessly. Seeing this, Bai Yi pouted slightly, finding herself envious of the injured Jiang Lixin, as it was only reasonable for Fang Ziqing to carry her. After all, who could object? What should have been a journey of just over an hour took nearly 3 due to their physical conditions. By the time they reached the cave, the sky had completely darkened, and ominous rumbles of thunder echoed, suggesting a torrential downpour was imminent. As they gazed into the pitch-black cave, Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue ventured inside with their torches. Oh my! Chapter 73, The Raven's Mouth. The two emerged, seemingly chased by a wild beast, startling the group. Fang Ziqing and the others quickly assumed a defensive stance. Guwan frowned and stepped forward, asking, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the cave?" Realizing his outburst, Yin Feiyue sheepishly scratched his head. "I saw a spider in there, and I'm quite afraid of spiders." The group breathed a sigh of relief, having feared a large beast, only to find it was merely a spider. Guwan clenched her fist and turned to Zhao Peng. "And you? Are you also afraid of spiders?" Zhao Peng cast a dark glance at Yin Feiyue and scolded, "Of course, I am not afraid, but this fellow startled me so much that I unconsciously followed him out." The others couldn't help but rub their temples slightly. By the time several of them tidied up the cave and lit a torch, it had already begun to pour outside. The cave was rather small, only accommodating 6 individuals who sat with their knees drawn up around the fire. It was manageable to sit close together, but lying down would be utterly impossible. The crafted vessels had long been moved outside to collect rainwater. At the same time, the bamboo shoots brought back by Fang Ziqing were placed on the fire by the imaginative group to see if roasting them would enhance their flavor. Bai Yi gazed at the torrential rain before her and remarked, "Thank goodness we found this cave. Otherwise, we would have been drenched tonight." Jiang Lixin shook her head dismissively and replied, "It's not as serious as you say. We could simply take shelter under a tree." Before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous clap of thunder resonated, followed by a flash of lightning striking a tree in front of the cave. Despite the heavy downpour, the sudden blaze was extinguished in an instant, yet the group could still smell the charred wood. Fang Ziqing looked at Jiang Lixin and smiled. "It seems our classmate Jiang wishes to experience life beneath a tree. Don't you think we should indulge her?" Zhao Peng chuckled. "Indeed, with one less person. We'll have a bit more space, right?" Hearing the teasing remarks, Jiang Lixin quickly covered her head and stuck out her tongue, saying, "I take back what I said. I take it back, it doesn't count." The rain intensified, and unfortunately, the wind was directed straight at the cave. Increasingly more rainwater, mixed with the biting cold wind, surged into the cave, causing the fire to flicker wildly, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Bai Yi looked anxiously at the fire. The rain was falling too swiftly, and the group had not had the chance to gather enough firewood. Observing the already dampened logs, it seemed unlikely that the fire would survive the night. If the fire were to go out, they would have to endure this relentless cold wind throughout the night. The 6 sat in silence for a time, praying for the storm to diminish. Fang Ziqing patted Bai Yi reassuringly, indicating that she need not worry, and then rose to head outside. Bai Yi grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Ziqing, where are you going?" Fang Ziqing turned slightly, smiling. "I'm going out to see if I can find something to block the entrance. This wretched wind and rain are truly unbearable." Bai Yi gasped, "Are you crazy? It's pouring outside, and you might slip. The ground here is rocky and uneven. What if you bump into something?" Fang Ziqing gently patted her head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Before he could turn back, Guwan abruptly yanked him back and said coldly, "You are not allowed to go." Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue nodded in agreement. Though everyone was cold, they couldn't bear to let their companion venture out into danger. Jiang Lixin chimed in, "Yes, Fang. If something happens to you, Lord Gu wouldn't spare us." Before she could finish, she was met with a fierce glare from Bai Yi and Guwan, who spoke in unison, "Shut your crow's mouth." Realizing her mistake, Jiang Lixin quickly lowered her head and feigned innocence. Chapter 74. The plan to block the entrance. Observing that the 5 individuals were intent on hindering his efforts, Fang Ziqing reluctantly retreated to his seat. The wintry night was bitterly cold, and even those who had succumbed to slumber instinctively hugged their bodies, shivering, as he gazed at his slumbering companions. Occasionally dampened by the rain that blew in from outside, Fang Ziqing slightly opened his half-closed eyes. After confirming that everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, he stealthily exited the cave. Outside, the weather could truly be described as torrential rain. The moment he stepped out, he felt his clothes become drenched, his vision obscured by the downpour. In this forest, the only materials capable of serving as a barrier were large stones. However, merely having these stones was insufficient. If they were too large, they would obstruct the airflow, leading to suffocation. Particularly with a fire burning inside, The risk of carbon monoxide poisoning loomed large. Yet, if the stones were of a suitable size but did not completely seal the entrance, wind and rain would still infiltrate through the gaps. Wiping the rain from his face, an idea struck him: tree leaves. Large leaves could serve as curtains. However, most of the sizable leaves were still on the trees, necessitating a climb to pluck them or the use of tools to knock them down. As he contemplated using stones to dislodge them, he shook his head. Not only was the rain too heavy, but the likelihood of success was dismally low, even if he managed to bring them down. The leaves in his hands bore several gaping holes and were rendered useless. Finding a tree of moderate height, Fang Ziqing took a step back to gain momentum and leaped up. With both hands channeling his spiritual energy, he found the tree slick with rainwater, making it nearly impossible to climb without employing his powers to secure his position. After considerable effort, he finally descended with several large leaves in hand. To prevent the hard-earned leaves from being swept away by the wind, he placed a stone atop them. With the leaves secured, the next task was to locate a sizable stone. The dim light and heavy rain made it challenging to gauge the stone's size. Fang Ziqing could only feel around for stones, comparing them one by one to the entrance's dimensions. Occasionally, he would spot a stone that seemed to fit, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was merely the tip of the iceberg, with a much larger stone hidden beneath the surface. As thunder rumbled overhead and lightning occasionally illuminated the sky, Fang Ziqing felt not fear, but a sense of familiarity. In this regard, this world was not so different from his own, with rain and thunder. After considerable time, he finally discovered a stone that was nearly suitable, albeit a bit distant from the cave. Exhaling deeply, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy to his hands, which emanated 2 luminous rings of energy around his body. Should Gu Wan and the others witness this, they would recognize the dazzling halos of a genuine LV2 ability user. With a shout, he observed the massive stone tremble slightly before it began to move slowly. He gauged the weight of the stone to be approximately 1,000 pounds. It was only due to the uniqueness of his cultivation method that he could manage such a feat. Otherwise, even Gu Wan would find it challenging to maneuver such a heavy boulder. However, dragging himself along was the utmost limit for Fang Ziqing, primarily due to the malnutrition and insufficient sustenance he had endured in recent days, even though he was the sole individual among them to retain any semblance of combat effectiveness. He now operated at merely 60 to 70% of his peak condition. In the cave, Gu Wan opened her eyes and instinctively glanced in Fang Ziqing's direction. Gu Wan's drowsiness dissipated instantly. Where had he gone? Cautiously maneuvering past Jiang Lixin and Bai Yi, Gu Wan approached the cave entrance. The biting cold wind, mingled with torrential rain, lashed against her cheeks, yet she seemed impervious to it. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth and muttered a quiet curse. That scoundrel only knows how to show off. Chapter 75. Rainy night, gazing into the distance where Fang Ziqing was absent. Gu Wan was about to step outside in search of him when she noticed a massive boulder slowly rolling towards her. Fang Ziqing, emerging from behind the stone, caught sight of Gu Wan glaring at him from the cave entrance, and a wave of unease washed over him. Observing her intent to venture out, Fang Ziqing swiftly dashed forward to block her path. Your body has yet to recover. Do not go out. Gu Wan regarded Fang Ziqing, drenched to the bone, as he hurriedly approached through the downpour. She opened her mouth to scold him, but found the words caught in her throat, opting instead to turn her head away in silence. Fang Ziqing chuckled, stepping outside to push the boulder into place to secure the cave entrance. He also retrieved large leaves from the trees to shield against the gusts of wind that managed to infiltrate. Once sealed, the howling wind diminished significantly, and the biting chill along with the rain could no longer penetrate the cave. His gaze shifted to the others, and indeed, the sleeping figures no longer trembled. Wiping the rainwater from his brow, Fang Ziqing plopped down onto the ground, gasping, "This damned rock is heavier than I thought. It nearly exhausted me." Gu Wan replied coldly, "How come it didn't kill you?" Fang Ziqing managed a wry smile. He knew he would inevitably face her ire after witnessing her expression as he pushed the stone. Contemplating how to soften the mood, he was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Gu Wan stepped forward, lifting her sleeve to wipe away the raindrops that had yet to fall from his face. Fang Ziqing hastily recoiled, waving his hands. No, it's fine. I'm wet enough as it is. I wouldn't want to drench you further." Yet Gu Wan appeared oblivious, diligently wiping the rain from his cheeks. After finishing, she intended to continue drying other parts of his body. Fang Ziqing grasped her shoulders, saying, "Stop fooling around. What if you catch a cold tomorrow?" Gu Wan struggled to free herself from his grasp, lifting her head. Just as Fang Ziqing was about to say something, he noticed her eyes were slightly reddened. She glanced at him but said nothing, instead retreating to a corner, curling up and burying her head between her knees, her body still trembling slightly. Seeing this, Fang Ziqing disregarded his own wetness, hesitated for a moment, and then gently embraced Gu Wan. He felt her momentarily resist, but then succumbed to stillness. The flickering firelight cast a warm glow over him. Observing Gu Wan, who had drifted into slumber with a hint of mist at the corners of her eyes, Fang Ziqing smiled softly and reached out to tenderly wipe her face. Subsequently, he gently lifted Gu Wan and returned her to her original position. Fang Ziqing smiled at Gu Wan, secretly thinking to himself, I have once fallen asleep beside you, so we are even now, little Gu Wan. Although his clothes were in a state of dampness, he paid no heed to the sensation. Listening to the crackling of the fire, Fang Ziqing fell into a moment of contemplation. It had been over a month since he arrived in this world, yet he felt no overwhelming longing for home or sorrow. In fact, here he experienced many things absent from his previous life. Glancing at his sleeping companions, a gentle smile graced his lips. Friendship had once seemed an elusive concept to him. His gaze shifted to Bai Yi and finally rested on Gu Wan. In her slumber, her body rose and fell, her dark hair nearly obscuring her sight. With a sigh, Fang Ziqing huddled against the slight chill and gradually drifted into a dream. After a while, he suddenly felt a sensation akin to a little cat moving on him. Fang Ziqing opened his eyes slightly, and the first sight that met him was Bai Yi's graceful thigh. She was sprawled over, while the rest of their companions remained undisturbed. Bai Yi, with her back to him, seemed to be engaged in some mysterious activity. Fang Ziqing turned his gaze slightly and noticed her puffing her cheeks as she blew at the hem of his clothing. What are you doing? He inquired, startled. Bai Yi whipped around, her demeanor that of a child caught in wrongdoing. Ziqing, did you go out last night? Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose and averted his eyes. No. How could that be? Bai Yi suddenly pointed at the large stone blocking the entrance. Then where did that stone come from? Fang Ziqing scratched his head, remaining silent. And why are your clothes wet? Seeing her pouting expression, Fang Ziqing could not help but chuckle. He pinched her cheek, teasing, so you were blowing on my clothes? I thought you were plotting something nefarious. Bai Yi's face flushed crimson as she stammered. I wasn't plotting anything. I just saw your clothes were soaked. And it must be uncomfortable. Fang Ziqing laughed heartily. How long do you plan to blow on them? It's fine to let them dry naturally. Bai Yi shook her head, then pointed to his left arm as if seeking praise. Look, I've nearly dried the left sleeve. In about half an hour, the right one should be dry as well. Fang Ziqing touched the sleeve of his left arm, realizing it was indeed nearly dry. He regarded Bai Yi's earnest demeanor and remarked, so you must have been at it for quite a while. Bai Yi blinked, meeting his gaze without answering. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she shyly said, Ziqing, your hands feel quite cold. Let me warm them up. With that, she moved to lift her own garment. This action startled Fang Ziqing, prompting him to swiftly restrain her. This young lady was remarkably innocent, seemingly oblivious to the distinctions between genders. While his hands remained on warms, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. At that moment, Gu Wan, situated across from them, opened her eyes at an inopportune time. Ah, what a delightful slumber. Jiang Lixin rubbed her eyes and stretched, gazing at the three individuals. Good morning, everyone. Yin Feiyue and Zhao Peng stirred awake upon hearing her voice, the flickering embers in the hearth casting a soft glow within the cave. Jiang Lixin pointed in astonishment at the massive boulder obstructing the cave entrance and exclaimed, where did this enormous stone come from? No wonder it felt increasingly warm last night. I hardly sensed the wind and rain. The group turned their gaze towards the boulder, then glanced at Fang Ziqing, whose clothes were completely soaked. Fang, it couldn't be you who brought this here, could it? Jiang Lixin covered her mouth in surprise. Yin Feiyue stepped forward and touched the hem of Fang Ziqing's garment, saying, Fang, you've truly endured quite a bit. Upon noticing everyone staring at him, Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it was simply too cold while I was sleeping last night. I happened to see this large stone and decided to move it here to block the entrance. Zhao Peng nodded in agreement. Fang, I heard no rain outside. It must have stopped. When the sun comes out, you should sit outside to bask in its warmth. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold. As he spoke, he placed both hands on the boulder, attempting to push it aside. The group watched as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Zhao Peng's hands, yet the stone merely trembled slightly, remaining unmoved. Jiang Lixin inquired curiously, Zhao Peng, could it be that you haven't fully recovered yet? You can't even budge a stone. Zhao Peng's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. It was not that he hadn't regained his strength. After a night's rest following his bout of diarrhea, he felt fine. Yet, despite exerting himself, the boulder remained immovable. Chapter 77. What cultivation do you possess? Even if his greatest asset was his speed. As one of the top 10 experts of the first advanced academy, his strength should not be underestimated. Determined, Zhao Peng shouted defiantly. Visible spiritual energy surged in his arms as he grimaced and pushed against the stone with all his might. Yet, the boulder merely shifted a fraction. Breathing heavily, Zhao Peng hunched over, despairing as he sat on the ground, unable to meet the gazes of his companions. I've become utterly useless. Jiang Lixin approached and patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Let me help you push it aside. A minute later, the scene transformed from one person to two. Fang Ziqing stood up to offer consolation. You both were unwell yesterday. Your strength hasn't fully returned, so allow me. Don't move. Fang Ziqing turned around to see Gu Wan, her expression devoid of emotion, asserting, I can handle this. Didn't I tell you not to move? Gu Wan stepped past Fang Ziqing, and with each stride, a wave of spiritual energy flowed upward from the ground. The two seated men nodded repeatedly. The LV2 energy emanating from her was beyond their LV1 capabilities. As Gu Wan approached the boulder, two halos of spiritual energy materialized around her, illuminating the previously dim cave. At the moment her hands pressed against the stone, a realization dawned upon her. She had vaguely noticed the same phenomenon beside Fang Ziqing the day before. But in her emotional frenzy, she had overlooked it. LV2? A faint smile curved Gu Wan's lips as she suddenly exerted her strength. The boulder seemed to encounter an immense force. Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng were unable to move the colossal stone even by a single centimeter. Yet it began to be pushed aside at an astonishing speed. As the stone was finally displaced, the morning sunlight poured in. After the rain, the sky cleared, revealing a rare moment of splendid weather. Jiang Lixin couldn't help but exclaim, truly impressive for a level 2 master. Their strength far surpasses ours. Both Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyuan nodded in agreement. Although it was somewhat embarrassing for the boys to be outmatched in strength by a girl, conceding to Gu Wan was an entirely different matter. At that moment, Gu Wan, with a calm demeanor, felt a slight tremor in her palm. From within the cave, the stone appeared modest in size, but it was merely a fragment of its true magnitude. Outside the cave lay a substantial portion of the boulder, which explained why Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng were unable to move it. Even she had to exert all her strength just to manage a slight push. Assessing her spiritual energy, she noted that this brief action had drained nearly 10% of it. Although she hadn't reached her full combat potential in recent days due to insufficient nourishment, Fang Ziqing had been dragged from a considerable distance last night, and he too had not yet returned to his peak condition. Stealing a glance at the seemingly innocent Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan felt a surge of irritation. She had yet to settle the score from yesterday, and now this morning. Fang Ziqing appeared to catch her gaze, approached, and fanned her with his hand, chuckling. Truly worthy of our esteemed first advanced academy, Gu, the prodigy. A mere stone is hardly a challenge. Gu Wan did not spare him a glance, swatting his hand away and whispering, be honest with me. What is your current cultivation level? Fang Ziqing, sensing her determination, hesitated, but Gu Wan quickly interjected. Don't feed me any falsehoods. I can discern the truth from deception. He chewed his lip, realizing that he could no longer keep his secret. After all, she had witnessed the aura of his spiritual energy last night. Extending his hand, Gu Wan, albeit puzzled, complied. Fang Ziqing traced a few characters on her palm with a finger. She widened her eyes slightly, exhaling, as I suspected. Chapter 78, A Secret Pact. Gu Wan lowered her head slightly, pursing her lips, realizing that Fang Ziqing was now on par with her in terms of cultivation. She felt an indescribable mix of pressure and joy. Most perplexing was the inexplicable sense of relief washing over her. Shaking her head, she looked at him and asked, why did you conceal your level of cultivation? Fang Ziqing hastily waved his hands. Don't misinterpret. I only reached level 2 due to breakthroughs during training. I haven't hidden my cultivation level, and you must keep this matter confidential for now. Gu Wan rolled her eyes, unconvinced that Fang Ziqing had made such a breakthrough in just a few days. Did he truly believe it was that simple? During these days of inadequate food, everyone's strength had significantly waned, leaving them at most with about 60% of their capabilities. How could one achieve a breakthrough without sufficient spiritual energy? A knowing smile played on Gu Wan's lips as she remarked, why should I keep your secret? Fang Ziqing stared in disbelief at Gu Wan, then glanced around to confirm that their companions had all departed. He quickly pulled Gu Wan aside and said, I only shared this with you, so you mustn't betray my trust. Observing Fang Ziqing's anxious demeanor brought Gu Wan a sense of delight. Wasn't he always mingling with Bai Yi? Now he was the one seeking her assistance? Gu Wan shrugged off his hand and, without hesitation, declared, I have no intention of keeping your secret unless you agree to one condition. Sensing a hint of scheming, Fang Ziqing feigned indifference and remarked, it's really not a big deal. I merely had an accidental breakthrough. I might even receive a reward for it. I wouldn't mind if someone found out. After saying this, he secretly monitored Gu Wan's expression, hoping to discern some clue. Guwan nodded and pretended to shout towards the outside. Before she could utter a word, Fang Ziqing swiftly covered her mouth and sighed. All right, you win. Though he obstructed her speech, the triumphant glint in her eyes was unmistakable. It was not the right moment for others to learn of his advancement to LV2. Only when Xing Fei, the so-called genius of the Advanced Academy, made a breakthrough would attention be drawn. At that point, his silent achievement would go unnoticed. But remember, whatever condition you propose must be within my capabilities. I cannot agree to anything extreme, he added. Guwan rolled her eyes at him and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know when I do. With that, she bypassed Fang Ziqing and walked out towards the cave entrance. Fang Ziqing stood there, dumbfounded, pondering whether he had fallen into a trap. Outside the cave, a few individuals were carefully transferring water from a container into the cave. Though the rainwater was abundant, it was barely sufficient to sustain 6 people for the remaining days, and there were concerns about the water quality. Nevertheless, they now had a new home. And for the time being, water was not a pressing issue. With bamboo shoots available for sustenance, they had managed to survive a dire predicament. However, when it came time to search for supplies, the group faced a dilemma. Having learned from their previous experience, they were reluctant to venture out without leaving someone behind. But who should they leave? How many? Fang Ziqing contemplated. What if we leave 2 people? Bai Yi turned to him. Zhao Peng frowned and remarked. Wouldn't that be too few? If Black Boss attacks, 2 might not suffice. Yin Feiyue shook his head, adding, the key is, if Black Boss uses his full strength. Even leaving us all behind wouldn't be enough. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. You're right. But I believe Black Boss won't resort to sheer force to intimidate us. Let us leave 3 people to support one another while the other 3 search for food. Alternating in shifts, the group nodded in consensus. Although Jiang Lixin's injuries had mostly healed, they decided to allow her to rest for the morning. So Fang Ziqing's team set out first. Wait a moment, Guwan suddenly spoke, turning to Yin Feiyue. Let us switch places. Yin Feiyue, taken aback, glanced at Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, nodding in agreement. All right, I happen to be a bit fatigued. I shall indulge in a brief respite. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the cave. As Guwan remained behind, Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern and smiled, saying, Classmate Gu, it seems that the 2 of us would suffice in our quest for supplies. You expended considerable energy moving that boulder. Perhaps you should rest a while longer? Guwan smiled gently, replying, I appreciate your kindness, Bai, but let us set forth. At that moment, Fang Ziqing sensed something amiss and quickly raised his hand. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps you 2 should go without me? Seeing the smiles on Bai Yi's and Guwan's faces directed at him, Fang Ziqing sighed. Very well. Disregard my words. Watching the 2 women walk ahead, Fang Ziqing truly wished to slip away. The atmosphere felt decidedly peculiar. They either spoke in silence or engaged in conversations filled with terms he could not comprehend, all while including him in their discourse. Suddenly, Guwan raised her hand, signaling for them to stop. The 3 of them huddled close together. What is it? Guwan pointed toward the rustling grass ahead, where something appeared to be stirring within. The 3 held their breaths, and Bai Yi bit her lip, whispering, could it be a snake? Fang Ziqing shook his head, observing the swaying grass, which indicated a sizable creature. It should not be a snake. Look, Guwan exclaimed. The grass ceased its movement, and from the adjacent thicket emerged a pair of formidable tusks. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Is that a wild boar? Guwan nodded, exchanging a glance with Fang Ziqing. Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing slowly retreated. Are we truly going to capture it? That boar must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Will we be able to handle it? Guwan and Fang Ziqing shared a knowing look. Although they were endowed with abilities, their combat prowess, bolstered by spiritual power, did not compare to that of seasoned fighters. Yet, they were all novices, untested in combat, and recklessly approaching could lead to injury. If only we had a proper weapon. Guwan mused, furrowing her brow. Fang Ziqing's eyes brightened as he whispered, do you remember the wooden spear that injured Jiang Lixin? Bai Yi nodded. Are you suggesting we craft one? But we lack the means to achieve the necessary sharpness. Fang Ziqing lightly tapped her head. Fool, if we cannot create one, why not go back to retrieve it? I will follow the wild boar, while you and Guwan hurry to the place where Jiang Lixin was attacked to fetch a few wooden spears. With the spears in hand and our combined strength, we should be able to handle it without issue. If the boar moves, I will mark its path for you. Without further delay, Guwan and Bai Yi nodded and promptly set off for Jiang Lixin's location. Fang Ziqing crouched behind a nearby tree, observing the boar's movements while carefully marking its trail. In the distance, Lianya waited. Due to the disruption caused by He Laoda, the 3 were being followed by her. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to remain with Fang Ziqing's group. After all, Guwan was a level 2 ability user, and with 2 of them present, there should be little cause for concern. Upon observing their intentions, Lianya swiftly turned her gaze, determined not to allow them to succeed with ease. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing had followed a wild boar to a small stream, where the creature was drinking peacefully. Quickly marking the spot, he felt relieved. Water would no longer be a concern. After quenching its thirst, the boar lazily sprawled in the sun. Fang Ziqing could not help but rejoice at this development. Let it remain there. Lianya, noticing the scene, raised an eyebrow and smirked, flipping her hand to grasp a small stone. With a swift motion, she propelled the stone, striking the boar's rear with remarkable speed. The boar emitted a piercing cry and, with eyes aflame, charged off in a frenzied manner. Fang Ziqing was taken aback. What had provoked this creature? Wait, it was heading in his direction. Chapter 80. Identity Exposed? Seeing the rampaging boar, Lianya was startled as it careened toward Fang Ziqing. Alarmed, she contemplated intervening, without combat experience. He might not evade the oncoming beast and could suffer injury. In a split second, as the crazed boar bore down on him, Fang Ziqing concentrated his energy at his feet, summoning a mirage that narrowly allowed him to evade the attack. Is that the floating disc technique? Lianya, who was about to act, widened her eyes in recognition of his martial skill. To wield a mid-level technique indicated he must be a level 2 ability user. This revelation confirmed her suspicions. Fang Ziqing indeed possessed talents comparable to Gu Wan. Astounded, Lianya exhaled, her urgency dissipating as she leaned against a tree, arms crossed, secretly observing the encounter between Fang Ziqing and the wild boar. Utilizing the floating disc technique, he effortlessly dodged the creature's assault. Given their current capabilities, defeating a wild boar should pose no significant challenge, at least in theory. Both could deliver strikes of 500 pounds, one an untrained civilian, the other a seasoned champion. In a mere moment, the champion could overpower the ordinary person. For ability users, martial arts serve as the paramount means to harness their strength effectively. Fang Ziqing, having battled in virtual realms, felt an exhilarating thrill. Reality was indeed distinct from the digital world. A single misstep could result in the boar's full force colliding with him, which, despite his robust physique, would likely lead to injury. Glaring at the enraged beast, he inhaled deeply, channeling a surge of energy into his legs, summoning layers of illusions beneath his feet. Since mastering the first stage of the illusion technique, he had yet to test it in real combat. Today, he would assess the might of this mid-level martial art. The boar, momentarily retreating, then propelled itself toward the ground and charged at Fang Ziqing with astonishing speed. Remaining calm, Fang Ziqing's illusions shifted continuously. He appeared to move forward while actually veering to the side, narrowly grazing past the boar. Elated, he reveled in the thrill of real combat. Nothing could compare to the authenticity of the experience. He shouted towards the wild boar, "Come on, continue." The boar, bewildered, pondered why it had not collided with that detestable human, as it had seemed destined to do so moments before. However, before the boar could charge again, Fang Ziqing launched a surprise attack. Third strike, take my cannon punch. The final blow, the most powerful strike capable of significantly amplifying strength. With a resounding bang, the boar, weighing 300 to 400 pounds, was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. The anguished cry did not emanate from the boar, but from Fang Ziqing, who clutched his right hand, lamenting, "I got too excited and forgot to manage the force." The tremendous recoil jolted his arm. Had it not been for his formidable physique, it might have fractured his right arm. He quickly channeled spiritual energy into his arm, cycling through several rounds of energy flow until the pain subsided somewhat. Gazing at his swollen hand, he shook his head, realizing his lack of combat experience. Not only had he failed to regulate his strength at the moment of impact, but he also could have summoned spiritual energy to shield his arm, or even conjured the first layer of the mystic armor shield to prevent such an outcome. Now, he began to comprehend the significance of Lord Hei's teachings on survival. Some lessons can only be truly understood through personal experience. After this practical encounter, Fang Ziqing gained profound insights. After all, he had merely been a sheltered flower in the greenhouse of the academy, incapable of true growth. Meanwhile, Lianya, watching from the sidelines, covered her mouth in disbelief at Fang Ziqing's martial prowess. The third strike, take my cannon punch. Is he the same one who defeated the mighty gorilla in the virtual realm? In an instant, Lianya's face flushed crimson. A teacher had been bested by his own student. How could she possibly retain her dignity? Fang Ziqing, while shaking his fists, assessed the condition of the wild boar. He observed the boar suddenly thrashing, its eyes bloodshot as it stood upright, staring directly at him. Fang Ziqing, not daring to underestimate the creature, swiftly entered a combat stance. At that moment, blood began to trickle from the boar's eyes and ears, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, ceasing all sounds. Just how terrifying was the force behind Fang Ziqing's strike, amplified by his precise targeting. If the boar had faced another opponent, it might have merely been a matter of raw power. Yet, Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy, capable of suppressing even the formidable energy of Gu Wan, spoke volumes of its overwhelming dominance. As his energy coursed through the boar's body, it tore through its internal organs like a blade. If one were to dissect the boar now, its innards would resemble a gruesome scene, shredded beyond recognition. Fang Ziqing sat beside the boar, raising his right hand, the scent of its blood still lingering in the air. Brother Pig, do not hold it against me. As the true recipient of your life force, I shall remember you. With his unharmed left hand, he gently stroked the boar's bristly fur. If the boar were aware of the indignity it faced in death at the hands of Fang Ziqing, it would likely rest uneasily in the afterlife. Certainly, if Fang Ziqing were to discern its intentions, he would undoubtedly shake his head and say, Brother Pig, to express my apologies, I shall indulge in your company with my companions shortly. At that moment, Gu Wan and Bai Yi, who had rushed to retrieve their spears, arrived in haste. Ziqing, where has the wild boar gone? Bai Yi inquired, panting heavily. Perhaps due to the dim light, she failed to notice the lifeless boar. Fang Ziqing gestured towards the motionless carcass on the ground, indicating its location. Gu Wan approached with a furrowed brow and remarked, Did we not agree to fetch our weapons before engaging? Why did you act on your own? Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, I did not strike. Who could have anticipated that the wild boar would suddenly go mad and collide with the great tree? I merely seized the opportunity to end its plight. Gu Wan, somewhat skeptical, asked, Is that truly the case? With an expression of earnestness, Fang Ziqing pointed towards the tree that had been struck, asserting that he spoke no falsehood. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, seemingly oblivious to the tree, covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, Ziqing, what has happened to your hand? Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing quickly concealed his right hand behind him and laughed heartily. It was merely grazed by the wild boar. It is nothing serious. Bai Yi, appearing unperturbed, pulled out his right hand, her eyes glistening with concern. How did it become so injured? Gu Wan, frowning at the swollen hand, crouched down and began to channel her spiritual energy around it. Bai Yi, regaining her composure, did the same. The scene grew awkward as 4 hands enveloped one hand, with Bai Yi nudging Gu Wan and vice versa. The two, unfazed by the cost, released their spiritual energy, encircling his right hand. Fang Ziqing felt the 2 streams of energy colliding within him and quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, I am nearly well. Let us devise a method to transport this wild boar back. Bai Yi shook her head, stating, You need not concern yourself with this. We too shall manage its return. Gu Wan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing shook his head, jesting that it would be absurd to have the 2 girls carry it while he merely stood by. The 3 gathered around the wild boar, pondering how to transport it back. Theoretically, even the weakest among them, Bai Yi, possessed strength in the hundreds of pounds. However, such calculations were misleading. The potential strength of an ability user is derived from the explosive force granted by their spiritual energy at a moment's notice. Just as Fang Ziqing's earlier punch had undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds, theoretically, he should have had no trouble lifting the boar single-handedly. Yet, in reality, that single punch had consumed nearly 1/10 of his entire spiritual energy, proving to be quite fleeting. Had they been closer, it would not have been difficult for the 3 to exert their strength collectively. However, the journey that followed the wild boar to this location was not short. Moreover, after days of exertion and inadequate nourishment, their strength had dwindled to less than half of their peak. Not to mention, there was an injured Fang Ziqing among them. Perhaps we should drag the wild boar? Bai Yi suggested thoughtfully. Gu Wan shook her head, setting aside the rugged terrain that would damage the meat. Just traversing a small cliff presents its own challenges. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. The forest was not merely flat ground, and there had indeed been a small precipice earlier. As the time approached the precipice, transporting the several hundred pounds of wild boar would prove to be no small feat thus. Let us gather vines to fashion a large net to drag it along. The vines would endure the wear, and when we reach the cliff, we can hoist it up. What do you think? The 2 nodded in agreement, but just as they were about to search for vines, Fang Ziqing chuckled and said, Wait a moment. What do you see over there? The 2, puzzled, followed the direction of his finger. Bai Yi's eyes lit up in surprise as she exclaimed, Oh my. It's a small stream. Gu Wan's eyes also revealed a glimmer of joy, while the boys could tolerate several days without washing their faces. For girls like Bai Yi and Gu Wan, who hailed from affluent families, the greatest torment of this training was not hunger or thirst, but the inability to wash up. They hurried to the stream, scooping up handfuls of crystal-clear water, marveling at their reflections with immense joy. Observing the two by the stream, Fang Ziqing shrugged and lazily settled beside the wild boar, basking in the sun. Bai Yi sighed. Ah, how wonderful it would be to take a bath. Gu Wan gently brushed her face with her hand and replied, "You can wash right now." Bai Yi turned to her with a puzzled expression. "How can we wash with Ziqing here?" Gu Wan lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and casually remarked, "Oh, I forgot you and I are different. We grew up together and often bathed together." What Gu Wan referred to was an incident from their childhood when the bathroom at home was broken, leaving only one usable. Neither would yield, and they ended up standing in the bathroom for 2 hours fully clothed. It was only when the household servant repaired the other bathroom that they finally ceased their standoff. Bai Yi's eyes widened at this revelation, nearly causing her to tumble into the water. In a moment of impulsiveness, she retorted, "Who said I haven't bathed with Ziqing? We've already bathed together during our dates." Gu Wan's heart raced at this unexpected response. That night, when Fang Ziqing returned to tend to her, she indeed caught a whiff of another girl's fragrance. Could it be true? Both harbored their own secrets, their thoughts far removed from washing up. Upon their return, Fang Ziqing wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Are you done? I've gathered the vines, and once they're wrapped, we can set off." The two clearly seemed out of sorts, responding with soft murmurs and falling into silence. Fang Ziqing, unsure of what was amiss, focused on binding the vines around the wild boar. As they progressed, the two girls felt an unusual tension. Suddenly, Bai Yi asked out of the blue, "Ziqing, do you have a preference for bathing with someone else?" Fang Ziqing shot her a bewildered glance and replied, "Of course not. Can't I wash alone? Why would I want to bathe with someone else?" Bai Yi abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she said, "So, Ziqing, you haven't bathed with anyone else, right?" Fang Ziqing affirmed with a nod. "No, why?" Bai Yi shook her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she said, "It's nothing. Nothing at all, hee. She then cast a meaningful glance at Gu Wan. "I knew you were lying to me, umph." Before Fang Ziqing could ponder why Bai Yi was asking him such questions, the atmosphere remained charged with unspoken words. As Gu Wan, with her fists slightly clenched, spoke, "The journey is rather tedious. Fang Ziqing, do share with me the details of your outing with Bai." Fang Ziqing glanced at Gu Wan, who seemed inexplicably curious, and replied, "What is there to discuss?" Observing Fang Ziqing's puzzled expression, Gu Wan playfully kicked him, frowning, "Will you speak or not?" With a sigh, Fang Ziqing nodded. "There's really not much to tell. We merely watched a movie, played a game, and had some barbecue, and that was it." Gu Wan, with a teasing tone, probed further. "Is that all? Didn't you even take a shower?" Fang Ziqing exclaimed, "What shower? What on earth are you two talking about?" Gu Wan and Bai Yi exchanged knowing smiles, creating a subtly odd atmosphere. Upon returning to the cave, they discovered Jiang Lixin and her companions, each looking disheveled and seated on the ground. Upon seeing Gu Wan and the others, they lamented, "We sincerely apologize, everyone. Our water supply was sabotaged by a masked figure, and even the containers were destroyed." Gu Wan set down the wild boar and approached Jiang Lixin, gently patting her head. "It's all right. It's likely the work of those black-clad individuals. Are you all unhurt?" Jiang Lixin shook her head. Although the black-clad person was powerful, they only ruined the water and did not harm us. Yet, the precious water we collected is gone. Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue hung their heads, feeling embarrassed to face the group. Fang Ziqing reassured them with a pat on their shoulders. "It's fine. We made a significant discovery this time. We shall never lack water again." The trio's eyes brightened at the news, and Yin Feiyue inquired, "Fang, you didn't find a water source, did you?" Fang Ziqing nodded, gesturing towards the wild boar they had brought back. "While pursuing this fellow, we inadvertently stumbled upon a small stream." Jiang Lixin jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! No wonder I noticed that your faces look much cleaner. And with such a large creature, we need not worry about food any longer." Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue nodded vigorously in agreement. The moment for division of labor arrived. The boys would fetch water while the girls prepared to marinate, dry, or roast the wild boar meat. Although their water vessels were lost, the group had ample time to invest in crafting hollowed-out wooden barrels from sturdy trees. Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue followed Fang Ziqing to the stream to collect water, while Jiang Lixin tasked. The reason is quite simple. It diverges significantly from the theoretical knowledge imparted within the confines of the academy. Even with the presence of virtual training rooms, individuals are acutely aware that such scenarios are merely exercises, devoid of any real peril. However, upon encountering the wild boar, a palpable tension ensued. At that moment, Gu Wan recalled Fang Ziqing, who had once effortlessly subdued her bizarre affliction with his formidable spiritual prowess. Perhaps he could indeed accomplish such feats. When He Darren met up with Liangya, it was evident that she was somewhat preoccupied. "Liangya, You are unaware that I have sabotaged the water supply for that group of little rascals. Witnessing their frantic reactions was truly amusing. Lianya, without lifting her gaze, merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Hey Darren, intrigued, inquired, what troubles you? I observed them earlier capturing a wild boar. Was it indeed their doing? Only then did Lianya snap back to reality, nodding in silence, concealing the full truth. Yes, Gu Wan and her companions had not only encountered the wild boar, but had also fortuitously discovered a small stream. Hey Darren acknowledged. It seems the three of them emerged unscathed. For those lacking combat experience, they fared remarkably well. Lianya concurred. These three possess considerable talent. I only wonder if they can fulfill our unfulfilled aspirations and contend for the position of Awakened One during the Awakening battle. Upon hearing this, Hey Darren sighed. Indeed, failing to become an Awakened One remains a lifelong regret. We have no news of our contemporaries from that cohort. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. Lianya shook her head. Do not speak of the Awakened Ones. Even we, as those with abilities, would have faced the same fate had we not taken on the role of mentors for these youngsters. Hey Darren quickly hushed her, signaling that the topic should not be pursued further. This meal marked the most sumptuous repast since entering the forest. Abundant meat, ample water. A group of pampered young masters and ladies could hardly fathom that one day they would find such satisfaction and joy in these provisions. Ah, this is delightful. I have never eaten so heartily, remarked Jiang Lixing. If only we had some seasoning, she added, rubbing her belly. Bai Yi chuckled beside her. You truly lack appreciation. Let me starve you for 3 days, and then see if you still desire seasoning. Jiang Lixing stuck out her tongue, resolving that upon returning, she would never waste another morsel of food. It is only upon losing something that one realizes its true value. Do you think Hey Darren will attempt to seize our wild boar meat? Zhao Peng voiced a sudden sense of unease. Yin Feiyue nodded, having been robbed twice already. Anyone would be concerned. This time, unlike the previous two, the stakes were higher. This was 100 pounds of meat, and if it were to be stolen, despair would surely follow. Fang Ziqing smiled and remarked, I suspect Hey Darren will not return. Bai Yi, puzzled, asked why not. Fang Ziqing set down the piece of pork in his hand and explained, the reason Hey Darren chose this location to train us is to impart some fundamental truths. Just as we initially floundered but have now managed to secure shelter, food, and water, we have successfully navigated the most arduous days. Thus, living here for a month should pose no challenge for us. The crowd nodded in unison. The knowledge acquired over the past few days was indeed overwhelming. Even if cast into an unfamiliar realm, despair would no longer be their fate. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged nearby. Ah, how are you, little ones? From behind a grand tree, Lord He and Teacher Liang slowly approached. Jiang Lixing rose, her face flushed with indignation, and demanded, Lord He, confess, did you pilfer our meat? And were you the one who administered the drugs? Lord He chuckled heartily but remained silent, tacitly affirming her accusation. With half the training period still remaining, the appearance of Lord He and Teacher Liang raised questions about their intentions. Fang Ziqing stood up and inquired, what brings you here? Teacher Liang stepped forward with a smile, explaining, it is evident that you have grasped the fundamental skills of forest survival. Prolonging this would serve little purpose. Lord He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unexpected progress of these young ones. To take a group accustomed to comfort and cast them into a desolate forest without any aid was a bold move. Frankly speaking, he was quite pleased that they had adapted to survive within a mere 3 days. I have a task for you, he continued. Guwan nodded, signaling for Lord He to proceed. You have passed the first phase, but the second team requires further refinement. Assist them. Yin Feiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting we can create some mischief for the second team? Chapter 85, Reconnoitering the Enemy. Aside from Liang Bo, the second team comprised his teammates, and the prospect of teasing them thrilled him immensely. Lord He stroked his beard, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Then, under the gaze of the others, Lord He and Teacher Liang strolled over to the fire pit. Without hesitation, they savored the roasted wild boar. Delicious, this meat possesses a delightful texture, far superior to the fowl from earlier days. Teacher Liang chimed in. Indeed, I have some seasoning here. Would you care for it? Observing their unabashed enjoyment of the wild boar, Jiang Lixing's nostrils flared in indignation. Fine, indulge yourselves, but to offer seasoning is simply too much. Yet, as the aroma of the spices wafted through the air, she could not help but swallow hard. Once everything was tidied up, Lord He handed them wristwatches. Your task now is to reach the designated location marked on the watch and rendezvous with Teachers Gao and Feng. They will assign your next mission. The six traversed through the forest. Fang Ziqing estimated that at their current pace, it would take approximately 2 to 3 hours. Yin Feiyue turned and grinned. How do you suppose the second team is faring? Zhao Peng chuckled. Haha, who cares? If they are thriving, we shall ensure their experience is less pleasant. Yin Feiyue raised an eyebrow. But what if they are struggling? Fang Ziqing approached and patted him on the shoulder, smiling. If they are suffering, we will make their plight even worse. Hearing Fang Ziqing's words, Yin Feiyue's lips twitched. What ruthless individuals. Jiang Lixin nodded, snorting, indeed. The trials we endure must also be experienced by the second team. After all, we are good classmates. The weight of her words elicited knowing smiles among the group. Upon arrival, the sight of two teachers engaged in a game of cards, devoid of any pretense, greeted them. The head teacher, Feng Yuan, chuckled upon noticing their presence, exclaiming, "Ah, the little ones from Team 1 have arrived. We can take a breather now." Gao Gu, rubbing his eyes, remarked, "Gu Wan, the training for Team 2 will be entrusted to you. Show no mercy. All resources may be destroyed, but identities must remain concealed, and no harm should come to them. Furthermore, you cannot mobilize all at once. No more than 3 individuals may act together at any time." Gu Wan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, Teacher Gao." The two teachers exchanged a glance before swiftly vanishing from sight. The 6 gathered to discuss their plan for disruption. Jiang Lixin raised her hand, volunteering. "I request to participate in the first wave of harassment." Yin Feiyue, equally eager, applied to join the fray. Gu Wan nodded, stating, "For this initial attempt, you two will scout for information. Maintain your anonymity and avoid any conflict. Ascertain their specific circumstances and return." Jiang Lixin and Yin Feiyue nodded in agreement and quickly made their way to Team 2's location. Thanks to the positioning function of their wristwatches, it was as if they had gained sight in the forest, unlike before when they had felt utterly blind. Dressed in the garments and masks specially prepared by the teachers to conceal their identities, the duo traversed the thicket. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 divided into pairs to search for shelter, water sources, and provisions. They had only brought enough wild boar meat for a day's consumption, yet they needed to sustain Team 2 for 3 days. Gu Wan addressed Fang Ziqing and Zhao Peng. "Contact me through the wristwatch if anything arises." Fang Ziqing nodded, acknowledging the convenience the wristwatch provided, noting that they wouldn't even need to make marks. A simple location share would suffice. Bai Yi and Gu Wan then departed, heading in a designated direction. At that moment, Jiang Lixin and Yin Feiyue concealed themselves within the foliage, meticulously observing Team 2's personnel. It was evident that Team 2 had previously endured the teacher's harassment and now appeared somewhat on guard. The duo spotted 2 individuals stationed there, while the other 4 were likely out searching for supplies. Jiang Lixin exchanged a glance with Yin Feiyue, whispering, "I didn't expect there to be someone among them capable of setting up a tent." Surveying the scene, they noted that Team 2 had constructed 2 rudimentary tents for resting, using vines and leaves. Yin Feiyue shook his head, commenting, "It's fortunate it isn't raining. If it were to pour like yesterday, they would likely be overwhelmed in no time." Jiang Lixin nodded in confusion, pondering, "We noticed several locations along our route that would be more suitable for settlement. Why do they insist on remaining here?" Yin Feiyue placed a finger to his lips, hushing her and gesturing for her to look towards a nearby girl who remained stationed. She wielded a sharpened stick made from wood, fiercely stabbing it into a nearby tree. The two watched, perplexed by her actions. Soon after, the girl set down the stick and picked up a vessel for collecting water. Due to their distance, they could not discern her exact intentions. Yin Feiyue contemplated for a moment before stating, "Remember the shape of that tree. Let us find a similar one to investigate further." Jiang Lixin meticulously observed the appearance of the grand tree, gesturing towards their rear. The two cautiously retreated, gradually moving beside the tree and exchanging a glance. Yin Feiyue bellowed, enveloping his hand in spiritual energy and striking the bark. As the outer layer shattered, a viscous liquid oozed forth. Both raised their brows in intrigue. Jiang Lixin took a whiff and then dipped her finger into the substance, tasting it. Slightly sweet, non-toxic. Could this be the reason they are reluctant to venture elsewhere? Yin Feiyue nodded, casting his gaze towards the encampment of Team 2. It appeared they were fortunate indeed to have discovered such a peculiar tree. Just then, the 4 members of Liang Bo's team were gradually returning. The two concealed themselves with caution, overhearing snippets of conversation. "Did you manage to find any food today?" "Oh, don't mention it. Today has been dreadful. We only found some inedible fruits. When will this miserable existence end?" They exchanged a knowing smile, reminiscent of their previous selves. They then heard, "If it weren't for Team Liang discovering drinkable liquid in this tree, we'd likely have perished from thirst by now. All right, enough complaining. Let us each take a fruit to stave off hunger, and hide the rest underground to prevent theft." Jiang Lixin and Yin Fu watched as a young man carefully wrapped the remaining fruits in leaves and meticulously buried them, covering them with foliage afterward. For the members of Team 2, The night was the most arduous time. They lacked the skill to create fire. The forest was shrouded in darkness and fraught with terror. Without fire, Team 2 dared not linger outside as night fell. Otherwise, their markings would serve no purpose. In the pitch-black surroundings, visibility was nil, and they would surely become lost in the woods. The greater torment lay in humanity's fear of the dark. When darkness enveloped them and the wind rustled the leaves, panic would seize the group. Observing the signal from Fang Ziqing on their watches, the two discreetly exited their observation point and made their way to the assembly point. In the distance, they spotted Gu Wan and others waiting by the fire pit. Gu Wan tossed a piece of jerky to Jiang Lixin and asked, "How did it go? Did you uncover any news?" Jiang Lixin took a bite of the jerky and replied, "It is only now that I realize how fortunate we are to have Team Fang." Gu Wan furrowed her brow in confusion, while Yinfei nodded in agreement, stating, "Previously, I didn't appreciate the significance of Team Fang's fire-making skills. But now I ponder how arduous our lives would be without fire." Bai Yi nodded in concurrence, adding, "Indeed, we wouldn't even be able to cook the meat." Jiang Lixin shook her head, saying, "Not only that, but for Team 2, enduring the night without fire is akin to a nightmare. In contrast, we are immensely fortunate. We can warm ourselves, roast meat, fend off wild beasts, and, most importantly, harbor hope." The group nodded in agreement, during which Fang Ziqing had already imparted the skill of fire-making by friction to everyone. They were increasingly aware of its importance. Gu Wan looked at the two and inquired, "Besides that, what else did you discover?" Jiang Lixin and Yinfei exchanged glances and replied, "We found that their water source comes from some unique trees. When the bark is pried open, a drinkable liquid flows out. I believe they have survived these days by relying on this." Fang Ziqing nodded. Despite the hardships faced by the second team, there are still aspects worth learning from that they have yet to discover. Yinfei chuckled, "Moreover, we have located their reserve of remaining food." Gu Wan smiled slightly. "Then we have something to do tonight." Chapter 87, A Fight to the Death. Bai Yi nodded, suggesting, "Let us split into two teams, one to sabotage their water source and the other to steal their food." Yinfei and the others had no objections. But just as they were about to set off, Fang Ziqing suddenly inquired, "Is their food supply substantial?" Yinfei pondered for a moment before shaking his head, "Not much. It should only suffice for them to barely survive until tomorrow morning." "Why do you ask?" Fang Ziqing smiled. "In that case, we shall only target the water source tonight, leaving the fruits untouched for now." Jiang Lixin frowned. "Why should Team Fang be so merciful? Lord He was merciless towards us." Gu Wan shook her head. "This is not mercy. He intends to strike when their supplies are abundant, capturing them all at once. A mere handful of fruits will not inflict significant loss, but it might alert them." Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose, reflecting on how Gu Wan inadvertently echoed his earlier words. "I suppose this counts as spreading our culture in this other world?" Jiang Lixin couldn't help but glance between Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing, realizing that it was indeed Gu Wan who understood Team Fang best. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi pouted, "I understand Ziqing's point. It seems only you fail to grasp it." Jiang Lixin touched her head, pondering, "Am I truly the only one who is foolish?" Fang Ziqing laughed and shook his head. "All right, enough of this. We can only act with a maximum of 3 people. You decide how to arrange tonight's plan." Jiang Lixin and Yinfei exchanged glances. "The two of us will go since we are familiar with the area." Zhao Peng stepped forward. "You both are already quite fatigued. Let me assist you." The two nodded in agreement. Soon, the three set off towards the second team's encampment. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, a boy from the second team was accustomed to fetching a drink. Upon reaching a nearby tree, he was shocked to see the surrounding trees had all been punctured with large holes, their liquid completely drained. Something's wrong. Liang Bo and Sun Hong approached, frowning. "What happened?" The boy excitedly pointed to the nearby trees. "Look, our water source has been destroyed." The remaining teammates followed suit, examining the damaged trees, all of which had indeed been ravaged. Sun Hong's expression changed drastically as he rushed to the storage area for fruits. The others followed with heavy hearts. And only when Sun Hong unearthed the wrapped leaves did they breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, they haven't discovered our hidden stash of fruits." Liang Bo sighed. "Everyone's strength is likely reaching its limit. We cannot continue like this." Sun Hong distributed the remaining red fruits to each companion. "This is our last food supply." Liang Bo gritted his teeth. "If it comes to it, we can always go to that place and slaughter a pig." A girl overheard this and turned pale. Previously, a wild boar herd was discovered, and there was much rejoicing at the prospect of meat. They thought that with their skills, capturing a wild boar would be a trivial pursuit. However, to their surprise, upon their first encounter, the herd of wild boars suddenly erupted into a frenzy. They found themselves pursued through the forest by these tusked beasts. Had it not been for Liang Bo's quick thinking, urging them to climb trees, the outcome could have been dire. Sun Hong hesitated, suggesting that perhaps the 6 of them could band together to tackle one boar. But the reality was they faced an entire herd. Moreover, their combat strength had significantly diminished, leading to his concern. Liang Bo shook his head, asserting that they still had the capacity to fight, but if they waited too long, they might be too weak to move at all. Furthermore, it was unnecessary to confront the entire herd. Luring out just one would suffice. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Liang Bo was right. If they delayed, they would soon be unable to walk. Hunting boars would become increasingly difficult, leaving them with no option but to await their demise. The 6 reached a consensus and consumed all their stored fruits, preparing for a final, desperate effort. Chapter 88. Terrifying reflexes. If they failed to capture a wild boar this time, their physical stamina would soon be exhausted. At that point, they would have no choice but to abandon their training. Armed with their rudimentary tools, the 6 approached the wild boar herd, with Fang Ziqing and his companions stealthily following behind. After approximately 40 minutes, Liang Bo signaled, and the group swiftly concealed themselves, anxiously observing the wild boar herd. For these sheltered individuals, the 300 to 400-pound boars were indeed formidable. Liang Bo whispered, "I will wait for an isolated boar to strike and draw it into our ambush, swiftly eliminating it." Sun Hong and the others nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, the herd did not disperse, and attacking at that moment would likely provoke the entire group. Hiding behind a large tree, Bai Yi remarked to Fang Ziqing, "This must be the same herd we encountered that day. However, they seem less robust now, and their tusks are not as large." Guwan nodded. "Perhaps we encountered the Boar King that day." Fang Ziqing shushed them, indicating that Liang Bo was already in motion. After a prolonged wait, they finally spotted a solitary boar. Liang Bo immediately gestured. The strongest among them, Sun Hong, gathered his strength and hurled the rudimentary wooden spear at the boar, striking it squarely in the hindquarters. The boar let out a pained howl and charged towards the exposed Liang Bo. Recognizing the urgency, Liang Bo swiftly led the enraged boar away from the herd's sight, where his 5 companions had set their trap. When the 6 encircled the boar, an undercurrent of tension rippled through them, especially as the boar's eyes glowed red. Fixating on one of them, amplifying the pressure, one girl's wooden spear trembled in her grasp, her face pale, clearly gripped by fear. Liang Bo shouted, "Attack!" As the crowd gritted their teeth, they seized their wooden spears and charged towards the wild boar. The boar, upon noticing them, charged in a particular direction, directly towards a pale-faced girl. As the girl saw the boar rushing towards her, panic engulfed her, and her mind went blank. The skills she had learned at the academy evaporated in an instant. Realizing the precarious situation, Liang Bo dashed forward, biting his lip as he pushed the girl aside. The crowd gasped, "Watch out." Just as the boar was about to collide with Liang Bo, a stone flew through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the boar squarely in the eye. The boar let out a mournful cry before losing its sight and crashing into a tree. Guwan and Bai Yi swiftly turned their gazes toward Fang Ziqing. What astounding speed and incredible strength! Guwan couldn't help but clench her fists, slightly pursing her lips. Setting aside everything else, just this reaction time, she was no match for him. While she hesitated over whether to intervene in the face of danger, Fang Ziqing had already acted. Such a subtle difference could prove fatal in battle. The members of Team 2, witnessing this, patted their chests and sighed in relief. "You scared us. Are you all right?" Team leader Liang? Liang Bo shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The girl lowered her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, "It's all my fault. Team leader, I almost got you hurt." Nearby, Sun Hong chuckled. "If you truly wish to repay him, why not offer yourself in marriage to our team leader Liang? What do you all think?" The onlookers, reveling in the moment, began to tease. Instantly, the girl blushed deeply, her face turning crimson. Liang Bo, noticing this, quickly diverted the conversation. "The boar isn't dead yet. We should handle it first." After the boar collided with the tree, it became disoriented and struggled to rise. With one eye rendered useless, it posed little threat. Liang Bo summoned his spiritual energy and forcefully drove the wooden spear into the boar's body. The boar struggled a few times before falling still. Sun Hong remarked appreciatively, "With that surge of spiritual energy, you'll likely break through to LV1 advance soon." The others looked on in admiration. Throughout these days of camaraderie, Liang Bo had earned their respect, becoming the most authoritative voice in the team. This was not solely due to his clever solutions to various challenges. Rather, it was his relentless dedication to cultivation that left others in awe. Unlike the pampered members of the group, Liang Bo, a former orphan, possessed an unparalleled tenacity. When they discovered that mysterious liquid, no one dared to drink it. He was the first to take the plunge. Scratching his head, Liang Bo said, "Thank you for your kind words, Team Sunday. Let us hurry and transport the boar back." Upon arriving at their base, joy bubbled among the group. It was already the 4th day, and they finally had meat to eat, albeit raw. Chapter 89. A small surprise as each member received a piece of bloody wild boar meat. They couldn't help but smack their lips and exchange glances, none daring to take a bite. Bai Jing stared at the still furry raw pork, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, making it hard to swallow. Liang Bo noticed that this was not a sustainable situation and said, "Everyone, stop looking at it. The more you stare, the harder it will be to swallow. Pinch your noses, it will lessen the disgust." In an unexpected display before the gathered crowd, Liang Bo tore off a small piece of raw pork and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, a wave of nausea washed over him. The gruesome imagery associated with the bloodied scene rendered the raw pork a veritable nightmare. However, all eyes were fixed upon him. Should he succumb to the urge to vomit, the others would surely follow suit. With great effort, Liang Bo suppressed his revulsion and swallowed the meat. He tore off another piece and, with a forced smile, reassured the onlookers, "Do not fear. It is not as dreadful as you might imagine." The crowd was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was then that Bai Jing, the first from their ranks, boldly stood in support of Liang Bo. Without hesitation, she tore off a piece and swallowed it, her face paling after the act. Witnessing such bravery from a girl stirred a sense of shame among the men present. Encouraged by Sun Hong, they all followed suit, placing the meat into their mouths. Liang Bo, noticing Bai Jing's pallor, expressed concern, "Are you all right?" She feigned composure, shaking her head to indicate she was fine. Fang Ziqing and the others exchanged glances and nodded, acknowledging that they had begun to acclimate to the rigors of their forest training. With newfound resolve, the group embarked on a significant endeavor, as all 6 members joined forces. Their collective effort suggested they intended to excavate a small cache for the storage. As the wild boar meat was lifted, it vanished into the darkness. Left behind, Fang Ziqing continued to dig with his tools. In less than 10 minutes, he had excavated a substantial pit in front of the buried pork, carefully camouflaging it with foliage. He cast a glance towards the tent. "Liang Bo, this is for your benefit. You must remember that traps are ubiquitous in the forest." With that, Fang Ziqing's figure slipped away into the night. Chapter 90. The misfortunate second team. An hour later, Liang Bo and Sun Hong arrived to relieve their comrades. In the dim light, they discerned 2 figures lying motionless on the ground. Sun Hong chuckled, "These 2 have fallen asleep. We must have a word with them tomorrow." He then nudged the 2 on the ground with his foot. After a moment, there was still no response. Liang Bo and Sun Hong's expressions changed dramatically. "Awake, everyone. We are under attack." Their slumbering companions and the incapacitated duo slowly stirred. "Quickly, check on our wild boar meat." Upon hearing this, everyone jolted upright, fumbling in the darkness towards their storage area. The night was oppressively dark. Even without Fang Ziqing's concealment, they might not have noticed the pit. Moreover, now that it was camouflaged, they heard a loud crash followed by several cries of dismay. On the 5th day, as dawn broke, Fang Ziqing cheerfully pulled the second team from the pit with vines. The bruised members of the second team had spent the night in the pit, now sheepishly lowering their heads, embarrassed by their predicament. What a disgrace this was. At that moment, the overseer and 3 instructors emerged, announcing, "All right, this training session has concluded. You should have learned a great deal these past few days. Now we will return to the academy." The group nodded in agreement. Though the training was theoretically scheduled for 6 days, they could not head directly to the competition. They needed time to adjust. They boarded the vehicle that had brought them, departing from the forest where they had lived for nearly a week. Despite their disheveled appearances, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon entering the academy, the second team was allowed to rest, while the first team had an hour for regrouping. After an hour, Fang Ziqing and the others changed into clean clothes and arrived at the designated meeting spot. The overseer waved them over to speak. The latest intelligence reveals that Xing Fei from the Advanced Experimental Academy has just broken through to LV2. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Gu Wan. It was common knowledge that Xing Fei had always been a fierce rival of Gu Wan, with their cultivation levels closely matched. Gu Wan, however, displayed little reaction, merely nodding slightly. The overseer continued, "In the upcoming interschool competition, the draw will determine the venue. Thus, we do not yet know where it will be held. What we do know is that the individual matches will commence first. I have high hopes for all 6 of you. You must strive to place in the top 10 and secure substantial rewards, as this matter pertains to." Curiosity piqued, the group watched the overseer hesitate, prompting Zhang Lixin to inquire, "Overseer, what does this matter pertain to?" Lord He shook his head and said, "You 6 must remember, in the individual competition, you must exert your utmost effort to secure a place among the top 10. My advice to you is to quickly gather enough C-grade metal to forge a C-grade weapon. Zhao Peng nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lord He, I have heard that the rewards for this competition are quite substantial. I wonder if there will be C-grade metal among them. Lord He nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. There will certainly be. Although the rewards vary each year, I am confident that this year's offerings will surpass those of last year. In the coming days, you must work diligently to aim for the top 10. He then turned his gaze to Gu Wan, saying, especially you, Gu Wan. You are the genius of our esteemed First Advanced Academy and the only Level 2 ability user. No matter how formidable Xing Fei from the Experimental Advanced Academy may be, you must ensure that the First Advanced Academy remains in the lead. Gu Wan nodded, stepping forward and assuring, rest assured, Lord He, victory will undoubtedly belong to the First Advanced Academy. After speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Fang Ziqing. Chapter 91. Resources are crucial. Fang Ziqing pretended not to notice and inquired of Lord He, what format will the team competition take? Lord He shook his head. I do not know. Bai Yi, puzzled, asked, you do not know either? It is not just me. The leaders of other academies are also unaware. The format and location of the team competition will only be determined after the individual competition concludes. Bai Yi nodded, realizing I see. For you, the rewards of the team competition are no less than securing a place in the top 10, and may even exceed that. Do not miss any opportunity. Hearing Lord He's words, Fang Ziqing could not help but feel puzzled. It sounds rather urgent. Is something about to happen? Lord He glanced at Fang Ziqing without answering directly, cryptically stating, you will soon learn of certain matters. Liangyo approached from the side, saying, today is reserved for your rest. Return and adjust your condition. Tomorrow is the final day before the competition, and Lord He and I will conduct theoretical training with you. The group exchanged glances and nodded. Then, Teacher Liang, Lord He, farewell. Just as Fang Ziqing turned to leave, Liangyo called out, Fang Ziqing, stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Ziqing halted, turning back, while Bai Yi and Gu Wan slowed their pace, listening intently. The rest of you may leave, Liangyo said with a smile. Noticing that Bai Yi and Gu Wan had no intention of departing, after a shared glance, the two reluctantly walked away. Fang Ziqing followed Liangyo in silence, unsure of why she had summoned him. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Liangyo turned to him, arms crossed, and scrutinized him. How has your training been lately? Fang Ziqing quickly replied, it's been going well. I feel that I will soon break through to a higher realm and achieve perfection. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Liang. Suddenly, Liangyo extended an arm, grabbing Fang Ziqing's ear and twisting it sharply. Ouch, that hurts. Fang Ziqing exclaimed in pain. Seeing him wince, Liangyo eased her grip slightly, but did not release him. With a huff, she sternly demanded, you, Fang Ziqing, even dared to deceive me? Speak honestly. What is your true level? Upon hearing these words, Fang Ziqing's mind raced with urgency. Could it be that Liangyo had discovered something? Surely she wouldn't have noticed that his technique differed from others. With a sudden jolt of anxiety, he maintained an expressionless facade. He turned his gaze and cautiously inquired, Teacher Liang, when did you come to know? Upon hearing Fang Ziqing's admission, Liangyo let out a huff and released her grip on his ear, saying, what matter could possibly escape my notice? Fang Ziqing forced a smile, replying, indeed, how could I conceal anything from you? Liangyo regarded him and remarked, I witnessed your battle with the wild boar. Frankly, despite your numerous shortcomings during your first real combat, you performed commendably. As she spoke, Fang Ziqing realized that this was what had exposed him. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not his technique that had been revealed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked with suspicion, Teacher Liang, does this mean that the wild boar's sudden rampage was orchestrated by you? Liangyo's complexion flushed slightly as she coughed, and replied, ahem, I couldn't allow you to obtain resources so effortlessly. However, since you have hidden your capabilities so well, I presume your companions are unaware as well. Fang Ziqing nodded, lying without a hint of embarrassment. You are the first to know, and I ask that you keep this confidential. Liangyo gave him a knowing look and said, do you understand why I called you out here alone? Fang Ziqing shook his head, indicating ignorance. I know your concealment of strength is for a reason, but I must advise you not to hold back in this competition. Do not let your hidden abilities prevent you from striving for a good ranking. Liangyo's serious demeanor suggested she was not jesting. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brows and replied, but Teacher Liang, what good will a high ranking do me? Liangyo glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered, resources. The previous minor competitions may have been trivial, but in the upcoming major contests, you must exert every effort to secure all resources for yourself. Whether it be the precious Yuan Lingdan or C-grade metals for crafting C-grade weapons, these are crucial for you. No, they are vital for everyone. Her words left Fang Ziqing even more puzzled. He could comprehend the importance of Yuan Ling Dan in accelerating cultivation, but what purpose did C-grade weapons serve? He asked. Teacher Liang, is there something significant about to happen? Chapter 92. This damned exhilaration. Liang shook her head and said, in a few days, you will understand. You must heed my advice. Seize every opportunity for resources without missing a single one, maximizing your ability to enhance yourself. This will undoubtedly be of immense benefit. Fang Ziqing nodded. Even though Liang had not disclosed any specific events, he could sense her concern for him. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Suddenly, Liang spoke. The mighty gorilla? Fang Ziqing instinctively responded with an aha. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine, staring blankly at Liang. Just when he felt his body stiffening, Liang broke into a gentle smile, waved her hand at him, and turned to leave. At that moment, Fang Ziqing felt as though he had been stripped bare. Why did teacher Liang know he was the mighty gorilla? Was it just her who knew? Or did the other teachers also possess this knowledge? Would he discern the extraordinary nature of my martial arts identity? If it were merely about rank and techniques, Fang Ziqing would not be so apprehensive. However, the existence of my sword insight diagram is a secret that must remain undisclosed to anyone. A flurry of questions flashed through Fang Ziqing's mind. As someone who had traversed into this realm and suffered from a profound paranoia, he felt as though he might be seized at any moment for dissection. In truth, Liang merely wished to tease him. The situation was not nearly as intricate as he imagined. Discovering his identity was merely a matter of chance. Fang Ziqing, lost in thought, hurried to his residence. Before he could settle down, a message arrived from Bai Yi. Ziqing, has teacher Liang finished with you? Our team is planning to gather for a meal. If you're done, hurry over. Feeling genuinely hungry, Fang Ziqing made his way to the location Bai Yi had sent. The venue was a private dining establishment within the academy, frequently patronized by affluent young ladies and gentlemen. Upon his arrival, Bai Yi stood and waved him over. With a smile, she pulled him along and placed the menu in his hands. See if there's anything else you'd like to try. As Fang Ziqing perused the menu, his eyes widened at the dish named Celestial Flight, priced at 288 federal coins. Goodness, what dish could possibly cost so much? That's equivalent to nearly 2,000 from my previous life. He continued to flip through the menu, each dish boasting an increasingly melodious name and exorbitant price. Eventually, he set the menu down, gesturing dismissively at the offerings. Jiang Lixin, playfully tossing her hair, remarked, Fang Ziqing, you truly are diligent, always training. Fang Ziqing, momentarily taken aback, glanced at them before looking down to realize he was the only one still in training attire. The others, like Jiang Lixin, had long since changed into their own clothing. He scratched his nose and shrugged. My family is impoverished. I can only wear what the academy provides. Jiang Lixin burst into laughter. Fang Ziqing, you're quite amusing. Those who can attend the first advanced academy are, by and large, from affluent backgrounds. Even if you belong to the other half, you still have the academy's subsidies. How could you possibly not afford clothes? At this moment, Guan, hearing this, set down her chopsticks. It dawned on her that she should indeed buy Fang Ziqing a few pieces of clothing. Typically, he wore garments procured by the family servants, unwilling to spend the pocket money provided by Gu's father. After receiving the subsidy, he had given all his money to the orphanage's children, leaving him with virtually nothing. Bai Yi, overhearing this, took it seriously. She raised her wrist, preparing to transfer some of her pocket money to him. Suddenly, Fang Ziqing straightened his back, thinking, could it be? Should I accept these several million federal coins? This posed a dilemma. He feigned reluctance, adopting a serious expression. Just as Bai Yi was about to proceed with the transfer, a pair of chopsticks abruptly interjected from across the table. He looked up to see Guan, her expression impassive, yet even Jiang Lixin beside her sensed a chill in the air. At that moment, she wondered if the air conditioning had been turned off. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ziqing was suddenly jolted awake and resolutely declined Bai Yi's kind offer. Even her adorable pout and coaxing did little to sway him. As the group prepared to return, Fang Ziqing's wristwatch chimed with a message. Ding, your friend Guan has transferred 1,000,000 federal credits to you. Please check. Guan added, we are not short on money, so stop asking others. At that moment, after sending the message, Guan buried herself under the covers, covering her cheeks with her hands, her face flushed. Yet, a hint of worry glimmered in her eyes. What if he refused? Hearing the response from Fang Ziqing, Guan quickly opened the message. Fang Ziqing replied, as you command. A smile blossomed on Guwan's face, her joy evident in her eyes. She closed her eyes and fell back onto the large bed. Today was indeed a happy day. Chapter 93, Forward. Experimental Advanced Academy. At the first Advanced Academy in Tianhai City, the area designated for ability users was a hub of activity, as all the students had gathered. Over 300 ability users were divided into two teams, awaiting Lord Hay's instructions. One team consisted of 50 spectators, who gazed enviously at the 50 competitors preparing for battle, each wishing they could take their place. The other team was comprised of the top 50 ability users determined by a previous ranking. They stood ready, their excitement palpable, rivaling the anticipation felt during the awakening ceremony. Earlier that morning, the draw had determined that the competition would take place at the Experimental Advanced Academy. Ability users from both the 1st and 6th Advanced Academies boarded vehicles, eagerly heading to the venue for the match. Their hearts brimmed with joy, for it was their first collective excursion beyond campus. For those who had previously missed out on family visits, this was undeniably the first opportunity to step outside the school gates in 2 months. The allure of freedom was intoxicating. Unlike their ordinary peers, a select group of 6 ability users traveled in a dedicated vehicle, ensuring their rest was undisturbed. The students on the bus looked on with envy at the 6 in the specialized car, who represented the pinnacle of strength from the 1st Advanced Academy and served as their secret weapon for the competition. However, the 6 in the special vehicle were not at ease. A palpable tension akin to pre-examination nerves enveloped them. What would the Experimental Advanced Academy be like? How formidable would the ability users there prove to be? Fang Ziqing glanced out the window and spotted Liang Bo in animated conversation with a girl from their previous team. Amused, he snapped a photo and sent it to him. Upon realizing he had been caught, Liang Bo's ears turned crimson as he stammered something to the girl. In contrast, the girl named Bai Jing was poised and confident, waving at him through the window and wrapping her arms around Liang Bo's waist, thereby announcing their relationship. Liang Bo, however, seemed at a loss, resembling a bashful spouse unsure of how to respond. Fang Ziqing turned away, stroking his chin with a smirk, teasing. This fellow seems to have quite the fortune in romance. Bai Yi sat beside him, chuckling. That girl must be the one Liang Bo saved, right? The hero rescuing the damsel in distress is such a romantic trope from television. She then turned to Fang Ziqing and asked, Ziqing, if I were ever in danger, would you rush to my aid without a second thought? Before Fang Ziqing could respond, Guwan interjected, Don't worry, we are all part of the same team. If you're in peril, I will undoubtedly rescue you. Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng exchanged knowing smiles. Thus began yet another round in the battle of the two women. The 1st Advanced Academy and the Experimental Advanced Academy were not far apart. However, this did not imply that the two academies for abilities were close in proximity. The ability zone of the 1st Advanced Academy and the ordinary zone required at least half an hour by car. And the same could be said for the Experimental Advanced Academy. After a journey of over 2 hours, the group finally arrived and disembarked at the school gate. The ability practitioners from the Experimental Advanced Academy had already formed several lines to welcome their counterparts from the two academies. The uniforms of the 1st Advanced Academy were predominantly red, while those of the Experimental Advanced Academy leaned towards blue, and the 6th Academy was clad in black. The students from the 3 schools gathered, each distinctly identifiable. The 1st Advanced Academy boasted the largest contingent, with a total of 302 students, followed closely by the Experimental Advanced Academy, with over 250. The 6th Advanced Academy appeared somewhat meager with only 150 students. Regardless of their usual demeanor, on this day, none of the students wished to embarrass themselves. Simply put, they were representing their academy's honor. Even if one were to suffer from a stomachache, they would maintain their composure. As they observed the practitioners from the 6th Academy, a hint of insecurity flickered among the two academies. Zhao Peng remarked, despite the fact that the 6th Academy consistently ranks last among the 3 major academies. Our teachers have mentioned that they have individuals awakening their abilities each time, and there was even a year when they nearly surpassed us. Jiang Lixin nodded in agreement. Our teachers previously mentioned that the 6th Academy comprises students from ordinary families. Their innate talents may not match ours, but their diligence surpasses ours, resulting in an impressive awakening ratio. She continued, I hadn't given it much thought before, but after this training, my perspective has changed. In Feiyue interjected, nonetheless, I still believe we are the strongest. The group nodded in unison. Through this training, they had all recognized their shortcomings. Their efforts had intensified, and they were determined not to let anyone surpass them in the upcoming major examination. At that moment, the leading figure from the Experimental Advanced Academy, Xing Fei, stepped forward and addressed the students from both academies. Students from the 1st Advanced Academy, please follow the line to my left. Students from the 6th Advanced Academy, please follow the line to my right. We will arrange accommodation for you. The group nodded and followed the guiding line as they gradually entered the campus of the Experimental Advanced Academy. The site was remarkably simple. In terms of grand architecture and lush greenery, the Experimental Advanced Academy could hardly compare to the 1st Advanced Academy. Even so, Some students from the 6th Academy could not help but widen their eyes in awe, exclaiming, "How vast! How magnificent!" Zhao Heng, the top student from the 6th Academy, cast a sidelong glance, prompting the others to fall silent. Jiang Lixin whispered, "I heard that the one leading the way is Zhao Heng, the top student from the 6th Academy. Though his cultivation may not rival Gu Wan's extraordinary prowess, he has nonetheless attained a formidable level of perfection, surpassing us all." Zhao Peng scrutinized the situation, clenching his fists and declaring, "While his cultivation is indeed impressive, rankings hinge upon combat strength. The outcome of a confrontation remains uncertain." At that moment, a striking young woman with a stylish bob, Xing Fei, gracefully approached with her long legs. Gu Wan paused, turning her gaze toward her. "Gu Wan, I am now an LV2 ability user as well. Tomorrow, let us see who truly excels," Xing Fei asserted with an assertive tone. Before Gu Wan could respond, Jiang Lixin interjected with a mocking tone. "Ah, so this is our Tianhai district's second prodigy, Xing Fei? Truly a pleasure to meet you." Hearing Jiang Lixin's emphasized words, Xing Fei narrowed her eyes slightly but remained unfazed, retorting coolly, "Gu Wan, we shall meet on the arena." With that, she turned and strode away. Although the accommodations for males and females were segregated, their team of 6 enjoyed special privileges, being assigned a villa for their stay. Once inside, they chose their respective rooms, with the boys on the first floor and the girls on the second. The leaders of the Advanced Academy demonstrated decisiveness, finishing their brief remarks and allowing ample time for the ability users to prepare. During the remaining half-day, the 6 did not relent, practicing martial techniques and training diligently. Fang Ziqing, not worried about Gu Wan, knew that her combat prowess was formidable. He approached Bai Yi and asked, "How confident are you in securing a spot in the top 10 tomorrow?" Bai Yi smiled mysteriously, replying, "Don't worry, I shall surprise you." Fang Ziqing nodded, satisfied with her assurance. He retreated to his room and sat cross-legged to practice the sword insight diagram. Now, he could not only rotate counterclockwise, but had also achieved the 9 rotations previously attained in a clockwise manner. He was even capable of completing 14 rotations, with the next phase of 36 rotations likely not far off. On the following morning, the tense individual ranking battles commenced. This crucial resource, who among the ability users would claim it? Chapter 95, the harsh competition system in this round of individual ranking battles. 3 academies collectively dispatched 150 participants. The first round would determine the top 50, eliminating 100 competitors right away. Upon hearing the rules, even those not participating were taken aback. Eliminating 2/3 in the first round was rather ruthless. The competition rules were straightforward. 150 participants would be divided into 50 groups of 3, where each trio would engage in combat. The victors would naturally advance to the top 50, while those with 1 win and 1 loss would be placed in a pending status. Such rules were decidedly disconcerting. This meant that to advance, one must achieve 2 consecutive victories. A single loss would result in uncertainty. If one were to inquire what happens when 2 experts face off, would it not be a pity for one to be eliminated? The answer is simple. Once the victorious candidates from the 50 groups are identified, according to past customs, it is certain that fewer than 50 slots will remain. At this moment, all contenders once again vied for the remaining positions. If that expert failed to qualify after 2 rounds, they were undoubtedly a pseudo-expert and deserved to be eliminated. Subsequently, the team allocation began on the grand screen in the center. Fang Ziqing observed that although the strengths varied, each group consisted of 1 individual from each of the 3 academies. Ding! Fang Ziqing from the first Advanced Academy was assigned to Group 7. In an instant, the groups for the 150 abilities were entirely allocated. With a wave of the hand from the higher-ups of the Advanced Experimental Academy, 50 small arenas rose before the spectators, indicating that the matches would occur simultaneously, a truly grand undertaking. The 150 abilities silently ascended the platforms, donning the special attire distributed by the judges. The criteria for determining victory hinged on who could strike the button on their opponent's chest or achieve damage to a specified threshold. With clear rules for victory, the risk of mistakenly injuring an opponent was minimized, while also testing the comprehensive abilities of the participants. Even with immense strength, a lack of speed would still prevent advancement. The 3 competitors would engage in battle sequentially. Fang Ziqing was unfamiliar with the abilities of the other 2 from his group. Yesterday, Liang Ye had lectured them for an entire day on theoretical knowledge, thoroughly disseminating information on the formidable individuals from the 2 academies. Observing this, Fang Ziqing shrugged. He anticipated little pressure in this match. The other 2, however, appeared considerably more anxious, evidently having received similar preparatory guidance from their instructor. As one of the top 10 experts from the first Advanced Academy, Fang Ziqing was already etched in their memories. In the first match, Fang Ziqing faced an ability user from the 6th Academy. Noticing the slight tension on his opponent's face, Fang Ziqing smiled subtly, a halo of spiritual energy manifesting around him. The 6th Academy's ability user, witnessing this, summoned his own aura, albeit far inferior to Fang Ziqing's. Upon realizing this disparity, the individual from the 6th Academy felt a sinking sensation. According to the data, Fang Ziqing was a high-level ability user, while he himself was merely intermediate. It seemed that victory would require him to unleash his trump card. Not only did the 1st Advanced Academy grant access to a low-level martial technique, but the other 2 academies did as well. Aside from the unified training in Cannon Fist, this 6th Academy contestant had quietly begun to master another martial technique focused on agility. Fang Ziqing noticed a ripple of spiritual energy beneath his opponent's feet, and in an instant, the individual's speed surged as he charged towards him. He struck. A flicker of elation crossed the 6th Academy user's face. But as his fist passed through Fang Ziqing's form, he soon realized it was merely an illusion left in Fang Ziqing's wake. Ding! You have been defeated. Stunned by the voice emanating from his combat suit, he managed a wry smile and waved his hand, acknowledging. No wonder he's among the top 10 experts of the 1st Advanced Academy. Truly formidable. The judge signaled the result as valid. And Fang Ziqing effortlessly secured victory in the first match. This was primarily due to the vast difference in strength. Fang Ziqing had merely utilized a hint of his shadow technique, rendering his opponent unable to keep pace. When it was time for Fang Ziqing to battle the ability user from the Advanced Experimental Academy, that individual simply waved his hand in concession, acknowledging that he lacked the capability to defeat Fang Ziqing. It would be more prudent to conserve one's strength in order to contend for the reserved seat against the formidable individual from the 6th Academy. Fang Ziqing, absent-mindedly touching his nose, slowly approached the prestigious 50-strong seat at the referee's behest. The evening's chapter is experiencing a struggle for survival. As the official has commenced testing the data, in the span of just 3 days, they will assess metrics such as read-through rates and evaluations. If the results are favorable, all will be well. If not, the outcome could be fatal. I kindly implore everyone to take a moment to engage with the content over these 3 days. With heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 96. The 10 stars. While it is necessary to determine 50 seats, in reality, fewer than 30 individuals have managed to consecutively triumph over 2 opponents within a single group. The remaining slots will be contested by those entering the qualifying matches, where they will compete once more to emerge victorious. Fang Ziqing lifted his gaze and recognized some familiar faces. Aside from Yin Feiyue and Zhao Peng, who were slightly delayed, the rest were all included among these 30 individuals. To his surprise, after the conclusion of the qualifying matches, he also spotted Liang Bo, who had reportedly just recently ascended to a higher level, dramatically increasing his combat prowess. Before long, the 50 seats were filled, and the over 600 onlookers, all capable individuals, gazed at them with envy. This assembly represented the strongest 50 individuals from Tianhai City. They would be designated as key seeds by various academies, with an abundance of substantial rewards awaiting them after the competition. However, the excitement of the 50 was short-lived, as the referee announced the immediate commencement of the intense ranking matches to narrow the field from 50 to 10. The crowd held their breath, the atmosphere becoming remarkably serene. Those who had reached this level were the elite geniuses from their respective academies, with nearly half boasting a level of LV1 or higher. The fierce confrontations among the strong elevated the ambience to a fever pitch. They were unprepared for the harshness of this rule, which was even more brutal than the ranking matches from 150 to 50. In an instant, a staggering 4/5 of these prodigious talents would be eliminated, selecting the 10 stars of Tianhai City. The onlookers were exceedingly exhilarated, each harboring hopes that their academy's genius would triumph over opponents from rival institutions to secure a place among the 10 stars. These 10 individuals held profound significance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the candidates for next year's Awakener examination would likely emerge from this distinguished group. Once selected, these individuals would transcend their academies, becoming the paramount seeds of the entire Tianhai City. In addition to the prestige, they would reap numerous advantages, including substantial resource allocations. This honor and opportunity compelled the 50 participants to vie with all their might. The 50 were divided into 10 groups, with only one individual permitted to advance from each group of 5. Contrary to expectations of a prolonged individual competition, the matches unfolded with surprising swiftness, reflecting the rigorous nature of the Advanced Experimental Academy. To emerge with the best score after defeating 4 opponents among 5 was evidently a formidable challenge. This selection process employed a point system, with the 5 contestants battling in rotation. A victory earned 1 point, while draws and losses garnered no points. The individual with the highest score would prevail. In the event of a tiebreaker would be held to determine who would advance. Many among the 50 swallowed hard, their hands clasped in prayer, beseeching not to face adversaries like Gu Wan or Xing Fei. Otherwise, it would be better to concede outright. In this ranking competition, not only will 10 stars be determined, but a comprehensive ranking will also be established based on the points accumulated, representing the standings of these 50 individuals in the Tianhai district. It can be said that the honor of this competition is minimal, yet the resources each participant can acquire are substantial. The strong remain strong, and falling behind, even slightly, means being unable to keep pace with others. This is also a significant reason why Liang Ye persuaded Fang Ziqing to treat this competition with utmost seriousness. Fang Ziqing surveyed the crowd around him. The 6 of them should not be grouped together, for it would be undesirable if kin were to clash. In an instant, the large screen displayed the list of 10 teams, prompting everyone to scrutinize it closely. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Upon glancing at the list, Fang Ziqing found himself grouped with that fellow Liang Bo, unable to suppress a wry smile at such fortune. At that moment, Liang Bo, seated beside him, jested, "Boss Fang, when we meet, just concede right away to save your energy." Fang Ziqing playfully punched him, exclaiming, "Do I still need your assistance?" Liang Bo nodded in agreement, repeatedly affirming. The selection of the 10 individuals would not occur simultaneously, to allow the audience to witness the combat of these 50 individuals clearly. The Academy decided to conduct the matches consecutively. The first group of 5, having been drawn, nervously entered the competition lineup. Under the gaze of the crowd, the 5 felt a surge of anxiety, for unlike before, they were now the focal point. Fang Ziqing focused intently, and to his surprise, Bai Yi was among them, the only female in their team. Noticing her gaze upon him, Fang Ziqing gestured encouragement. Bai Yi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and nodded. At that moment, a grand arena gradually ascended at the center, leaving the 5 somewhat bewildered. A well-fought battle would undoubtedly yield significant benefits, while failure could make them the subject of ridicule among all capable individuals in the Tianhai district. Chapter 97. The defender Bai Yi. The judge stood at the center and announced, "There are 2 modes of competition, the wheel battle, where the 5 compete sequentially to determine the victor, with the highest scorer advancing, and the defense battle, where if one member of the team steps forward as the champion, the remaining 4 may challenge in succession. If they defeat all challengers, they advance directly." Fang Ziqing nodded. The defense battle was clearly designed for individuals like Gu Wan, where the disparity in strength was too great, and continuous bouts would be excessively time-consuming. Initially, none of the 5 stepped forward. The prospect of 1 against 4 was daunting for anyone. The judge glanced around and asked, "Is no one stepping forward as the champion? I will count to 3, and if no one stands up, we will proceed with the wheel battle. 3, 2, wait." Bai Yi stepped forward and declared to the judge, "I will defend." The entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Regardless of the outcome, her courage warranted the admiration of all present, especially since she was the sole female in the team. At that moment, everyone focused on Bai Yi. Even those from other academies could not help but cheer her on. A photograph of Bai Yi's information appeared on the large screen. Champion, Bai Yi, Academy, Tianhai District First Advanced Academy. At this moment, the 4 members of Team 1 exchanged glances, a hint of blush gracing their cheeks, causing one girl to shy away. Fang Ziqing scrutinized the team composition. Aside from one male student from the Advanced Experimental Academy, who ranked within the top 10 and was somewhat familiar to him, the others posed no significant threat to Bai Yi. Indeed, after a brief flurry of activity, the intense competition commenced. As soon as Bai Yi made her move, she astonished the entire arena. A dazzling aura of spiritual energy emerged, prompting exclamations of disbelief. "What? She has reached the perfect realm." It was unexpected that the First Advanced Academy was teeming with such talent. In addition to Gu Wan, another formidable opponent had emerged. It is worth noting that currently, apart from Gu Wan and Xing Fei, no one else had attained the perfect realm. The audience was taken aback by such a remarkable surprise in the opening match. At that moment, the capable individuals from the First Advanced Academy stood up unabashedly, cheering, 1 against 4, 1 against 4. The students from the other 2 academies were equally spirited, chanting, "Luo Rue go! Luo Rue go!" While Bai Yi received the loudest applause, Luo Rue, the top expert from the Advanced Experimental Academy, also garnered attention. Previously, he had been calm and composed, with his eyes closed in meditation. However, upon the revelation of Bai Yi's prowess, his brow furrowed, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Having assessed his 4 opponents, he was well acquainted with their basic information. Although Bai Yi was among the top 10 experts of the First Academy, Luo Rue did not take her too seriously. As a high-level capable individual, he was unafraid of any adversary. Yet, now faced with a hierarchical disadvantage, unless he excelled significantly in martial skills, victory would prove exceedingly challenging. The shock was not limited to him and the capable individuals in the audience. The remaining 45 observers from 9 other groups also appeared pensive. Fang Ziqing smiled and nodded, realizing that this girl had indeed surprised him by breaking through to the perfect realm. At that moment, Jiang Lixin and the others widened their eyes in awe and envy. After all, they had spent a week together as teammates. Previously, apart from Guwan, they were all level 1 advanced capable individuals. The sudden breakthrough of one among them to the perfect realm caught everyone off guard. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in others' minds, Bai Yi remained remarkably composed, her expression neutral as she stood on the stage awaiting challengers. The remaining members of her team hesitated, unwilling to be the first to face her. Observing their reluctance, the referee stepped forward and declared, if no one challenges, Team 1's Bai Yi will directly advance to the top 10, while the rest will compete in a round-robin to determine their rankings. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, yet still no one stepped forward. Just as the referee was about to announce Bai Yi's advancement to the top 10, Luo Rue, the strongest among the 4, gritted his teeth and ascended the stage. Previously, he had not intended to be the first, calculating that it would be best to wait until others discerned her strengths. However, it was evident that the other 3 had the same notion, as the referee was on the verge of disqualifying them. It was only natural for the strongest among them to step forward and face the challenge. The audience held their breath, watching the 2 contenders clasp their fists on the stage. In battles between masters, the outcome can often hinge on a mere instant. Luo Rue was a power-type ability user. In addition to his cannon fist, he had also practiced a martial technique known as Earth Shatter. It was evident that Bai Yi was an ability user who emphasized speed. Her choice of a low-level martial technique was the Green Serpent Step, previously selected by Lianya during her virtual battle against Fang Ziqing. The perfection of one's realm, whether in terms of spiritual energy content or strength, surpassed that of higher realms. Not to mention, each minor advancement would fortify one's body, enhancing power and speed considerably. Luo Rue was acutely aware of the current predicament. To prolong the confrontation would lead him to certain doom. Thus, to defeat her, he could only rely on the strength he took pride in. As a speed-type ability user, Bai Yi would clearly not allow anyone to dictate her pace. The moment the referee signaled, she lunged at Luo Rue. Witnessing her terrifying speed, devoid of any martial technique, Luo Rue was taken aback. She closed the distance in an instant. In a moment of panic, disregarding the expenditure of spiritual energy, he unleashed the second tier of Cannon Fist, aiming to strike Bai Yi. The spectators below nodded in acknowledgement. They all recognized that being able to employ the second tier of a low-level martial technique at the LV1 realm was a hallmark of genius. Indeed, Luo Rue deserved his reputation as one of the top 10 prodigies of the Advanced Academy. Jiang Lixin nervously inquired, Fang, what do you think? Fang Ziqing chuckled lightly. If it were the previous Bai Yi, she might have had to exert some effort, but now, the disparity is too great. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yi's toes briefly emanated a hint of azure spiritual energy. The martial technique, Green Serpent Step, which had never before been revealed to the crowd, was instantly activated. Luo Rue's powerful punch, enhanced by his martial technique, failed to even graze the hem of Bai Yi's garment. As he realized he had lost track of his target. This is bad. Just as Luo Rue came to this realization and attempted to pivot, Bai Yi perceived his movement as exceedingly sluggish. With pinpoint accuracy, a flurry of fist shadows struck Luo Rue's back. Even though Bai Yi had held back somewhat, the force bolstered by her perfected realm still sent the sturdy Luo Rue staggering. Bai Yi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, rooted in place. Meanwhile, Luo Rue could only manage a wry smile as he addressed the referee. I concede. The onlookers, somewhat baffled, questioned why Luo Rue chose to surrender. He bowed to Bai Yi, expressing gratitude. Thank you, classmate Bai, for your mercy. He recognized that with such a glaring flaw, had his opponent unleashed her full power, he would have surely found himself on the ground. Gazing at Bai Yi, adorned in white with her silver hair cascading down to her waist, she resembled a celestial being. Luo Rue, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, asked, Classmate Bai, may I have the honor of becoming friends? As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, amplified through the sound system. Following Bai Yi's remarkable performance, it seems that yet another goddess-like figure is poised to emerge within the entire Tianhai city. In an instant, the captivated male audience erupted in cheers, hailing her as the goddess Bai. Even the supporters of Gu Wan and Xing Fei found themselves overshadowed by the fervor of Bai Yi's admirers. Upon hearing Luo Rui's shameless remarks, the members of the so-called Bai family army, a group of empowered individuals, flushed with indignation and vociferously condemned him. Despite being the target of their ire, Luo Rui, undeterred, continued, "Classmate Bai, I harbor no ill intentions. I simply respect your prowess after our battle and wish to befriend you." At that moment, Jiang Lixin playfully nudged Fang Ziqing, remarking, "Fang, little Bai has caught someone's eye. Why not make a grand entrance and defeat Luo Rui decisively?" Before Fang Ziqing could respond, a piece of candy soared through the air, accurately striking Jiang Lixin on the head. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, clutching her head, only to see Gu Wan staring at her impassively, saying, "Here is a candy for you to keep your mouth shut." Chapter 99. 1 against 4. Upon hearing Gu Wan's words, Jiang Lixin quickly covered her head and stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue stifled their laughter. Their trio's dynamics had long been apparent to the onlookers, with Jiang Lixin being the carefree one who often found herself in trouble. Luo Rui's words left Bai Yi flustered. Not because of him, but out of concern that Fang Ziqing might misunderstand the situation. She anxiously glanced at Fang Ziqing and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he remained unfazed. Observing Bai Yi's discomposure, Luo Rui mistakenly believed his charm had affected her. He then struck a pose he deemed impressive and asked, "I wonder if classmate Bai has time this afternoon too." Before he could finish, he noticed Bai Yi walking past him, showing no inclination to respond. Left standing on the stage in disbelief, Luo Rui was soon interrupted by the referee, a teacher from the Advanced Academy, who impatiently declared, "This student should exit the stage. We need to commence the next match." Laughter erupted from the audience. Luo Rui, now visibly embarrassed, descended the stage with a grim expression. If even the formidable Luo Rui was easily bested by Bai Yi, the remaining 3 opponents, having lost their fighting spirit after witnessing her prowess, fell one by one within mere minutes. Each defeat was met with thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. Bai Yi's reputation soared, becoming increasingly renowned among the empowered individuals of the 3 major academies. Even some teachers from other institutions took note of her, planning to analyze her combat techniques and treat her as a significant subject for future observation. What was most unexpected was the rapid expansion of the so-called Bai family army among her fanbase, which now rivaled that of the initially most vocal supporters. Gu Wan and Xing Fei, with her striking beauty, captivating figure, and formidable strength, she had undoubtedly ignited the hearts of all the young men present. Even more surprising was the unprecedented number of supporters from the 6th Advanced Academy. Upon careful contemplation, it becomes evident that the 1st Advanced Academy boasts the presence of Gu Wan, while the Experimental Advanced Academy is represented by Xing Fei. Yet, the 6th Advanced Academy is still in need of a goddess to grace the occasion. Their fervor has incited a mix of envy and admiration among some of the female students from the 6th Advanced Academy, their teeth gnashing in frustration. As Bai Yi triumphed over her 4th opponent, achieving an impressive feat of defeating 4 adversaries at once, the excitement reached its zenith. The name of Bai Yi echoed throughout the venue, with some boys even shamelessly calling out to her. Nevertheless, even the most critical of girls could not help but acknowledge Bai Yi's formidable prowess, offering their commendations. The judge ascended the stage and adorned Bai Yi with a medal symbolizing her place among the top 10, gesturing for her to take her seat among the elite. Bai Yi nodded, a flicker of joy igniting within her heart as she glanced towards Fang Ziqing. Noticing his approving gesture, she could not suppress a smile. The opinions of others mattered little to her. All she desired was Fang Ziqing's approval. At that moment, her bashful demeanor was not lost on her fan club, who erupted into fervent cheers. Fang Ziqing reclined comfortably in his seat. Being part of the 10th team meant he would be the last to compete, affording him ample time to rest. Once the top 10 were determined, the remaining matches would unfold on the smaller arena, allowing the larger stage to be claimed by the 2nd team vying for glory. Fang Ziqing, narrowing his eyes, intended to take a brief nap, only to be stirred awake by a sudden outcry. Rubbing his eyes, he turned his gaze to the arena, where he saw Gu Wan standing prominently. He nodded in acknowledgement, realizing it was her team that had commenced, but the uproar was unexpected. The judge, with a hint of excitement, addressed Gu Wan, asking, "Do you truly intend to take on 4 opponents simultaneously?" Gu Wan nodded affirmatively, signaling her intent. 1 against 4? A decisive battle at once. No wonder the crowd erupted in such astonishing cheers. Fang Ziqing smacked his lips thoughtfully, stroking his chin. When did Gu Wan become so ostentatious? It seemed necessary to impart some wisdom upon her. One must maintain a low profile and quietly amass fortune. In truth, Gu Wan had no desire for the limelight. She was merely influenced by Bai Yi's prior performance, feeling a stir within her. Her own achievement of defeating 4 opponents was simply a continuation of Bai Yi's precedent. While Gu Wan typically scorned competition, she was unwilling to fall short in comparison to Bai Yi. Meanwhile, Xing Fei, seated among the top 10, was seething with indignation. Just prior, she had accomplished a similar feat of defeating 4 opponents, following in Bai Yi's footsteps, only to be publicly humiliated by Gu Wan's bold display. In reality, Xing Fei was overthinking. Gu Wan had never aimed her sights on her. Clenching her seat tightly, her chest heaving with agitation, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Gu Wan, are you declaring war on me?" At that moment, the 4 opponents standing before Gu Wan bore the greatest pressure, their faces contorted in despair, unsure of how to proceed. Losing in a 4-on-1 scenario would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Among them were capable students from 3 different academies, including the esteemed Sun Hong from the First Advanced Academy. "Let us confront her together." Gu Wan spoke at a leisurely pace, and 2 ethereal halos of spiritual energy manifested beside her, signifying her formidable status as a level 2 ability user. The 4 individuals present could not help but swallow hard. The oppressive aura emanating from a single halo was indeed terrifying. Even without making a move, Gu Wan instilled a sense of pressure within the group. Previously, they had never encountered a level 2 ability user and had merely assumed it was a matter of varying degrees of spiritual energy. They harbored a glimmer of hope, believing they were not insurmountable. However, standing before Gu Wan now, they pondered whether they could endure even 3 rounds in a 1-on-1 confrontation. A level 6 ability user turned to the others and said, "Although we hail from different academies, I implore you to set aside our differences and unite against our adversary. Should we be defeated 4-1, I fear it will reflect poorly on us all in the future." The 3 nodded in agreement. This was no longer merely a matter of advancement. It pertained to their honor, and they were determined to give their utmost effort. Observing the reinvigorated spirits of the 4, Gu Wan nodded. She did not wish her impulsive actions to lead to their demoralization. The 4 gradually stepped forward, each emanating varying intensities of spiritual halos. The spectators below held their breath, captivated by the rising energy surrounding the quartet. Clearly, they intended to unleash their full potential from the very outset. With a commanding shout from one of them, the 4 swiftly surged forward, their spiritual energy converging upon Gu Wan. As they approached, a wave of exhilaration washed over them. Surely, even if Gu Wan were to endure their combined might, she would not emerge unscathed. However, what transpired next left the onlookers in awe. In an instant, Gu Wan, seemingly motionless, evaded their flawlessly coordinated assault with an uncanny grace and speed. Illusions flickered beneath her feet, and despite their perfect formation, not even the hem of her garment was grazed. Xing Fei, among the top 10 competitors, narrowed her eyes in realization. "Indeed, Gu Wan, you have mastered intermediate martial techniques." The spectators were left dumbfounded. Those who had yet to grasp the basics of low-level techniques were now witnessing the execution of intermediate martial arts. A girl in the audience let out a rueful smile. "It's truly Gu Wan." Her companions nodded in agreement. Gu Wan, as the most gifted talent from Tianhai City, was not merely a title. Today's 4-against-1 battle showcased the prowess befitting the foremost genius. The most astonished were the 4 attackers themselves, who could only appreciate the terrifying agility displayed by Gu Wan. They swallowed hard. This was no ordinary low-level martial skill. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wan launched her counterattack. Chapter 101. Pinnacle of prestige. Without even augmenting her strength with martial techniques, she struck each of the 4 with a single punch. Unsurprisingly, none could withstand the force of her blow. In that moment, they were left dazed, finally recalling that Gu Wan was categorized as a strength-type competitor in the records. After undergoing the enhancements of level 2, her gentle punch was on par with their own, bolstered by extensive expenditure of spiritual energy. The 4 clutched their chests, sharing rueful smiles. The battle had concluded in a mere round, and the victor was unmistakably clear. Many believed that the 4 of them could at least endure for a while. Little did they know, their defeat came so swiftly that they scarcely had time to react and cheer. "Gu Wan, Gu Wan. Ah, my goddess is truly remarkable." "Nonsense, she is my goddess." "Who do you think you are? What did you say? Are you looking for a fight?" The atmosphere below erupted in an instant. Gu Wan's prestige soared to unparalleled heights, solidifying her reputation as the foremost genius of Tianhai City. The teachers from the 3 major academies could not help but nod in agreement. Gu Wan's talent was indeed formidable even among her peers. One could easily envision her claiming a coveted seat as an awakened in the upcoming major examination. Meanwhile, the esteemed He Rin burst into hearty laughter, patting the shoulder of his contemporary, the leader of the experimental advanced academy, and remarked, "Old Bai, isn't our Gu Wan exceptional?" The man known as Old Bai, observing He Ren's smug expression, replied, "This girl is impressive, but our Xing Fei from the Experimental Advanced Academy is no pushover." The title of the top genius in Tianhai City is still up for grabs. Both teachers and spectators were largely divided into two factions. Some believed that Gu Wan would continue to uphold her title as the premier genius today, while others speculated that Xing Fei would surpass Gu Wan and seize the title for herself. As the situation intensified, it seemed that the students watching the competition were even more agitated than the competitors themselves, with some nearly resorting to physical confrontation. However, the atmosphere in the top 10 area grew somewhat awkward. Upon returning to the top 10 zone, Gu Wan took her seat, and those around her fell into an unusual silence, casting peculiar glances at both Gu Wan and Xing Fei. As of now, Gu Wan's team had completed their turn in the 8th round. Bai Yi, Xing Fei, Zhao Heng, Yin Feiyue, Chao Yan, Wang Kaijun, and Jiang Lixin had all secured their spots in the top 10. From the first Advanced Academy, Gu Wan, Bai Yi, Jiang Lixin, and Yin Feiyue sat together. From the Experimental Advanced Academy, Xing Fei, Chao Yan, and Wang Kaijun formed another group. The 6th Advanced Academy, currently the most isolated, had only one representative, Zhao Heng. In the top 10, 2 spots remained, and Jiang Lixin and her team closely monitored the upcoming matches. So far, only Zhao Peng's team, the 9th, and Fang Ziqing's team, the 10th, had yet to determine their standings in the top 10. The next match would feature Zhao Peng's 9th team. Jiang Lixin stood up and shouted, "Zhao Peng, you must give it your all." Zhao Peng nodded slightly, feeling an unusual surge of excitement. Seeing his companions advance to the top 10, he clenched his fists. This time, their 9th team faced a tough opponent. The 6th Advanced Academy had another contender, a boy equally adept in speed, who was also the only one from their academy with a chance of breaking into the top 10. He would undoubtedly give it his all. Neither Zhao Peng nor Lu Yang from the 6th Advanced Academy stepped forward to take the stage as the challenger. In situations where their strengths were closely matched, adopting a defensive stance was tantamount to courting disaster. As the time elapsed without anyone stepping up as the challenger, the referee nodded and signaled for the wheel battle to commence. In the previous 8 rounds of combat, only 4 individuals had opted for the defensive approach in the arena battles. The newly crowned goddess Bai Yi, the top genius of Yizhong Gu Wan, the premier talent of Shigao Xing Fei, and the foremost figure of Liuzhong, Zhao Heng, stood out among the crowd. In Chapter 102, A Step Away, aside from these 4 who dominated with absolute prowess, the others emerged victorious only after arduous battles for points. It is worth noting that although Zhao Heng had yet to break through to LV2, he was still on par with Gu Wan and Xing Fei. However, his remarkable achievement of reaching the 2nd complete realm in the arena elicited admiration from all. The battles of the 9th team were exceptionally fierce. With 8 out of 10 matches already concluded, who wouldn't want to compete for the remaining 2 spots? After half an hour, Zhao Peng and Lu Yangping found themselves with equal scores, having both suffered defeats against the other 3 contenders. The ultimate showdown would thus be between the 2 of them. Zhao Peng took a deep breath. Victory was within reach, and he could not afford to be careless. He recalled Lu Yangping's recent combat performance, estimating his energy consumption and injuries. As both were speed-oriented abilities users, it was clear that they had both chosen agility-focused martial techniques for their final battle. To conserve their strength for this decisive moment, both had significantly preserved their energy. No one knew what techniques they had selected. After exchanging respectful gestures, both quickly summoned their energies. For speed-based abilities users, the priority was to seize the initiative and then continuously expand their advantage. Their speeds were evenly matched, with each round yielding victories for both sides. The spectators, particularly the abilities users watching from below, were engrossed, feeling as if they were part of the action, cheering vocally. After a brief separation, neither made a move. Through their earlier exchanges, they had both discerned the martial technique employed by the other, the same technique, a step away. This art emphasized enhancing speed, allowing for a rapid acceleration in a short time. However, the consumption of energy was considerable. Given that both were advanced LV1 abilities users, they could use it a maximum of 5 times consecutively. Zhao Peng calculated his remaining energy and assessed his opponent's reserves. This was a battle of equals. Evidently, Lu Yangping was growing impatient. In his previous fight, he had inadvertently exposed a flaw, leading to greater energy expenditure than Zhao Peng. Under normal circumstances, this would be negligible. But now it was crucial. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him, compelling him to strike first. He could not afford to fail this time. As Zhao Peng noticed Lu Yangping's energy mobilization, he understood his intent and gathered all his energy for a decisive blow. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. After all, impulsiveness could be a double-edged sword. Observing Zhao Peng in a moment of apparent distraction, Lu Yangping felt a surge of joy, channeling all his energy into the cannon fist, unleashing its second level with the force of a mountain. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhao Peng unleashed two powerful energies beneath him, executing the first level of a step away. In the astonished gaze of Lu Yangping, Zhao Peng's speed surged, effortlessly evading the attack in an instant. Due to inertia, Lu Yangping was inevitably propelled forward. As he attempted to halt and turn, he felt a tremendous force strike his back. In the top 10 area, Jiang Li's heart raced as he shouted, "Zhao Peng, splendid work." Evidently, the outcome of this match belonged to Zhao Peng, who was now panting heavily. That last strike had nearly depleted all of his spiritual energy, simultaneously serving as his trump card. After taking a moment to recuperate, Zhao Peng gradually ascended to the top 10 zone, where Yin Feiyue jumped down and gave him a hearty slap on the back, exclaiming, "Look at you, all feigned bravado. Grab my hand." Yin Feiyue pulled Zhao Peng into the top 10 area, eliciting great excitement from the crowd. The trio from Shigao and one from Lu Zhong observed with cold indifference, their displeasure growing as the number of competitors from Yizhong increased. As representatives from an external school, their irritation was inevitable. Thus, only Fang Ziqing's 10th team remained. Bai Yi, nervously clasping her hands, continually engaged in fervent prayers, feeling more anxious than during her own matches. Meanwhile, Guwan could hardly muster the energy to watch. She had no confidence in Zhao Peng's ability to secure a victory. Moreover, Team 10 lacked any formidable experts. Fang Ziqing was exceptionally fortunate. While other teams boasted at least one top 10 expert, his was composed entirely of minor players, none of whom made a notable impression. After some contemplation, he reasoned that revealing his mastery of the perfected realm at this juncture would not draw excessive attention. Thus he decided to divulge a modicum of his prowess. After all, there were battles yet to come, and he could not rely solely on his advanced skills. Stepping onto the arena, Fang Ziqing addressed the referee, "Greetings. I wish to defend my position." In the final match, a new contender emerged, prompting the teacher to regard him with admiration. Those who had previously requested to defend had all emerged victorious. They were the creme de la creme from their respective academies. Yet it remained to be seen what performance Fang Ziqing would deliver. Upon hearing his choice to defend, a student from Shigao remarked, "I recognize him. He ranks among the top 10 geniuses at Yizhong. No wonder he has the confidence to defend." Nearby, a girl from Yizhong boasted, "He is our vice class leader. Just wait and see how Fang will eliminate your Shigao representatives." A male student from Shigao attempted to retort, but upon realizing there were no formidable experts from their side on the platform, he refrained from speaking further. Fang Ziqing was indeed contemplating whether to emulate Gu Wan's strategy of facing 4 opponents at once. After all, engaging one by one would likely draw more attention to him. As someone deeply afflicted with paranoia, Fang Ziqing was quite reluctant to be the center of attention. Nevertheless, mimicking Gu Wan's swift approach could prove expedient, though it might attract undue scrutiny. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to take a more cautious route, choosing to face them individually. While the performances of other defenders were commendable, Gu Wan's display was nothing short of exemplary. Fang Ziqing's performance, however, might barely pass muster. Regardless of who entered the arena, before the audience could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed Fang Ziqing swiftly dispatching his opponents with single punches or kicks, leaving even one female contestant unable to escape unscathed. Throughout this ordeal, he did not reveal any martial techniques. Observing the crowd on the verge of tears, Fang Ziqing internally mused, "I am doing this for your own good." Given his current strength, augmented by martial skills, his power could potentially prove fatal. The sole reason the audience did not give Fang Ziqing a score of 0 was that he deliberately exuded an aura of LV1 perfection, inciting waves of astonishment. In the top 10 zone, Bai Yi seemed oblivious to everyone else, murmuring, "Ah, Ziqing is so handsome. Ah, Ziqing has surprisingly attained the state of perfection. How splendid. I am utterly enamored." The trio from Shigao, including Xing Fei and Zhao Hong from Lu Zhong, exchanged glances. They did not anticipate that the newly acclaimed aloof goddess would exhibit such a side. Even Zhang Lixin could not help but cover her face slightly, appearing as if she did not recognize her. Honestly speaking, with such ordinary punches and kicks, how could one deem it impressive? However, what astonished everyone was that Fang Ziqing had indeed reached the state of perfection. It seems the three of them must strive harder. Once Fang Ziqing defeated the last opponent and the referee declared victory, the crowd did not erupt into applause. The fight, after all, lacked any significant entertainment value. At that moment, Fang Ziqing felt exhilarated. "Yes, just like this, treating me as if I were invisible. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, A delicate voice resonated throughout the venue. Bai Yi stood up, her face flushed, clapping vigorously and exclaiming, "Ah, Ziqing, you are simply magnificent." Fang Ziqing slightly face-bombed. Indeed, this silly girl, and was about to signal her to stop. Then, a murmur spread through the audience. "Hey, do you find this Fang Ziqing somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, I feel the same." "Ah, is that not the infamous Fang Ziqing, the so-called goddess collector, Fang the scoundrel?" Hearing his past misdeeds being exposed, Fang Ziqing's expression darkened. "This is it. The scoundrel title I had painstakingly shed has returned. It is said that the two goddesses from the top 10, Gu Wan and Bai Yi, fought fiercely over him. Is that true?" "Absolutely. Who isn't aware of the headlines from the first high school? It is said that Gu Wan even had a child aborted." Listening to the escalating rumors, Fang Ziqing nearly spat blood. At that moment, the teacher from Shigao announced through the PA system, "The top 10 have been determined. According to tradition, those who contest this ranking may challenge the top 10 contestants, and a successful challenger will replace them. Please note the following. 1. Maliciously using a wheel battle to exhaust another participant is prohibited. This is a customary rule in the competition, as there are varying strengths within each group, and some may feel disgruntled, leading to situations where two experts exist in one group. The challenge segment was added to address this issue. Of course, the teachers have implemented measures to protect the top contestants, ensuring no loopholes are left for others to exploit. Furthermore, only students ranked within the top 30 are eligible to challenge. If one does not make it into the top 30, it merely indicates a lack of strength, not merely due to encountering stronger opponents in the same group. In truth, this segment rarely sees challenges. After all, the prowess of the top 10 is evident to all, having fought their way through. However, with the recent rumors of the two girls contending for Fang Ziqing's affections, the boys enamored with Gu Wan or Bai Yi were fuming. Even those who held no feelings for either of them decided, spurred by their indignant comrades in the audience, to teach Fang Ziqing a lesson. In an instant, a throng of challengers emerged before Fang Ziqing, clamoring for a contest, while the other 9 contestants remained unchallenged. Chapter 104. Who is this man? Observing the ruckus of challengers before him, Fang Ziqing scratched his nose. "Fang Ziqing, if you are a man, let us engage in a decisive battle." Who do you think you are? Should anyone dare to strike, they must first contend with me. Step aside. Allow me to take the lead." Observing the throng engaged in heated discussion, it appeared that each individual yearned to be the first to challenge Fang Ziqing, as if such an act would earn them a fleeting glance from their goddess. The referee, stepping forward, furrowed his brow and stated, "According to the rules, malicious challenges against a single individual are prohibited. It is impossible for all of you to engage Fang Ziqing in combat. If the clamor continues, all challengers will be disqualified." The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, wondering if these individuals had not noticed the profound mastery he had just exhibited. A throng of intermediate and advanced practitioners clamored to challenge him. To him, the act of challenging was trivial. He merely feared the subsequent exposure that might ensue, as his notoriety loomed large. After some contemplation, Fang Ziqing resolved to intimidate the crowd with sheer force, ensuring they would think twice before provoking him again. "Come at me all at once," he declared, stepping forward with a smile. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Even Gu Wan had only faced 4 at a time. How could he possibly intend to take on more than 10? The spectators exchanged incredulous looks, pondering the absurdity of Fang Ziqing's statement. The referee, frowning, quietly remarked, "Student, there is no need for such bravado. According to the regulations, they can only send a select few to battle you." Fang Ziqing nodded appreciatively at the referee, yet remained resolute about facing over 10 opponents. The reasoning was simple. He could not escape his reputation, so he might as well amplify his infamy, ensuring they would be deterred from troubling him again. Furthermore, showcasing his formidable prowess in the upcoming top 10 competition would not be unwelcome. Seeing Fang Ziqing's insistence, the referee reluctantly nodded and gestured, causing a grand arena to rise at the center. To everyone's surprise, the first to leap onto the stage was Bai Yi, who declared with a stern demeanor, "To challenge him with so many is quite bold. If you wish to fight him, you must first get past me." Among the challengers, many were enamored with Bai Yi and had sought to contest Fang Ziqing for her sake. Now, faced with her declaration, they looked at one another, bewildered. "Bai, our challenge is with Fang Ziqing. Why do you need to interfere?" One young man stepped forward to address her. "Indeed, Fang Ziqing is no relation to you. Why offer him your assistance? Rest assured, we understand you have been deceived by his insidious charm. Now, you stand in the way. Fang Ziqing, are you still a man?" The crowd exchanged barbs, some even resorting to insults aimed at Fang Ziqing. Silence. Ziqing is my man. Why can't I accept the challenge? Bai Yi's face flushed crimson as she proclaimed this. For a refined young lady to utter such words in public was previously unimaginable. Nevertheless, after her declaration, she continued to regard the crowd with icy resolve. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Could it be that Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing were indeed together? Even Jiang Lexin and the others looked taken aback. How had they failed to notice the nature of their relationship after spending so much time together? The crowd exchanged furtive glances toward Gu Wan, only to find a perplexing expression flickering across her face. With a sudden leap, Gu Wan ascended to the arena. The crowd was bewildered. As if one Bai Yi was not enough, now another Gu Wan had appeared. The dozen challengers opposite her were at a loss, sensing the escalating situation. Why waste words? The only solution was to eliminate them. Gu Wan, her expression devoid of emotion, addressed Bai Yi directly. She felt no concern for Fang Ziqing's safety. She merely recalled Bai Yi's claim that Fang Ziqing was her man. Regardless of the circumstances, Fang Ziqing was still a member of the Gu family, and it was her duty to uphold the family's honor. Gu Wan pondered this, dismissing any notions of jealousy towards Bai Yi. How childish would she be to engage in such petty rivalry? At that moment, Jiang Lexin and her companions covered their faces, murmuring, "It's happening again." Chapter 105. Fang Ziqing's female admirers? Combined chapter. As the situation spiraled further, the referee hastily gestured for silence. According to the rules, Gu Wan and Bai Yi were not permitted to engage in combat without a formal challenge. Would they not come down? The referee, evidently biased, refrained from reprimanding the two talented young women. In a more traditional setting, such disruptions would have led to disqualification. Fang Ziqing, feeling overwhelmed, observed that neither of the two seemed inclined to descend. He quickly approached the referee with an apologetic smile, then dashed onto the stage to pull them down. One at a time, the sight shattered the hearts of countless onlookers. Their goddesses were united in defending the same man, and the two, hand in hand, showed no inclination to resist. Oh, the injustice of it all. It was unbearable. Meanwhile, the local forum was ablaze with activity. Shocking news. Two women vying for a single man is indeed a reality. The love triangle among the top 10 contenders is a must-see. Fang Ziqing, after successfully pulling the two women down, pointed towards the seats designated for the top 10. "You both sit down quietly. No more nonsense, understood?" Bai Yi nodded eagerly, as she had always been obedient to Fang Ziqing, never voicing a complaint. Gu Wan, however, merely curled her lip in disdain, but chose not to escalate the chaos further. As the two settled down, a few beads of sweat formed on Fang Ziqing's forehead. He then turned his gaze to the stunned challengers, leaping onto the platform. "Aren't you here to challenge me? Why are you standing there in a daze?" Fang Ziqing resolved to teach this group a lesson for bringing him into the limelight once again. The challengers, heartbroken by the sight of their goddess siding with Fang Ziqing, consoled themselves with thoughts of being misled. Soon, both teams united, determined to teach Fang Ziqing a lesson. Observing their fervor, Fang Ziqing smirked. Setting aside the issue of level suppression, the uncoordinated challengers were nothing more than a disarrayed mob. Even with his mastery in the perfect realm, he could easily prevail. However, Fang Ziqing contemplated seizing this opportunity to break through to LV2. By doing so, he would not need to exert himself in the top 10 competition. After all, his strength was on the verge of reaching the first minor accomplishment of the sword aperture diagram. Breaking through to LV3 was merely a matter of time. Revealing LV2 is hardly a feat. Let's take action. Fang Ziqing provocatively gave a thumbs up to the group of over a dozen individuals, then slowly lowered his hand. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted as the crowd reacted with fervor. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, seated among the top contenders, struggled against Jiang Lexin's attempt to cover her mouth. Despite her efforts, the whispers persisted. Ziqing is so handsome, as Bai Yi appeared utterly smitten. The onlookers sighed, questioning how the once aloof goddess had transformed into such a state. What was Fang Ziqing doing, trying to show off? Yet, the boys felt a twinge of envy. They could only fantasize about having a goddess like Bai Yi turn into their devoted admirer. They feared they would be utterly lost in such a scenario. Below the stage, the audience had shifted as well. A faction of supporters for Fang Ziqing had mysteriously emerged, and upon closer inspection, they were all women. This ignited further resentment among the boys towards Fang Ziqing. Was it not enough to charm too? After all, the goddess was an unattainable dream. Now, he seemed intent on ensnaring those around them as well. Defeat Fang Ziqing. Save the misguided maidens. Echoed through the crowd. Ziqing, you are the best. You are my sweetheart. Amid the clashing chants, the teachers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The powers that be were confined within the academy, with little recourse but to indulge in the gossip surrounding their peers. Let them be, they concluded. At that moment, Jiang Lexin was energetically waving her hands in support of Fang Ziqing, reveling in the excitement. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Lexin, how can you be like those shameless girls down there, shouting indiscriminately? Jiang Lexin, sensing Bai Yi's reproachful gaze, quickly raised her hand. I have no intention of competing for your Fang Ziqing. You know me. I simply adore this atmosphere and couldn't help myself. Upon hearing Jiang Lexin claim Fang Ziqing as hers, Bai Yi shyly nodded, her jealousy dissipating. Oh dear, Jiang Lexin exclaimed, clutching her head as she turned around. She noticed Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu, suppressing their laughter, exchanging glances. Great, I've offended another. She observed Gu Wan, whose expression remained stoic, yet a menacing aura surrounded her. Jiang Lexin instinctively recoiled, settling into her seat in silence. In truth, they had misjudged Fang Ziqing. He had no intention of showing off. He merely sought to provoke the group, urging them to exert themselves, so he could unlock his potential and seamlessly break through to LV2. Nevertheless, seeing the indignant crowd, Fang Ziqing nodded, acknowledging that his objective had been achieved. Whether it was a 1 against 13 or 13 against 1 remained to be seen. Although the crowd yearned to confront Fang Ziqing, none were fools. As the highest-ranking individual present, wielding the complete mastery of his realm, he undoubtedly instilled considerable pressure. Not to mention, he had outclassed them by 2 levels as a mid-tier ability user. As they hesitated to take action, the fans of Ziqing in the audience began to jeer. Meanwhile, the group of men on stage, noticing the girls below giving them thumbs down, felt their heads swell and their faces flush. They exchanged glances and gradually encircled Fang Ziqing. At this moment, a girl from the fan group shouted, "How shameless! A dozen of you attacking one person and using encirclement tactics. How disgraceful!" "Indeed, that's right," came the chorus of agreement from the other fans. A nearby boy attempted to retort, but quickly realized that when it came to confronting these girls, they could not match their fervor, one by one retreating in defeat. The men on stage could not help but curse, a bunch of brainless fans. Hearing this, Fang Ziqing's lips twitched slightly. What on earth was happening? Why were these girls supporting him while uttering such nonsensical remarks? Moreover, the actions of those men were not entirely unjustifiable. Anyone familiar with theory knows that when faced with an opponent of greater strength, surrounding them to prevent them from defending against all angles is a traditional strategy. Shaking his head, Fang Ziqing chose to ignore the inexplicable support from the girls below. Observing that the encirclement was now complete, he smiled slightly. Let the beating commence. In Chapter 106, I beg you to use your full strength. With Fang Ziqing's control, a brilliant aura of spiritual energy emerged around him, clearly reaching the pinnacle of LV1. Witnessing this, those present released their own auras, though none shone as brightly as Fang Ziqing's, creating a sense of many stars surrounding a single moon. The encirclement was, in fact, composed of 2 layers. The inner layer consisted of 5 intermediate-level practitioners leading the charge, intending to wear down Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy during the LV1 stage. Although crossing a small boundary would enhance the quantity and intensity of spiritual energy, it still lacked the endurance for prolonged combat. The reason is simple. Take Bai Yi as an example. Though she is a true LV1 pinnacle practitioner, the frequent use of martial techniques would lead to significant energy depletion, likely exhausting her in no time. This is a common affliction among lower-level practitioners who can only unleash their power in brief bursts. The quantity of their spiritual energy determines their inability to take on multiple opponents. Of course, this applies to someone like Bai Yi, who can execute lower-tier martial techniques at LV1. The top 10 geniuses can use martial techniques beyond their level, and although powerful, the energy consumption is immense. Clearly, this was the strategy of the dozen or so people. They believed that even if you were at the pinnacle, how long could your energy sustain you against so many? Observing their intent to engage in a war of attrition, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he couldn't find a solution. Rather, it was simply inconvenient to seize the opportunity to break through to LV2. According to his original plan, everyone would charge in and unleash their martial techniques simultaneously, allowing him to feign defeat and, at the critical moment, break through his cultivation to overcome them. Perfect. But now, they were coming at him in small groups. Surely, he couldn't break through simply by defeating a few minor opponents. That would be too contrived. A surge of spiritual power suddenly emanated from Fang Ziqing's feet. He intended to disrupt their formation, forcing them into disarray, and then await an opportunity to charge through. Upon witnessing Fang Ziqing's unexpected counterattack, the individuals before him fell into a state of panic. At that moment, someone shouted, "He aims to eliminate a portion of us to alleviate the pressure and gradually defeat us. We must not allow him to succeed. Retreat." with a leader now present. The crowd appeared to gain a sense of direction. Without regard for anything else, they turned to flee as Fang Ziqing charged towards them. Fang Ziqing was taken aback by the sight. How could they run without even engaging in battle? A dramatic scene unfolded on the stage, as a dozen fierce opponents fled in terror from a single individual. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's fanbase erupted in enthusiasm, rising to their feet and cheering loudly. Fang Ziqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Can't these men display a modicum of masculinity? It seemed that the jeers from the audience had embarrassed the group, prompting them to halt and prepare for a counterattack. Seeing them gradually come to a stop, Fang Ziqing was elated. He accelerated and charged into their formation, adopting an expression that beckoned, "I am surrounded. Come and strike me." After a prolonged wait without any response, he pondered their inaction when he heard, "Brothers, do not fall for his ploy. It may appear he is readily inviting us, but he intends to break us from within. Everyone, be cautious." Fang Ziqing looked helplessly at the speaker, who wore an expression of self-satisfaction as if he had unraveled Fang Ziqing's scheme. Forget it. Fang Ziqing decided to eliminate this troublesome individual first. As he redirected his charge towards the speaker, the commanding man grew flustered and urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, stop him. He seeks to dismantle our command structure. He is truly devious." At that moment, Fang Ziqing wished he could slap the man across the face. "A command structure? Have you taken too many theory classes?" Nevertheless, the surrounding individuals were stirred into action, unleashing their martial skills in an attempt to intercept Fang Ziqing. With opponents now confronting him, Fang Ziqing saw no need to deal with the commander any longer and surged towards those who stood in his way. Observing the slow punches being thrown at him, he sighed slightly. "At this speed, it's impossible for them to strike me." In order to create a more convincing scenario, Fang Ziqing first eliminated one opponent, feigning ignorance of the incoming attack, then collided with the fist that was aimed at him from behind. He thought to himself, "As long as I am struck, the entire audience will undoubtedly seize the moment to launch a collective assault against me, providing the opportunity to break through my limits." However, he cautioned himself to avoid any missteps this time. To ensure that the opponent's punch would accurately connect with him, Fang Ziqing involuntarily quickened his pace. Now, it was certain to hit him, a guaranteed success. "Ah, that hurts." Just as Fang Ziqing was about to cry out in pain, a heart-wrenching scream erupted nearby. Not only was Fang Ziqing stunned, but the audience was equally taken aback. Chapter 107. The Spiritual Power Storm. What just transpired? It appears that Fang Ziqing was caught off guard, momentarily struck by another. The assailant, now cradling his arms, was weeping pitifully. The onlookers surrounding Fang Ziqing exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the sight of their comrade on his knees, wiping away tears. It seemed as though Fang Ziqing had delivered a blow, despite the fact that it was he who had collided with the man's fist. Fang Ziqing stood there in a daze, his lips forming the shape of an exclamation, perhaps contemplating whether his own robust physique had inadvertently caused the other's arm to fracture. After a brief moment, he could only manage a wry smile as he regarded the man sprawled on the ground. His current strength surpassed any expectations one might hold. Occasionally, he treated himself as though he were an ordinary ability user. Coincidentally, this brother was merely a level 1 intermediate ability user, with a physique that left much to be desired. It was likely that the earlier excitement had led to an excessive exertion of force. Feeling somewhat guilty, Fang Ziqing contemplated approaching him to offer some solace. Yet, as he took a single step forward, the man on the ground gazed up at him in terror and began to scramble backward. This movement triggered a chain reaction, as the surrounding companions hastily distanced themselves from Fang Ziqing, fearing they might be the next to fall. Observing this scene, Fang Ziqing pondered, "Am I truly that fearsome?" The thoughts racing through the mind of the fallen comrade remained a mystery to all. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with excitement, believing he was fortunate to have seized upon Fang Ziqing's vulnerability. He could envision the glory that would accompany his victory, defeating Fang Ziqing with a single punch. A culmination of all his strength and martial skills, paired with fervent prayers for accuracy. Indeed, fate did not disappoint him. He had struck true. However, the anticipated momentum of his attack did not materialize. Instead, he heard a resounding crack. As he pondered whether he had struck too harshly, believing he might have broken Fang Ziqing's rib, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his arm, revealing the grim reality that he had broken his own arm in the act of attacking. Once again, he met Fang Ziqing's gaze, now filled with a demonic fear. Regret washed over him for having dared to challenge this formidable figure. As the referee lifted the terrified young man away, the remaining 12 stood in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. To continue the assault seemed foolish, given the recent outcome, while conceding defeat was equally unthinkable. How could they return home after losing to one against many? Faced with this stalemate, the referee cleared his throat, declaring that if they did not engage within a minute, they would be deemed the losers. Meanwhile, not only the girls in the audience, but some boys too began to jeer, lamenting the embarrassment their academy would face. At that moment, the 12 on stage could no longer afford to consider Fang Ziqing's prowess. Their sense of dignity demanded they defend it with their fists. Sensing the resurgence of determination among his adversaries, Fang Ziqing nodded in approval. Come forth, he beckoned, eager for the challenge. The 12 unleashed their spiritual energy in unison. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. Even the referee watched intently as the battle unfolded. Though they mocked them, all 12 were among the top 30 strongest in Tianhai City. At this moment, they unleashed their spiritual powers with full force, revealing a strength that was not to be underestimated. The onlookers could sense a tempest of spiritual energy stirring on the arena, its might escalating continuously. In the face of this storm, Fang Ziqing resembled a fragile wooden boat amidst tumultuous waves, at any moment liable to be capsized and swallowed by the depths. Observing the formidable gathering of individuals before him, Fang Ziqing felt a surge of elation within. The moment of truth was finally upon him. He had been eagerly anticipating this. Chapter 108. The surge of spiritual energy. The crowd from the top 10 area leaned forward, their gazes fixed on the arena. Jiang Lixin expressed her concern, wondering if Fang Laodao would be all right. The combined force of over a dozen individuals channeling their spiritual energy was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was oblivious to her words. Her mind consumed with worry as she watched Fang Ziqing on the stage, the surrounding spiritual energy flickering ominously. It seemed as though she wished to take his place. Jiang Lixin then turned to Gu Wan, only to find her wearing a serene expression, devoid of any worry. Gu Wan had long been aware that Fang Ziqing's cultivation was on par with her own, and she was certain that he would not encounter any danger. However, the sheer magnitude of the combined spiritual energy was daunting, resolving it would necessitate martial skills. She pondered how he would choose to navigate this challenge. Due to not revealing his LV2 abilities, he was unable to employ intermediate martial techniques, and the third tier of low-level martial arts was also out of reach. The first and second tiers of the cannon fist were evidently insufficient to withstand such a colossal surge of spiritual energy. In truth, Fang Ziqing found himself in a quandary. Under normal circumstances, he might not have succeeded, but with his formidable strength, it was not impossible to withstand this onslaught using merely the first and second tiers of cannon fist. However, he had never unleashed his full power against an opponent before, leaving him uncertain about how much strength to exert. As the crowd drew closer, Fang Ziqing resolved to employ the first tier of cannon fist, launching several punches aimed directly at his adversaries. In his heart, he hoped for the best outcome. Perhaps he would falter just enough to break through his limits amid the crisis. With this thought, he tempered his strength slightly. The grand assault from the crowd finally reached Fang Ziqing, resulting in a clash of spiritual energies. In an instant, he sensed the intensity of the spiritual storm and decided to withdraw some of his power, allowing them to gain a slight advantage. As he observed the rapid advance of their spiritual energy, a subtle smile graced his lips. Come closer, let the threat I face grow greater, and in that moment, I shall. Just then, the spiritual energy within him surged as if provoked. Watching the influx of other spiritual forces encroach upon him felt akin to an invasion of his territory. Even as Fang Ziqing desperately suppressed his volatile energy, some of it inevitably spilled forth. A thunderous boom echoed through the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd, each individual stunned, their gazes fixed on the stage. Let us rewind time slightly. A moment before, the group had been gaining the upper hand, poised to drive Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy back entirely, eliciting great joy among them. Bai Yi from the top 10 had already manifested her spiritual energy, crushing the railing in her grip. Guan looked on, her expression one of confusion as she wondered why Fang Ziqing was feigning weakness. With a thunderous boom, it was as if spiritual energy had been ignited. The dozen or so individuals who had previously held the upper hand were abruptly thrust into the air, as if struck by an immense force of spiritual power. The judges below were the first to react, swiftly rising to catch the airborne contestants. They gazed in astonishment at Fang Ziqing, who stood at the center of the stage. His head bowed and his body trembling slightly. Bai Yi covered her mouth in shock and hurriedly made her way off the stage. At that moment, even Fang Ziqing, despite his usually placid temperament, could not refrain from cursing. After meticulously planning for so long, he desired nothing less than a flawless outcome. Yet this sudden eruption of spiritual energy had thrown everything into disarray. It was, in truth, not entirely Fang Ziqing's fault for his oversight. He seldom engaged in combat with others, and thus had no clear understanding of his true capabilities. He had never been forced back by another's spiritual power before. In an attempt to feign weakness, he had invited their energies to converge within him, only to have his own power surge unexpectedly. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the majority of his spiritual energy, or else his classmates might have suffered severe injuries, if not worse, from the overwhelming force. Fang Ziqing exerted every ounce of effort to calm the tumultuous energy within him, striving to restore tranquility. Meanwhile, the teachers nearby exchanged wide-eyed glances, whispering among themselves. Isn't that an attack requiring LV3 to unleash spiritual energy externally? How could he, being merely LV1, possibly achieve such a feat? Chapter 109. Breaking LV2 in public. Haishi glanced sideways at Liangya, who leaned in to whisper something in his ear. With a hearty laugh, he responded, "What? Are the esteemed teachers envious of the genius from my first advanced academy?" Beside him, the esteemed Bai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Old Hey, what is the background of your student? For years, I have never heard of anyone below LV3 being able to execute an external attack." Liangya stepped forward with a smile, addressing Bai. "In truth, my student merely encountered a fortuitous clash of energies as they approached him. There is no need for such alarm." Bai shook his head, pondering, if it were merely a clash of energies, then all should have been injured. Why is he unscathed? Old Hay patted his shoulder. "With your limited talent, do you really think you can unravel the mysteries of these true prodigies?" Bai's beard bristled in indignation. But after a moment, he merely shrugged. Indeed, facing such talent, he and his peers could only marvel at their extraordinary gifts. Rushing onto the stage, Bai enveloped Fang Ziqing in an embrace, her eyes glistening with concern. "Ziqing, are you all right?" Fang Ziqing gently patted her head, reassuring her. "Do I not appear to be unscathed?" Finally, the audience began to comprehend the unfolding scene. The first to voice their discontent regarding Bai's embrace were not her own fans, but rather Fang Ziqing's female admirers, who cried out, "How dare you? Val Bai, release our prince. Ziqing, do not let that woman hold you. I am distraught. I challenge you to a duel, Bai." At this moment, the judge approached the stage, declaring, "In this challenge, Fang Ziqing emerges victorious." Fang Ziqing, listening to this announcement, gritted his teeth in frustration. After all this effort, he still could not achieve a reasonable breakthrough? It was truly vexing. As Fang Ziqing's eyes flickered, he exclaimed, I feel as though a surge of mystical energy is stirring within my body." Bai, alarmed, turned pale and flustered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Jiang Lexin and her companions from the top 10 districts rushed over, anxiously seeking the teacher's assistance. The teachers hurried to their side, only to be intercepted by Gu Wan. With a furrowed brow, the Dark Lord inquired, "Gu Wan, why do you obstruct us? We need to conduct an examination on Fang Ziqing." Gu Wan, arms crossed and demeanor calm, replied, "From his current state, I believe no examination is necessary. He is likely on the verge of a breakthrough." This statement shocked the crowd, drawing their gazes to Fang Ziqing. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing silently gave Gu Wan a thumbs up in his heart, thinking, "She truly understands me." He was genuinely concerned that the Dark Lord's examination might unveil something amiss. His decision to attempt a breakthrough in such a public setting was deliberate. Firstly, with the impending top 10 competition, he would undoubtedly need to unleash powers beyond level 1. Secondly, while he had not utilized external forces to break through to level 2, the atmosphere he had cultivated was undeniably conducive. Intentionally allowing his turbulent energy to flow more freely, Fang Ziqing created a spectacle of surging spiritual power around him. Exuding an air of ferocity, the aura surrounding him flickered dramatically, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Observing this, the crowd recognized that a breakthrough was indeed forthcoming. And under the teacher's guidance, they formed a space for Fang Ziqing. The emotions swirling within the onlookers were as diverse as they were intense. Bai, with a trembling voice, fervently prayed for Fang Ziqing's safety. For the Dark Lord and the other teachers, there was a blend of surprise and hope. The genius from their prestigious academy was not alone in his prowess. Another prodigy was emerging. The second academy, it seemed, would not rise to prominence anytime soon, much to their amusement. Conversely, the teachers from the second academy and sixth academy gazed at the Dark Lord with envy and jealousy, lamenting that such fortune had not graced their institution. The situation was particularly complex for Jiang Lexin and her peers, having once traversed the vast seas of power. Witnessing Bai and Fang Ziqing achieving perfection had already astounded them. Now, with Fang Ziqing poised to break through to level 2, they felt utterly overwhelmed. Even the spectators in the audience were hushed, fearful of disturbing Fang Ziqing's concentration. Today was indeed filled with unexpected marvels, and they marveled at the privilege of witnessing such a historic moment. Amidst this, Gu Wan maintained a calm demeanor, smirking inwardly, You're putting on quite the show. After what felt like an eternity, half an hour passed, making Fang Ziqing nearly drowsy. Having been present during Gu Wan's previous breakthrough, which also took about half an hour, he dared not rush the process. Finally, the crowd sensed an even more potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from Fang Ziqing, as his aura fluctuated. Seemingly on the brink of transformation, they held their breaths, eyes wide, fixated on Fang Ziqing seated in the arena. At last, a resonant crack echoed as Fang Ziqing slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Accompanying his motions were two ethereal auras of spiritual energy that emerged around him. He had broken through. Chapter 110. A shift in resources. Even the young men who had previously denounced Fang Ziqing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was truly breathtaking. Before their very eyes, he had ascended to the ranks of super geniuses, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Wan and Xing Fei. Finally, there was a super genius among the boys as well. At this moment, many young men found themselves turning their admiration towards Fang Ziqing, shifting from skepticism to support. There was no denying the overwhelming brilliance of a super genius, magnifying one's charisma to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, Xing Fei's heart was a tumult of emotions. Observing yet another breakthrough to the prestigious LV2 realm, alongside Gu Wan, she clenched her fists in determination. Fang Ziqing was it. I shall remember you. Thus, the top 10 competition came to a close. Over 600 ability users gazed up at the 10 stars that symbolized honor and status. The 3 LV2 ability users, in particular, now appeared unfathomable in their prowess, as if a chasm had formed between them and the rest. Determining the top 10 from 150 participants had taken merely a morning. The afternoon would feature a ranking competition between the 20 and 50 slots. Traditionally, despite the preliminary rankings, they did not guarantee that those of superior strength would be satisfied. Hence, a challenge format akin to the top 10 competition would be established. History has shown that the 50-strong challenge is fiercely contested, with rankings fluctuating unpredictably. The 40 ability users within the top 50 would vie for 20 coveted positions within the top 30. Only those who entered the top 30 could be deemed seed candidates for their respective academies, thus receiving substantial resource allocation. By now, everyone was acutely aware that following this competition, they would be classified into distinct tiers. The first tier, the illustrious top 10, would essentially comprise those qualified to contend for awakening positions in the major examination, receiving the utmost resource allocation and attention from their academies. The second tier, the 20 individuals within the top 30, might, after some time, leap ahead and surpass the top 10, securing resources just shy of those allocated to the elite. The third tier encompassed the 20 participants ranked 30 to 50, for whom the academy still harbored some hope and thus provided a fair share of resources. The fourth tier consisted of the over 600 ability users ranked beyond the top 50 in the Tianhai district. These individuals were generally incapable of contending for awakening positions in the major examination, receiving the least support. Many deemed this tiered classification excessively harsh and somewhat inhumane. However, as Liang stated, everyone starts from a level playing field. 2 months ago, we were all low-level ability users. Some trained diligently as if they had 48 hours in a day, while others squandered their talents in idleness and leisure. Why should these individuals receive the same treatment as those who work hard and possess talent? Despite the differing pedagogical approaches of the 3 major academies, one principle remained universally applicable. To attain what one desires, one must fight for it with resolve. Those who do not strive deserve to remain in the shadows. It can be said that the competition this afternoon will be exceedingly fierce, as the top 50 and the top 30 represent entirely different realms of resources and attention. Such a setup has compelled the remaining 40 individuals to exert themselves fully in the contest ahead. Meanwhile, the spectators, who possess abilities, now find themselves enveloped in a slight melancholy. They previously scoffed at this one for being too weak and that one for being inadequate. Yet, these competitors are striving for their future prospects, unlike themselves who lack even the qualification to compete. One can foresee that after this contest, a significant upheaval will occur among the capable individuals throughout Tianhai City. The strong will become even stronger, while the weak will dwindle further. The disparity will grow increasingly pronounced, to the extent that a gifted ability user might awaken to their potential, only to find it nearly impossible to catch up. Chapter 111. You are not qualified. During the midday break, a team of 6 members gathered in the newly established restaurant of Shizhou for a meal. Yin Feiyue set down his chopsticks and lamented, "Alas, although we are all in the top 10, the gap is simply too vast. Not to mention Gu Wan, even you, Fang Laoda, have broken through to LV2. Where does that leave us?" Zhao Peng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing, and Bai Yi have already surpassed the three of us, and the pressure is immense. Jiang Lixin sighed, enough of that. Fortunately, this afternoon's events do not concern us. Let us focus on preparing for tomorrow's top 10 competition and aim for a commendable rank. Bai Yi nodded, tomorrow, we shall be opponents. Jiang Lixin raised her glass. If the three of you happen to face me, do remember to show mercy for the sake of our camaraderie as teammates. The six clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Jiang Lixin smiled. However, that formidable Xing Fei from Shigao is quite the force. With both of you being LV2 experts, she certainly cannot be allowed to claim the top position. Fang Ziqing shrugged and gestured towards Guwan. I leave that task to Guwan. I have just recently advanced and am not yet adept at wielding my abilities. I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. With a resounding thud, Guwan slammed down her cup and declared, when facing me, no mercy shall be shown. She then locked her gaze onto Fang Ziqing, exuding an intimidating presence. Fang Ziqing quickly averted his eyes, aware of the implication behind Guwan's words. She was urging him to compete earnestly, to ensure a fair and just contest. However, he too had his own constraints. With a smile, Fang Ziqing reassured Guwan, fear not, I cannot guarantee anything else, but the top 3 is within reach. Guwan, however, pressed on, no, I must eliminate Xing Fei. While others might perceive their exchange as mere bravado, Fang Ziqing understood that Guwan was indicating her intent to rank above Xing Fei, even if it meant holding back her strength. He refrained from responding, knowing that the decision would depend on the circumstances of the following day. If it necessitated revealing a significant amount of strength, he would prefer to forego that ranking. It was certain that Xing Fei possessed advanced martial techniques. If her prowess was formidable, it would be unreasonable for him to have just broken through today and to wield advanced skills with proficiency tomorrow. Wouldn't that simply reveal that he had been concealing his true abilities? Yet, to defeat Xing Fei without employing advanced techniques would be even more absurd. As fellow level 2 practitioners, what gives you the confidence to defeat Xing Fei without utilizing any martial skills? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Oh, it seems you all possess quite a bit of confidence. The crowd turned to see 2 young women approaching. One leading the way unmistakably being Xing Fei. The one who spoke was the talented Chao Yan, also among the top 10. With a slight smile, Chao Yan stepped forward and remarked, it appears that the geniuses from your school hold themselves in high regard. However, defeating Fei Fei is not as simple as you presume. Jiang Lixin regarded Chao Yan with a smile and replied, Guwan has always been the foremost genius of Tianhai City, and it is only natural that she will secure the top position in tomorrow's competition. This is beyond question. Chao Yan narrowed her eyes and retorted, that was indeed the case before, but tomorrow is an entirely different story. Listening to Chao Yan's provocation, Yin Feiyue remarked coolly, I have heard of a talented girl named Chao Yan from your school, whose prowess is second only to Xing Fei. Upon meeting her today, I cannot ascertain the strength of her combat abilities, but her skill in verbal sparring is indeed commendable. Chao Yan, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Yin Feiyue. You, however. Xing Fei intervened, restraining Chao Yan from advancing. Enough, we are not here to brawl. She then turned to Guwan and declared, I accept your provocation. Tomorrow, during the top 10 battle, I expect you to summon your utmost strength for our duel. Guwan took a sip from her cup, gesturing towards Fang Ziqing. You are not yet worthy to challenge me. First, defeat him before we speak of our battle. Chapter 112. The challenge not only Xing Fei, but the surrounding Jiang Lixin and others were taken aback. The Guwan they remembered was not one to be overtly arrogant. Noticing the fury etched across Xing Fei's face, it was clear that she was seething with anger. She had come with an aggressive stance, only to find that Guwan seemed to dismiss her entirely. Guwan gently set down her cup, never once glancing at Xing Fei, as if she were invisible. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration, realizing that Guwan was undoubtedly setting a trap for him. When he eventually faced Xing Fei, she would undoubtedly strive to defeat him with all her might. Unless he conceded, he would be compelled to reveal his true capabilities. Once exposed, there would be no need for pretense. In the eventual confrontation with Guwan, he would be forced to unleash his full power, which was precisely what Guwan intended. However, Guwan, my current strength is at a peak I am unsure of. How could I dare to engage in an all-out battle? Xing Fei took several deep breaths, struggling to contain her fury. Very well. Guwan, Fang Ziqing, I, Xing Fei, shall surely defeat you both tomorrow. Let us see. With that, she spun around and swiftly departed with Chao Yan. Jiang Lixin turned to Guwan, exclaiming, Wow, Guwan, you were so domineering. You should have seen the mortification on Xing Fei's face just now. Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue nodded in agreement, still stunned by the earlier display of intensity. Indeed, Guwan lived up to her reputation. Her words were not only commanding, but also cutting. Only Fang Ziqing sat with a sorrowful expression, burying his face in his arms on the table. Bai Yi tilted her head to look at Fang Ziqing and asked, Ziqing, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Lixing chuckled, covering her mouth upon hearing Bai Yi's words. He's merely a level 2 ability user, with physical capabilities surpassing ours by a significant margin. What discomfort could he possibly have? On the other hand, you resemble a mother hen to the squad. Bai Yi shot Jiang Lixing a glance, but chose to remain silent. In Feiyue interjected, by the way, are you all still planning to watch the competition this afternoon? The group exchanged glances, and Guwan was the first to set down her teacup. I want to be going. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, stating that attending the match was less beneficial than finding a place to practice a bit longer. I feel the same way as Ziqing. Noticing Fang Ziqing's decision, Bai Yi decided to forego the match as well. Jiang Lixing surveyed the three and sighed. Well, it seems it will only be the three of us attending. Subsequently, Fang Ziqing and the others returned to the villa provided for their team. It was evident that those with greater talent exerted more effort. Since their return, all three had retreated to their respective rooms to cultivate. For Bai Yi, the pressure was immense. As the foremost rival, Guwan had already surpassed level 2. And Fang Ziqing's advancement today added considerable weight to her burdens, especially with whispers circulating that Guwan and Fang Ziqing were the perfect pair. Such remarks, often made without intent, weighed heavily on her mind. Bai Yi felt she could not afford to lag behind the two for even a moment. Fang Ziqing, sensing his spiritual energy, realized that he was on the verge of mastering the first minor stage of the sword diagram. If all went well, he would soon break through to the corresponding level 3. Exhaling deeply, he stood from his bed and swiftly threw a punch into the air. The punch, executed with incredible speed, retracted as quickly as it had been unleashed, as if it were merely an illusion. Having spent over 2 months in this world, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, yet many questions remained unanswered. The peculiarities of this world, the enigma of the orphanage, and his own system troubled him. Chapter 113. The all-purpose ability user contemplating the system. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. Since its activation, it had only provided him with a legacy technique, remaining silent otherwise. The same 2 lines of text lingered quietly. However, one thing was certain. Everything hinged on locating the legacy stone. Once the system was fully activated, perhaps he would uncover the secrets of his arrival in this world. Fang Ziqing shook his head, questioning himself. If given the opportunity to return, would he choose to do so? The images of Guwan, Bai Yi, and Liang Yi surfaced in his mind. With a smile, he pondered the futility of such thoughts. How could he possibly return? He could unleash the 3rd stage of Cannon Fist at level 1. Which raised the question, could he also execute the 2nd stage of intermediate martial arts at level 2? He had already mastered the 1st stage of both intermediate martial arts. When he inquired if Guwan had grasped the 2nd stage, she shook her head, indicating she still had a ways to go. The Xuanjia shield technique was particularly unique. Although classified as an intermediate technique, its difficulty was substantial, and its execution was challenging. Moreover, it comprised only 2 stages, with the final stage requiring a separate exchange. For the time being, let us not delve into whether one can attempt to unleash the 2nd layer of the butterfly dance technique. Logically speaking, one should be able to manifest the 2nd layer of a low-level martial skill and the 1st layer of a mid-level martial skill at level 2. However, forcing such a display may result in one's body succumbing to the immense pressure. Of course, it is more often the case that one lacks the comprehension necessary to grasp such intricacies. For instance, even though Liang Yi has achieved level 4, she is unable to execute the 3rd layer of Cannon Fist, as she is not adept at this particular martial skill and her understanding remains superficial. The Academy typically categorizes students into various types based on their abilities, such as strength, speed, and defense, and Fang Ziqing is also classified as a strength-type ability user. Yet, is this truly the case? In reality, only Fang Ziqing himself understands that the enhancements bestowed by the sword insight diagram do not merely render his strength extraordinary. Rather, he possesses no shortcomings in other aspects either. He simply conceals this fact in his daily life. When training alongside Guwan, it becomes evident that she, too, shares this trait, and on occasion, he has discreetly inquired about it. The conclusion drawn is that Guwan has also experienced significant enhancements in various realms. Unlike the typical ability user who excels in only one capability, Fang Ziqing refers to those with comprehensive attribute enhancements as all-round ability users. While he perceives himself as a super all-round ability user, it is said that upon becoming an awakened, one would gain many extraordinary powers. At times, Fang Ziqing cannot help but imagine what abilities he might possess upon his own awakening, and, more importantly, what transformations his system might undergo. As night fell in his chamber, Fang Ziqing was suddenly roused by a knock at the door. The following morning, over 700 ability users gathered. Following the fierce competition of the previous day, the top 50 and the top 30 strong contenders in Tianhai City had been determined. Thus, today marked the most intense contest for the top 10. It can be said that in determining the top 10, the First Academy boasted an impressive 6 slots, greatly enhancing its prestige and upholding its dignity as a leader. The rankings contested recently have become of utmost significance. Among the favored competitors, besides the seasoned talents like Gu Wan and Xing Fei, Fang Ziqing's unexpected breakthrough during the contest has garnered considerable attention. Although it is unclear why he has attracted a number of female admirers, in terms of popularity, Fang Ziqing has emerged as the most formidable dark horse thus far, positioning himself as a strong contender for the top seat. Chapter 114. Stellar Genius. In the context of the top 10, there exists a certain significance. If one were to categorize them, the first 7 represent a critical threshold. The reason is straightforward. Last year, amidst a record high in the number of awakenings in Tianhai City, only 7 individuals achieved this status. This serves as a clear indicator for the anticipated number of awakenings in the following year. Thus, while it may appear to be a contest among merely 10 individuals, the competition is indeed fierce. None among them are weak. They are the pinnacle of all ability users in Tianhai City. Entering the top 7 is merely the beginning. There are further tiers, including the top 5 and the top 3, culminating in the coveted first position. Each fluctuation in ranking necessitates immense exertion, and only those who secure a place among the top 3 may aspire to attain the title of 3-star genius, though this is not an absolute guarantee. If there exists a year where the quality is not particularly high, even if 2 individuals rank in the top 3 yet fail to reach level 2 in their abilities, they will not be awarded that title. Only those who secure a position within the top 3 and possess at least 1 intermediate martial skill, along with a cultivation level of level 2, are eligible to receive such recognition. Thus, mere cultivation is insufficient. One must also excel in combat prowess, rendering these requirements exceedingly stringent. Last year, only the so-called prodigy, Wang Fang, managed to attain the title of 3-star genius in this competition. She has subsequently become a pivotal seed for the entire Tiannan province, garnering a substantial allocation of resources. It is not surprising that some urban districts have gone several years without the emergence of a 3-star genius. This year, 3 level 2 practitioners have appeared, possibly paving the way for 3 individuals to ascend to the status of 3-star genius. Beyond these 3 frontrunners, Bai Yi from the 1st Advanced Academy and Zhao Heng from the 6th High School are both practitioners at the pinnacle of their realm. This competition presents an opportunity for them to vie for the honor of 2-star genius as well. However, the requirements are equally stringent. Not only must their cultivation level be satisfactory, but they must also rank within the top 5 and master 2 low-level martial skills at the 2nd tier. As for the remaining 5 practitioners, including Jiang Lixin and her peers, even achieving a top 5 ranking will not suffice for them to earn the title of 2-star genius. Although their cultivation may be commendable among other practitioners, this honor is conferred by the province, which compares the talents across the 20-some urban districts, thus imposing strict criteria. To attain this title, they must excel in the next competition. Consequently, these 5 individuals are now contending for a position within the top 7, aiming for the title of 1-star genius. As previously mentioned, the 7th place serves as a critical threshold. The province allocates premium resources based on the number of awakenings in this urban district from the previous year. The true prime seeds are the top 7. Exceeding this number is not permissible. This is contingent upon last year's favorable outcomes. During less fortunate times, there may only be 2 or 3 awakenings. Thus, the top-tier resources distributed the following year would be limited to 2 or 3 individuals, with only they qualifying for star-level honors. The remaining 3 would lack star-level accolades. While they might still receive a considerable amount of resources, it would pale in comparison to those with star distinctions. The competitors in the top 10 are engaged in quiet contemplation, acutely aware that a single lapse in performance could lead to a drop in ranking, resulting in the loss of the chance to achieve star status, a thought that would surely haunt them later. Clearly, the tension is not confined to the competitors. The instructors from various academies are also on edge, their hands tightly clasped. Particularly for those with students among the top 10, they pace anxiously. For the First Academy, the situation is relatively favorable. Guwan has already exhibited her intermediate martial skill in advance. Thus, the assessment for the 3-star genius title today should pose no issue. although Xing Fei from the Advanced Academy has yet to reveal whether she possesses an intermediate martial skill. Observing Lord Bai's calm demeanor suggests there are no concerns on that front. The only source of anxiety lies with the instructors from the 6th high school. As only one student has advanced to the top 10, Zhao Heng's strength was anticipated to contend for a top 3 position, yet unexpectedly, Bai emerged, having also reached the pinnacle of her realm. To add to the drama, another level 2 practitioner has burst onto the scene. Zhao Heng from the 6th group finds himself in an exceedingly helpless situation. This competition is directly connected to the provincial channel, with every moment meticulously recorded. It can be said that if someone performs exceptionally well, they may even receive special rewards. In fact, a few years ago, a student with extraordinary comprehension abilities, despite not reaching the 2nd level, demonstrated the 3rd tier of a low-level martial technique in front of everyone, although he collapsed from exhaustion afterward. This act captured the attention of the provincial authorities, elevating his star ranking from 2 to 3 stars. As the competition is about to commence, the first order of business is to select the top 7 candidates. The rules dictate that the 5 individuals at the pinnacle of the realm will advance directly to the top 5 without further contest. This announcement stirred unrest among the spectators, as many deemed it profoundly unfair to allow 5 individuals to advance without competition. The referee, observing the discontent among the crowd, calmly stated that after analyzing the competition, it was concluded that the top 10 competitors had already mastered their martial skills. A slight elevation in their realm would grant them a significant advantage, making it nearly impossible to defeat them. Therefore, it was decided to grant these 5 individuals direct entry into the next round. However, to ensure fairness, the opportunity to challenge them would be available. Should anyone succeed, their eligibility for advancement would be revoked. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. From this moment forth, the more accomplished students would begin to enjoy certain privileges that were indisputable. The referee turned to the other 5, Jiang Lexin, Zhao Peng, Yin Fu, Chao Yan, and Wang Kaijun, none of whom stepped forward to issue a challenge. Although the 5 felt a pang of regret, they understood that, as fellow prodigies, the mastery of their martial skills surpassed their own. Moreover, the inherent level suppression, along with the differences in spiritual energy content and intensity, placed them in disparate categories. Just yesterday, Jiang Lexin and the others had sparred with Bai, who had reached the pinnacle of her realm. They knew full well that should Bai unleash her full power, they would stand no chance. The mere pressure of her spiritual energy was overwhelming. Thus, challenging the 5 not only presented a low probability of victory, but also risked revealing their own hidden strengths, a grave misstep. In battles among capable individuals, there exists a natural counterbalance. When levels are equal, Yin Feiyue's defensive prowess inherently counters Jiang Lixin's speed. The advantage of speed loses its significance when confronted by the robust defense of Yin Feiyu, given that level 1 fighters primarily rely on close combat. Once they approach Yin Feiyu, he could entangle Jiang Lexin with his formidable defense, gradually depleting her spiritual energy to secure victory. The 5 felt a slight alleviation of pressure as the entire arena's attention turned toward them. The advancement of 5 to 2 meant that 3 individuals would leave today without a star ranking. The referee approached the 5 and explained that this competition would utilize a drawing system. In the first round, 1 individual would have a bye, while the remaining 4 would engage in direct combat. The victors would advance, and the 2 defeated would face each other, with 1 emerging to proceed. As the 4 continued to draw for their matches, the crowd shook their heads, recognizing that this was the ruthless nature of the competition. 1 would be eliminated in the first round, and 2 in the second. They had anticipated a sequence of battles among the 5 to determine the rankings, but were taken aback by the simplicity and brutality of the process. However, upon further reflection, one realizes that if one's abilities are truly formidable, victory can be claimed regardless of the format of the competition. The 5 contestants anxiously drew wooden sticks from the hands of the referee. To mitigate any potential skepticism regarding electronic devices, the organizers opted for this ancient method to determine who would be granted a bye and who would face each other. Jiang Lexin cautiously lifted her finger to reveal the words Bai inscribed on the stick, causing her heart to race with a mix of tension and exhilaration. The remaining 4 gazed at her with envy, taking deep breaths in preparation for their impending battles. Zhao Peng was set to compete against Wang Kaijun, while Yin Feiyu would face off against Chao Yan. 2 grand arenas ascended in the center, hosting both matches simultaneously. At this moment, Bai, feeling the weight of anticipation, asked, "Which of them do you think will advance?" Fang Ziqing shook her head, replying, "The results will be revealed shortly. We must wait." For their team, only 2 of Zhao Peng, Jiang Lexin, and Yin Feiyu could advance, leaving 1 to face elimination. For Yin Fiyu, Chao Yin posed little challenge. Her combat style was swift and aggressive, having not only mastered the cannon fist but also trained in a martial technique focused on agility. During the fight, Yin Fiyu remained as steady as a mountain, planning to wear down Chao Yin gradually. After several unsuccessful attacks, Chao Yin, feeling the significant depletion of her spiritual energy, grew increasingly anxious. Unable to contain herself any longer, she resolved to end the match with a decisive strike, which caught Yin Fiu's attention. This was precisely the moment she awaited. Ultimately, Yin Fiyu did not evade Chao Yin's assault. Instead, she utilized her defensive technique, the Golden Light Shield, to absorb the blow and retaliated with a punch of her own. Despite employing her martial skill, Yin Fiyu, known for her remarkable defense, still felt the impact, her energy swirling within her. Conversely, Chao Yin, struck squarely, was sent flying, losing her combat capability in the process. Observing the referee's judgment, Yin Fiyu exhaled in relief. Victory was finally hers. Rubbing her still aching chest, she shook her head and returned to her seat to recuperate her spiritual energy. Xiao Peng, however, was not as fortunate. His opponent, Wang Kaijun, had concealed a trump card during previous matches, having mastered a second-tier low-level martial technique to its second stage. Faced with two powerful offensive techniques, Xiao Peng struggled to make any headway. Feeling his spiritual energy completely depleted, he signaled the referee to concede. The two exchanged respectful pats on the shoulder before returning to their seats to recover their energy. The next round had yet to commence, as the participants needed time to regain their strength after such exertion. To the astonishment of those present, the higher-ups from the academy produced a single one-star spirit-nourishing pill, grinding it into powder and dissolving it in water to distribute among the competitors, significantly hastening their recovery. This extravagant gesture caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in envy. What an indulgence! Chapter 116. The contest for seats. After a brief interlude, the participants signaled that they had sufficiently restored their spiritual energy. Thus began the elimination match for the two who had lost, Xiao Peng and Chao Yin. The stakes were clear. The loser would be eliminated, both adept at speed. The outcome of this duel hinged on who could dominate the other's pace. Contrary to expectations, the battle did not unfold as a deadlock from the outset. Xiao Peng established a commanding lead, thoroughly overpowering Chao Yin. It appears that for individuals of the same caliber, even a slight initial setback can lead to an ever-widening gap, ultimately culminating in defeat. Chao Yin gazed despondently at the referee's gesture, her eyes reddening in an instant as she realized she had been eliminated. At some point, Xing Fei had approached her from behind and gently patted her shoulder, offering words of consolation. It's all right. This is merely a temporary setback. You can win back your honor in the next competition. Chao Yin nodded, looking at Xing Fei. Fei, you must give it your all and secure first place. Xing Fei smiled softly. All right, go take a rest. The battle for the top 7 had not yet concluded, and the 4 competitors prepared for their next draw. Xiao Peng faced Yin Fiyu, while Zhang Lexin was set to compete against Wang Kaijun. Bai Yi and the others observed their comrades engage in mutual strife. Uncertain of whom to support, they often sparred privately, and each had a clear understanding of their respective strengths and weaknesses. It was an undeniable fact that Yin Fiyu, in the early stages of his abilities, naturally countered Xiao Peng and others who possessed speed-oriented, agile powers. This situation would only improve once they reached level 3, allowing for spiritual attacks detached from the body. Xiao Peng, with a wry smile, addressed Yin Fiyu. Be careful. I will give it my all. Yin Fiyu nodded. Returning the smile. So will I. With a fist bump, the battle commenced. Meanwhile, Zhang Lexin found herself at a disadvantage from the outset, astonished by Wang Kaijun's formidable prowess. Although he had previously seemed unremarkable, it was clear that he had been concealing his true strength. Despite both being advanced ability users, Wang Kaijun's mastery of spiritual energy evidently surpassed her own, and she feared he would soon attain a state of perfection. At that moment, Zhang Lexin felt the pressure of a power-type contender. She could not afford to be struck, lest she lose her combat effectiveness in an instant. Conversely, Wang Kaijun's robust physique suggested he could withstand her blows. To avert mutual injury, Zhang Lexin maneuvered deftly, seeking openings for surprise attacks. However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. The moment Wang Kaijun moved, she realized the gravity of her situation. He executed a low-level martial technique known as Earth Shatter, previously seen in the arena. In his hands, this technique wielded a potency far exceeding that of Luo Rue. The tremors of the arena momentarily hindered Zhang Lexin's steps, enabling him to exploit her vulnerability with a decisive punch. The referee raised his hand, signaling Wang Kaijun's victory. Bai Yi and the others hurried over to assist Zhang Lexin, offering gentle words of comfort. At this juncture, Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyue had also resolved their contest. Unsurprisingly, Yin Feiyue had maintained a steady approach, emerging victorious over Zhao Peng. In this moment, the top 7 had been determined. According to the regulations, the 7 contenders would now vie for the top 5 positions. The previously guaranteed 5 did not automatically imply they were among the top 5. Yin Feiyue and Wang Kaijun, should they be dissatisfied with their standings, could challenge the 5 champions. If they chose not to challenge, they would then contend for the 6th and 7th ranks. Clearly, neither wished to forfeit this opportunity, as advancing further would elevate their status significantly. Thus, Bai Yi and Zhao Hong became the targets of their challenges. The outcome was, without a doubt, predictable. Chapter 117. Battling Zhao Hong. Even though Wang Kaijun astoundingly unleashed the 2nd level of Shattered Earth during the match, he was ruthlessly overwhelmed by the 2 opponents. The realm of perfection is not merely a phrase. As for Yin Feiyue, after his defeat against Zhao Hong, he refrained from challenging Bai Yi again. They had already faced off previously, and although he had managed to slightly restrain Bai Yi defensively, it was only a matter of their respective ranks. It was now impossible for such an advantage to alter the outcome of the battle. After the competition concluded, it was time for the midday break, and the collective mood was one of unease, as the afternoon would herald the ultimate battle for the top 5. The 6 members of Team 1 gathered together for a meal, with Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng appearing despondent. Previously, they had all been equal, but now, the 4 of them had ascended to the status of stellar geniuses, leaving the 2 of them feeling rather unfortunate. Jiang Lixin pouted, stating, "This afternoon will be all about you 3. We must strive to eliminate the 2 major academies and secure the top 3 spots for ourselves." Bai Yi, lowering her straw, shook her head and replied, "I fear I may not reach the top 3. It will be up to Ziqing and Gu Wan." Zhao Peng nodded in agreement, saying, "I've heard that Zhao Hong is the most talented individual from the 6th Academy. You 2 will surely have to face him this afternoon, so be cautious." Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing exchanged glances and smiled. Just wait and see. The afternoon's competition commenced with fervor, as the 5 contenders vied for the final spot. The competition format ensured that Gu Wan and her companions were guaranteed a place in the top 3, while Bai Yi faced off against Zhao Hong. The victor would earn the right to challenge the top 3. Everyone nodded, acknowledging the high stakes of the competition. However, the disparity between LV1 and LV2 was significant, making victory unlikely. Bai Yi's battle against Zhao Hong was particularly noteworthy. The requirements for a 2-star genius demanded not only a certain level of cultivation, but also proficient martial skills. It remained uncertain whether they could cultivate their techniques to the 2nd level in such a short span of time. Zhao Hong stepped forward, a halo of spiritual energy gradually enveloping him. As the foremost talent of the 6th Academy, his abilities were indisputable, possessing both strength and defensive capabilities. He resembled a human cannon. Against Bai Yi, who relied on agility, victory seemed assured. After exchanging respectful blows, the combat commenced. Bai Yi did not hastily activate Green Serpent Step. Against a power defense type competitor, speed would prove ineffective and would drain a considerable amount of spiritual energy, rendering it a futile endeavor. Observing Bai Yi's lack of aggression, Zhao Hong internally nodded, feeling confident about the match. His defensive martial skill, Golden Light Shield at the 2nd level, was his trump card. Even against LV2 competitors like Gu Wan, he felt assured, let alone against Bai Yi of the same rank. Without delay, Zhao Hong charged towards Bai Yi, intending to corner her and conclude the match. With remarkable speed, Bai Yi's feet shimmered with green light as she unleashed Green Serpent Step at the 2nd level, the Serpent Dance. In an instant, Zhao Hong was caught off guard as she appeared behind him, with the 1st level of Cannon Fist directing her strike. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped Bai Yi's fist as she launched her assault on Zhao Hong. Utilizing her agile martial technique, she caught him unawares, leaving him no time to turn and confront her. It was evident that should Zhao Hong be struck, he would sustain at least serious injuries. However, at that moment, a brilliant flash of golden light enveloped Zhao Hong, forming a protective barrier resembling an eggshell around him. Bai Yi's fist struck the barrier, inflicting no substantial harm upon Zhao Hong. She immediately retreated, having anticipated this outcome. For Zhao Hong, who had unleashed the 2nd level of the Golden Light Shield, his defense had significantly increased. Relying solely on the 1st level of Cannon Fist was insufficient to inflict any meaningful damage. Zhao Hong, feeling a surge of alarm, realized that had he not activated the Golden Light Shield in response to the impending danger, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries from Bai Yi's attack. He could no longer underestimate Bai Yi. Indeed, those who reached this level were all formidable experts, and he must not disregard the capabilities of others. The spectators were captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The duel between the 2 was nothing short of extraordinary. showcasing a mastery of martial arts that far surpassed that of the onlookers, truly befitting the pinnacle of combat prowess in Tianhai City. Lord He and the esteemed Lord Qing from the 6th Middle School nodded in approval. Both had executed their second-tier low-level martial techniques, confirming that a 2-star genius was indeed within reach. The most delighted was Liangya, who observed her students with pride, noting that 2 among the top 10 hailed from her ranks, surpassing the collective strength of all the students from the 6th Middle School. Regardless of how Fang Ziqing would ultimately fare, Bai Yi had already brought her considerable joy, although it remained uncertain whether she could surpass Zhao Heng to advance further. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the audience, both Bai Yi and Zhao Heng, after several exchanges, found themselves at a stalemate. Her attacks could not breach Zhao Heng's defenses, merely inflicting minor, inconsequential injuries. In contrast, Zhao Heng's strikes had the potential to cause significant damage to Bai Yi. However, he could not lay a finger on her as she deftly evaded his advances. Nevertheless, Zhao Heng remained composed, calculating the disparity in their spiritual energy. He estimated that he possessed approximately 10% more energy than Bai Yi. With that advantage, he could unleash at least one martial technique. And once Bai Yi's energy was depleted, she would be unable to evade with her green serpent step. It was evident that Bai Yi understood the disadvantage of prolonging the battle. She cast a sidelong glance toward Fang Ziqing, positioned among the top 10. Fang Ziqing smiled and nodded in encouragement. A spark of realization brightened Bai Yi's eyes, and a knowing smile graced her lips. As the day drew to a close, she prepared to pack her belongings, intending to provide one update before resuming in the afternoon after 6 o'clock. Love to you all, sending hearts. Chapter 118. Secrets of the Night. While observing Bai Yi, Zhao Heng suddenly noticed a fleeting opening. Her rhythm faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, aiming to corner her. Bai Yi, perceiving this, displayed a flicker of panic, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Zhao Heng's heart soared with delight at this sight. Yet he prudently activated the golden light shield for precautionary measures. Observing Zhao Heng's aggressive advance, Bai Yi remained remarkably calm, recalling the events of the previous night when she had visited Fang Ziqing's room. Let us now rewind to last night. Hearing a knock at the door, Fang Ziqing rose from his bed and, upon opening it, found Bai Yi standing there. Bai Yi clasped her hands in front of her chest, her demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. How did you think of coming here? She inquired. Come in quickly, Fang Ziqing replied with a smile. Bai Yi raised her head and chuckled. Is it not permissible for me to come see you? Fang Ziqing poured her a glass of water without uttering a word. Sitting on the bed, Bai Yi gazed into the distance, expressing her uncertainty. To be honest, I lack confidence in defeating Zhao Heng from the 6th school tomorrow. Fang Ziqing nodded in understanding. After several recent battles, the latest combat data had already been imparted to them by Liangya. Zhao Heng was indeed a formidable opponent, particularly adept at countering Bai Yi's strengths. Fang Ziqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, What are your thoughts on the matter? Bai Yi looked at him with a smile. How did you know I had any? Fang Ziqing chuckled. I could tell you must be facing some insurmountable difficulties. Bai Yi nodded. I've pondered this for quite a while. To defeat Zhao Heng, I must breach his formidable defenses. Yet, even with my second strike of the cannon fist, I cannot inflict significant injury upon him. I feel as though I am at an impasse. Seeing Bai Yi's downcast expression, Fang Ziqing placed his hand on her head and gently tousled her hair, saying, Is this little matter truly so challenging for you? Bai Yi, blushing, felt her neatly styled hair becoming unruly under Fang Ziqing's playful touch. Instead of anger, her face radiated enjoyment. So, Ziqing, do you have a solution? Fang Ziqing beckoned her closer with a finger, signaling for her to lean in. Bai Yi, her eyes wide with curiosity, leaned in closer. Oh, she exclaimed, realizing Fang Ziqing was not speaking, but rather playfully blew a warm breath towards her. Unable to contain herself, she gasped. Fang Ziqing laughed heartily at her bashfulness. All right, I won't tease you any longer. During the match, you must focus on avoiding Zhao Heng's approach. Bai Yi smiled slightly, her feet shimmering with a green light as she activated Snake Dance. Zhao Heng, realizing his attack had been deftly evaded, sensed that he had fallen into a trap. However, their positions were now perilously close, and he saw an opportunity to determine the outcome of their duel. He resolved to launch a decisive attack. The spectators watched in silence as Zhao Heng unleashed a ferocious barrage, their attention riveted on whether his relentless assault could touch Bai Yi. Few entertained the notion that Bai Yi could emerge victorious. Given the daunting task of breaching her opponent's defenses, her only recourse seemed to be evasion. As Zhao Heng summoned an abundance of spiritual energy around him, he prepared to secure his victory. Bai Yi, undeterred by Zhao Heng's rhythm, continued to evade his strikes with her snake dance. Zhao Heng, noticing her retreat, smirked inwardly, thinking, Let us see where you can hide now. As she appeared on the verge of falling off the stage and losing the match, the audience's emotions were tightly wound. At this moment, Bai Yi faced a choice: to fight with all her might or surrender. There were no other options. Gathering her spiritual energy in her throat, she amplified her voice, declaring, "Cannon fist, third strike, taste my blow." In that instant, Bai Yi's right fist coalesced a significant amount of spiritual energy, seemingly preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. As Zhao Heng gazed at the formidable Bai Yi, he was struck with astonishment. The power of the third level of the cannon fist was something he could not withstand. How could Bai Yi possess such a lethal trump card? He did not have much time to ponder, even though he had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy along the way. At this moment, he gathered all his remaining energy to unleash the second level of the highly depleting golden shield. Fang Ziqing smiled knowingly. Zhao Heng had fallen into a trap. In reality, Bai Yi was incapable of executing the third level. Her sole intent was to mislead him into deploying his second level of golden shield. It is widely recognized that defensive martial skills demand a substantial amount of spiritual energy. When Fang Ziqing practiced the mysterious armor shield, he could only sustain his energy for a brief period. Not to mention, Zhao Heng's spiritual energy was far inferior to his own. Whether it was the auditory deception to prompt him to use his technique or the subsequent evasive maneuvers, all were designed to wear down Zhao Heng's energy. A level 1 ability user can only employ their techniques a few times, let alone with such frequency. At this point, Zhao Heng's spiritual energy was likely entirely dedicated to his defensive technique. Fang Ziqing had advised Bai Yi that if she could not breach his defenses, it was sufficient to deplete his energy until he could no longer unleash his techniques. The loud distraction aimed at Zhao Heng was also a cunning stratagem devised by Fang Ziqing. With a grave expression, Zhao Heng watched as Bai Yi retracted her imposing punch and, in a flash of azure light, appeared at his side. Feeling the significant drain on his energy, Zhao Heng's heart sank, and his complexion turned ashen. He realized he had been deceived, wasting considerable energy to no avail. Just as he attempted to pivot and confront Bai Yi, she taunted him with a laugh, striking the cow across the mountain. With a resounding thud, Zhao Heng's robust body was sent flying from the arena. The audience stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mr. He and his companions had also been startled by Bai Yi's third level. Upon grasping her true intent, Mr. Liu from the 6th school couldn't help but exclaim, "This young lady from the 1st school is truly astute. Zhao Heng's defeat is well-deserved." The teachers nodded in agreement. While combat prowess and cultivation level are crucial determinants of victory, they do not always guarantee success. Sometimes, a clever strategy can secure triumph. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in applause, witnessing Bai Yi's unexpected and forceful victory over Zhao Heng, the top contender from the 6th school. The name of the goddess Bai resonated throughout the hall. Jiang Lexin and her companions looked on in astonishment at Bai Yi's series of maneuvers. Prior to the match, they had little hope for her victory, yet Bai Yi's performance exceeded all expectations. Though she had triumphed over Zhao Heng, she had exhausted all her spiritual energy. Feeling her body weaken, she began to topple backward. As Jiang Lexin and the others rushed to support her, a figure flashed past. Fang Ziqing, who had been observing their battle, caught Bai Yi from behind and remarked with a smile, "You were magnificent today." Feeling herself supported by Fang Ziqing and hearing his praise, Bai Yi struck a pose, requesting a hug. Fang Ziqing, upon glancing at the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Hesitating for a moment, he observed Bai Yi pouting her lips, despite being a seemingly aloof and regal young lady. In this instant, she resembled a sweet, playful little girl. Well then, considering her commendable performance today, perhaps it was permissible to indulge her slightly. Without further ado, Fang Ziqing gathered his courage and scooped Bai Yi into a princess carry. Descending from the stage, the audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief and protest. "Ah, my goddess Bai? No, Lord Fang, do not embrace that woman." At that moment, Jiang Lexin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nudged Yin Fiyu beside her, exclaiming, "Wow, Fang is such a gentleman today." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Hastily covering her mouth to prevent any untoward remarks that might provoke a certain someone. Upon witnessing Fang Ziqing lift Bai Yi, Guwan raised an eyebrow, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. She turned her head away, closing her eyes to cultivate her inner peace, concealing any trace of her emotions from onlookers. Chapter 120. Intermediate Martial Technique Crimson Flame. As Fang Ziqing cradled Bai Yi and approached the top 10 contenders area, Jiang Lexin and the others turned to gaze at Bai Yi, who was blushing deeply, burying her face in Fang Ziqing's embrace, appearing utterly enchanted. Jiang Lexin clicked her tongue, remarking on the bliss of a girl in love. Gently placing Bai Yi down, Fang Ziqing felt a tinge of reluctance. At that moment, Jiang Lixin and the others gathered around, exclaiming, You were incredible. You actually defeated the top contender from Class 6. But how did you come up with that trick to bewilder him? Beside them, Guwan smirked, glancing at Fang Ziqing with a scoff. Is that even a question? Such a devious trick surely originated from someone's cunning mind. Fang Ziqing, oblivious to the implication, nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was exceedingly deceitful. Observing Fang Ziqing's unabashed demeanor, Guwan turned away, choosing to ignore him. At that juncture, the referee approached and inquired, Classmate Bai, do you wish to challenge the three for the top spots? It had been previously stated that the victor among the two would qualify to challenge the three. Bai shook her head, fully aware of Guwan and the others' formidable strength, deeming it unnecessary to pursue such a challenge. The referee nodded in acknowledgement, proclaiming, The top three have been determined, Guwan, Xing Fei, and Fang Ziqing. We shall now commence the final rankings. The trio, who had not engaged in battle thus far, rose and made their way to the preparation area, a palpable tension filling the air. The true clash of power was imminent, a battle befitting LV2 capabilities. As per the usual protocol, the draw was conducted, with the eldest proceeding first. Fang Ziqing regarded the short stick in his hand with a shrug. Great. It seemed he was once again off the hook. The referee, noticing that the two were prepared, announced loudly, the first match, Guwan versus Xing Fei. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, with even the instructors watching intently. The epic showdown was about to commence. Guwan and Xing Fei stepped onto the stage. Guwan's long, snow-white hair cascaded gracefully, while Xing Fei tucked her short hair behind her ear, revealing an exquisitely delicate visage. Setting aside their formidable prowess, their enchanting appearances captivated the audience. With a wave of the referee's hand, the match began. Neither of the two individuals initiated action, and not even a hint of spiritual energy manifested. As they exchanged glances, Xing Fei smiled and proclaimed, At last, the day has arrived for our battle. Today shall mark the moment I, Xing Fei, triumph over you. Meanwhile, Guwan, seemingly indifferent, turned her attention to Fang Ziqing and remarked, Do not adopt such a casual demeanor. When we engage in combat, you must exert your utmost strength. Do you understand? Fang Ziqing, scratching his nose, nodded in acknowledgement. And Guwan then redirected her gaze, appearing to disregard Xing Fei entirely. Xing Fei's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned a formidable wave of spiritual energy that surged around her. Observing this, Guwan nonchalantly waved her hand, and a radiant aura, signifying her status as an adept, instantly materialized. Xing Fei clenched her fists, declaring, Your contempt will come at a cost. With a surge of energy beneath her feet, she initiated her signature move from the top 10 competition, the second level of the low-grade martial technique, Green Snake Step. As Xing Fei charged towards her, Guwan showed no inclination to evade. With a gentle grip of her right hand, she conjured a massive concentration of spiritual energy enveloping her fist. Sensing the enormity of Guwan's impending strike, Xing Fei scoffed, A mere low-grade martial technique, Cannon Fist. Allow me to demonstrate the might of an intermediate martial technique. Summoning the first level of the martial technique Crimson Flame, a flickering red light emanated from her arm, as if invoking a torrent of fire. Among the audience, some felt an inexplicable pressure, while others experienced a faint, searing warmth upon their cheeks. Master Bai, observing this, smiled with satisfaction, saying, The intermediate martial technique Crimson Flame has been comprehended by Xing Fei due to her exceptional intuition. Guwan is in a precarious situation now. Chapter 121, Instant Domination. Master He grunted and turned to Master Bai, questioning, Is it true that only your esteemed Xing Fei has mastered an intermediate martial technique? My Guwan from Class 1 has long since employed her movement-based martial techniques. The teachers, witnessing the exchange, nodded in silent agreement. The ability to wield an intermediate martial technique in such a brief span, driven by intuition, was commendable. Based on past experiences, they could easily confer upon them the honor of 3-star genius. Guwan, upon witnessing Xing Fei's immediate application of an intermediate martial technique, displayed no discernible change in her expression. She had anticipated that Xing Fei had mastered an intermediate martial technique. According to Fang Ziqing, if one could not grasp an intermediate technique at such a level of cultivation, their skills were indeed lacking. The only uncertainty lay in the number and type of intermediate techniques she possessed. However, Guwan now had a clear understanding of her opponent's capabilities. As top-tier adept, they were acutely aware of their own talents and that of each other. Within such a short time frame, it was reasonable to assume that Xing Fei could only have cultivated one level of an intermediate martial technique. It was evident that Xing Fei had chosen a low-grade movement-based martial technique, Green Snake Step, and an intermediate attack-based martial technique, Crimson Flame. To achieve such proficiency in a limited time, while maintaining consistent training, was no small feat, even when compared to last year's talented student, Wang Fang. Yet, her adversary was Gu Wan. Originally, Xing Fei believed that upon witnessing her employ intermediate martial techniques, Gu Wan would undoubtedly dissipate her offensive momentum, opting instead for evasive maneuvers or alternative strategies. To her astonishment, Gu Wan appeared oblivious to Xing Fei's fists, resolutely intending to exchange blows with her. The efficacy of low-level martial arts against intermediate techniques? While it is true that the second tier of low-level techniques may rival the first tier of intermediate ones, such a comparison is merely superficial. Did she truly believe that low-level martial arts could match their intermediate counterparts? Xing Fei clenched her teeth, contemplating that if one sought destruction, she would not hold back. As their fists collided, a resounding boom echoed through the arena. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, momentarily obscuring the unfolding events within. The onlookers strained to discern the situation, eagerly awaiting the dissipating smoke. What? As the mist gradually cleared, the scene on the stage came into focus. Only one figure stood upright, while the other was propelled through the air. Xing Fei. The crowd beheld the once ferocious Xing Fei, now kneeling on the ground in midair. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed her bowed head, a trickle of blood at her lips presenting a stark contrast to her otherwise composed demeanor. The spectators gazed in shock at this turn of events. What was anticipated to be a fierce contest had culminated in a swift and forceful suppression of Xing Fei by Gu Wan. How could two LV2 practitioners differ so greatly? Enveloped in smoke, none could discern the earlier exchanges except for the two combatants themselves. Xing Fei raised her hand to wipe the blood from her mouth, slowly rising to her feet. Just moments before, she had been poised to strike Gu Wan, yet the latter exhibited not a hint of fear. In that instant, a stone-like barrier of spiritual energy materialized around Gu Wan, enveloping her completely. The formidable strike, imbued with the intermediate technique Crimson Flame, unleashed a fierce surge of spiritual energy upon contact with the barrier, shrouding the entire arena in smoke. What truly astonished Xing Fei was the realization that her attack had been entirely deflected by Gu Wan's peculiar energy shield. Her heart raced in disbelief. How could this be? Setting aside the prowess of her Crimson Flame, this barrier was undeniably superior to the low-level technique Golden Shield. The moment her attack connected, not only was her offensive force nullified, but it also rebounded against her. It was undoubtedly an intermediate technique. Gu Wan had mastered two intermediate martial arts. Xing Fei gazed at Gu Wan, her hair flowing with an ethereal grace, and bit her lip. If Gu Wan was all there was to it, she would not find herself in such a predicament. At the moment Xing Fei struck, Gu Wan retaliated with a punch of her own. Despite Xing Fei's unhesitating effort to evade with all her might, she was still sent reeling, her vitality still churning within her. That was the third tier of the low-level technique Cannon Fist, a feat unattainable for an LV2 practitioner. Chapter 122. What of combined martial arts? Cannon Fist at the third tier struck her like a cannon blast. It possessed power equivalent to the second tier of the intermediate technique Crimson Flame. How could Gu Wan possibly master the third tier at this level? The practitioners in the audience observed as Xing Fei gradually regained her footing, not yet bereft of her fighting spirit. They quietly exhaled in relief. If, at first glance, one would assume that the equally matched Xing Fei would be defeated by Gu Wan the following day, they truly were at a loss as to how to proceed with their training. The summit of Everest loomed high, instilling a sense of dread. The two women locked eyes across the arena. Setting aside Gu Wan's flowing dark hair that cascaded behind her like a celestial being from a painting, Xing Fei's cold demeanor, now tainted by blood, appeared all the more enchanting. The spectators, skilled practitioners themselves, widened their eyes, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Even the most composed among them found themselves bending in deference to these two formidable women. At this moment, no one in the audience dared to utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the duel. Even the referee stood motionless, neglecting to remind them of the time. Seeing that Xing Fei had not been vanquished, Gu Wan nodded inwardly. Xing Fei was undoubtedly among the elite in terms of cultivation, martial skills, and combat awareness. The previous strike had utilized the special defensive technique, the Suanjia Shield, which she had trained alongside Fang Ziqing. The defensive capabilities of this skill were indeed formidable. Even Xing Fei's full-powered punch was entirely thwarted, bouncing back upon her. However, this technique was also quite taxing on spiritual energy. Feeling her own reserves diminished, Gu Wan shook her head slightly. Even with her significantly higher spiritual energy, she struggled to sustain it, let alone others. She wondered if this technique was even suitable for a level 2 practitioner. She then cast a glance at the unyielding Xing Fei, her expression betraying no emotion. Although Xing Fei's ability to withstand her strike was commendable, that was where it ended. With a slight movement of her toes, a dark purple aura enveloped her. Undoubtedly, the mid-level technique Yu Dai Shunfa was being employed once more. Unlike her previous encounter where she faced 4 opponents, this time she merely hinted at her prowess, not wishing to squander time, and did not unleash the full power of her mirage technique. As she initiated the technique, the ground beneath her became a whirl of illusions, leaving the audience dizzy and disoriented. Xing Fei, unwilling to underestimate her opponent, understood that the intricacies of a mid-level technique far surpassed those of a lower tier. Since Gu Wan had mastered the 3rd level of Pao Quan, it indicated she possessed the potential to defeat her in an instant. Regardless, she resolved that she could not allow herself to be struck. With her thoughts racing, Xing Fei's spiritual energy surged beneath her, clearly intent on evading Gu Wan's impending strike. Gu Wan shook her head, thinking that had Xing Fei trained in a movement technique, she might have endured longer. However, seeing her escape routes entirely blocked by Gu Wan's enigmatic footwork, Xing Fei gritted her teeth, prepared to fight to the death. At this juncture, the spectators had already surmised the outcome. Gu Wan, with her 2 mid-level techniques, had established an unbeatable position. Even if Xing Fei managed to land a strike, the damage from Qi Yin would not be sufficient to harm Gu Wan. Conversely, the blow that had previously sent Xing Fei flying amidst the fog indicated that another hit would likely incapacitate her. Gritting her teeth, Xing Fei let out a cold snort. Gu Wan, do you think I have no trump card? Her fists suddenly ignited with 2 flames, swirling around them in a mesmerizing dance of colors. The most terrifying aspect was that this martial technique bore a hint of the cannon fist. Big White's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a combination of Crimson Flame and Cannon Fist? The other instructors nodded gravely, shocked to discover that Xing Fei possessed such a hidden card. The 2nd tier of Cannon Fist, known for its prowess in breaching defenses, now augmented by the formidable enhancement of Crimson Flame, filled her fists with immense power, capable of potentially overcoming Gu Wan's defenses. Xing Fei let out a cold laugh. Gu Wan, let us settle this with one decisive strike. Fire Fist. In an instant, Xing Fei unleashed an unexpected blow, clashing once more with Gu Wan. The audience felt as if their eardrums had been pierced by a sharp weapon. The shockwaves from the battle reverberated through the arena, causing the onlookers to cover their ears in pain. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy swept across the stage, leaving those closest feeling stifled, their own powers unstable. As the energy dissipated, everyone rose to witness the outcome of this fierce contest. They beheld the 2 combatants, now standing back to back, having exchanged positions. Was this a tie? At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed through the air. Xing Fei's body trembled slightly, and unable to withstand the strain, she knelt on one knee upon the stage. The referee took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the battle. Gazing at the ravaged arena, he marveled. Is this truly what a level 2 practitioner can achieve? The victor of this confrontation was declared to be Gu Wan. Chapter 123. The battle for supremacy. The atmosphere in the venue ignited instantaneously. The caliber of this match surpassed any previous encounter. Enthusiastic practitioners leaped onto their chairs, reveling and shouting in jubilation. This victory belonged not only to Gu Wan, but to the entire institution. In recent years, Shigao had relentlessly sought to challenge Yi Zhong's position, and both in terms of quantity and quality, they had been hot on their heels. This battle undoubtedly fortified Yi Zhong's status, proclaiming that the leader remains the leader. Gu Wan cast a glance at Xing Fei on the opposite side of the stage as she descended slowly. To be frank, Xing Fei's punch had surpassed her expectations. Its power subtly eclipsed that of intermediate martial arts at the 2nd tier, rivaling even the 3rd tier. Logically, such a strike, should it not defeat her, would not have led to such an outcome. Yet, she was not the only one with a hidden card. Over the past few days, Gu Wan had unconsciously learned to conceal her prowess under Fang Ziqing's subtle guidance. At this moment, her mastery had ascended to the pinnacle of level 2 intermediate, far surpassing the recently advanced Xing Fei. What truly concerned Gu Wan was Fang Ziqing, who sat there casually, seemingly oblivious to the depths of the situation. Since that challenge match, although they had sparred, neither had unleashed their full potential. Truth be told, she was uncertain of Fang Ziqing's current abilities and strength. After Gu Wan departed, Xing Fei gradually rose, rejecting the assistance offered by Qiao Yan. Even if Xing Fei, faces defeat today, she will walk away on her own, never reduced to the need for another's support. As she cast a fleeting glance at Gu Wan, who was gradually descending, the determination in her eyes only intensified rather than waned. She is not one to be easily defeated. With over 6 months remaining until the final examination, the conclusion remains uncertain as to who will ultimately prevail. The next match will pit Xing Fei against Fang Ziqing. However, Xing Fei shook her head, declining to continue the competition. After her loss to Gu Wan, she lacked the spirit to fight further, and the experience gained from the previous battle was far more valuable than a month of arduous training. Feeling a profound sense of growth, Xing Fei settled into her seat to deeply reflect. Upon witnessing her withdrawal, the referee turned to Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan, announcing that Xing Fei had forfeited, and the final ranking would be determined by their duel. Hardly had he finished speaking when Fang Ziqing hastily attempted to express his intent to concede. The performances of Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan, and Xing Fei that day were sufficient to classify them as stellar talents. Why engage in a futile struggle for the title of first place, which bore no tangible benefit and risked exposing their strengths? Before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Wan discerned his intentions and seized Fang Ziqing by the collar, dragging him toward the arena. The referee could only smile wryly at this spectacle, as even they were aware of the antagonistic rapport between the two. Meanwhile, the notorious Black Boss was already grinning broadly. Regardless of the victor, one of their own would emerge triumphant. There was no cause for concern. Seeing Fang Ziqing's reluctance, Liangye remarked, "Fang Ziqing, among the three of you, only you have yet to showcase an intermediate martial skill. If you forfeit, you may very well miss the chance to be recognized as a 3-star genius." Fang Ziqing, struggling in Gu Wan's grip, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Teacher Liang, doesn't failing to achieve 3-star genius status mean a significant loss of reward?" The surrounding teachers exchanged glances, astonished that Fang was preoccupied with monetary concerns at such a moment. The Black Boss stepped forward, affirming, "You refer to the rewards, correct?" "Indeed. I can state unequivocally that even among star-level talents, the treatment and rewards vary greatly." At that moment, Gu Wan felt an urge to punch him. He remained unchanged in his obsession with money, regardless of the situation. Reluctantly dragged onto the stage, the two faced each other. Gu Wan immediately summoned her full spiritual energy, determined to engage in a fierce battle. Observing her unusually grave demeanor, it was clear she took this match 10 times more seriously than her prior encounter with Xing Fei. Meanwhile, Xing Fei opened her eyes to gaze at the arena, her brow furrowing slightly at Gu Wan's formidable stance. To her, Fang Ziqing was merely a novice who had just advanced to LV2, perhaps lacking mastery of intermediate martial skills. Her earlier withdrawal was not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility. Without securing first place, second and third were inconsequential. Yet Gu Wan's demeanor sparked not only her ire, but also a tinge of curiosity. What was it about Fang Ziqing that warranted Gu Wan's utmost seriousness? The audience, too, was fully engaged, anticipating the final match of the individual competition, although victory would ultimately belong to their institution. The male admirers of Gu Wan and the female supporters of Fang Ziqing held differing sentiments. At this moment, a chaotic and fervent debate ensued, teetering dangerously close to a physical altercation. This was not merely a contest of academic prowess, but rather a fierce factional struggle, a battle of beliefs, poised to erupt at any moment. Observing Gu Wan's earnest demeanor, Fang Ziqing had no intention of approaching this confrontation with nonchalance. He clenched his fists and flashed a grin at Gu Wan, contemplating that perhaps a slight reinforcement of marital principles would not be amiss. Chapter 124. The realm of perfected martial techniques in comparison to other practitioners. Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan shared a profound understanding of one another. Their martial techniques were, thus far, identical, adding an intriguing twist to their upcoming competition. The challenge that lay ahead would be a test of the strength of their spiritual energy and their mastery of martial arts. Gu Wan was acutely aware of Fang Ziqing's formidable spiritual prowess, and now, having comprehended the third level of the cannon fist, she wondered if she could hold her own against him. Fang Ziqing regarded Gu Wan, who was poised and ready, his right leg slightly bent, clearly indicating his intent to engage in a powerful clash without an ounce of mercy. Seeing this, Gu Wan subtly shifted her stance, channeling her spiritual energy to its peak. Although she was uncertain of Fang Ziqing's precise cultivation level and mastery of martial techniques, she surmised that he would undoubtedly be her equal, if not superior. The two locked gazes for a full minute without making a move, while the surrounding audience, aside from the cheers from their respective fan clubs, remained completely focused on the subtle tension between them. The large screen displayed their expressions, with Gu Wan's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of intense concentration, while Fang Ziqing adopted a calm, composed visage, shedding his earlier nonchalance. At this moment, Fang Ziqing's garments billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze, lending him an air of an otherworldly sage. The female admirers in the audience were in a frenzy, their comments ranging from the absurd to the inappropriate. Gu Wan, witnessing this spectacle, muttered under her breath, wondering why he was still trying to show off at such a crucial time. Did he think she was oblivious to the fact that he was secretly using his spiritual energy to manipulate his attire? While she was fully concentrating, he squandered his energy on such trivial displays instead of focusing on her. Growing increasingly frustrated, Gu Wan resolved to abandon the stalemate. With a flash of purple spiritual energy beneath her feet, those who had witnessed this technique before widened their eyes in surprise. To their astonishment, Gu Wan intended to employ a resource-intensive intermediate martial technique right from the outset. The impressive feats achieved by the shadowy figure had left a lasting impression on the crowd. As Gu Wan surged forward with remarkable speed, Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow and nodded inwardly, eager to witness the fruits of her martial training. To the astonishment of all, a similar purple halo of spiritual energy emerged beneath Fang Ziqing's feet. In an instant, he too manifested an illusion, revealing that he had mastered an intermediate martial technique, one that shared the same origin as Gu Wan's, the gliding body technique. Meanwhile, the onlooker, the notorious Black Boss, could hardly contain his glee. Reveling in the thought of Gu Wan's decisive victory over Xing Fei, Fang Ziqing's rapid acquisition of an intermediate martial technique indicated yet another 3-star talent in the making. This time, they would etch their names into the annals of the Academy's history as the dual prodigies of the First Institute. Despite their best efforts to conceal their emotions, Lord Bai and Lord Qing could not hide their palpable envy and admiration. It is truly astonishing how Fang Ziqing has mastered this intermediate martial technique right after his breakthrough. Only Liang Ye let out a soft sigh. She was unaware of whether Fang Ziqing had truly grasped the intermediate martial skill, but she knew he could execute the 3rd level of the cannon fist. In her original estimation, even if Fang Ziqing had not comprehended the intermediate martial skills in such a short time, his remarkable performance at the 3rd level would still afford him a chance to vie for a spot among the 3-star prodigies. At that moment, he would become the true paragon of Tianhai City, officially entering the sights of the provincial authorities. Now that Fang Ziqing had unleashed intermediate martial skills, she need not worry about unforeseen circumstances. The 3-star prodigy title was assuredly within his grasp. At this moment, Xing Fei's expression was complex. She never anticipated that the Fang Ziqing she had looked down upon possessed the strength to contend with both her and Gu Wan. What has become of this world? On the arena, it appeared as though the two had tacitly agreed. Apart from the butterfly dance technique, they refrained from employing any other martial skills, seemingly engaged in a pure contest of whose technique was superior. In truth, they had not conferred privately. Fang Ziqing's intention was to gauge Gu Wan's mastery level. Upon witnessing Fang Ziqing utilize the floating disc technique, Gu Wan immediately understood his intent and felt a surge of competitive spirit. Although she acknowledged that in the previous challenge match, she had indeed lost to Fang Ziqing, it did not imply that she considered herself inferior to him. Today, the outcome remained uncertain. It was akin to the two anonymous geniuses in the Advanced Academy's agility training room, continuously setting records out of rivalry. Thus, both began their clandestine competition. Fang Ziqing, inherently cautious and adept at concealing his prowess, did not lack a heart filled with pride. For the old Fang was certainly not inept. As Fang Ziqing displayed great interest, Gu Wan also loosened her movements. It was not the effort he exerted that frightened her, but rather the possibility that he might not give his all. In an instant, the spectators were dazzled, unable to discern either figure clearly. The only palpable sensation was the waves of spiritual energy surging from the arena, recklessly permeating the entire space. Among all the capable individuals present, only the top 10, particularly Xing Fei, could barely discern the two's movements in combat. Yet, despite numerous exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand, not even managing to touch the other's corner. The audience felt their lips dry. This was a true contest between masters. If they were to participate, they would likely be defeated in an instant. An expert reveals their caliber with a single move, and the teachers observe the arena with grave expressions, leaving aside other considerations. The competition of agility alone showcased their terrifying comprehension abilities. Conventionally, the first level of the floating disc technique produces 3 phantoms as a minor achievement, while 9 signifies a major success. However, the number of phantoms executed by the two on the arena exceeded 9 from the very beginning, astonishing the teachers. And even more alarmingly, the number of illusions continued to rise. It is worth noting that when Gu Wan faced Xing Fei, merely summoning 6 phantoms left Xing Fei with no place to hide. This further exemplified the extraordinary level of comprehension possessed by both individuals. The 3 adults exchanged glances, recognizing the extraordinary insight possessed by the 2 individuals before them. It was evident that Fang Ziqing had indeed delved into the martial arts. For how else could one achieve such a remarkable level? Could it truly be that these martial techniques were so easily cultivated? The instructor, who had also trained in the art of the floating step, had managed to grasp the second level. However, she had only mastered the 8th level of the illusory shadow technique. She shook her head in awe, lamenting that true prodigies were incomparable to ordinary individuals. On the arena, the two competitors pushed the illusory shadow technique to its utmost limits, each striving to exploit the slightest flaw in their opponent's defense. At that moment, Guwan manifested a total of 17 illusions beneath her feet, just one short of doubling the 9 required for mastery. Opposite her, Fang Ziqing also conjured 17 illusions. As if they had tacitly agreed upon this display, Guwan nodded, acknowledging that Fang Ziqing's comprehension of martial arts was indeed on par with her own. The question remained whether he could take that next step. A smile graced Guwan's lips as she paused momentarily. In that instant, the first level of the illusory shadow reached perfection, 18 illusions. As the violet light emanated from her feet, it suddenly blazed with unparalleled brilliance. An indescribable pressure enveloped the arena, compelling the onlookers to shield their eyes from the dazzling purple radiance. When they dared to reopen their eyes, even the 3 adults gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was indeed the legendary state of perfection. How could this be? The arena, now dominated by Guwan's nearly tangible illusions, left Fang Ziqing nodding imperceptibly. It appeared that restoring his former glory would require considerable effort today. In the audience, even those seated among the top 10 were at a loss for words. However, the teachers were engulfed in a storm of emotions, one that could not be quelled in a brief moment. To execute a first-level martial technique to perfection not only indicated an extraordinary talent, but also hinted at a secret they dared not voice. Guwan was destined to become an awakened one, and her awakening abilities were undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The 3 adults, aware of certain secrets, exchanged serious glances. Even with unparalleled comprehension of martial arts, reaching the state of perfection necessitated an almost insurmountable condition. Only a formidable awakening ability, residing within, could support the manifestation of a martial technique in harmony with one's own spirit. The contrast was clear when observing the arena. The scene was drastically different from the earlier display of 17 illusions. Now, Guwan radiated a purple aura, as though 18 demonic sovereigns had descended to survey the affairs of the mortal realm. In this moment, even the bewildered crowd sensed a seismic shift in Guwan's power. Achieving the state of perfection in any martial technique, even the most basic, could enable one to surpass an opponent of the same level, wielding a second-level technique. And there was more. Employing a perfected martial technique bore an even more terrifying advantage, a rapid reduction in spiritual energy consumption. At this moment, Guwan was experiencing for the first time the 18 phantoms she had recently conceived with deep emotion. She felt her prowess ascend to a new height, with enhancements in all aspects. Most notably, her speed and reflexes had reached terrifying levels. To her surprise, it seemed as though her spiritual energy consumption was somehow mitigated, as if aided by divine intervention. The illusion of the perfected realm was astonishingly smaller than when she had unleashed 17 phantoms. It was utterly, extraordinarily overwhelming. Black Boss, suppressing his excitement, hurriedly planned to report this matter to the province. An individual capable of manifesting the perfected realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would certainly awaken next year, and as an extraordinary awakener at that. However, before he could make his report, he noticed Fang Ziqing on the opposite side of the arena smiling gently. And in an instant, purple light flashed once more. What? This was far more astonishing than the first time. The spiritual energy on the stage surged and rolled. Just moments prior, Guwan had nearly dominated the entire arena with her phantoms, but they were now forcefully expelled, returning the situation to a divided domain. Lord Qing spoke bitterly. Are we getting old? Lord Bai patted her shoulder and said, Alas, this is the privilege of the prodigies. Fang Ziqing had indeed manifested the perfected realm of the phantoms, standing proudly with a complete set of 18 phantoms on the stage. Upon witnessing this, Black Lord sighed. Now, even a level 3 ability user would struggle to defeat the 2 of them. It was well known that breaking through the level 3 threshold would bring about a significant transformation in strength, and at that moment, no one dared to refute Black Lord's words. Guwan pursed her lips and nodded subtly. Indeed, he had comprehended to this extent. Fang Ziqing, however, internally shook his head, realizing he had acted too impulsively and should not have revealed such trump cards so soon. Seeing Guwan display the perfected realm of phantoms, with all 18 phantoms appearing simultaneously, immense spiritual pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave, transforming into a sword-like force that soared higher. In his excitement, he involuntarily unleashed this technique, intending to reclaim dominance over the arena from Gu Wan. Yet, given the circumstances, Fang Ziqing resolved to engage fully in this battle. Having cultivated the phantoms to this level, he had never had the opportunity to unleash his potential, which felt like a disservice to his innate talent. Moreover, a martial artist's greatest fear is the absence of worthy opponents. Both stepped forward simultaneously, and in an instant, 36 phantoms flickered into existence on the arena. The spectators felt a dizzying rush, unable to discern the figures of the two amidst the swirling phantoms, expressing their emotions only through fervent cheers. At this moment, Xing Fei, witnessing the two unleash their techniques, stood up in disbelief. She then felt a bittersweet sensation, realizing that they had reached this level ahead of schedule. The speed of the two within the phantoms was at its zenith, and more terrifying was their reflexes and peculiar footwork. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Fang Ziqing, with a slight smile, deliberately left a flaw, instilling a moment of hesitation in Gu Wan as to whether it was a trap or a genuine opening. The fleeting moments of contemplation were swiftly captured by Fang Ziqing, who immediately anticipated Gu Wan's next position. Gu Wan inwardly lamented the predicament, just as she intended to evade. She felt an arm encircle her waist. A warm breath brushed against her ear, signaling her imminent victory. In response to Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan retaliated by fiercely sweeping her thigh towards him. Observing her relentless ferocity, Fang Ziqing hurriedly retreated, fearing that a single kick could spell his doom for a lifetime. At that moment, a faint smile graced Gu Wan's lips as she advanced toward the exposed Fang Ziqing. "You have fallen for my ruse," she thought. Gu Wan was acutely aware that Fang Ziqing would not harm her, thus she used herself as bait to exploit his vulnerability. He sighed, acknowledging the irrationality often exhibited by young women. In truth, since both had reached a realm of perfect mastery, the outcome had become inconsequential, under equal spiritual strength. Neither could best the other. As the illusions obscured the spectator's view, he proposed, "Shall we conclude this? You caught my flaw, so consider it your victory." Gu Wan shook her head, asserting that agility was but a fraction of true strength. Furthermore, their recent skirmish was hardly valid. She had merely exploited his unwillingness to harm her, rendering it a playful exchange rather than a genuine competition. "The battle is not yet over. Let us continue." Fang Ziqing, intrigued by Gu Wan's fervor and reluctant to end the contest, contemplated briefly before nodding. "Then let us engage in the first level of cannon fist." Although puzzled by his choice, Gu Wan acquiesced. Without further ado, they both concentrated their spiritual energy, emitting a soft blue radiance, and in an instant, unleashed a flurry of punch shadows. "Wait," Gu Wan observed, as Fang Ziqing's punch shadows were obliterated before her. Just as confusion set in, she noticed a smirk on Fang Ziqing's lips as he gestured. Simultaneously, the illusion surrounding him vanished, as though it had never graced this realm. Consequently, he was laid bare before the onlookers. The moment the illusion dissipated, the crowd beheld Gu Wan's triumph over Fang Ziqing's punch shadows. "I've been deceived." Gu Wan felt a rush of irritation and attempted to retract her assault. But Fang Ziqing was swifter. With a sudden cry, his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently outside the ring. Gu Wan, her expression darkened, observed Fang Ziqing's spectacle, caught in a dilemma of whether to withdraw her punch or advance. No wonder he resorted to such a move. It was inherently a group attack technique. The flurry of punch shadows appeared dazzling and formidable, instilling a sense of tremendous power. In reality, Fang Ziqing had merely allowed himself to be struck by Gu Wan's punch shadows, sustaining no real injury. It was nothing more than a mere tickle. Slowly rising with Bai Yi's assistance, Fang Ziqing, pale, gazed at Gu Wan and clasped his fists, declaring, "Truly, you are the unparalleled genius Gu Wan. Your martial prowess is astonishing. I humbly concede, acknowledging my shortcomings." As he spoke, Gu Wan's expression darkened further, as if she were on the verge of charging at him. Fang Ziqing decisively closed her mouth, feigning a grievous injury as she leaned against Bai Yi while making her way to the seating area. The onlookers were perplexed. How had the balance of power shifted so abruptly from a fierce contest to her apparent defeat? Had Gu Wan unleashed some arcane technique amidst the illusion? Regrettably, obscured by the mirage, they lamented their inability to witness the moment. At that instant, Fang Ziqing's female admirers cried out in heartbreak, "Fang, are you all right? Is your injury severe? Have you been harmed?" Some girls even began to denounce Gu Wan, exclaiming, "Why would a fellow student resort to such brutality? Woe is me. You have reduced my Ziqing to this state. I demand recompense." Gu Wan, hearing this, twitched her lips in irritation and turned to glare at the group of female fans. "Updates will occur at 6 in the morning, noon, and 6 in the evening, should there be no changes. I have classes today, and it's quite distressing. I seek comfort." A gentle pat would suffice. My expectations are modest. A 5-star rating and a review would be splendid. In an instant, the group of female fans felt a chill envelop them, silencing their voices. Only then did they recall that the Guwon they were denouncing was the foremost ability wielder in Tianhai City, far beyond their comparison. Guwon, fists clenched, slowly approached the top 10 seating area, her downcast face emanating an intimidating aura. At that moment, she spotted Fang Ziqing, grinning as he watched the earlier confrontation with the fans. A surge of anger welled up within her. You staged a sham match, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. We agreed to a duel of skills, yet you dared to flee prematurely? Who cares about being first? Guwon. Her expression darkened, intended to reprimand Fang Ziqing, but as she neared him, Bai Yi intercepted her, chiding, Guwon, why did you strike so harshly? Ziqing was sent flying. As Bai Yi's words tumbled forth like a rapid-fire barrage, Guwon pointed at Fang Ziqing, retorting, if you wish to know, ask him. And with that brain of yours, you'll probably count the money for him if he ever sells you out. Jiang Lexin and the others exchanged knowing smiles, having discerned Fang Ziqing's deliberate antics. Only the flustered Bai Yi remained oblivious, genuinely believing Fang Ziqing was injured. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing proclaimed, all right. Let us first congratulate our esteemed Guwon on seizing the first position. Of course, I, by sheer luck, have secured the second place. Our team truly excelled in this individual competition. Although everyone recognized Fang Ziqing's attempt to shift the topic, they could not help but nod in agreement. Each participant had performed admirably in the competition, their faces adorned with traces of joy. At that moment, the instructors from the 3 major academies gradually approached. Beginning with the ability wielders ranked 31st to 50th. 20 individuals, their faces radiant with delight, ascended the podium to receive their awards. After all, being honored before the collective gaze of all ability wielders in Tianhai City was a source of immense pride, especially since their awards were presented by their own teachers. The appreciative glances exchanged heightened the sense of fulfillment. They accepted the medals, symbolizing honor, capturing the moment with a group photograph. On the podium for the top 30, ranked from 11th to 30th, Fang Ziqing noticed Liang Bo grinning at him, revealing his front teeth, and upon closer inspection, he saw a wound on Liang's left hand. The honorees, adorned with their accolades, proudly made their way to their respective seats, while the onlookers could only gaze at them with envy. The focus of attention was undoubtedly on the rewards for the top 10, though the specifics of these rewards remained a mystery. Firstly, among the top 10, Jiang Lexing, Zhao Peng, and Xiao Yan, who did not receive a star rating, were honored. They received a top 10 medal, 100,000 Federation coins, 500 merit points. The choice of any intermediate martial skill, 3 C-grade medals of their choosing, and preferential access to A-class resources in the Tianhai district. This preferential treatment highlighted the Academy's classification into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Currently, only these 3 individuals were eligible for A-class resources, while 20 of the top 30 received B-class, and 30 of the top 50 were granted C-class. This distinction represented the Tianhai district's recognition and nurturing of their talents, effectively differentiating between prominent and ordinary ability users. It is safe to assume that the Academy would also extend its commendations and privileges to them. Receiving their medals under the approving gaze of their teachers, the 3 were instantly uplifted from their earlier despondency, eagerly making their way to their seats. Subsequently, 3 dignitaries stepped forward to present awards to the 7 star-rated geniuses. First were the 1-star talents, Yin Feiyu and Wang Kaijun. The large screen displayed their photographs, adorned with the official insignia of star geniuses, evoking envy from Jiang Lexing and the others. They received the customary top 10 medal, 300,000 Federation coins, 1,000 merit points, the choice of any intermediate martial skill, and 5 C-grade medals. Most coveted among the rewards was a 1-star spirit nourishing pill, a star genius medal, special 1-star resource allocation from the southern Tian province, and a permit for free assistance in forging a C-grade weapon. Unable to contain their excitement, the 2 were overwhelmed not only by the allure of the rewards, but also by the honor they were receiving. On the Ability User's official website, they were featured in the elite section, inciting envy throughout the Tianhai district. Moreover, they would henceforth be recognized as star-marked ability users, bringing with it innumerable advantages. Dazed, they clutched their medals and, upon the dignitary's gesture, approached their seats, feeling their legs grow weak with exhilaration. Next came Bai Yi and Zhao Hong, the 2 2-star geniuses. They received a top 10 medal, 500,000 Federation coins, 2,000 merit points, the choice of any advanced martial skill, and 7 C-grade medals. Additionally, they were awarded 3 1-star spirit nourishing pills, a 2-star genius medal, special 2-star resource allocation from the Southern Tian province, and a permit for free assistance in forging a C-grade weapon. Blushing, they accepted their medals and, as per tradition, showcased them to the audience below. Lianya affectionately ruffled Bai Yi's hair, her eyes sparkling with joy. Meanwhile, the dignified Qing looked at Zhao Heng with pride. Finally witnessing a genius from their 6th class take the stage, patting Zhao's shoulder with a smile and a nod. Lastly, the spotlight shone on the highly anticipated 3-3-star geniuses. Fang Ziqing and his companions approached the 3 adults, who nodded in acknowledgement and adorned them with the illustrious 3-star genius medal. The rewards included 1 million Federation coins, 5,000 merit points, a choice of any advanced martial technique, and 10 C-grade medals of their selection. Additionally, they received 5 1-star spirit elixirs, 1 2-star spirit elixir, 1 3-star genius medal, preferential access to special 3-star resources from the Tianan province, and 2 permits for free assistance in crafting a C-grade weapon. The crowd collectively swallowed in awe. The rewards bestowed upon these 3 were indeed monumental. This was merely the reward from the urban district, not accounting for the resources yet to be distributed to the 3-star geniuses of the Tianan province, which promised to be abundantly rich. It could be said that the rewards currently in their possession nearly depleted the reserves of the Tianhai urban district. Upon their return, Lord Bai stepped forward to address the assembly, his square face captured prominently on the screen. The individual rankings of the 3-school competition for the first half of the semester in Tianhai urban district have concluded successfully. Over the next few days, I urge all faculty and students to rest well, as the team battles will commence in 3 days. As the announcement marked the end of the individual competition, the crowd began to disperse. The capable individuals parted a path for the top 50 medalists, showcasing the evident respect from the ordinary abilities surrounding them. The star-level geniuses stood as towering figures, envied and desired by all. However, with the tilt of resources, it was not merely a matter of catching up. Keeping pace would be a significant achievement. A group of 6 walked slowly along the path, feeling the gazes of those around them. Even the naturally vivacious Jiang Lexin felt a hint of shyness, hesitant to make any bold moves. The team competition begins in 3 days. We should train diligently in these few days to enhance our synergy and secure the first place. Guan proposed. The others nodded in agreement. Recognizing that while the individual competition determined personal strength, the team competition assessed collective capability. Despite the luxurious composition of their team, they dared not claim victory in the upcoming team battle. Chapter 127. Come to my room tonight. Long chapter. The team competition was not merely a matter of creating a battlefield where 6 representatives from each of the 3 major schools would form teams and engage in combat. If it were that simple, Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan could easily dominate without further ado. Historical records indicated that although the format and content of the team competition varied each year, one aspect remained unchanged. It was exceptionally fair. Individual prowess was significantly diminished while teamwork was greatly amplified. This approach was understandable. If the focus were solely on individual abilities, there would be no need for a team competition. Moreover, the team competition sometimes required a stroke of luck to secure victory. In their exclusive villa, Lianya entered with a smile. Fang Ziqing turned to her and gestured, while Bai Yi inquired, "Teacher Liang, why do you say luck is so important?" Lianya smiled enigmatically, teasingly suggesting that the true nature of the competition would be revealed in due time. Today, however, she had come to impart some fundamental knowledge and analyze their opponents. As the group accepted the materials from Lianya, they discovered that the documents lacked detailed accounts of previous team competitions. Jiang Lexin furrowed her brow and inquired, "Teacher Liang, why aren't there any references to the competition rules?" Lianya chuckled lightly, placing the documents aside. The rules for each year's competition vary. Only on the day of the event will they be drawn at random, and it is then that the rules will be unveiled. Reviewing past competitions holds little significance and may even confine your thinking, which is unnecessary. Jiang Lexin nodded in understanding, while Zhao Peng interjected with a grin. All members of our team rank among the top 10. In terms of elite combat prowess, the combined strength of those 2 academies pales in comparison to ours. I believe we have a 90% chance of winning this team competition. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. However, Lianya shook her head, cautioning, "Do not be so complacent. The very existence of team competitions serves a purpose. Take, for instance, why Shigao seeks to vie for the top position against our school. Are you aware?" The group shook their heads in ignorance. "From what I know, Lord Bai possesses a treasure that is Lord He envious. It is said to be a formation that even those with average abilities can wield." Formation? Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan exchanged glances, and it was evident that not only they, but Bai Yi and the others were unfamiliar with any information regarding formations. Liang Yin nodded gravely. Perhaps their combat strength may not match yours. However, should you find yourselves isolated and surrounded, even the combined might of Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing could falter against a unified assault bolstered by a formation. Furthermore, remember that Xing Fei from Shijao is also a formidable adversary. Bai Yi frowned, questioning, is this formation truly that formidable? They were well aware of Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan's capabilities. Aside from Xing Fei, they felt confident in their ability to handle other top 10 experts without fear of being overwhelmed. Indeed, Lord He has coveted this formation for quite some time. Much like our unique training facilities, this formation represents the foundation of Shijiao's strength. Liang Ye's explanation was met with understanding. As the leading school, Yizhong not only excelled in quality of life, but also surpassed the two academies in martial arts resources and the sophistication of training facilities. This was a source of pride for Yizhong's practitioners. In light of this, it seemed entirely reasonable for the other two academies to possess some degree of depth as well. Nonetheless, there was no need for excessive concern. Even the most powerful formations have their limitations and can indeed be overcome. Moreover, the team competition fundamentally tests the synergy of your group. After Liang Yi departed, the sky darkened slightly. Yet, Fang Ziqing and her companions showed no signs of rest. The 6 of them needed to maximize their abilities and team cohesion within the next 3 days. They had to devise a unique set of gestures and signals. While such details might seem trivial, they were, in fact, indispensable. It would have been preferable to be aware of the format of the competition to avoid such complications. Jiang Lixin lamented while massaging her sore shoulders. You know, the other two academies are also aware of it, right? Stop overthinking and come practice. Bai Yi beckoned her to join. Meanwhile, at the Shigao training ground, 6 individuals led by Xing Fei were arranged in a peculiar formation. Their spiritual energy seemed interconnected, rising and falling in a rhythm that exuded formidable strength. Xing Fei slowly spoke. This formation requires at least 3 practitioners to be effective. In other words, if we are dispersed, this formation loses its potency. Cao Yan nodded, her gaze momentarily pausing. As the vice-captain of the team, she was the only other top-tier combatant besides Xing Fei. With this formation, even Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing might struggle to break through. Xing Fei shook her head in response. Do not underestimate the two. However, if we do encounter them, I will certainly ensure they experience the taste of defeat. That evening, Jiang Lixin and Zhao Ping gazed enviously at the Yunling Dawn in their possession, a precious elixir only bestowed upon stellar geniuses. Consuming a single pill would continuously release spiritual energy to aid in their cultivation, akin to an enhancement effect, facilitating rapid progress. The most remarkable aspect was its ability to nourish the body imperceptibly, the benefits of which they would only come to understand in due time. Unfortunately, despite being among the top 10, neither of them possessed even a single Yunling Dawn. During dinner, the 6 were utterly unreserved. Having spent considerable time together, they had become exceedingly familiar with one another, casting aside all pretenses. Particularly after their experience in the forest training, the etiquette they had learned over the years was momentarily forgotten. Observing the lively competition for food at the table, Gu Wan delicately took small bites of rice. Beside her, Bai Yi was vigorously competing with them for dishes, with her pilfered portions landing squarely in Fang Ziqing's bowl. Noticing this, Gu Wan frowned and tapped Fang Ziqing with her chopsticks. Don't you have your own hands? Why rely on others to serve you? Fang Ziqing shot her a glance. Which eye of yours saw me not eating on my own? She was indeed the instigator of this culinary skirmish. As soon as the food was served, Fang Ziqing devoured it ravenously, reminiscent of a starving spirit. Initially, the others feigned restraint, but as the dishes before them dwindled, they discarded their decorum and joined the fray. At that moment, Bai Yi scooped a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before turning to Fang Ziqing with a teasing admonition. Don't eat so quickly, or you might choke. Drink your soup. Fang Ziqing leaned toward the spoon, and Bai Yi carefully tilted it, pouring the soup into his mouth, while supporting his chin with her other hand to prevent any spills. It was truly unimaginable for a young lady of such stature to attend to someone in this manner. At that moment, Gu Wan, unable to tolerate the sight of Fang Ziqing being served in such a manner, delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling and splattering soup across his face. Bai Yi hurriedly rolled up her sleeves, ready to wipe Fang Ziqing's face, but was forcibly swept away by Gu Wan. The 3 onlookers, acting in unison, continued to enjoy their meal while observing the unfolding drama. When Gu Wan, cradling Bai Yi in her arms, cast a glance at them, the trio instinctively lowered their heads. Fang Ziqing, resigned, watched Gu Wan, who had pulled Bai Yi aside. It appeared that their blissful dining service had come to an end. By the way, Fang, who do you think is more formidable, you or Gu Wan? Jiang Lixin inquired, a question that evidently piqued Zhao Peng and the others' interest, prompting them to set down their chopsticks and turn their attention to the duo. Fang Ziqing chuckled, running a hand through his hair. Is that even a question? You all witnessed how Gu Wan knocked me off the stage with a single punch. Jiang Lixin rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know you let her win? She then shifted her gaze to Gu Wan, who appeared to be deep in thought, as if replaying that epic battle in her mind. After a considerable pause, under the expectant gazes of her friends, she finally replied, I don't know. The group exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. After all that anticipation, they were met with such an ambiguous response. Yin Feiyue's eyes lit up. Does that mean they are evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand? Gu Wan nodded, acknowledging that she indeed could not best Fang Ziqing, though she had a few tricks up her sleeve, given Fang Ziqing's character. It was hard to believe he possessed fewer secrets than she did. Having finished their meal and noticed the encroaching dusk, everyone decided it was time to retire for the night. Upon returning to her room, Bai Yi received a notification from her watch. Ding. Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent you a message. Curious, she opened it, only to feel her face flush with embarrassment. Fang Ziqing, come to my room in a bit. Nervously pacing her room, Bai Yi frequently touched her flushed cheeks, muttering to herself, what should I do? Should I go? Torn between her thoughts, she absently opened her wardrobe, rifling through the clothes she had brought, trying on several outfits and inspecting herself in the mirror. Although each garment would make any other woman feel inferior, none seemed to satisfy her. Should I really go? Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing wondered why she hadn't arrived yet, and whether she had even received his message. As Bai Yi fidgeted, dissatisfied with her choices, she suddenly realized considerable time had passed. Slapping her forehead, she exclaimed, oh no, I'm running out of time. Quietly, she opened the door, ensuring no one was outside before hastily descending the stairs. Hey, Yi, where are you going? Jiang Lixin, fresh from washing up in the bathroom around the corner, called out. Bai Yi, startled, slowly turned her stiff body and forced a smile, saying, oh, it's you, Lixin. I'm just going downstairs to grab a bite. See you later. With that, she dashed down the stairs, leaving Jiang Lixin puzzled. What is there to eat? We just finished dinner. Arriving at Fang Ziqing's door, Bai Yi hesitated, raising her hand to knock before pulling it back to fix her hair. After glancing around and inspecting her attire multiple times for any issues, she gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow, finally acknowledging her arrival. He opened the door to find Bai Yi standing outside, her face flushed and her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. Fang Ziqing stepped past her and, noticing the absence of anyone outside, swiftly pulled her inside. At that moment, Bai Yi's heart raced wildly. Observing Fang Ziqing's cautious glance confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, being pulled in, she felt her entire body flush with warmth, momentarily at a loss about how to proceed. Should she resist? Fang Ziqing, bemused by her peculiar demeanor, began to speak. You. Just as he uttered a single word, he watched as Bai Yi, still looking down, rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him while softly murmuring, and no, I'm not ready yet. Ziqing, please be gentle. Fang Ziqing, with a bemused expression, wondered if this girl might be a little unhinged. Observing Bai Yi's almost dazed state, he chuckled and reached toward her exposed collarbone. Chapter 128. To do or not to do. With a resounding smack, Bai Yi, still lost in her fantasies, found herself thrown onto his bed, her small face a picture of confusion. Feeling the soft sensation beneath her, she saw Fang Ziqing approaching, his head bowed. In that instant, her mind went blank. What if Ziqing were to take advantage of her? Should she comply or resist? As Bai Yi spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, her face turned an alarming shade of red, her ears flushed to the roots, and her hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. Were anyone else to witness this, even the most resolute man would likely succumb to temptation. Fang Ziqing, rubbing his forehead, thought to himself, here we go again. He reached out and tossed a small box toward her. With a whoosh, it struck her on the head, jolting her from her reverie. Bai Yi rubbed her head and opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside lay 3 precious 1-star essence nourishing pills, their exquisite scent revealing their immense value. Bai Yi looked at Fang Ziqing in bewilderment, asking, Ziqing, what do you want me to do with this? Fang Ziqing pulled up a chair, took a sip from a cup on the table, and replied, what else? It's for you. Bai Yi, taken aback, stammered, for me? And no, I can't accept this. As she spoke, she waved her hands in refusal. Just moments ago, at the dining table, even Jiang Lixin and Zhao Peng had expressed a strong desire for these pills. Yet no one had dared to ask Fang Ziqing or Gu Wan for one. Typically, in a friendly circle, transactions are not difficult. However, these pills were exceedingly precious. a fortune in their own right. For every ability user, they were in dire demand. How could anyone possibly buy them? Observing Bai Yi's startled reaction, Fang Ziqing smiled and said, "Why the formality? You need this more than anyone at your current stage. Moreover, I am an LV2 capability wielder, and this item holds little significance for me." Bai Yi hastily shook her head, fully aware of her desperate need for these elixirs. To put it plainly, if she were to possess 3, in addition to her own, she would confidently anticipate a breakthrough to LV2 in the near future. She would become the next wielder to shatter this bottleneck, following Fang Ziqing and 2 others. It would be a jest to assert that these elixirs are of no use to Fang Ziqing. Even as an LV2 wielder, a single first-tier spirit nourishing pill can equate to prolonged, arduous training. This is indeed a genuine elixir. Ziqing, I truly cannot accept this, Bai Yi implored. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow and, without allowing her a moment to utter another word, he turned her over. Bai Yi was so startled that she froze, uncertain of his intentions. With a sharp sound, Fang Ziqing delivered a resounding slap to her backside. Do you still refuse? Bai Yi's already fair skin flushed a deeper crimson, resembling that of a blossoming rose. I truly, Bai Yi bit her lip, striving to suppress her cries. No. Back in her room, Bai Yi felt as though she could bleed from her very face, her once formidable physique now rendered weak. As soon as she entered, she buried her head beneath the covers, rolling about for quite some time, humming an array of tunes. Eventually, she peeked out from the quilt, gazing tenderly at the small box in her hand. After a moment's contemplation, she brought the box to her cheek, closing her eyes, lost in thought. Ultimately, she succumbed to Fang Ziqing's insistence. The 3 first-tier spirit-nourishing pills were graciously bestowed upon her. Oh, and there was also Fang Ziqing's prescribed breakthrough plan, which dictated that if she failed to advance within 2 weeks, she would face repercussions. At this thought, Bai Yi could no longer restrain herself. A wave of unexpected bashfulness washing over her, accompanied by an uncontrollable urge to smile. How peculiar it was to feel so shy yet so inclined to laugh. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the eve of the competition arrived. The officials from the 3 academies gathered to determine the format of the event. This time, only 3 teams were designated to compete in secrecy, meaning that all other capability wielders, aside from the substitute members who could assist in replacing any incapacitated team member, would be unable to witness the proceedings. They could only await the results. By afternoon, the competition format had been finalized, leaving the day for setting up the arena. With the competition set to commence the following day, Fang Ziqing and his companions believed that once the format was drawn, they would gain insight into the details. However, to their surprise, the enigmatic Lord He divulged not a single detail, merely advising them to adapt as necessary. On the last night, the 6 of them retired early to ensure their bodies could reach their peak condition. The following day, upon gathering, they were blindfolded and fitted with headphones by the teachers. Severing all ties with the outside world, they felt themselves being guided into a vehicle, slowly progressing forward. Fang Ziqing realized that his companions had been separated, leaving him utterly alone. What sort of arrangement was this? Wasn't he at a team competition? After what felt like several hours, he was finally assisted to an unfamiliar location. Feeling the uneven terrain beneath his feet, it was evident that he was no longer within the confines of the academy. It resembled more of a desolate wilderness. At this moment, his headphones were removed, and his wristwatch emitted a voice. Please refrain from removing the blindfold and proceed with caution. Await further instructions. This implied that he was not yet permitted to act independently and must remain stationary, awaiting the signal. He surmised that they would only commence action once all participants had arrived at their designated locations. Meanwhile, the trio of Black Elders observed the data indicating that competitors from various academies had reached their assigned spots, prompting Black Elder to gently press a button ahead. Simultaneously, the group heard the wristwatch announce, "Please remove your blindfold." Fang Ziqing swiftly tore off his blindfold and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he was correct. It was the wilderness. At that moment, the wristwatch projected a map. To call it a map was somewhat of a stretch. It merely displayed 3 indistinguishable white dots. He glanced at the wristwatch, which succinctly outlined the rules of the competition. In essence, at regular intervals, the wristwatch would inform them of locations in their vicinity where treasures could be found. The treasures could contain anything. Their objective was to locate a spirit pearl representing the first academy. Once they had gathered all 6 spirit pearls, they would proceed to the small white dot representing the first academy to deposit them and claim victory. While this sounded straightforward, the only information available to Fang Ziqing consisted of those 3 white dots. Moreover, he had no idea which one represented the first academy. The most frustrating aspect was that the map did not display his own coordinates. In other words, He was utterly unaware of his current location and how to reach the white dots. Observing the newly issued wristwatch, it was evident that contacting Gu Wan and the others was impossible. Fang Ziqing sighed. This team competition was indeed more complex than he had imagined. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, his immediate priority was to find food and a water source while waiting for the first wave of treasures to be unveiled. At that time, it was certain that surrounding power users would rush towards the location, and with a bit of luck, he might encounter his team. However, should fortune not favor him and he cross paths with another team, Fang Ziqing began to understand Liang Ye's assertion that sometimes a touch of luck was necessary. This was not merely a touch, it was an absolute necessity. Chapter 129. The trap card. In contrast to the two other academies that were at a loss, the 6 members of Academy 1 remained remarkably composed upon seeing a solitary figure in the wilderness. After all, experience breeds familiarity. At this moment, the efficacy of black leaders' training was evident. They were entirely distinct from other teams. Foremost among their concerns were the sources of water and food. This was an unyielding law. In the wilderness, without supplies, maintaining vigilance and abstaining from nourishment for extended periods would inevitably lead to a significant decline in combat effectiveness. This was a genuine contest. Their current objective was to preserve their stamina and combat prowess to the greatest extent possible. As Fang Ziqing marked his surroundings, he turned about to examine the area. He discovered that he seemed to be at the foot of a mountain, with a few sparse trees nearby. Although he had not found any food during this excursion, Fang Ziqing remained unfazed. During the recent exploration, an unexpected discovery was made: the life-giving liquid that the second team relied upon for their survival, namely the trees capable of yielding drinkable liquid. For the time being, concerns regarding water sources were alleviated. However, the pressing question remained: when would that miraculous treasure be unveiled? He was not alone in this inquiry. After such a prolonged period of preparation, everyone, regardless of their intelligence, understood their forthcoming objective: to seize the spiritual orbs representing their respective academies and hasten to the designated white points signifying their institution. Yet, it was evident that not all individuals possessed the calm demeanor of the first team. Upon realizing their isolation and the absence of supplies in the desolate wilderness, many were thrown into disarray, unsure of how to proceed. They had not even considered seeking resources while visibility was still adequate. As dusk deepened, the psychological strain on individuals intensified. Some timid girls, gripped by anxiety, anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing an unexpected ambush. In stark contrast, the 6 members of the first team had already ignited a fire. The skill of friction fire-making had been imparted to them by Fang Ziqing, anticipating the possibility of separation and the need to kindle a flame. Clearly, the abilities of the 3 academies had become widely dispersed. Otherwise, when Fang Ziqing kindled the fire, others would have gravitated towards it. Be it beasts or humans, both are drawn to light. Fang Ziqing chose a small hillside, assessing the wind direction before deciding to establish a camp there. October had ushered in winter, and the biting cold of the night was precisely why Fang Ziqing selected this location. The small hill provided a barrier against the frigid winds from the east, preserving his precious spiritual energy for warmth. Conversely, those unable to find shelter were at a disadvantage. After a short while, they discovered the cold was indeed bone-chilling, prompting them to expend their spiritual energy to fend off the chill. Naturally, this depletion necessitated the practice of meditation to replenish their energy. However, meditation requires a significant energy expenditure, which, under normal circumstances, would not be an issue, as replenishment would be manageable. Yet now, in the wilderness, where could one find sustenance? As the night deepened, Fang Ziqing was roused by his wristwatch. An alarm sounded, automatically revealing another map, displaying both his coordinates marked by a green dot and the treasure's location indicated by a yellow dot. Startled awake, Fang Ziqing quickly assessed the distance to the treasure and set off. While on his way, he muttered in frustration about the timing of the alarm. Why did it have to sound in the most drowsy hours of the night? Such torment was unbearable. Despite his complaints, his pace did not falter. He hurried through the woods, steadily approaching the treasure's location. At that moment, the abilities of the individuals from Shigao and Lu Zhong also stirred to life as they headed toward the treasure site. Upon Fang Ziqing's arrival, he discovered that the so-called treasure was merely a small box, illuminated by surrounding lights, allowing everyone to discern its appearance. Under the glow, it became evident that he was not the only one who had arrived. 2 teams from Shigao and 3 from Lu Zhong were present, leaving him as the solitary figure. Upon noticing Fang Ziqing's arrival, Chao Yin raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Another one has come." Once again, the situation has become precarious with the presence of a genius from the 3rd tier. The 3 boys from Class 6 exchanged glances. each recognizing the distress reflected in the other's eyes. The formidable presence of Chao Yin, a top 10 competitor, was already a significant source of pressure, which had kept both teams from making any rash moves. With the unexpected arrival of Fang Ziqing, uncertainty loomed ever larger. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Fang Ziqing waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Oh, I just stepped out to use the restroom. Please, continue." Chao Yan's lips curled slightly in skepticism, thinking, "Do you expect us to believe that? You think we'll let you reap the benefits after we exhaust ourselves?" Clearly, the three boys from Class 6 discerned his intentions as well, remaining composed and refraining from impulsive actions. The three parties thus found themselves in a tense standoff, none daring to strike first. The reasoning was simple. Without guaranteed resources, replenishing their energy was exceedingly arduous, akin to a diminishing supply. No one was willing to act recklessly for a treasure chest whose contents remained a mystery. As the minutes dragged on, and perhaps due to the stillness of the 6 individuals, the chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light and began to open on its own. Everyone's gaze shifted immediately to the items that tumbled out. A card. What? Simultaneously, their wrist devices chimed with an alarming notification. Treasure automatically activated. Trap card. Trap card. When activated by someone or passively after a certain time, all ability users within a 50-meter radius must remain in this location for the next 6 hours, or face elimination. The group stood frozen in shock against the biting cold winds. So, this treasure chest would activate on its own after a certain period? They had endured the chill and fatigue for half the day only to find it was a trap card. With this revelation, returning was no longer an option. They were destined to remain until dawn. They all plopped down, faces etched with despair. Fang Ziqing also wore an expression of exasperation, pondering who had devised such a treacherous rule, complete with trap cards. However, on the bright side, they had gleaned valuable information. The treasure would indeed open on its own after a set duration. As the group bemoaned the rules, Fang Ziqing chuckled, thinking it would be wiser to seek a place to rest. The wrist devices delineated a zone. As long as they stayed within the 50-meter radius, they would not be eliminated. Fang Ziqing chose a sturdy tree to lean against and soon drifted into slumber. Observing this, the other 5 followed suit. The winter night proving to be bitterly cold, and they found themselves increasingly disheveled by the gusts of wind. As dawn approached and the first light of the sun began to break, Fang Ziqing awoke to find the others sprawled in various positions around him and shook his head with a smile. The rules stated that during the trap's duration, they could not attack one another, but once the time was up, all bets were off. After contemplating, Fang Ziqing decided against making a move. Firstly, while he relished the idea of taking advantage of the situation, he could not bring himself to betray fellow students who had endured the cold alongside him. Secondly, the current rules regarding winning remained ambiguous. It was unclear if he could eliminate other ability users. What if he initiated a confrontation and ended up facing a similar fate? That would indeed spell trouble. As Fang Ziqing contemplated, she nodded slightly, realizing that while they should refrain from direct confrontation, a bit of mischief was still permissible. As time passed, the 2 from Shijao and the 3 from Lu Zhong gradually regained consciousness. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously scoffed and parted ways in tacit understanding. Just as they walked along, a startled cry erupted from the 3 boys of Lu Zhong. Chao Yan turned to look and snickered, remarking on their clumsiness for stumbling into a pit while merely walking. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud thud echoed, followed by another. In an instant, Chao Yan and her companion stepped onto a cleverly disguised leaf, leading them to fall into a trap that Fang Ziqing had previously prepared. They could hardly believe the turn of events, while laughter erupted from Lu Zhong. "I thought the geniuses from Shijao were impressive, but it seems they are just as hapless as us," one of them jeered. Infuriated by the mockery, Chao Yan surmised that Fang Ziqing was behind this. She shouted angrily into the air, "Fang Ziqing." Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing had already distanced herself from the scene, leaving them with a little surprise to illustrate the harsh realities of life and to encourage them to be more vigilant. After all, they were classmates, and no reward was necessary. She patted her slightly flattened stomach and sighed, reflecting on the immense energy expenditure of ability users compared to ordinary individuals. It was as if an ordinary person expended a modest amount of effort to walk a single step, while an ability user, whose strength far exceeded that of the average person, would expend twice or thrice the energy for the same action. Even when she refrained from using her spiritual power, each breath and movement still drained her energy reserves more than it would for an ordinary person. In moments of sudden urgency, she instinctively activated her body to respond swiftly, consuming significant energy even in the absence of real danger. With another sigh, she lamented the haste that had prevented her from marking her path. The map indicating treasure was long closed, and she feared she might have lost her way. unable to return to the newly discovered water source she had yet to enjoy. As she gazed at the sun slowly rising in the sky, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. If she could use the sun to ascertain her direction, could it be that this world also had a sun? Yet, under the sunlight, Fang Ziqing felt no warmth, only a slight chill. She realized she had overlooked a monumental detail. This world was not identical to her own. There were suns and moons, seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What connection did this world have with her own? Biting her lip and exhaling a breath, she resolved to cease her pondering, for there were no answers to be found. However, the sun's method of navigation was worth trying. She hoped it would prove effective. If it did, it would reinforce her belief that such coincidences could not be so abundant. She set off in an easterly direction, walking until noon without encountering anything edible. Surveying her surroundings, she found no trees that bore the special liquid she sought. Suddenly, a yellow figure caught her eye in the distance. As she approached, her heart leapt with joy. It was a female tiger. He stroked his chin, pondering if fate intended for him to become a modern-day Wu-song. Alas, he lacked a suitable weapon. Glancing at the barbs on the tiger's tongue, he shuddered at the thought of being licked. Fang Ziqing resolved to exercise caution. This tiger was no mere wild boar and required a decisive strike. Concealed behind a tree, he carefully masked his presence, awaiting the perfect opportunity. As the tiger prepared to lie down for a nap, Fang Ziqing's eyes brightened. What a splendid chance! With a flash of energy beneath his feet, he positioned himself behind the tiger. Take this, he declared, unleashing a powerful attack. Without question, fearing a single strike might not suffice, he activated his third-tier martial technique. Before the tiger could utter a cry of despair, it succumbed to its fate. In truth, Fang Ziqing had overestimated the situation. Given his current cultivation level, he could have slain the tiger solely with his formidable strength, regardless of the technique employed. He patted the tiger's back, contemplating not only the feast of meat, but also the possibility of using its hide for warmth that evening. Ah, dear brother tiger, you are truly a benevolent creature. Before Fang Ziqing could tend to the tiger, his wristwatch emitted a sudden vibration, buzzing ominously. Clearly, a treasure chest had manifested. He cursed under his breath. The timing was rather fortuitous. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the tiger and hastened towards the treasure's location. Upon arrival, he discovered the chest already opened, and he sighed softly, realizing he had arrived too late. Just as he turned to leave, he overheard a commotion. He approached stealthily to investigate. It appeared that individuals from the 6th middle school were in a standoff. Evidently, they had acquired the treasure, as two of their capable members were blocking the path of Chao Yin and her companion. Following their gaze, Fang Ziqing noticed a third individual swiftly retreating from the scene. Chao Yin, being one of the top 10 experts, would not be hindered for long by these two. The optimal strategy would be for one to escape swiftly with the treasure. The two brothers from the 6th middle school gritted their teeth, staunchly defending against Chao Yan's onslaught. All participants in the competition were among the elite, with the lowest cultivation level being advanced. However, if they focused solely on defense, even if Chao Yan were slightly stronger, it was unlikely she could defeat them in a short span of time. By then, the other member from the 6th middle school would have made his way to the designated location, leaving Chao Yan and her companion unable to pursue. Fang Ziqing mused. Thank you to the brothers from the 6th middle school for delivering such a splendid opportunity. No, not just an opportunity, an extraordinary treasure. With that, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, swiftly pursuing the fleeing figure. The male ability user from the 6th middle school remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, he finally relaxed upon realizing he was alone, though he wondered about the fate of his two companions. Clutching a white card in his hand, though it was not a spirit pearl, he believed it would prove useful. He tucked it into his pocket and continued onward, intending to wait at the designated location for his comrades. However, due to his rapid pace, he failed to notice an ominous foot protruding from behind a large tree ahead. Alas, he tripped and fell unceremoniously, landing in a most undignified manner. Simultaneously, a sense of dread washed over him as he realized he had stumbled into an ambush. As he contemplated turning around, a notification from his wristwatch echoed ominously. You have been defeated. Surrender your spoils for your survival, or face elimination at the hands of your opponent. Hearing the disheartening message, a bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth. Reluctantly, he extended his hands, offering the white card that had yet to warm in his grasp to Fang Ziqing. Thanks, brother. Fang Ziqing replied with a grin as he swiftly vanished from the unfortunate one's sight. The 6th-tier ability user, seated on the ground, wore a look of resignation, knowing he had no choice but to comply, lest he be eliminated. Fortunately, it was not a spirit orb. As Fang Ziqing proceeded on his way, a thoughtful frown crossed his face. The moment he had activated his spiritual energy, the wristwatch had responded immediately. This could mean either the watch was programmed to assess failure under specific circumstances, or that Lord Black and his associates could observe and react in real time. Shaking his head, Fang Ziqing dismissed the thought. Regardless of the mechanism at play, he had begun to grasp some of the rules governing this contest. One could only engage others when vying for treasures, and if an opponent possessed valuable items, defeat could be avoided. The instant the previous individual relinquished the card, the display on Fang Ziqing's wristwatch had ceased to show any targets. Recalling the card, he confirmed his surroundings were secure before retrieving it for a closer inspection. Then placed it against the wristwatch. Ding. Would you like to use the white dot positioning card? Yes. As the wristwatch scanned the card, a map featuring 3 academy symbols materialized before him. Please select a location. Fang Ziqing glanced at the options and tapped the lowest white dot. The map revealed a small line of text above that, Tianhai District Experimental Advanced Academy. Simultaneously, the wristwatch chimed, ding. Final location of Tianhai District Advanced Experimental Academy acquired. Fang Ziqing nodded, intrigued by this feature. What a fascinating twist. Alas, he had not been able to select the location of the first academy. With a rumbling stomach protesting from the morning's exertion of spiritual energy, he felt a twinge of frustration. Thankfully, he had taken down a tiger. How delightful. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards the location he had previously visited. Upon arrival, however, he was met with an empty ground where the tiger should have lay, not even a trace of fur remaining. Confused, Fang Ziqing wondered, could another creature have consumed it? No, if that were the case, there would surely be bloodstains. It was evident that someone had snatched it away. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, who stole my tiger? Observing the drag marks on the ground, it was clear someone had taken the tiger away. That person could not have gone far. With this realization, Fang Ziqing set off in pursuit of the trail without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xing Fei felt an unexpected lightness in her heart. Having been hungry all morning, she had grown increasingly anxious. To her surprise, she stumbled upon the carcass of a dead tiger halfway through her journey. It seems fate has not forsaken me, she mused, though the thought of consuming raw meat made her frown. Nevertheless, she was not one to be finicky. If she didn't eat, hunger would weaken her combat prowess. In comparison, consuming raw meat seems trivial. Without hesitation, Xing Fei seized a sharp branch and slashed open the tiger's hide, just as she was about to partake in the feast. A furious roar echoed beside her. Halt. You thieving tiger bandit. Chapter 131. The emergence of the spirit pearl. Xing Fei tucked her short hair behind her ear, preparing to take a bite of the tiger meat, when a distant roar reached her ears. Frowning, she turned towards the source of the sound and beheld Fang Ziqing pointing at her, his expression one of indignation as if he had finally caught her in the act. Fang Ziqing, why is he reprimanding me? She pondered, rising to her feet. A surge of spiritual power coursed through her. After all, they were from different academies, and it was prudent to remain vigilant. Fang Ziqing, upon seeing the tiger's disemboweled carcass, felt a pang of pain in his chest as he accused. You dare to steal someone else's prey? Stunned, Xing Fei questioned, did you slay this tiger? Yet, she stubbornly retorted, oh, just because you claim it. Does that make it yours? What proof do you have? Fang Ziqing, taken aback by her defiance, momentarily faltered in his argument. Should he inquire of the tiger, hey, brother tiger, who did you fall to? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he gestured dismissively at the bloodied meat. Fine, fine, consider yourself lucky today. I shall allow you a share. Xing Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, and she scoffed. Just because you can't ascertain the ownership of the prey, does that mean I should accept your charity? After all, I dragged this tiger here. I deserve my portion. Fang Ziqing shrugged, choosing not to engage further in the dispute. It was universally understood that one should never attempt to reason with a woman. As the tension lingered between them, he stepped forward, took the branch from her hand, and prodded at the tiger meat. It seems you plan to eat it raw? As he drew near, Xing Fei braced herself for a confrontation, only to find that he merely took the branch from her grasp. She mocked, raw? Do you have a way to cook it? How absurd. Fang Ziqing disregarded her sarcasm, fiddling with another branch. Without looking back, he commanded, go and fetch me some dry fuel. Xing Fei, taken aback, stared at him incredulously, but upon realizing he was serious, crossed her arms defiantly. You jest. Why should I heed your orders? Fang Ziqing assessed the moisture content of the branch before raising his gaze to her, asserting, simply because I can ensure you enjoy cooked meat. Does that suffice? Skeptical, Xing Fei doubted his claim, recalling that all their supplies had been confiscated prior to their arrival. How could he conjure fire from thin air? Observing Fang Ziqing busily gathering materials, she hesitated, her voice wavering. If I fetch you some dry fuel, you truly can create fire? Finally, Fang Ziqing located a suitably sized branch, brandishing it in the air before smiling. Indeed. Reluctantly, Xing Fei began to scan her surroundings, muttering as she walked, "If you fail to produce fire, I will hold you accountable." Fang Ziqing shrugged. The reason for their temporary truce was simple. Their spiritual energy was far too precious, and with no treasure to contend for, there was no need to squander their strength in a fight. As Xing Fei approached, Fang Ziqing looked at her empty hands in confusion. Before he could voice his question, she asked, "What do you mean by dry materials?" Fang Ziqing smacked his forehead, realizing yet again that he was dealing with a sheltered young lady devoid of common sense. With a sigh, he rose and pointed to a nearby branch, instructing her, "You gather some firewood and a grill while I search for more." Without waiting for Xing Fei's response, he strode away. A slight flush crept to her cheeks. She felt belittled by his dismissive attitude, a true humiliation. Fang Ziqing soon returned, carrying some dry grass and other suitable items for igniting a fire. Xing Fei watched with curiosity as he placed a piece of wood on the ground, covered it with dry grass, and began to rotate a sharp stick atop it. What is he doing? She wondered. As Fang Ziqing quickened his pace, the friction intensified, and suddenly, a spark leapt onto the grass, igniting a small flame in no time. Xing Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as the fire indeed sprang to life, her mouth agape in surprise. Fang Ziqing gestured towards the nearby wood, saying, "Pass me that." It was only then that Xing Fei snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed over the wood. Half an hour later, she watched as Fang Ziqing deftly continued his work. At that moment, a sizable piece of roasted tiger meat was skewered on the wooden grill, causing her stomach to grumble in response. Fang Ziqing tore off a piece and tasted it, declaring, "It's about ready. You can eat now." Previously maintaining a facade of restraint, Xing Fei could no longer care about appearances and quickly tore off a generous chunk of tiger meat. In the past, while at the academy, she had taken food for granted, but now she understood its value, lamenting the rapid energy consumption of their powers. Fang Ziqing looked at the tiger skin that Xing Fei had torn, lamenting, "What a fine piece of tiger skin, now marred by a hole you made. It's truly wasteful." Xing Fei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. What use is this tiger skin anyway? Besides, why should I be blamed? Fang Ziqing turned to her, eyes wide in disbelief. "Me? How is this my fault?" With an air of pride, Xing Fei lifted her chin defiantly. "If you had come sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Should I be blamed instead?" Fang Ziqing nearly gasped in disbelief, utterly impressed by her illogical reasoning. Though the appetite of a power wielder was substantial, there remained a significant portion of tiger meat, over half. Observing Xing Fei's demeanor, Fang Ziqing knew she would not let the remaining meat go to waste, so he proposed, "Shall we split it in half?" Xing Fei glanced at him and shook her head. Instantly, Fang Ziqing became agitated, jumping up and startling her. "Are you implying you intend to consume it all by yourself? Do you believe me?" Before Fang Ziqing could finish his sentence, Xing Fei interrupted, saying, "What I mean is, you can take more, but I have conditions." Upon hearing that he could take more, Fang Ziqing halted, slightly furrowing his brows, and cautiously inquired, "What conditions?" Xing Fei dusted herself off and sat up, stating, "I can ask for less, but you must cook the remaining meat thoroughly." At her words, Fang Ziqing understood. Naturally, one would prefer cooked meat over raw. This was quite understandable, as it is easier to fall into extravagance than to return to frugality. Fang Ziqing nodded, reasoning that they had to cook it anyway. "So it might as well be done now. Go find some large leaves to wrap the meat in," he instructed. Without looking back, he focused on grilling the meat. This time, Xing Fei did not argue, nodding obediently as she went off to find the leaves. After they parted ways, Fang Ziqing attempted to locate his original campsite. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a treasure chest positioned not far away. This was his first encounter with a treasure chest at such close proximity, and he hurried towards it. However, just as he was about to open it, he paused, sensing something was amiss. The green leaves scattered on the ground indicated that someone had recently picked them, undoubtedly setting a trap. Glancing around and seeing no one, he called out, "I can see you. Come out." After a prolonged silence, he chuckled lightly and added, "Next time you hide, don't forget to retract your exposed feet." At this remark, he heard a rustling sound nearby, clearly indicating that someone had instinctively withdrawn their feet. Picking up a stone, Fang Ziqing struck a nearby tree and shouted, "Who is there? Come out." Behind the tree, Jiang Lixiong, who had recognized the voice, rushed out, exclaiming, "Fang Ziqing, it's you. I thought it was someone else." Fang Ziqing nearly tossed the stone in surprise, but quickly tucked it away to look at her. Noticing Jiang Lixiong's disheveled appearance, he frowned slightly and asked, "What happened to you?" Instead of answering, Jiang Lixiong wrinkled her nose and exclaimed, "It smells so good." "Fang Ziqing, do you have food? I'm starving." Fang Ziqing turned, picked up the treasure chest, and pulled Jiang Lixiong away from the scene. Once they reached a secluded spot, He confirmed that no one was around and handed her the tiger meat, saying, "What is going on? You look like a starving ghost." Zhang Lixiong let out a loud cry as she snatched the tiger meat and began to eat, mumbling, "You have no idea how unlucky I've been. Not only did I find no supplies, but I also froze all night. Just when I finally came across a treasure chest, I was robbed before I could even warm it up." Fang Ziqing rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on, and asked, "And then? And then? I couldn't simply hand over the treasure chest to them," she continued. "So, I ended up fighting with a few people from Class 6. There were too many of them, and I couldn't hold my own, resulting in a significant loss of spiritual energy. Plus, after fighting for so long, I was completely drained and starving. Luckily, I ran into you." Fang Ziqing nodded and inquired, "Was that trap you set? Why didn't you open the treasure chest?" Zhang Lixiong playfully touched the grease at the corner of her mouth and remarked, "There's no helping it. My hunger renders me devoid of any fighting spirit. Even after opening the treasure chest, I still couldn't escape the fate of being robbed. Fortunately, adhering to my principle that if I cannot have it, no one else shall, I set a trap to ensnare those who sought to claim the treasure. Little did I expect you to see through it so easily. By the way, Captain Fang, how did you discover my ruse?" Fang Ziqing, with a weary glance, replied, "I didn't actually discover you. I merely reasoned that if someone had set a trap, they would likely be lying in ambush nearby, and I thought to test the waters. Who would have guessed you would fall for it so effortlessly?" Zhang Lixiong was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Wow, Captain Fang, you are quite devious." Ignoring her playful jibe, Fang Ziqing slowly opened the treasure chest in his hand. Curiously, Zhang Lixiong leaned closer. As the chest opened, a milky white glow emanated from within, causing both of them to squint until the radiance subsided. Zhang Lixiong's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's a spirit pearl, and it bears the emblem of our esteemed academy." They exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of their discovery. Just as Fang Ziqing stowed the spirit pearl away, a notification popped up on their wristwatches. "Ding! The first spirit pearl has been found. For details, please check the spirit pearl leaderboard." Chapter 132. Unexpected Gains. Spirit Pearl Leaderboard. Tianhai City District, 1st Advanced Academy. Fang Ziqing. 1 pearl. Fang Ziqing winced at the sudden announcement and ranking displayed on his watch. Clearly, they were not alone. The ability users from the 3 major academies must have received the news as well. Now, everyone was aware that Fang Ziqing possessed a spirit pearl. His position would undoubtedly become the target of many. If he were to encounter Xing Fei now, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Zhang Lixiong swallowed hard and said, "Captain, are we in a precarious situation now?" Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose and responded with a wry smile. "This team competition always brings unexpected turns. With no rules disclosed, we are left to discover everything gradually. From now on, we must tread carefully and maintain a low profile. Everyone knows I have a spirit pearl, and any subsequent encounter is bound to lead to contention." Zhang Lixiong nodded, pouting, "This is just too unlucky." Fang Ziqing sighed. "The only consolation is that the spirit pearl leaderboard does not disclose which academy the pearl belongs to. Otherwise, our esteemed academy would stop at nothing to find us and seize it." At that moment, the other teams also felt a surge of urgency. Before the pearl's appearance, there was uncertainty about who had collected what, but now, someone had successfully obtained one. Although the academy remained unknown, what if it happened to be from their own? If they were able to gather the remaining pearls, victory would be within reach. Conversely, if the pearl belonged to another academy, the situation would be far worse. What if it belonged to their own academy, and they couldn't collect 6 pearls? Each team member harbored their own thoughts, entering a state of tense preparation. Meanwhile, Xing Fei, feeling frustrated, slapped her forehead. Upon receiving the news, she swiftly retraced her steps, intent on locating Fang Ziqing. However, the time they had spent apart was considerable, and Fang Ziqing had deliberately fabricated several misleading tracks. This left Xing Fei, after hours of searching, utterly perplexed. As time trickled away, the group gradually adapted to their new circumstances, ensuring their survival. With the issue of survival resolved, the next step was to begin the search for their comrades. This included leaving distinctive marks along their path, enabling any team member who followed to find them. As night fell, the two had yet to encounter another treasure chest. Meanwhile, the Spirit Pearl rankings had seen new developments. Tianhai District 1st Advanced Academy, Fang Ziqing, 1 pearl. Tianhai District 1st Advanced Academy, Guwan, 1 pearl. Tianhai District Experimental Advanced Academy, Xing Fei, 1 pearl. Seeing Guwan successfully acquire a pearl as well, they exchanged nods. Currently, their progress appeared to be the swiftest among their cohort, though it remained unclear which academy's Spirit Pearl Guwan had obtained. In the stillness of the night, the two sat before a small fire, engaging in a light slumber. They dared not succumb to deep sleep, ever vigilant for the emergence of treasure chests. However, instead of a chest, they were met by an unexpected group of visitors. The trio from Class 6, having just secured a treasure chest, quickly distanced themselves from the scene, only to spot a flickering light in the distance. Exchanging glances, they resolved to bury the chest before investigating further. As the glow from the fire was too pronounced against the night, one of the perceptive individuals whispered, "Look, it appears to be Fang Ziqing from Class 1. And he has someone with him." The others exchanged uncertain glances. One was particularly agitated, as he was the individual from whom Fang Ziqing had stolen. Another, taller member pondered aloud, "Everyone knows Fang Ziqing possesses a spirit pearl, and he previously took something from us. Should we eliminate him?" The one who had been robbed hesitated slightly. "He is a 3-star genius. The 3 of us may not stand a chance against him. Moreover, there's another individual with him." Observing his teammates' evident lack of confidence, the taller member reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Under normal circumstances, we would avoid a direct confrontation. But now he is asleep, and such an opportunity is rare." The perceptive one nodded in agreement. "Although we've secured another treasure chest, we cannot ascertain whether it contains traps or other hazards like the last one. However, it is certain that Fang Ziqing possesses a spirit pearl. If we can approach him and have our wristbands register his defeat, when he awakens, he will have no choice but to surrender the pearl to us." Seeing his teammates resolute, the previously hesitant member gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Ever since being robbed by Fang Ziqing, he had fervently dreamed of reclaiming what was taken, never anticipating that his wish would be fulfilled so swiftly. The trio stealthily approached Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lixin, who was stifling a laugh at that very moment. As the 3 drew near, the lightly sleeping Fang Ziqing was abruptly awakened. With the principle of ensuring none escape, he quietly roused Jiang Lixin. The two silently communicated through gestures, devising a plan to subdue their targets as soon as they approached. However, little did they know, these 3 individuals were exceedingly slow. An impatience began to brew. Just as the trio drew near, the air was pierced by the voice, "Hey, brothers, we meet again." In that moment of astonishment, Fang Ziqing turned around, smiling at them. Instantly, the 3 became disoriented. Their guilt-ridden hearts were laid bare, and to be caught in such a moment was troubling, especially when facing the prodigious Fang Ziqing. Despite being among the elite of their school, uncertainty gnawed at them. It seemed that even without Jiang Lixin, who was also among the top 10, Fang Ziqing alone could dispatch them. The tall ability user, sensing the precariousness of their situation, shouted, "Retreat, quickly." The other 2 quickly grasped the gravity of the moment, but someone was quicker still. 3 minutes later, the 3 crouched on the ground, clutching their heads. Meanwhile, Jiang Lixin and Fang Ziqing were interrogating them with a branch, asking, "Is there truly no treasure?" The tall boy shook his head, forcing a smile. "There really isn't. If you want, you can search us." Jiang Lixin and Fang Ziqing exchanged a glance. The confidence of their opponent was palpable. Fang Ziqing smiled and declared, "Since that's the case, according to the rules, without treasure to redeem your lives, I must eliminate you." The boy who had been robbed seemed poised to speak, but was silenced by the tall one's hand. Fang Ziqing chuckled lightly and remarked to Jiang Lixin, "With 3 high-level fighters lost from 6th school, is there any point in continuing this competition?" Jiang Lixin shook her head. The comprehensive strength of the 3 major academies was weakest in 6th school. Losing half their power at the onset of the competition would surely seal their fate. Fang Ziqing shook his head, clicking his tongue in dismay. By then, the remaining 3 from 6th school will become insignificant. After all, when everyone gathers for the final showdown, they will only have 3 left. Listening to their banter, the 3 could not help but feel a tinge of bitterness. They spoke the truth. Any academy that suffered losses exceeding half its number faced a catastrophic blow. Treasure chests appeared at random, and if they lost half their members, their chances of encountering a treasure would diminish significantly, making it exceedingly difficult to gather 6 spirit beads. If they were strong enough, they might overwhelm opponents and seize treasures. But alas, 6th school was the weakest in overall strength. Observing the silent exchanges among the 3, Fang Ziqing remained patient, awaiting their response. After some contemplation, the tall boy resolved to trade the treasure for their lives, acknowledging that the contents of the chest were uncertain. "Fine, Fang Ziqing, you win. We are willing to exchange the treasure we just obtained." Chapter 133. Sudden illness. Fang Ziqing nodded quietly, while Jiang Lixin smiled knowingly beside him. It was indeed remarkable that one could stumble upon such a stroke of fortune as a treasure chest while merely taking a nap. Upon the arrival of the 3, accompanied by the 2, at the location where the treasure chest had been previously buried, they commenced their excavation. Yet, the trio did not take their leave. Observing their inquisitive demeanor, Fang Ziqing refrained from unveiling the chest before them. Instead, he smiled and gestured for them to depart. Reluctantly, the three turned back multiple times, having just secured a treasure chest from others, only to find it snatched away before they could even warm it in their grasp. Had they known, they would have never provoked Fang Ziqing. Once the three had wandered off, Jiang Lixin approached, her eyes wide with curiosity. Quick, Fang, let us see what treasures lie within. Fang Ziqing, amused by her childlike enthusiasm, acknowledged the thrill of unveiling the unknown. As he opened the chest's lid, a spirit pearl emblazoned with the emblem of the First Academy of Tianhai City was revealed. Jiang Lixin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Oh my, we have struck gold. Fang Ziqing hastily secured the spirit pearl into his embrace, recognizing its significance as the key to victory. Carelessness was not an option. Gratitude was also due to the trio from the Sixth Academy. They had generously gifted him a white positioning card on one occasion and had now delivered a spirit pearl from their First Academy. Truly benevolent souls. Meanwhile, the trio, inexplicably awarded the title of good people, wore bitter expressions, their gaze fixed on the freshly updated spirit pearl rankings. First Academy of Tianhai City, Fang Ziqing. 2 pearls, First Academy of Tianhai City, Guwan. 1 pearl, Experimental High Academy of Tianhai City, Xingfei. 1 pearl. Fang Ziqing's ranking had notably escalated from 1 to 2 pearls, standing out prominently. Clearly, within such a brief span of time. The other two could not have discovered an additional treasure chest. Thus, it was indisputable that this spirit pearl was the very one they had just lost to him. The trio sat dejectedly on the ground, their expressions betraying profound regret. If only heaven would grant them another chance, they would assuredly abstain from antagonizing Fang Ziqing ever again. In the blink of an eye, the team competition had entered its 3rd day. The spirit pearl rankings once more revealed a number of new pearls. First Academy of Tianhai City, Fang Ziqing, 3 pearls. First Academy of Tianhai City, Guwan. 2 pearls, Experimental High Academy of Tianhai City, Xingfei. 2 pearls, Sixth Academy of Tianhai City, Zhaohong. 2 pearls. This meant that a total of 9 spirit pearls had surfaced, with the First Academy holding a monopoly on 5. At this moment, Fang Ziqing toyed with yet another spirit pearl from the Sixth Academy, while Jiang Lixin savored a hard-earned soda. Yes, indeed, soda. The previous day, the two had fortuitously acquired a treasure chest after ambushing a solitary high-tier practitioner. To their astonishment, the contents were neither trap cards nor spirit pearls, but rather a supply airdrop card. Supply airdrop card function. When utilized at a specified location, a drone will promptly airdrop a batch of supplies. Clearly, the soda in Jiang Lixin's hand was among the bounty from this airdrop. Fang Ziqing glanced at the rankings. Apart from himself, Guwan, Xingfei, and Zhaohong each possessed 2 spirit pearls. This situation can indeed elucidate numerous issues, such as the remarkable coincidence that the individuals on the leaderboard are all the most formidable talents from their respective academies. Is it merely a stroke of luck? Clearly, it is not. Rather than a mere probability, it is far more plausible that some of the capable individuals from various academies have congregated together. Once they unite, those with lesser strength tend to relinquish their spirit pearls to more powerful individuals like Xingfei and Zhaohong. Much like Jiang Lixin entrusting her spirit pearls to the stronger Fang Ziqing for safekeeping. Fang Ziqing, glancing at the sun to ascertain their position, suggested, "We ought to locate Guwan and the others. Continuing to fight alone may lead to being surrounded." Just as Jiang Lixin was about to speak, she inadvertently let out a hiccup. She quickly covered her mouth in an attempt to stifle the sound, but it was too late. Fang Ziqing shook her head and inquired, "Have you finished eating?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Lixin nodded. "Then let us utilize that card." Jiang Lixin's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Over the past few days, apart from spirit pearls and materials, they had acquired a special card. Teammate Location Card. Teammate Location Card function. Designate a teammate and obtain her location. Without hesitation, Fang Ziqing adhered the card to her wristwatch. Ding. Do you wish to use this card? Yes. Please select one student from Tianhai District's First High Academy. Guwan. Fang Ziqing watched as her wristwatch displayed a map, generating a trajectory. Following the coordinates and route, the two could swiftly locate Guwan. Without further ado, they headed toward her direction. Meanwhile, Guwan's situation was far from favorable. In fact, it was exceedingly dire. She found herself encircled by Zhaohong and his 2 companions, who clearly intended to seize her 2 spirit pearls. Ordinarily, even with diminished spiritual energy, Guwan could disengage from a fight, but she was confronted with an unusual predicament. Zhaohong exchanged glances with his companions, who began to advance slowly toward Guwan. After their previous skirmish, Zhaohong realized that Guwan was in a weakened state. Not only was she incapable of defeating him, but she struggled to even fend off his attacks. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this was an opportune moment that he could not afford to miss. He was determined to defeat Gu Wan and claim her spirit pearls. A slight sheen of cold sweat formed on Gu Wan's palm. The peculiar ailment that had struck her had reemerged a month ahead of schedule. After enduring a night of torment, she had nearly exhausted all her spiritual energy. If not for sheer willpower sustaining her, she would have collapsed long ago. She bit her tongue slightly to regain her focus, as the chilling sensations that had tormented her throughout the night left her engulfed in an overwhelming cold and pain. Just moments before, during her confrontation with Zhao Heng and his companions, the energy she had relied upon to suppress her ailment was siphoned away, exacerbating her condition significantly. Gu Wan felt her vision beginning to blur. She exhaled softly, resolute in her determination not to allow Zhao Heng and his associates to take the 2 spirit pearls from her grasp. Among them was not only a first-rank pearl, but also one ranked 6th. Zhao Heng and the other 2 individuals discerned that Gu Wan was in a precarious state and decided against any hesitation. The 2 capable ones exchanged a glance, channeling their spiritual energy to charge towards Gu Wan. Aware that she must not allow her wristwatch to declare her defeat, resulting in the forfeiture of her spiritual pearl, she gritted her teeth and forcibly summoned a trace of spiritual energy to deliver a punch towards the assailants, instantly repelling them. At that moment, Zhao Heng took action. As the second-ranked genius after Gu Wan and the foremost in their institution, he unleashed his spiritual energy without mercy, executing the second level of the martial technique Cannon Fist with devastating force. Under normal circumstances, Gu Wan could have effortlessly withstood Zhao Heng's assault with a single hand. However, after her recent exertion to push back the 2 attackers, the affliction that had suppressed her spiritual energy had intensified, exacerbated by a night of torment. In an instant, Gu Wan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body pierced by myriad blades of pain. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead as she struggled to breathe deeply. Chapter 134. The terrifying prescription. As Zhao Heng launched his full-force attack, Gu Wan steeled herself, once again channeling a modicum of spiritual energy in her right arm, without resorting to any martial techniques. With 2 resounding impacts, she sent Zhao Heng stumbling back 3 steps. He stared at Gu Wan in astonishment, a bittersweet feeling settling in his heart. Despite being the top of their academy, the disparity between them was glaring. He had long recognized Gu Wan's current poor condition, which hindered her from unleashing her full potential. Yet, she had just repelled him with a single punch, without employing any martial techniques whatsoever. Zhao Heng shook his arm, which still throbbed with pain. His gaze sharpened. Her strength was undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Gu Wan's complexion grew pale, her body swaying precariously. She leaned against a nearby tree to steady herself, raising her head to anticipate Zhao Heng and his companions' next wave of attacks. Observing Gu Wan's state, Zhao Heng felt a twinge of compassion. However, he recognized this as an opportune moment. Should they allow Gu Wan to regain her strength, they would stand no chance against her. He remained vigilant, ready to activate the golden light shield at any moment. He understood that even in her current condition, she could still inflict serious injury upon him. As the trio approached, Gu Wan bit her lip. To drive them back, she would have to muster the last vestiges of her spiritual energy to suppress her affliction, knowing that doing so might put her at great risk. With a resolute expression, she stilled her trembling body, standing tall as her spiritual energy began to manifest. The word surrender held no place in her life. At that moment, Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lixin arrived. Upon seeing Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing's body trembled. This was dire. The affliction must have flared up. Zhao Heng, noticing the arrival of Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lixin, felt a rush of urgency. He quickly signaled the other 2 capable individuals to obstruct them while he hastened to seize Gu Wan's spiritual pearl and make his escape. As Gu Wan spotted Fang Ziqing's arrival, a wave of relief washed over her, and she immediately began to topple backwards. Jiang Lixin gazed gravely at the approaching abilities and said, "Fang, I will hold them off. You go to Gu Wan." However, Fang Ziqing did not respond to her. Just as she was about to turn back, an astonishing surge of power enveloped her. Although she was fully aware that the force was not directed at her, a shiver of trepidation coursed through Jiang Lixin's heart. Fang Ziqing, with a grim expression, unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint. Shadows danced around their feet, disorienting the onlookers. In a manner that defied imagination, Fang Ziqing surged forward at an incredible speed to catch the falling Gu Wan. The 2 abilities were taken aback, unable to react before Fang Ziqing was upon them. To the astonishment of the 2, as he passed them, Fang Ziqing did not employ a single punch or kick. Merely the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him was sufficient to send them flying several dozen meters away. Zhao Heng, who was about to take action, suddenly felt himself enveloped by a chilling aura. A cold sweat broke out across his body in an instant. His instinct for survival compelled him to turn around, unleashing his most formidable defensive technique, the golden light shield. Yet, to his horror, he observed that the man had not utilized any technique at all, merely a casual strike. The sound of a crack echoed, reminiscent of an eggshell shattering. His once proud, supposedly indestructible golden light shield was obliterated as if it were mere paper. Zhao Heng barely registered the impact before a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. He was sent flying by Fang Ziqing, like a kite severed from its string, hurtling into the distance. Fang Ziqing hurriedly caught Gu Wan, channeling all his spiritual energy into her. The entire sequence, from the collapse of the three to his embrace of Gu Wan, transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lixin widened her eyes and swallowed hard, unable to fathom the scene that had just unfolded. Is this truly the real face of the usually jovial Fang? In that fleeting moment, three abilities had been utterly vanquished. It is worth noting that among them was Zhao Heng, a two-star genius, alongside the top two abilities from the Sixth Institution. These were not mere novices. Yet, they had not even managed to hold their ground for a heartbeat before Fang Ziqing shattered their formation. Jiang Lixin was not the only one in shock. Zhao Heng, now spitting blood, stared incredulously at Fang Ziqing. He could not comprehend why a strike that seemed so ordinary, even casual, had shattered his esteemed defense. Glancing at his equally bewildered companions, he realized that today, seizing the spiritual pearl was utterly unattainable. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Heng urged, "Let us retreat, quickly." Jiang Lixin watched the three hastily flee, her own desire to pursue evaporating as she rushed to check on Gu Wan's condition. If the earlier events had left her astounded, the subsequent developments rendered her utterly speechless. Before she could approach them, she was repelled by the terrifying storm of spiritual energy. She knew that forcing her way in would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Observing the rare gravitas in Fang Ziqing's demeanor, coupled with the menacing glint in his eyes, Jiang Lixin bit her lip, feeling an unusual fear emanating from him today. Fang Ziqing quietly sensed the peculiar ailment afflicting Gu Wan, his brow furrowing in concern. It was dire, more so than at any previous moment. Though the reason for the early onset of this affliction remained a mystery, it was evident that had they not arrived in time, and had Gu Wan not retained a sliver of life-sustaining spiritual energy, even his presence would have been futile. At that moment, Fang Ziqing disregarded any notion of spiritual energy depletion. With a muffled grunt, he summoned his energy beyond its limits. Outside, Jiang Lixin could only retreat further, feeling the unprecedented tempest of spiritual energy swirling violently around Fang Ziqing. Her body trembled slightly, a reflexive respect for a formidable power. Meanwhile, Gu Wan lay with her eyes closed, clutching Fang Ziqing's sleeve as if it were the last lifeline she had. Witnessing this, Fang Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little Gu Wan, consider yourself fortunate to have danced so close to the brink of death." He withdrew his hand from her chest, wiping the sweat from his brow. With a sigh of relief, he felt the strange ailment temporarily sealed. He gazed at Gu Wan, whose eyes were barely open, just as he intended to lift her. A wave of dizziness from his drained energy overcame him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Gasping for breath, he smiled at Gu Wan. "Had I known, I should have exercised more regularly. Feeling this weak is quite unsatisfactory." Gu Wan, with reddened eyes, remained silent, merely tightening her grip on his garment. Observing the two leaning against each other on the ground, Jiang Lixin felt a surge of emotions, reluctant to disturb their tender moment. As night fell, the trio made camp by a mound of earth. Gu Wan lay nestled in Fang Ziqing's embrace, never straying far from him. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing said, "Jiang Lixin, I need to tend to Gu Wan's injuries. Could you keep watch for us?" Although curious about Gu Wan's condition, Jiang Lixin obediently complied. The frightening aspect of Fang Ziqing she witnessed today still lingered in her mind, rendering her unusually quiet. Once Jiang Lixin had distanced herself, Fang Ziqing gently tucked Gu Wan's hair behind her ear and inquired, "Please tell me, what exactly transpired?" Gu Wan, enveloped in his arms like a chrysalis, offered no response. Her eyes slightly reddened as she murmured, "I've caused you trouble." Fang Ziqing frowned deeply at her words, retorting fiercely, "Do you believe that if you utter such thoughts again, I shall cease to hold you? Let your affliction resurface and perish from the cold." Gu Wan, evidently unperturbed by his threat, stared vacantly at the sky. In her current state, devoid of any combat capability, she not only risked wasting resources and food, but, more critically, jeopardized Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy. Their collective strength had diminished significantly in an instant. Fang Ziqing understood her thoughts, gently burying Gu Wan's head against his chest, reassuring her, "Do not fret. Although your condition is indeed severe, Let us not forget that I am your fated nemesis. Mere afflictions tremble and flee at my presence. He then summoned a trace of his recently restored spiritual energy to probe within Gu Wan's body. Indeed, he managed to suppress the strange illness. However, due to the delay in addressing it promptly, the ailment had taken a more formidable form. It could not be entirely eradicated in the short term. Thus, he would have to nurture Gu Wan's body gradually with his spiritual energy before devising a way to eliminate it completely. Furthermore, during this period, Fang Ziqing could not leave her side, holding her tightly and intermittently channeling his potent spiritual energy into her. How many times have you saved me now? Gu Wan suddenly inquired. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, yet before he could respond, she added, I wonder how much longer my body can endure this. Fang Ziqing swiftly covered her mouth, his tone serious. Do not even think about it. As long as I am here, this strange illness shall not prevail against you. He then declared, after this competition, I have resolved to move into your residence and share your bed. At that moment, Jiang Lixin, who had returned to retrieve something, inadvertently overheard the latter part of his statement. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the duo before awkwardly exclaiming, I didn't hear anything. You may continue. Without delay, she quickly covered her face and dashed away. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's expression turned sheepish. His words indeed invited misinterpretation. Yet, he genuinely harbored such intentions.